Chapter 41 Your Majesty, I miss you so much. He smiled brightly. Hey, senior sister, didn't I practice yesterday? You. The woman in the white dress looked at Qin Yun angrily. Ah, senior sister, I heard that second senior sister is back today. I'm going to go see her. I'm leaving first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Yun quickly found an excuse to escape. Su Yuan ran away in a flash, leaving the woman in white dress looking at her junior brother's back and sighing slightly. This junior brother is good in everything except that he is too lazy. He just broke through the fetal breathing at the age of 20. This might be good in other small sects, but it is really not suitable considering the talent of the junior brother. The key point is that he is unwilling to practice. He always sleeps until noon and goes back to sleep before the moon rises. In the past, they thought Xiao Yun was suffering from some kind of sleepiness, so they specially asked people from the medical immortal sect to treat Qin Yun. Later they found out that he was simply lazy, but it doesn't matter if the junior brother really doesn't want to practice. Anyway, these senior sisters are enough to protect him for the rest of his life. My senior sisters don't know that I have already reached the Purple Palace. Walking on the road, Qin Yun felt somewhat contented. Ever since he could remember, there was a martial arts method called the Great Dream Scripture in his mind, which could be practiced in dreams and had all kinds of mysterious powers. Over the years, relying on the Great Dream Sutra, he has already cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm, but for some unknown reason, even though he was considered to be unmotivated, he still chose to conceal his true level of cultivation and skills, and did not even reveal any of it to his closest senior sisters. In addition to the characteristics of the Great Dream Sutra, even his master did not notice his abnormality. But I feel that second senior sister is different after she went out this time. In the past, she would bring me gifts every time she came back from going out. Qin Yun murmured and walked to the courtyard of second senior sister of Tianyin Peak. Second senior sister, are you there? He shouted loudly while standing outside the yard. Ah! Wait, it's Xiao Yun. I'm here, but I have something to do now. The voice of second senior sister Chuyin came from inside with a hint of panic. Qin Yun was puzzled and asked, Second senior sister, are you okay? No, it's okay. You go first. Chuyin's voice gradually returned to calm. Qin Yun scratched his head, somewhat confused as to what was going on. Then I'll leave first, senior sister. I'll come see you when I have time. In the courtyard, Xu Yin's cheeks had a suspicious blush, and she was holding a men's underwear in her hand. She also didn't remember when the clothes came into her storage ring. She probably put them in when she was warming Suan's bed and changing his clothes. As soon as she picked up the clothes and smelled the familiar scent on them, she thought of the bad guy again and couldn't calm down. If Xiao Yun or other sisters saw me holding such men's clothing, it would be difficult to explain. At the Marquis Mansion, Suan rested for 2 days and 2 nights and slept soundly. Then he slowly walked towards the palace to prepare to report on his work. After all, he went on this trip under the pretext of investigating the flood in Dongzhou, so he had to give an explanation. Then he was stopped in front of Taiyuan Palace. His Majesty said he is practicing and doesn't want to see you. Sister Hongxiao stopped in front of Suan with a smile. Xiaoanzi, why don't you go back and wait until His Majesty finishes his training? As she spoke, she secretly winked at Suan. Suan understood instantly. He took a step directly around Hongxiao and rushed towards Taiyuan Palace. I'm sorry, Sister Hongxiao. Hongxiao let out an ouch and was pushed aside, with a cunning look in her eyes. Your Majesty, it's not that I didn't try to stop him. It was Xiaoanzi who insisted on forcing his way in, and there was nothing I could do. The door of the bedroom was pushed open, and Suan strode in and closed the door. Suan, what are you doing here? The Empress roared angrily and glared at Suan, who was at the door. This little Anzi dares to break into her bedroom now. She dare not even think about what he will do in the future. I'm afraid I'll have to give up my own phoenix bed to him. Su Ruwashi was still angry and had a lot of wild thoughts in her mind. Your Majesty, I miss you so much. Suan slid to his knees, threw himself in front of the phoenix couch, and hugged the Empress's pair of legs that were dangling under the bed. Sister Ruwashi, you don't know how hard it is for me to not be able to see you. This is the first time I've been so far away from you. I couldn't eat well or sleep well these days, and I was even splashed with mud when I walked. Later I checked and realized that it was because I missed mud so much. All kinds of greasy and disgusting words came out of his mouth without any hesitation. and Suan got goosebumps from what he said. Too oily, whoever invented these words is truly a genius. I wanted to come to see you the day before yesterday, but I was afraid that I would disturb you because you were busy. I hesitated for 2 days until today when I finally mustered up the courage to enter the palace. Perhaps this is the reason why people feel more timid when they are close to home. As Suan spoke, he buried his head in the pair of white lotus-like legs, and bursts of sobbing sounds were heard. It smells so good. Ugh, so sad. The moment he saw the Empress, he knew it was a sure thing. After hearing what Suan said, the Empress felt uncomfortable all over. She had never heard such words before and she ignored all the loopholes in his words. There was a hint of subtle shyness in her awkward expression, and she even forgot why she was angry. Why is Xiaoanzi's mouth becoming more and more frivolous? Really? Okay, get up, she said calmly. No, Suan hugged the pair of jade legs and refused to let go. It's been too long since I saw your majesty, I want to be closer to your majesty. Forget it, whatever you want. The Empress gave up struggling. Seeing that Suan refused, he didn't dare to use force for fear of hurting him. His brother was already acting like a spoiled child, so he had to let him do what he wanted. Besides, there was nothing wrong with being close to Xiaoanzi. After all, she had been living like this since she was a child. It was just pampering her younger brother, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Your Majesty, you don't know that there is a demon dragon in Dongzhou. Suan began to report on his work. He described the experience of lying down completely under the protection of a group of subordinates as thrilling and exciting. Suan only glossed over the matters concerning women. However, neither of them seemed to be paying attention to this. Suan's attention was focused on his arms. As for the Empress, His Majesty. The palace door was suddenly pushed open upon hearing the news that Xiaoanzi had broken into His Majesty's bedroom. Qingling rushed over in a hurry, but she didn't know who she was worried about. Then, two heads, one up and one down, both looked towards her, one up and one down. Qingling was silent for a while, then quietly walked out and closed the door. Excuse me. Hey, shout Qingling, I told you not to go in. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 42. You are becoming more and more outrageous. Outside the hall, Hongxiao's teasing voice was heard, along with the sound of Qingling drawing her sword. The Empress turned her gaze back to Suan, and said with a fake smile, Little one, I heard that you got a lot of good things on this trip. If she hadn't seen the long sword Qingling was carrying just now, she would have been fooled by Xiaoanzi. The newly acquired Taoist sword Qingling was extremely precious. She was reluctant to even put it into her storage ring and always carried it with her. She knew that the sword was given to Qingling by Suan. Xiaoanzi has been feeling very proud lately, so big. Square, the Empress felt jealous that a Taoist sword could be given as a gift. Over the years, I haven't seen him give me anything. Suan's heart sank when he heard this. Fortunately, I was prepared. He unhurriedly released one hand, while keeping the other hand on his calf. Your Majesty, I was lucky enough to receive the inheritance left by a senior Yuanshan in Dongzhou, and obtained many treasures. I have carefully selected. Finally, I found a magic weapon that is barely worthy of your Majesty. I wanted to give it to your Majesty as a gift, but I thought that gifts should be given in person to show sincerity, so I deliberately wore it on my body, hoping to find a time to give it to your Majesty. I just forgot about it because I missed His Majesty so much when I saw him. As Suan spoke, a red jade hairpin appeared in her hand. The hairpin is rosy and translucent, with a lotus carved on the body. It is simple and rustic, yet elegant and graceful. What's even more valuable is that this hairpin actually exudes a certain spiritual energy and is actually the embryo of a spiritual treasure. A Lingbao embryo is a top-level Taoist tool that has the potential to grow into a Lingbao. The materials used are extraordinary. If it is properly nurtured, it may turn into a real Lingbao after 100 years. Compared with ordinary Taoist weapons, it is much more precious. Even from the perspective of jewelry, this hairpin is extremely beautiful. You are so thoughtful. The Empress was happy and a slight smile appeared on her face. It's not that he cares about a spiritual treasure embryo, but he is happy that his gift is of a higher level than Qingling's. There is no need to say what this means. Perhaps even the Empress of a country cannot escape the damn desire to compare. Your Majesty, let me put it on for you. Suan took the opportunity to say. He let go of her hand and sat down on the bed next to the Empress. At this distance, we can even feel each other's body temperature. I think you are becoming more and more outrageous, said the Empress dissatisfiedly. He actually dared to climb onto her bed without her permission. That's simply lawless. but although she said this, she didn't dodge or kick Suan away. Instead, she waited quietly for Suan to put the hairpin on her. Suan fiddled with the Empress's smooth hair, and quickly tied her hair up and inserted the hairpin into it. As for why he is so skilled, it is naturally because he has done his homework in advance. How beautiful! He exclaimed with genuine admiration. She has a graceful demeanor, a distant and virtuous look, delicate skin, well-proportioned bones and flesh, a straight nose, and slightly drooping eyes. Her Majesty is matched only by a hint of girlish cuteness, as if she were a goddess descended to earth. Even though he had seen this face countless times, it still amazed him. The corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly. Okay, let those little girls say these words. No, that won't work. After seeing Your Majesty, I realized what the most beautiful woman in the world looks like. The word beauty is prepared for Your Majesty. Suan flattered him sincerely as always. All right, let's go. I need to rest. The Empress was so satisfied and enjoyed it very much after hearing this. Although there were many people flattering her, no one dared to praise her like that since she became the emperor of the Shang dynasty. In fact, she didn't care about other people's praise, but Suan is different. In the past, Suan was scared to death as if he had seen a ghost when he saw her. He even secretly called her female Rakshasa. When she found out, he beat her up severely. I have never praised myself for being good-looking before. It is not sincere at all. And now Suan, who had always been stubborn, surrendered and very honestly praised her own beauty. One can imagine how proud the Empress was. If she wasn't trying to maintain her image, she would have laughed out loud 3 times. After a brief farewell with the Empress, Suan walked out of the palace and was met with Sister Hongshao's resentful gaze again. Your Majesty and Qingling both have gifts. What about her? She also covets Taoist magic weapons. Well, Sister Hongshao, no matter who I forget, I can never forget you. Suan flipped his palm, and a delicate small silver bracelet appeared in his hand. This is a magical weapon called the Qiankuan bracelet, and also a Taoist weapon, which is very effective in trapping and suppressing people. Considering that Hongshao doesn't use weapons often, Suan prepared this for her. Hee, Xiaoanzi, you know that your sister loves you well. Hongshao took the bracelet with a smile and put it on her slender wrist. Her 10 fingertips are as sharp as bamboo shoots and her wrists are like white lotus roots. Sister Hongshao's hands are more perfect than those hand models in her previous life, without a single flaw. These are a pair of jade hands that can be played with for a year. Hongshao gently pinched Suan's face with her jade hands and moved her head closer. Xiaoanzi, remember to come to the palace often to see your sister in the future. The warm breath sprayed on Suan's face, carrying with it a faint fragrance. The phrase breath like orchid took shape in his mind from then on. When facing the gentle Sister Hongshao, Suan could never be as strong as he was towards Qingling or Yi Liar. After leaving Taiyuan Palace, Suan thought for a while, then turned around and went to Sinang Palace, ready to accompany his mother and show his filial piety. This time, the Higan Bana organization given to him by his mother helped him a lot. Naturally, afterwards, there were some caring words like it's so dangerous outside the imperial capital and take care of yourself, which made Suan feel warm. After receiving Suan's gift, the Queen Mother was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She just said, you child. This beautiful woman really gave most of her love to Suan. In the end, Suan stayed with the Queen Mother and chatted until midnight before leaving the palace. If we continue talking, we will really have to stay overnight in the palace. When I returned to the Marquis Mansion, Yi Liar was still awake, waiting for Suan to come back. However, for Purple Mansion monks, sleep is actually not important anymore. Some hard-working monks even directly replace sleep with cultivation. Suan was no worse than those hard-working monks. He practiced the yin-yang Dao with Yi Liar until dawn. The next day, Tang Shiyun, who had just arrived at the Marquis Mansion, woke up early. She knew that she started practicing late, so she had to work harder. Otherwise, even if she had good talent, she would not be able to keep up with the young master, so she worked even harder. As for fun, you can put it aside. Shiyun, I'll accompany you to visit the imperial capital today. Suan found her and said, Okay, sir. Tang Shiyun immediately agreed happily. By the way, do you have anything to do today? Suan asked. Tang Shiyun quickly shook her head. No, I can accompany you all day today. As long as you want, Shiyun has time. You can practice at any time, but you don't have many opportunities to accompany the young master. Chapter 43, For Steps to a Poem. New protagonist. The two men traveled lightly, without any fanfare, and only brought two Shangnan with them as their bodyguard. The imperial capital is naturally prosperous, with officials, businessmen and wealthy people gathering on the streets. The lights are on, the long streets are lit up with neon lights, the flower streets are bustling with activity. It is a scene of a prosperous age, and the people of this imperial capital live like a painting. I in the market of the imperial capital, one can see specialties from all over the world. Even specialties from other races such as the dragon, phoenix, and golden crow are for sale. In this world, the capital of the Shang dynasty is the absolute center of the world. The two walk through the noisy market. Tang Shiyun inadvertently turned her head to look at Suan beside her, and ripples arose in her heart. She and the young master were on a date, so to speak. As I passed the street corner, I suddenly heard a noise ahead. Good poem. One more. Mr. Du, you can't be incapable, right? After some inquiries, I learned that there were people competing in poetry. In front to it was still the stupid son of the Chen family and the young master of Minister Du's family competing in poetry. Suan also became interested. With two Shangnan leading the way, other residents subconsciously avoided them. The two of them walked directly to the front. Chen Feng, if you can write another love poem as a monk, I'll count you as the winner. In the center of the crowd, Master Du, one of the two protagonists of the poetry duel, gritted his teeth. How is it possible to write a love poem as a monk? Mr. Du, aren't you being difficult? There was a lot of discussion around, and everyone was embarrassed by this topic and blamed Mr. Du. Buddhism was prevalent in the western desert west of Deshang. Although Buddhism was not popular in Deshang, people still had some understanding of monks. Buddhism emphasizes the purity of the six senses and the emptiness of the four elements. It is necessary to practice to cut off the desires for alcohol, sex, money, and power. Getting married is absolutely against the precepts. Isn't asking a monk to write love poems the same as asking a eunuch to enter the bridal chamber? But Mr. Du just insisted on this question and kept staring at Chen Feng. How difficult is that? Chen Feng smiled arrogantly when he heard that. Stop talking nonsense. Master Du didn't believe that someone could write love poems as a monk. Chen Feng looked at Mr. Du with contempt, thinking that the natives were just ignorant. He took 2 steps forward, his mouth opening. I was worried that my love would damage my Buddhist practice, and I was afraid that I would leave the city when I entered the mountains. He took 2 steps forward, thought for a while, and then continued, how can one achieve both in this world, without disappointing the Tathagata and without disappointing you? There was a sudden silence in the field. As if the still button had been pressed, no one spoke for a moment. After pausing for a few seconds, Great! Among the crowd, a tall, thin, straight-backed old man in a green shirt was the first to praise, what a great way to live up to the Tathagata and lover. First there was, don't you see the water of the Chin River comes from the sky, and now there is, don't disappoint the Tathagata, don't disappoint you. This boy has achieved great success in poetry. The Chin River is the largest river in the Shang dynasty. It runs through several states and flows through the imperial capital. Some passers-by recognized the old man as a great scholar from Baichuan Academy and were amazed when they heard his evaluation. A poem is written in 4 steps. Just 4 steps. Some people were amazed at the time it took Chen Feng to write the poem. The Shang dynasty was established for more than 100,000 years and had countless poets, but even so, the poems written by Chen Feng were extremely amazing. What's more, he is only in his 20s, genius, absolutely genius, good guy, absolutely good guy. Suan's eyes were shining, looking at what he had discovered, a brand new, unharvested leek. This world is really rich in protagonists. Chen Feng hadn't realized that he had been targeted. He was quite complacent, enjoying the flattery from the people around him, and looked at Mr. Du with contempt. He has accumulated 5,000 years of poetry. How can the poems written by a mere native of another world compare with his? When he saw Tang Shiyun standing in front of the crowd, out of the corner of his eyes lit up. A beautiful woman in a yellow dress, with an attractive aura, much more beautiful than the stars in his previous life. Being looked at by the beauty, he became even more imposing. Dubendu, you lost. Kneel down and apologize, then bark like a dog 3 times. Chen Feng, don't go too far. Master Du blushed and turned to leave. Suan did not continue to watch what happened next. Having become the target of the protagonist's slap in the face, Mr. Du would most likely suffer a bad outcome. The main thing today is to accompany Tang Shiyun shopping. The protagonist's information will be sent to the people of Bianhua for checking. He doesn't fight a battle without preparation. The fool of the Chen family is another typical protagonist character. Sir, is there something wrong with that man named Chen Feng? Tang Shiyun also felt that the poem was beautiful, but she was more concerned about the young master's attitude. Don't worry about it. Now is our time. Let's not talk about this. Suan took Tang Shiyun's hand and interlocked their fingers. Tang Shiyun's little heart started beating so fast that she couldn't care about anything else. He followed Suan closely and walked forward. After forcing Du Bendu to apologize, Chen Feng, who was pretending to be cool, turned his head handsomely and looked at the crowd again, but the fairy-like woman was no longer there. He raised his head and looked outside the crowd, only to find that the girl had left and was shyly holding the hand of another man. The most important thing was that the man seemed to be more handsome than him. Chen Feng's face fell instantly, and his good mood of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face was almost gone. It seems that she is a shallow and short-sighted woman. She is so beautiful, but she doesn't come to lick his lips, a great writer who can compose a poem in 4 steps, but instead follows a pretty boy native. No vision. The idiot from the Chen family suddenly came to his senses and started to speak nonsense. Then he competed with Du Bendu, the son of the Du family, in poetry for the perfume sachet of a prostitute? After returning to the Marquis mansion and looking at the information collected by the Higan Bana organization, Suan could only sigh that he was worthy of being the protagonist. Chen Feng is the only son of the Chen family, but because he was injured in the womb before birth, his soul is incomplete. He was in a daze after birth, and no famous doctors could help him. He was a well-known fool in the imperial capital. Until a few days ago, he suddenly recovered to normal and even spoke fluently. This typical plagiarism protagonist is relatively easy to deal with. However, this protagonist is not like the previous palace maids and eunuchs, nor is he a person without status. His father is General Chen Li of Huaihua, who has a certain prestige among military officers, so it is not easy to kill him directly. Speaking of Chen Li, he had some impression of him. He remembered that this man seemed to be a supporter of the eldest prince before. Perhaps he could start from this aspect. Suan sat in the Marquis mansion, enjoying Eliar's service, while thinking about how to create this new protagonist. The fact that Chen Feng could compose a poem in 4 steps made his reputation spread throughout the imperial capital. In addition, the great scholar of Baichuan Academy personally praised Chen Feng as a poetic talent that only appears once in 500 years, which made the matter even more sensational. Some people say that Chen Feng's previous ignorance was due to his spirit and soul leaving his body. Some people also said that Chen Feng was just pretending to be a fool before, and was actually a rare genius. In short, there were all kinds of strange and bizarre theories. Chapter 44. What should you call me? The poem I Will Not Let Down the Buddha and I Will Not Let You Down has aroused discussions among many girls who yearn for love. Some small families have even proposed marriage to the Chen family and wanted to form an alliance with them. Although we don't know what the talent of the young master of the Chen family is for cultivation, but with this talent for poetry recognized by the great Confucian scholar himself, he can achieve considerable success in practicing Confucianism and Taoism. Confucian and Taoist exercises are a variant of the current mainstream practice of Dishang. They almost abandon talent and place more emphasis on understanding. There is a saying that one day one will suddenly realize the truth and directly obtain the elixir of life. However, it has great limitations. Not only does it only increase lifespan a little, but there is no set method for cultivation. So far, no one has achieved the primordial spirit through Confucian and Taoist exercises. Therefore, it is not popular, and is not circulated among the lower classes. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was the season when winter chrysanthemums were in full bloom. Li Zixuan, the daughter of the minister of Taichung Temple, suddenly sent an invitation to a group of young talents to hold a poetry gathering in Baihua Garden to make friends through poetry. Li Zixuan was already a famous talented woman in the imperial capital, and her family background was also extraordinary. So many people were willing to give her this face, and Chen Feng, the former fool who wrote a poem that shocked the imperial capital not long ago, was naturally also invited. For the protagonist who wanted to show off, the poetry reading was an opportunity that could not be missed, so Chen Feng agreed without thinking. He doesn't want to be a genius in poetry, he wants to be the immortal poet of the Shang dynasty. Baihua Garden is worthy of its name of Baihua. It is a famous manor in the imperial capital, where hundreds of flowers are always in full bloom, the grass is fresh and green, and the charm is compelling. Like a paradise on earth, the breeze and flowing water are quiet and peaceful, and the pavilions and towers in between blend with the surrounding scenery, which is very soothing. This Baihua Garden is also the place where talented poets in the imperial capital most often hold poetry gatherings. Brother Chen, you're here. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chen who can compose a poem in 4 steps? I have long heard of your great name, Master Chen. I have the honor of reading your poems. What? It's the Chen Feng who wrote "Don't you see the water of Qin River coming from the sky?" A group of scholars surrounded a handsome young man at the door and walked towards the garden. Chen Feng nodded to these people reservedly, with a noble look, while his eyes were searching around. I heard that the organizer of the poetry meeting, Li Zixuang, is not only a famous talented woman in the imperial capital, but also one of the 4 great beauties in the imperial capital. The so-called 4 beauties of the imperial capital were actually selected by some gossipers and were not very authoritative. However, the fact that she was selected as one of the 4 beauties was enough to illustrate Li Zixuang's beauty. Chen Feng must have a good look at this kind of beauty. Last time when they were competing in poetry on the street, he was ignored by the woman in the yellow skirt and felt depressed for a long time, but I think that woman must be a vulgar person who doesn't understand his amazing poetic talent. Li Zixuang, who is hosting the poetry gathering this time, is known as a talented woman with outstanding talent and learning. As long as she comes up with a few poems that are stunning enough, she will surely attract the attention of beauties, and even a kiss from her is not impossible. With a foundation in poetry from his previous life, Chen Feng is full of confidence in his talent. At the same time, a private room in Baihua Garden. Suan, are you going to deal with that Chen Feng this time? Li Zixuang first helped Suan put on his clothes, and then wiped his buttocks, used her magic power to flick off some of the dirt on her body, and put on her clothes. What did you call me? Suan raised his eyebrows. Master, master. Li Zixuang bit the corner of her mouth lightly and called out this title shyly. This bad guy always likes to force her to shout out such shameful names. She is one of the 4 great beauties in the imperial capital, the dream lover of countless men, a pure and talented woman in the imperial capital, but at this moment she has to humbly call the man in front of her master. This feeling. I'm actually a little excited just thinking about it. Li Zixuang didn't know what was wrong with her, maybe. She was broken from that day on. After witnessing the fierce battle between Suan and Yi Liar while practicing the Yin Yang Dao, I was ruined. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Suan knocked. This woman is just too curious. Oh. Li Zixuan looked at Suan aggrievedly. Suan shook his head helplessly and asked, under what circumstances do you think a person's temperament would suddenly change, allowing a fool who has never been to school to suddenly become a famous poetic genius? You probably don't believe the rumors out there about being gifted by God. Li Zixuang frowned slightly upon hearing this and thought carefully, could it be that he has gone astray? But that doesn't make sense. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said in surprise, could it be possession? Maybe. Suan did not respond directly to Li Zixuang's guess. It seems that he is not the only one in the imperial capital who suspects that Chen Feng has been possessed by another spirit. There are always many smart people. Chen Feng was too high profile, and such a huge change would hard not to arouse suspicion, but Chen Feng's father Chen Li didn't say anything, so others didn't say much either. Suan speculated not without malicious intent that Chen Li might think that his current son was better than his previous stupid son, and that it didn't matter whether he had taken over another's body or not. Of course, it is also possible that he has awakened his memories of past lives. Like him, but Suan thinks it is unlikely. If the memory is awakened, the influence of the memory of this life should account for a larger proportion. Just like Suan, because he is an LSP in this life, he is still an LSP after awakening the memory of the past life, and his personality has not changed much. All I can say is that it was all because of the corrupt living environment in this life that tainted his originally noble mind, but Chen Feng is different. He has a sense of detachment and superiority, as if he is looking at this new world with the eyes of an outsider. He has not integrated into this world. If he had only awakened his memories of his past life, he would not have had this sense of detachment. I don't know if the person who brought you here was the truck driver. A cruel smile appeared on Suan's face. But, I must be the one to send you back, if you can still go back. The format of the poetry reading was completely different from what Chen Feng had imagined. He sat there gloomily, watching those talented people competing in poetry. As for the desire to show off, he had no intention of doing so and could only concentrate on drinking, because what those people competed in the first round was the top-knot poetry, that is to say, use the last 4 words of each line of poetry as the beginning of the second line of poetry, write 2 sentences with 14 words, and expanded into a 28-word 7-word quatrain, requiring the sentences to be fluent and meaningful for Chen Feng, who had only learned some ancient poetry in class and read some famous poems on the internet. He really didn't know anything at all. A fake sophistication is just fake sophistication after all. It has never been tested. Then everyone started competing in palindrome poetry, requiring that the poem be read not only forward but also backward. For example, with dry eyes I look at the distant mountains across the water. How many people have I seen before? And how many of them understand my heart? Can also be read reversely as how many times have I seen my heart, and how many times have I known my heart? With dry eyes I look at the distant mountains across the water. Chen Feng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He still didn't know how to do this. What a weird request. Chapter 45. How can a scholar's work be called plagiarism? He was very upset and continued to drink. Couldn't they just recite the poems properly at the poetry meeting? It was just a mess. What a bunch of sour and pedantic scholars. I thought I would be the center of attention at the poetry reading and attract the attention of countless talented ladies and beautiful women, but I ended up sitting on the bench. He looked at Suen's seat in the first place. This man hadn't recited any poems and hadn't shown any talent, so how could he attract so many people's attention? Those so-called talented people were flattering him, and from time to time there were women throwing flirtatious glances at Suen, making Chen Feng so jealous. It's great to be handsome and have a high status. Isn't it just that he is a little bit more handsome and has a little bit higher status than him? A bunch of superficial women. These benefits should obviously belong to him. He didn't recognize that Suen was the man he complained about as a pretty boy a few days ago. Brother Chen, why don't you go up and show off your poetic talent? At this time, someone noticed Chen Feng drinking alone, and couldn't help but said, I still want to see Brother Chen compose a poem in 4 steps. Chen Feng forced a smile and refused. No, these rigid competitions are boring. The man was choked by Chen Feng and could only think that Chen Feng was arrogant and unwilling to play with them, then ignore him. After that, Chen Feng sat in the corner for most of the day, and his butt was sore from sitting. Finally, everyone, it's boring to just compete like this. How about I give you a question and everyone can improvise a poem based on it? As the organizer of the poetry gathering, Li Zixuang spoke. Okay. Do as Miss Li says. Chen Feng instantly perked up and agreed loudly. At this moment, his face was flushed and he was a little drunk from drinking. The others looked strange when they saw this. Why did Chen Feng react so strongly to just a change of mode? Li Zixuang still maintained a gentle smile. Now is the season when winter chrysanthemums are in full bloom. Why don't we improvise a poem on the theme of chrysanthemums? Other talented men and women also became interested after listening to this. Chrysanthemum, this is a very good question. I'll go first. Not competing with the blooming flowers, the winter buds are more fragrant in the evening. Brother Gong Yang is so talented. The subtle fragrance creeps into the room, and the autumn is even more evident. It stands proudly in the frost and snow, not following the other flowers in bloom. Good poem, good poem. Poems about chrysanthemums appeared at the poetry meeting, pushing the atmosphere of the meeting to a climax. What kind of crap poems are these? They are just a bunch of losers. This time, Chen Feng finally regained his confidence. He looked at those talented people who were thinking hard with disdain and said loudly, I'll do it. I have a 5th poem about drinking, please enjoy it. He stood up unsteadily, and glanced at Li Zixuang's position with a slight drunkenness, with a hint of fiery passion in his eyes. Such a beauty belongs to a protagonist like him, but Li Zixuang didn't look at him at all. Instead, she looked at Suen, who was sitting in the main seat with some intoxication. Ahem. Chen Feng's face turned completely dark and he cleared his throat deliberately to attract everyone's attention. The poetry reading fell silent for a moment, with everyone watching in silence, waiting for Chen Feng's masterpiece. Chen Feng took a deep breath and looked provocatively at Suen, who had been stealing his limelight. Just wait until you shock everyone, and Miss Li will definitely look at you with new eyes. Then he picked up the sake on the table and poured it directly into his mouth, imitating Li Bai's example. As a result, he choked accidentally and coughed several times. He patted his chest and took a deep breath, then he said with a red face, I built my hut in a human world, but there is no noise of carriages and horses. I ask you how you can do that. I pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, and leisurely see the southern mountains. I want to explain but I have forgotten the words. As soon as the poem was finished, the place became noisy again. Hiss, I built my house in a human world, but without the noise of carriages and horses. This is the artistic conception. This poem is wonderful. Wonderful. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains, what a leisurely scene. I just always feel that Mr. Chen's tone when he recites poetry is a little off. The poem expresses a sense of seclusion and a hermit's demeanor. If I just listened to the poem, I would think it was written by an old man. I don't know how Chen Feng could do it at his age. Drinking number 5, are there 4 more poems before it? Someone else realized the problem with the title. I wonder if Brother Chen could recite the first 4 poems. They must be astounding works. Why not read them out so that we can enjoy them together? In addition to praise, many people also became curious. Chen Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He just recited the poem casually and forgot to change the title of the poem because he spoke too quickly. Asked Nima. In his heart, he cursed those people who raised the questions. He didn't even know what the 4 songs were before drinking. The textbook doesn't teach this. He supported himself on the table and explained, "This poem is what I felt when I was free. As for the first 4 poems, they are not well written, so I won't mention them here." Many people reluctantly believed this explanation. Then who knows whether you copied it or not? At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. When everyone looked over, they saw that it was Du Bendu, who had been slapped in the face by Chen Feng not long ago. He also came to attend the poetry reading. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. This kid really got it right. It's possible. That's right. Chen Feng was clearly a fool a few days ago. How could he suddenly become a genius in poetry? Several more voices sounded at the same time, as if they had been agreed upon. These questioning voices instantly made Chen Feng's face turn red, and he became anxious. These are all my original creations, I didn't plagiarize. How can what a scholar does be called plagiarism? He just wants to promote the 5,000-year-old culture in another world. Ha, if you are not plagiarizing, then write a few more poems about chrysanthemums. Du Bendu laughed. What the adult said was indeed right. As soon as he was mentioned about plagiarism, Chen Feng became anxious. It seems that this kid picked up a lost collection of poems from somewhere. He was actually scared by this kid last time. It was really wrong. He was actually forced to kneel down and bark like a dog. Thinking of this, Du Bendu's desire to kill Chen Feng became even stronger. That's not difficult. Chen Feng, who was already half drunk, boasted, "Don't even mention a few songs, I can make dozens or even hundreds of them." Okay, then 100 songs. Du Bendu made the decision immediately after hearing that. Today he will expose this shameless plagiarist and save his own face. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. What kind of person is he? He was just saying it. Why do you take it seriously? Don't you dare? If you don't dare, just bark 3 times after school. Du Bendu said with contempt. Who doesn't dare? The half-drunk Chen Feng didn't have much room for thinking. The alcohol had corroded most of his nerves, and he could no longer tell that this was actually a completely unfair fight. Chapter 46. The Emperor takes turns. Next year it's my turn. Normally speaking, although Chen Feng drank some alcohol, it would not be to this extent. Unfortunately, someone added something to the wine, and the drug's effect had already begun to take effect. Chrysanthemum, chrysanthemum. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Feng got stuck. By the way, what ancient poem about chrysanthemums did we learn in school? For a moment, he really couldn't remember it. After all, who would have the time to memorize so many ancient poems? Isn't it going to work? Seeing this, Du Bendu showed a mocking expression and said, "Why don't you just admit that you plagiarized?" Who said I can't do it? Chen Feng slapped his thigh and suddenly thought of a chrysanthemum poem that was popular on the internet. He recited it out loud without thinking. Isn't it just the chrysanthemum? Listen carefully. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flower will bloom and all other flowers will die. The fragrance will spread through the capital, and the whole city will be covered with golden armor. Although Chen Feng was already very drunk and had some slurred speech when reciting poems, he still learned from his previous lesson and changed Chang'an to Daijing. Okay. Another famous poem that will be passed down. It's a good poem, but it sounds a bit murderous. The poem seems to contain a sense of resentment. Seeing that everyone was shocked by him, Chen Feng raised his head proudly, and the depression that had been suppressed and unable to stand out was swept away. He continued to speak, "There is more. The west wind blows all over the yard, the flowers are cold and the fragrance is cold, and butterflies are hard to come. If I become the Green Emperor in the future, I will reward the peach blossoms with blooming together." These two poems are considered representative works of chrysanthemum poems on the internet. If I become the Green Emperor in the future, this poem. Someone began to stutter. The word emperor cannot be used casually in the Shang dynasty. In the past, those who reached the Yuanshan realm dared to call themselves emperors, such as Emperor Taishu. However, since the founding of the Great Shang dynasty, no one in the Great Shang dynasty dared to call themselves emperor except Emperor Shang. Besides, the title of Green Emperor, I heard that Chen Feng's father once supported the eldest prince. But after the current emperor came to power, his father was demoted and has never been reused. Someone in the crowd spoke secretly, and then several voices responded. It is said that Chen Li is resentful about this matter. Could it be that Chen Feng is, hiss, the previous song was about grievances, this one is about great ambitions, hiss this. When everyone heard what the previous few people said and thought about it carefully, they were shocked for a moment. The sky-high incense array penetrates the imperial capital, and the whole city is covered with golden armor. Hiss, I remember that Chen Feng's father was once rewarded by the previous emperor with a set of Tianlong summoning golden armor, and most of his soldiers also wore golden helmets. The more I think about it, the more it seems like it. This is an anti-poetry. Du Bendu was overjoyed. As expected, what the Marquis said was right. This kid Chen Feng has some big problems. His Du family had never gotten along with the Chen family, otherwise he would not have deliberately gone out of his way to cause trouble for that fool Chen Feng. Now it seems that not only Chen Feng, but also Chen Feng's father will be in trouble. It's really gratifying. Chen Feng, you are so resentful, are you dissatisfied with His Majesty? A calm and steady voice sounded. However, it was Suan, who had been sitting in the main seat, who stood up. The rest of the people were all silent. This man was a close minister of His Majesty, whom His Majesty trusted and had tremendous power. He had just overthrown the Ji family not long ago. He heard the anti-poem written by Chen Feng, and it seemed that he was in trouble. Your Majesty? Chen Feng replied vaguely and sneered. Oh, she's just a woman. The emperor takes turns to be the emperor. It will be my turn next year. After he finished speaking, he could no longer hold on, his body went limp, and he fell on the chair, unconscious. The fool from the Chen family still has such ambition, or, this is actually what Chen Li meant. Everyone looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. It exploded. This time it really exploded. Just now there might have been doubts as to whether it was an anti-poem, but now that the emperor has taken over, there is really no room for excuses. The Shang dynasty lasted for 120,000 years, clearing the world and suppressing rebellions. There may have been turmoil during this period, but it never affected the rule of the Shang dynasty. Even a strong family like the Ji family had to accept the punishment from the Shang dynasty obediently and did not even dare to resist. Many people even believe that the concept of Deshang has existed since the beginning of the world. Emperor Shang was born to be the ruler of all people and the master of heaven and earth. Now if someone suddenly jumps out and shouts, the emperor takes turns, it's my turn next year, that would cause an uproar. The guards of the Chen family who were sent to protect Chen Feng were even more shocked. This young master is even worse than the previous fool. An older guard managed to keep his sanity. He walked in and bowed to apologize to everyone. Gentlemen, Miss Li, Lord Su, my son got drunk and said some nonsense. I hope you can forgive me. If you ignore his shaking legs, he does look very sensible. Then he carried the drunk Chen Feng on his shoulders and prepared to take him home to wait for the head of the family to make a decision. Suan looked at these people without saying a word, with anger in his eyes. The others were all silent upon seeing this. Even Du Bendu didn't dare to show any joy at this time. Chen Feng, the Chen family, are so brave. Suan flicked his sleeves and turned away. The others could sense the Marquis's anger, but they all kept silent and did not dare to speak. Turning his back, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Suan's mouth, but it quickly disappeared. This Chen Feng is really cooperative. The drug he gave Chen Feng only made him unconscious, but it did not control his ability to speak. He was just giving some guidance. But these words were Chen Feng's own thoughts. What a good teamwork. I skipped a few steps that I had prepared for the next step, and I thought it would be a little troublesome. It looks like I'll be able to go back to my old ways and raid houses soon. the talented people present at the meeting did not dare to spread any news about Chen Feng's remarks, but after leaving the meeting, I couldn't help but talk about it with people around me, and specifically reminded them not to talk nonsense. In addition, Su manufactured the fishing reel with malicious intent. Afterwards, the entire imperial capital knew that Chen Feng was planning a rebellion. Soon after, another passerby accidentally discovered a poem written on the wall of Chen's mansion. The king has violated the principles of the ministers and has corrupted the 5 constant virtues. The Chen family will never come to Shang again. This involves the entire Chen family. Not long after, another anti-poem was accidentally found in Chen Feng's study by a servant of the Chen family, and was accidentally seen by an outsider when he went out to buy groceries. The Lingxiao Palace has not been his for a long time. It has been passed down by the kings of all generations. I should be the one to be respected as a strong man. Only heroes dare to compete for the first place. Let's not discuss whether Chen Feng, the former fool, actually has such a thing as a study room, or why the servants of the Chen family would carry this poem with them when they go shopping for groceries. In short, this is just adding fuel to the fire and pouring water out of the frying pan. Chen Feng's father was still in the army. He was taken under control as soon as he received the news. He didn't even have time to explain. This time, Chen Feng, who had done something terrible, just woke up and looked confused. What happened to me? What's wrong, Chen Feng? You've done something wrong. A sneer reached Chen Feng's ears. Chapter 47. Someone, help Mr. Chen wake up. It was Lord Su who stole his limelight. Chen Feng recognized the person vaguely except for Su, and everyone dressed in prison guard uniform also looked at Chen Feng coldly. Who are you and why are you coming to my house? Chen Feng asked in confusion, not fully understanding the situation. How come that pretty boy from the poetry gathering came to my house? Home? It seems you don't know where this is. Suan waved his hand behind him. Someone, help Master Chen wake up. The 2 jailers immediately walked up with a grim smile. You, what are you going to do? Bang! You dare to hit me? Bang! What on earth are you going to do? Bang! My father is Chen Li. Bang, whoa whoa, bang. Well, I'm exhausted. My dad won't let you go. Chen Feng's cheeks were swollen and his words were a little slurred. Bang bang bang. Ha, we are so scared. How about you, Master Chen? Condescend to look to the left. Hearing Chen Feng's threat, a jailer laughed and pointed to his left. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in prison clothes being locked up in the cell next to him. His body was covered with whip marks, and his hands and feet were shackled with soul locks. He lowered his head and looked dejected at father. Seeing this familiar figure, Chen Feng's voice became sharp and trembling. His father was a general in the imperial court and a high-ranking figure in the army, yet he was thrown into a cell. Hearing Chen Feng's shout, Chen Li suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Feng with extreme hatred. You old devil, you are pretending to be a bastard. You took my son's body and then spoke nonsense, dragging my Chen family to death. You deserve to die. Why didn't I slap you to death at the beginning? When Chen Li saw Chen Feng, who had regained consciousness a few days ago, he vaguely felt that his soul was not in harmony with his body. However, he was like a possessed person at that time. Seeing that Chen Feng still respectfully called him dad, he actually thought that this was not bad, so he did not expose it. Who could have thought that just a few days would bring such a devastating disaster to the Chen family? Ever since the eldest prince failed, he has been acting cautiously and prudently, but in the end he failed here. He regrets it. Chen Feng was now completely desperate. It's over. What the hell are you wearing? Others traveled through time and space to show off and pick up girls, and reach the pinnacle of life, but why do I have to go to jail when I traveled through time and space? Tell me, why do you want to rebel? Suan sat on the big chair brought by the jailer and asked in a deep voice. I didn't. Chen Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Didn't he just recite 2 poems to show off? How could it be considered a rebellion? Bang. Why rebel? I didn't, bang. Chen Feng is still somewhat conscious now. He knows that he must never admit to rebellion. No matter how he is beaten, he will hold on to his words and refuse to give in, but it didn't help. Cast the soul-eating curse. Suan ordered. A jailer nearby immediately used his magic power to cast a bloody skull-shaped curse seal into Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng looked at the curse in horror, but his body was held down and he couldn't dodge at all. In less than a moment, he couldn't help screaming, his skin turned red and twitched, and his eyes rolled back. This soul-devouring curse was a small spell used for torture and forced confessions that was modified by the Great Shang based on certain magic spells. It can directly cause pain to act on a person's soul without hurting the body, but this kind of pain is 10 times stronger than having thousands of ants gnawing at your heart and sprinkling salt on your wounds. Even cultivators with a strong heart of Tao would find it difficult to endure it. As for Chen Feng, a person who has just traveled through time, how strong is his willpower? After a round of soul-devouring curse was over, Chen Feng seemed to be dehydrated. His lips were bloodless and his eyes were dull. "Why do you want to rebel?" Suan asked again. I was wrong, I rebelled. Is it related to Chen Li? Yes. Chen Feng replied weakly, although everything has nothing to do with Chen Li, but now, no matter what Suan said, Chen Feng didn't dare to admit it. He would rather die than experience that feeling a second time. Zhong Yuan, Li Qi, Ping Sanyan, are these people your accomplices? Tell the truth. These people are the remnants of the eldest prince's faction who have not been completely dealt with. Very good. After interrogating for a few sentences, Suan threw the photo stone to the jailer and stood up. The prisoner has confessed, the evidence is irrefutable, his crime is extremely heinous, kill him on the spot. Bang! With one palm strike, only a pool of blood and mud remained on the spot, then another round of purple flame rose up, turning the pool of blood mud into nothingness. Ding! The host tortured the protagonist Chen Feng into confession and forced him to death. The villain will be rewarded with a value of 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist. The gold finger dropped. Convincing halo, your words will be more convincing. The system's prompt sound made Suan a little dissatisfied. What do you mean by tortured into confession? It was obviously Chen Feng who was influenced by me, found his conscience, and voluntarily went to die. After complaining, he glanced at the place where Chen Feng was and saw a jade pendant left behind. Suan let out a light and went forward to pick up the jade pendant. The jade pendant was able to survive the flame of the true young pearl, which showed that it was not an ordinary object. He held it in his hand and sent his spiritual thoughts towards the jade pendant. After a careful investigation, nothing unusual was found. At this moment, the Taishu immortal palace in his body shook slightly, and the jade pendant vibrated instantly, revealing some spatial fluctuations. Could it be the key to some secret realm? Suan guessed and put away the jade pendant. If nothing unexpected happens, this jade pendant should be one of Chen Feng's original opportunities, keep it for now. Then Suan checked the halo of conviction. Chen Feng had no knowledge of literature at all, but no one doubted him when he copied a few poems. This halo must have played a significant role. If I hadn't arranged people to disrupt this poetry gathering, I'm afraid Chen Feng would have really put on a show. However, the effect of this halo is limited. Just like Du Bendu and several other people arranged by him, when they received orders from him to make things difficult for Chen Feng, even if they believed that what Chen Feng said was true, they would not stop making things difficult for him. After completing the goal of killing the protagonist, Suan left the prison. As for the protagonist's father Chen Li and several other people who were betrayed, the consequence waiting for them would probably be execution. Are you trying to say that you have solved my problem again? In Taiyuan Palace, Su Ruwashi looked at Suan with some headache. It is my duty to help your majesty with his worries and difficulties. I have only done what I should do and fulfilled my duty as a minister. Your majesty does not need to reward me. Suan looked like a loyal and brave man, which gave the empress even more headache. Did I say I'd reward you? I'll just hit the snake with the stick. You wrote the last two poems, right? They're quite literary, Shaoanzi. The empress narrowed her eyes slightly, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Chapter 48, Sitting as Emperor? The king has violated the principles of the ministers. The strong should be respected. It seems that you have become much stronger after this trip. You have learned that the strong should be respected. Your majesty is very observant. Suan admitted it straightforwardly, then he slid to the bedside with familiar kneeling movements, placed the empress's pair of jade feet on his legs, and began to massage them diligently. Both eyes were staring at the empress eagerly. Isn't this the anti-poem that Chen Feng wrote first? Besides, Chenli helped the eldest prince to be the enemy of your majesty many times, and even spoke wildly and insulted your majesty in public. I have disliked him for a long time. Furthermore, I am thinking, if Chen Feng can write a poem in rebellion, how can Chenli not have rebellious intentions? It's just that I couldn't find any evidence at the moment, and I was anxious to help your majesty, so I had no choice but to take the initiative to create some evidence. As he spoke, Suan's hands became stronger and stronger, kneading and pressing, making the empress's face relax a little with comfort. You know what, Xiaoanzi's skills have improved a lot, and the massage is quite comfortable. Maybe in the future she could invite him into the palace to give her foot massages more often. Then you really have a kind heart. I have a sincere heart. By the way, your majesty, the traitor Chen Feng also left behind a jade pendant. It's your reward. The empress waved her hand indifferently. The hall was quiet for a while. Xiaoanzi, do you want to be emperor? She suddenly asked. If this question had been asked to another minister or member of the royal family, he would probably be terrified and prepare to be beheaded, or simply hang himself to avoid implicating his clan. But Suan just pressed more diligently, looking at the empress with peerless beauty in front of him. Become the emperor? It sounds really exciting. He still resisted the huge temptation and shook his head firmly. Your majesty, I am a loyal and righteous person with no other thoughts in my mind. I only wish to be your pillar and do my best to help you govern Dishang. The words were powerful and meticulous. To be my pillar, you, Xiaoanzi, must practice hard. The empress smiled. The mere purple mansion realm is far from enough. After all, this world is ruled by strength. I obey the decree. Suan responded, it seems that this matter is over. I've already taken care of those beginnings and ends for you. Be more careful next time. The empress reminded him again. She was talking about the frame-up done by Suan, which was too dirty. Thank you, your majesty. You are so kind. Suan nodded obediently. What a young man who listened carefully to his punishment. Go down. Okay. After coming out of the palace, Suan also breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Ruwashi still dotes on him. If there were another monarch, he would not tolerate a minister who wrote anti-government poems. I really want to crown Sister Ruwashi the best monarch of the year. As for those tricks to frame him, he left them there deliberately. If it is handled too cleanly, it will easily arouse suspicion. A smart but stupid younger brother is just right. Qingzhou is a prefecture located in the middle reaches of the 72 prefectures of the Shang dynasty. There are billions of living beings, and it is prosperous. The overall strength is not much different from that of Dongzhou. Various sects coexist, and there are no great cultivators in the Yuanshan realm. The Tianshui sect is one of the dominant sects in Qingzhou. Its leader, Mu Ningxin, was a genius of his generation. He broke through the pure yang when he was over 100 years old, and reached the peak of pure yang when he was 500 years old. He overwhelmed all the strong men in Qingzhou and was hailed as the one who was most likely to touch the realm of Yuanshan in the Qingzhou cultivation world. It was under her leadership that the Tianshui sect flourished. Before her, the Tianshui sect had already declined to the level of a second-rate sect. Mu Ningxin is not only extremely talented, but also extremely beautiful. It is said that when she first emerged, she amazed countless cultivators and had countless admirers. It's just that Mu Ning was so focused on cultivation that he had no time to be distracted, and he was extremely cold towards his suitors. If there is someone who keeps pestering me, at the very least I will scold him and refuse him, at the worst I will just hit him directly. If he dares to pester me again, I will not hold back. Unfortunately, Mu Ningxin's cultivation was extremely fast and he had already reached the pure yang state, so no means of intimidation could be used. There was once a young master of a sect who refused to believe in evil. Relying on the fact that there were 3 veteran pure yang masters in his sect, he spoke wildly in public. He said that if Mu Ning really disagreed, he would bring people to destroy the Tianshui sect and capture all the female practitioners of the Tianshui sect and keep them in captivity for fun. In fact, it was just talk in essence, but who would have thought that Mu Ningxin would take it seriously after hearing it? Then the sect disappeared. Mu Ningxin, alone with his sword, cut off the heads of 3 Chunyang at the cost of minor injuries, and wiped out the entire sect. As for the young master, his cultivation and limbs were destroyed, and he died in agony while lying on the ruins of his own sect. This behavior also made many cultivators realize that Mu Ning was really cold-blooded, and not the kind of soft-hearted female cultivator who could be easily manipulated. Those pursuers can only leave with regret. Inspired by Mu Ningxin's deeds, other Tianshui sect cultivators also followed Mu Ningxin's example, focusing on cultivation and being indifferent to emotional relationships. The number of female cultivators from the Tianshui sect who married out of their hometowns decreased significantly. This is a great regret for the monks in Qingzhou. You know, Tianshui sect is rich in beauties, and every one of them is highly sought after, and now there are two great pure yang masters in the Tianshui sect. Besides Muningzhen, the other one is Muningzhen's eldest disciple, Fengluan, the eldest sister of the Tianshui sect. There are rumors that this Fengluan is not a human, but there is no evidence to support this rumor, and most people just treat it as a joke. The purple mansion has reached its peak. After waking up from another sleep, Qingyun felt secretly happy as he felt the growing power in his body. A master and senior sisters don't know their true level of cultivation. On the surface, he seemed to have just entered the fetal breath, but in fact, he was about to break through the life pill and step into the level of a strong man. His cultivation speed far exceeded that of his peers. Xiao Yun. The eldest sister stood outside the door, looking at Qingyun's sleepy appearance, and sighed secretly. Even though they had repeatedly stressed the importance of cultivation to his junior brother, Qingyun only listened and let it go in one ear and out the other. It would be fine if it was just his lack of cultivation, but she was afraid that when Qingyun's lifespan was running out and he realized the importance of cultivation, he would go astray. After all, with Qingyun's cultivation level at the fetal breathing stage and a lifespan of 200 years, he and others would probably still be in their youth until he was about to die of old age. If I could achieve nirvana successfully at that time, I could use the fetal blood to prolong Xiaoyun's life. She had already begun to consider Qingyun's lifespan. Senior sister. Qingyun scratched his head and smiled innocently, completely unaware of what the senior sister was thinking. Second senior sister, you are here too. Seeing Chuyin standing behind the senior sister, he was surprised at first, and then he quickly greeted her to cover up his gaffe. Today's second senior sister is so beautiful. Chapter 49. Second senior sister's friend Chuyin actually had a light makeup on her face today. Normally, she is already a stunning beauty without makeup. Now, with a little makeup on, she is even more beautiful than a fairy, so beautiful that she can shame flowers and the moon. Second senior sister was actually wearing makeup. Qingyun had never seen her wearing makeup before, so he was a little confused. By the way, your second senior sister's friend is coming to visit Tianshui sect today, so you should get ready, said the eldest senior sister. Friend, Qingyun was stunned. Second senior sister's friend couldn't be a man, and he even put on makeup. The thought of this possibility made him feel annoyed. No, I must have been wrong. With second senior sister's rude personality towards other men, how could she have any good male friends? Although Qingyun and his senior sisters had never had any close contact and their relationship was more like that of family members, it was undeniable that he had a possessive desire in his heart that he himself was not aware of. She wanted to prevent all men from approaching her senior sisters. At noon, a huge immortal boat landed in front of Tianshui sect. The disciples of Tianshui sect were all on alert. Step back, he is my friend. Chu Yin's voice sounded. Greetings, Elder Feng, Elder Chu, and Junior Master Uncle. The disciples let down their guard upon hearing this. Who is this person? He has such a grand ceremony and even needs second and first senior sister to come and greet him personally. Qingyun said impatiently while looking at the immortal boat. The immortal boat stopped, and a group of 3 people floated down from it, 2 women and 1 man, still a familiar configuration. Seeing the leading man, a hint of excitement flashed across Chu Yin's face, but thinking of the current occasion, she just flew to Su En's side and greeted him reservedly. Mr. Su. Miss Chu. The two of them looked quite normal and not too close, but Qingyun still frowned and felt annoyed. Senior sister Chu was so attentive that she ran over to greet a man with a smile on her face. Second senior sister has never smiled so brightly even to him. This feeling. Qingyun felt upset. Feng Luan from the Tianshui sect greets Lord Su. The eldest senior sister, who was standing aside without moving, also greeted him. She saw Qingyun's expression and nodded secretly in her heart. Of course, she did all this on purpose, otherwise, there would be no need for Qingyun, a cultivator in the fetal breathing stage, to welcome Suan. However, seeing that her junior brother was so lazy, and just happened to hear from her junior sister Chuyin that this marquis had extraordinary talent, she wondered if she could use a male cultivator with great talent to motivate Qingyun. After all, Xiaoyun usually only saw these female cultivators or other female cultivators from the Tianshui sect, and rarely saw male cultivators of the same generation, and they are quite fond of this junior brother, so it is possible that Qingyun has no desire to compete with them. Is it Fairy Feng? I didn't expect that Fairy Feng would come to greet me personally. I am really flattered. Suan also cupped his hands and bowed slightly to Feng Yuan. A cultivator in the pure yang realm is already at the top of the cultivation world. Without his primordial spirit revealed, he is already a top-tier cultivator, so his status is naturally extraordinary. Even though he is a marquis, he will not put on airs if the other party is not his enemy. Hey, who is this? He looked at Qin Yun standing beside him with a surprised expression. As soon as he got off the immortal boat, Suan noticed Qin Yun. A man standing in the Tianshui sect where all the cultivators are female is really too much of an eyesore. What's more, this person seems to be quite hostile towards me. This is my junior fellow apprentice named Qin Yun. He joined our Tianshui sect by accident 20 years ago. Feng Yuan explained, but she did not say what the accident was. Xiao Yun, quickly call Lord Su. Qin Yun glanced at Suan calmly without saying anything. Xiao Yun. Feng Yuan frowned slightly and called out again. Oh, Lord Su. Qin Yun replied perfunctorily. Chu Yin, who was beside Suan, frowned and looked at Qin Yun. How could Xiao Yun be like this? It was so rude. I'm sorry, Lord Su, Xiao Yun is a little shy. Feng Yuan helped Qin Yun explain. She also didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so hostile towards the suddenly appearing Lord Su. It's okay, he's a little brother with personality, and heroes emerge from youth. Suan smiled indifferently. A dark look flashed across his eyes. The only male disciple in a sect comprised entirely of female practitioners. It looks like he's another protagonist. Qin Yun curled his lips in dissatisfaction with Suan's tone of eldership. Lord? I'm afraid he's another playboy who relies on his family background. What Qin Yun despised the most was this group of playboys. Suan ignored Qin Yun and looked at Feng Yuan, the second strongest person in Tianshui sect. Feng Xianzi, you are Miss Chu's senior sister, so just call me Su, and calling me Marquis is too polite. Then I will call you Mr. Su. Please follow me, Mr. Su. Feng Yuan said reservedly. She had no ill will towards her junior sister's friends, but she wouldn't get too close to them either. However, she did not realize that when facing Suan, she did not have the same wary attitude as when she talked with other monks before. I've heard from my junior sister that Master Su is a genius of his generation. He has already cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm at such a young age. Now I see that Master Su is even more talented than the rumors say. On the way, Feng Yuan mentioned it as if casually. She was indeed amazed at Suan's talent. Although he was about the same age as Xiao Yun, he had already cultivated to the late stage of Purple Mansion. His talent was definitely first class in the world, almost as good as that of her master. Moreover, his family background is extraordinary and he has a being at the peak of the life pill level as his bodyguard. She glanced at Tu Shengnan and could feel the power in Tu Shengnan's body that was more powerful than that of a real dragon. She was probably not far from the pure Yang realm. No wonder he could win the favor of junior sister Chu. Although Suan and Chu Yin did not act intimately or ambiguous, she could see Chu Yin's frequent glances at Suan. If she had no thoughts in her mind, she would not believe that she, a junior sister who aspires to become a master, would have such a male friend. If it weren't for the relationship between Chu Yin and Suan, Feng Yuan would never let him live in Tianshui sect even if he was a marquis. It's not worth mentioning. Sect Master Mu dominates the cultivation world of an entire state. He is the true genius. Suan waved his hand and flattered him. Mr. Su is too modest. If Master heard Mr. Su's praise, he would be very happy too. In fact, Muningzhen entered the forbidden area of Tianshui sect half a year ago, and even Feng Yuan was not clear about her master's current situation. She turned to look at Qin Yun, who was hanging in the back with a mask on, and taught him, Xiao Yun, you need to learn more from Master Su. Don't just eat and sleep all day, understand? Chapter 50 Tonight, you, the pillow, understand. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Qin Yun's face suddenly turned sour. How come senior sister is like this? Want to learn from him yourself? Learn to be a dandy? What a joke. If he didn't want to expose his cultivation level, who would this Mr. Su be? But he couldn't refute it now. His cultivation level was only at the fetal breathing stage, which was far from comparable to this person. In the end, he followed the two senior sisters with a sullen face and without saying a word, and invited Suan into a courtyard specially prepared for him. The yard is right next to Tianin Peak. I will stay in your sect for a few days. I'm sorry to trouble Miss Chu and Fairy Feng, Suan said to the two after taking a look at the yard. Mr. Su is my Tianshui sect's distinguished guest, there is no need to be so polite. By the way, Mr. Su, if you want to visit Tianshui sect, you can ask your disciples to accompany you, but remember, do not enter the forbidden area in the back mountain. Feng Wan reminded. Please rest assured, Fairy Feng. Suan agreed with a smile. After parting with Chuyin and the others, Suan walked into the inner room alone, checked it out, and then set up a formation to isolate and prevent detection. Higanbana. In the shadows, a hot woman wearing a black mask walked behind Suan and waited quietly for Suan's instructions. Have you found any abnormalities among the demon cultivators in Qingzhou? My lord, we have found out that the unusual movements of the Qingzhou demon cultivators are related to the Hahuan sect, and their target seems to be the Tianshui sect. Hahuan sect? Suan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that investigating the situation of a demon cultivator would actually involve the Hahuan sect. The Hahuan sect was once one of the top sects, and was most concerned with matters between men and women. At its peak, it had two great spiritual masters, one male and one female, who were unrivaled at the time. Later, because many of its disciples practiced the method of collecting and replenishing energy, which harmed countless cultivators, they were classified as evil cultivators and were eventually wiped out by the Deshang and other sections. However, although the Hahuan sect was destroyed, it was not completely wiped out. A small number of people escaped the pursuit and hid themselves away, becoming rats in the gutter and mingling in the dark side of the cultivation world. It seems that these people are the remaining remnants of the Hahuan sect this time. As for the fact that their target was the Tianshui sect, Suan was not surprised. It would be strange if nothing happened when the protagonist is around. The main reason he came to Qingzhou this time was that the empress was going to promote him so that he could accumulate more merits and wipe out the evil sect. Although promotion or not is not important, one cannot let the empress down. Chuyin happened to be in Qingzhou, so she chose to come here to take a look. It had nothing to do with the fact that Tianshui sect was a famous sect for female cultivators. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Continue to explore and don't act rashly. Yes, my lord. On the other side, Xin Yun was lying on the bed, feeling uncomfortable. I tossed and turned, and didn't even want to sleep. No. I need to remind second senior sister. He sat up and muttered to himself. Suan is not a good person at first glance. He is a gigolo. Now he lives next to second senior sister. Who knows, he might take the opportunity to make a move on second senior sister. Second senior sister is simple-minded. What if she gets cheated by that guy? Thinking of the scene where his second senior sister was cheated of money and sex by Suan's men, he could no longer sit still. He turned over and walked towards Tianin Peak. Soon he arrived at the courtyard where the second senior sister lived and knocked on the door. Second senior sister, it's me. After a moment, Chuyin, dressed in a blue gown, opened the door and looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Little junior brother, what do you want from me? It's already dusk now, and according to Qin Yun's schedule, he should have gone to bed a long time ago. Senior sister, what is the relationship between you and Suan? Qin Yun asked bluntly, staring at Chuyin. Ah. Chuyin didn't expect Qin Yun to ask such a question. What is her relationship with Suan? She herself was not sure, master and servant or subordinate, or maybe, a flash of shyness flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure in front of Qin Yun. We are just ordinary friends. Qin Yun was slightly delighted when he heard this. As expected, he knew that his senior sister was not the kind of person who indulged in love between men and women. Little Suan also wants to get close to his senior sister. He is just dreaming. He, who had always been dull about emotions, didn't notice anything unusual about Chuyin. Second senior sister, I think Suan seems to have some inappropriate thoughts about you. The way he looked at you today was not right. This man has bad intentions and must not be a good person. You'd better stay away from him. Qin Yun looked at his second senior sister with concern and reminded her earnestly. Chu Yin's face suddenly darkened. She was a little happy when she heard that Suan had feelings for her, but Qin Yun started to slander Suan in private in the blink of an eye. How could she not know whether Suan was a good person or not? When I think about it carefully, it seems that he is not a good person, but even if Suan is a bad guy, a scum, and he is willing to do it, what does it have to do with Qin Yun? Don't worry about my affairs. She said this coldly, and then slammed the gate shut. Qin Yun was dumbfounded after being rejected. Aren't they just ordinary friends you mentioned? After standing outside the door in the cold wind for a while, Qin Yun went back with a disappointed look on his face. Shuyin returned to the room, calmed down, and prepared to continue practicing. Then I felt my feet lifted off the ground and someone picked me up. Looking at Suan, who appeared in the room at some point, Shuyin opened her mouth slightly. When did he come in? How come I didn't notice it? Tonight, you hugged the pillow, understand? Suan spoke briefly and carried Shuyin towards the bed. Shuyin blushed and responded barely perceptibly. Silence is the Tianshui sect tonight. The next day, Suan and Shuyin came to a market not far from the foot of Tianshui sect mountain. Because it is close to the Tianshui sect and is protected by the Tianshui sect, this market is extremely prosperous, with immortals and mortals living together. There are not only cultivators, but also many mortals. The sounds of various hawkers were heard everywhere. In fact, it was mainly because Shuyin wanted to take Suan for a walk, and Suan was happy to do so. And by the way, he wanted to get information about Qin Yun from Shuyin. According to Shuyin, Qin Yun was a baby that her master brought back when he was training 20 years ago. As for why he wanted to accept such a male disciple, she didn't understand. Only her master knew the truth, and even her senior sister Feng Luan was not very clear. However, Qin Yun was lazy by nature, did not like to practice, and was very sleepy. I go to bed before the sun sets and get up at noon every day. Therefore, although he has good talent, his strength is mediocre. Even if he has no shortage of resources, he is only in the early stage of fetal breathing. Shuyin did not hide anything from Suan and revealed almost everything about Qin Yun. Early stage of fetal breathing? Suan smiled but said nothing. Chapter 51, Senior Sister. Suan is not a good person. Qin Yun's little tricks could not hide from the most essential perception of the Taichu Origin Sutra. In his perception, Qin Yun has reached the peak of Purple Mansion and is only one step away from the life pill. His strength can be said to be extraordinary. It seems that Qin Yun has a big secret. By the way, where is your master? I have long heard of Master Mu's great name. I must go and pay him a proper visit if I have the chance this time. My master? Shuyin shook her head upon hearing that. Then you may not have a chance this time. My master went to the back mountain for seclusion half a year ago, seeking a chance to break through the soul. I don't think he will be able to come out for a while. The back mountain. Suan's eyes flashed. Feng Luan had also warned him not to go to the back mountain before, but according to the plot, if you don't want to go, you have to go. There must be some big secret hidden in the mountain behind. Suan, do you want to eat jelly? The jelly here is good. When Shuyin saw a small stall in the distance, her eyes suddenly lit up. The delicacy she remembers most is the bowl of jelly that her master took her to eat at the foot of Tianshui Mountain when she was a child. Until now, she still misses that taste. I also want to share the taste of Suan's memory with her. Eat? I'll eat whatever you buy. Suan nodded gently. When dealing with a woman who is completely under your control, you don't need to be so strong all the time. Sometimes, if you give them some insignificant tenderness, they will be so happy that they will lose their minds and be more willing to do things for you. Sure enough, after hearing Suan's words, Shuyin's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes with joy. Then wait, I'll buy it for you. At this moment, she seemed more worldly, or angry, and less ethereal. Shuyin walked briskly towards the stall selling jelly. Shuyin casually looked around the markets. Compared to those markets of pure practitioners, this place was more lively and the overall level of the practitioners was slightly lower. At a glance, only a few cultivators in the fetal breathing state were seen. Suddenly, he frowned and noticed a thin figure approaching him stealthily. This figure is not very strong, only at the Lingdong realm, but it seems that he has practiced some hidden magic. Is someone targeting me, but who is so stupid as to send a rookie in the Lingdong realm to monitor him and cause trouble for him? He thinks he is not dying fast enough. Just as he was thinking about it, the figure had already walked behind Suan and stretched out a hand towards Suan's storage ring. Looking at the storage ring that was about to be obtained, the figure's mouth grinned. These monks were dressed well and looked wealthy, but in the end they were still robbed penniless by him. If they were female monks, he could also steal their underwear as a consolation. Relying on a book called Day Changing Method, almost no cultivator could discover his trace below the fetal breathing state. It turned out to be a pickpocket. Suan immediately understood what was going on when he noticed the figure's small movements. It seems that I was overthinking it. The next moment, a huge handprint made of spiritual energy was instantly condensed, and before the pickpocket behind him could react, he was firmly grasped. When the passers-by around saw the commotion here, they were so scared that they screamed and moved away. Purple mansion realm. The caught pickpocket opened his mouth and cried out in amazement. That terrifying aura was like the deep ocean. How could he not realize that he had hit a wall? Suan looked at the pickpocket. He was short and thin, with an ordinary face and a bit of childishness. He was not very old, and looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old. However, Suan could feel that this pickpocket's life rings were not small, at least over 30 years old. It was probably because he practiced some special and insidious martial arts. Please forgive me, sir. I won't dare to do it again next time. The pickpocket knew he couldn't resist, so he immediately pretended to be pitiful, and a few tears quickly squeezed out of his eyes. Combined with his childish appearance, it looked like Suan was bullying someone. Stop! A stern shout came out as Suan looked over and saw that Qin Yun had appeared here at some point and was shouting at Suan with a righteous look on his face. There was still a hint of joy in his eyes. He unexpectedly ran into Suan committing a crime. Now he had found evidence that Suan was not a good person. As long as he told Senior Sister Chu what Suan had done, given Senior Sister Chu's personality, she would definitely cut off all contact with Suan. Seeing someone offering help, the pickpocket's eyes showed hope. Bang! The spiritual hand suddenly clenched, and the childlike pickpocket immediately turned into a pool of blood. Suan greeted Qin Yun warmly as if he had just seen him. Hey, isn't this brother Qin? By the way, what did you say just now? Qin Yun's pupils shrank sharply. He actually killed even children and acted as if he didn't care at all after killing them. This man is indeed very dangerous. Second Senior Sister must be kept away from him. Suan, you actually killed children in my Tianshui sect market in broad daylight. What crime should you be punished for? He asked loudly. Stupid. Suan glanced at Qin Yun and cursed calmly, and not to mention that the man was just a pickpocket with a child's face. Even if he was really young, if he provoked him, he would just kill him. Given his status, few people dared to say anything to him. Could it be that the Tianshui sect dared to question him about his crimes? Suan, you're still scolding me. Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Qin Yun was about to retort, but Chu Yin, who had just gone out to buy jelly, heard the noise and hurried back with the jelly. Even a life pill cultivator would not use his divine sense to observe everything around him all the time, so Chu Yin didn't know what had just happened, but she still stood on Suan's side. Seeing Chu Yin's reaction, Qin Yun felt a little sad. His senior sister actually stood on Suan's side. He comforted himself, thinking that it must be because his senior sister didn't know the true identity of this man, and he had to expose Suan's true face and save his senior sister from suffering. Second Senior Sister, I just saw Suan brutally killing a child in front of us. He is so cruel and ruthless. He is not a good person. Shuyin just glanced at Suan when she heard this, and then quickly turned her head away. Xiao Yun, there must be some misunderstanding here. Qin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Second Senior Sister, why are you? Is this still the second Senior Sister who doted on him before? How did she become like this? Who is causing trouble? Another delicate shout was heard, interrupting the stalemate on the field. A heroic girl in tight clothes and a neat ponytail sat on a disc-shaped magical weapon and fell from the sky. Hey, Second Senior Sister, Qin Yun, why are you here? Seeing that they were all familiar faces, Xiao Yulo put away his aura. What's wrong with you? She looked at both parties strangely, especially Suan, who was protected by Chu Yin behind her. It looked like the second Senior Sister had a falling out with the youngest junior brother over her lover. Chapter 52, well said, don't tell me in the next life, Xiao. Junior Sister, you came at the right time. This man killed innocent people indiscriminately in my Tianshui sect market. I saw it with my own eyes, and the people around me can also testify. But Second Senior Sister doesn't believe it. You should persuade her quickly. Qin Yun briefly recounted the incident. Although this junior sister was not like the senior sister and several other senior sisters, who always had a bad relationship with him, as the manager of the market town, she would not be partial in such matters. He knew junior sister's character very well. Second Senior Sister, is this really the case? Xiao Yulo turned to look at Chu Yin. She gave up being the sect master's disciple and came to be the manager of this small market town. She did this out of a desire to uphold justice and was kind-hearted. She hated those who bullied good people the most. Chu Yin just shook her head and protected Suan. There must be a misunderstanding here. Suan, if you are a man, stand up. Seeing Suan hiding behind Chuyin without saying a word, Xin Yun immediately spoke provocatively. He looked so proud, like a victorious rooster. Suan glanced at Xin Yun coldly, then waved his hand and pulled over a fetal breathing cultivator who was hiding in the distance watching the show. Tell us what happened just now, and let young Master Qin listen carefully to what happened just now. Being stared at by several monks whose strength far exceeded his own, the monk Taishi stood up tremblingly. That pickpocket just now. He was familiar with the pickpocket and saw the whole process of Suan catching the pickpocket. He didn't dare to hide anything now. Of course, he only didn't hide what happened just now. After listening to the description of the fetal breathing monk, several people understood what had happened. There was even more dissatisfaction in Chu Yin's eyes when she looked at Qin Yun. Xiao Yulo's eyes also showed a bit more blame. This junior brother couldn't tell right from wrong and almost caused him to hit the wrong person. Qin Yun opened his mouth and tried to defend himself. Even so, you shouldn't kill him. Even though he's a pickpocket, he's still just a child. Suan, well said, don't say it again in your next life. As soon as he thought about it, a magnificent ferry boat appeared in the sky not far away, pressing down on the clouds, like a fairy island descending. The next moment, a terrifying beam of light dropped from the sky and headed directly towards Qin Yun at an extremely fast speed. A fluorescent jade pillar descended from the sky, just like Tai Bai descending to earth. Killing and destruction converge in the column of light. Qin Yun's hair stood up instantly and his heart started beating wildly. At this moment he burst out with a speed far beyond his limit, his magic power surged, and he managed to escape from the range of the light column in a tenth of a second. The beam of light suddenly struck the market town, like a long sword piercing through the sky and earth. The loud noise spread throughout the entire market town. The aftermath alone knocked Qin Yun, who had just escaped from the range of the beam of light, away, and he rolled over and fell to the ground in a mess. Xiao Yulo's face changed slightly, and he activated his magic power to hurriedly resist the impact. As for the monk who was practicing fetal breathing, because he was too close, he couldn't even withstand the aftermath and was instantly turned into ashes. If they hadn't seen the confrontation between several people before and were afraid of being implicated, the people in the market would have avoided it first. I'm afraid that more than one person would have died now. Suan didn't care about what these people thought. What a lucky guy. Suan sighed as he looked at Qin Yun's figure. What a pity. I wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Qin Yun. He didn't make another move because Feng Yuan had already appeared far away in the sky. Glancing at the frightened person, he raised his lips. Qin Yun, I'm giving face to Fairy Feng and Ener. What I just did was just a lesson. If you dare to provoke me again, I will never let you off easily. Qin Yun looked at Suan in horror. That attack just now was definitely meant to take his life. If his true realm had not reached the peak of Purple Mansion, he would never have been able to avoid that attack. This Suan really dares to kill me. Ener, let's go. Suan said. Oh. Shuin also came back to her senses from the shock of Suan's sudden attack, and hurriedly followed Suan's footsteps, still holding the bowl of jelly in her hand. She had just used her magic power to protect the jelly in her hand. Xiao Yulua stared blankly at the two people leaving, fear slowly creeping up her cheeks. She seemed to have just seen the dark shadow from 20 years ago, the dark shadow that had been haunting her like a nightmare. At this moment, the image of the dark shadow in her mind vaguely overlapped with Suan. The indifference of treating all living beings as ants and the disdain for life are so similar. She clearly saw an innocent person die tragically in front of her, but she didn't have the courage to chase after Suan and question him. The previous insistence seemed a little ridiculous. The incident in Fengshe is still fermenting. Lord Su, what happened today was Xiao Yun's fault. I apologize on your behalf. I hope you won't hold it against him. Not long after returning to the courtyard, Feng Yuan and Qin Yun's other two senior sisters came up to apologize on Qin Yun's behalf. Except for Xiao Yulo, all of Qin Yun's senior sisters were here. Although it was an apology, Suan could hear the words of protection in Feng Yuan's voice. If he continued to argue with Qin Yun, then Feng Yuan and his other senior sisters, and even the entire Tianshui sect would intervene. At the same time, Feng Yuan's attitude towards him became more distant than before, and the third and fourth senior sisters, whom she met for the first time, were obviously dissatisfied with her. Don't worry, Fairy Feng. As long as Qin Yun doesn't bother me again, I won't bother with him. Suan agreed immediately and said with a smile, besides, I was just trying to scare Qin Yun before. Since he is Ener's junior brother, I won't hurt his life. Feng Yuan still believed what Suan said. After all, the previous attack had almost reached the pure yang level. If Suan had not intentionally held back, it would have been impossible for his junior brother, a cultivator in the fetal breathing realm, to dodge it. Sorry to bother you. Feng Luan took a deep look at Chuyin, who was standing behind Suan, and retreated with her two junior sisters. The room was quiet for a while. Suan, I'm sorry, Chuyin looked at Suan with an apologetic look on her face. She was not apologizing for Qin Yun, but only for having wronged Suan. If she hadn't wanted to take Suan to the market, this wouldn't have happened. In her eyes, Suan was being forced to retreat by the senior sisters. It's okay. It's not your fault for what happened today. Suan interrupted her and pulled Chuyin into his arms. Pillows are meant to be hugged. Today's jelly is delicious. He leaned close to Chu Yin's ear and gently touched Chu Yin's earlobe with his lips. A warm feeling emerged in Chu Yin's heart. He really cared about me. A strange emotion surged in her heart. This feeling was completely different from the one she felt when facing her junior fellow apprentice. It was the real feeling for the opposite sex. Maybe this is called love. It's great, not at all as boring as Master said. Suan's hands roamed freely on Chu Yin's body, while he recalled what happened today. In fact, he had anticipated this situation after attacking Qin Yun. Chapter 53, Senior Sister has reached menopause? The only pity was that Qin Yun could not be killed at that time, but instead aroused the vigilance of Feng Luan and the others. If we kill again, not only Feng Luan, but even Muningzhen, the master who was still in seclusion, might escape. That would be terrible. As it stands now, it is not easy to destroy the relationship between Qin Yun and his several senior sisters. After all, the relationship built over so many years cannot be easily destroyed by a few words from outsiders, and Chuyin is a special case. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of an item he had obtained before. That thing is perfect for Qin Yun. The villain value gained in this way would be much greater than directly killing Qin Yun. Thinking of the scene that was about to happen, Suan smiled with evil humor. I don't believe that Qin Yun's senior sisters would still protect him like this. If this is true, I have no choice but to kill him. Well, in order to prevent Chuyin from being sad, perhaps capturing her and locking her up in a secret room and slowly training her is also a good option. The night gradually deepened. It was not until he returned to the sect that Qin Yun came back to his senses from his shock. This was the first time he experienced death up close. If he was just a little bit late, he would be blown to pieces. Swan's expressionless face appeared in his mind, making him shudder, thinking that not only did he fail to punish Suan today, but he was also severely scolded by the senior sister. He felt depressed again. However, now that second senior sister has seen Suan's true face, she will probably choose to stay away from him. Qin Yun thought so. I turned over in bed and practiced the Great Dream Sutra. Today's events made him feel extremely uneasy. He had to break through the life pill as soon as possible and gain the strength to protect himself. Soon, Qin Yun fell asleep with the moonlight shone through the windowsill, and a slender figure in a black robe walked to Qin Yun's bedside at some point, looking at the young man on the bed, and his cold eyes swept around him. In a place invisible to ordinary people, there is a hidden divine thought attached to Qin Yun. This was left by Feng Luan. Once Qin Yun is hurt, it will be triggered immediately, blocking the attack while attracting Feng Luan's attention. Obviously, she was still worried and afraid that Suan might do something. After all, Qin Yun's fetal breathing can't stop Suan's evil hand. The red spider lily paid no attention to this divine thought, and used its magic power to wrap it and took out a strange black flower that looked a bit weird. This flower is between reality and illusion, exuding a strong temptation. Just one look at it makes people want to possess it. However, Higanbana was quite afraid of this flower. After taking a glance at it, it threw the flower accurately towards Qin Yun. It seemed that it did not feel the harm of the flower, and the divine consciousness was not touched. As soon as the flower touched Qin Yun's skin, it quickly blended into it like water and disappeared. The red spider lily also disappeared silently in the room. Qin Yun was the only one left in the room. Not long after, Qin Yun suddenly woke up from his sleep, his face pale and gasping for breath. That he actually had a nightmare. Ever since he started practicing the Great Dream Sutra, his soul has been immersed in dreams and he has never had a nightmare. But today, for some reason, he actually dreamed that his senior sister and master were all surrounding Suan, vying with each other to beg for Suan's caress. His 5 limbs were cut off and bleeding profusely, but none of his master and senior sisters who had once doted on him were willing to even look at him. Only Suan gave him a look of indifference and disdain, like a god from high above looking down at the ants on the ground. The feeling of powerlessness filled him, causing his consciousness to fall completely into bottomless darkness. And he woke up from his dream. Oh, I think I thought too much today. I dream about what I think about during the day. He comforted himself. After all, How could the proud senior sister Feng Wan and her master who devoted himself to cultivation compete for favor in front of Suan like pets? It's impossible to think about it. He had not yet realized that his expression was filled with jealousy and ferocity, twisting his originally handsome face into one like a demon. Qin Yun lay down again, but he couldn't fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the scene in his dream that made him despair. In the end, I had no choice but to give up sleeping, sit cross-legged on the bed, and start practicing using the most classical method. The night passed by unknowingly. The next morning, seeing Qin Yun finally become diligent, Feng Wan, who came to check on him, showed a rare look of relief. It seems that Suan's move was not completely useless. At least it made Xiaoyun realize the importance of strength. With the resources of Tianshui sect and Xiaoyun's powerful talent, even if he couldn't reach the pure yang level, at least he would have no problem cultivating to the life pill level. This way, I don't have to worry too much about Xiaoyun's lifespan. Master sister, you are here. Qin Yun opened his eyes when he sensed Feng Wan's arrival. He was used to practicing in dreams, so this kind of traditional practice was really difficult to adapt to. He showed an extremely impatient expression. Feng Wan thought he was tired of practicing again after just standing up for a while, so she advised him, Xiaoyun, don't underestimate practice. You must know that being strong is everything. Otherwise, if Suan really tried to kill you yesterday and I wasn't by your side, what would you do? It would have been better if Feng Wan didn't mention it, but mentioning Suan reminded Qin Yun of yesterday's nightmare. Fear and resentment appeared on his face, and his exaggerated expression made him look like a complete coward. Feng Wan frowned when she saw this timid look. Could it be that what happened yesterday really frightened Xiaoyun to death? If your faith in the Tao is not strong, how can you achieve long-term success in your practice? Xiaoyun, don't think too much about what happened yesterday. If you don't bother Suan, he won't come looking for you. If you want revenge, then practice hard and don't be lazy like before. Feng Wan said in a deep voice, her voice as loud as thunder. Qin Yun was shocked and immediately said sincerely, senior sister is right. Suan was only relying on the power of the ferry boat, which was ultimately an external force and would not last long. If he had the power of Chunyang or even the power of a primordial spirit, he would not be afraid of what happened in his dream happening in reality. A fighting spirit surged in his heart, and he was going to sleep and practice the Great Dream Sutra. I can't let a mere nightmare bring me down. However, although he thought this in his heart, he showed it in a perfunctory manner outwardly. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he disliked Feng Wan for talking too much. You! Feng Wan was angry when she saw Qin Yun's expression and didn't know what to do. It seems that there is really something wrong with Xiaoyun's Taoism, but with such damaged Tao heart, even if she had the power of the soul, she would not be able to help Qin Yun unless she helps Qin Yun kill Suan and forcefully breaks his inner demon. But not to mention that this would arouse the anger of Dishan. Even her junior sister Chuyin would definitely not agree to it. Forget it, take care of yourself. She yelled angrily and turned away. Qin Yun was totally confused. What's wrong? Isn't it good that he doesn't answer? Why is senior sister unhappy again? Could it be possible that the legendary menopause of mortal women can also affect those who practice cultivation? Chapter 54, The Dark Heroine, Rain Peak. This is the mountain where Xiao Yulo lives. There is plenty of water vapor and rain and fog all year round, making it the most suitable place to practice water-related magical powers. It was another rainy day, and dark clouds were pressing towards Yufeng. From time to time, a flash of lightning would strike and a loud thunder would explode. Xiao Yulo huddled in the corner of the inner room, hugging her legs with her head resting on her knees. No light shone on her. Compared to junior brother Qin Yun, the other senior sisters did not pay much attention to junior sister Xiao Yulo. Perhaps it was because she was more sensible and did not require much worry from the senior sisters. They knew nothing about Xiao Yulo's background. There is a family in Qingzhou named Xiao, and the strength of the Xiao family is considered first class in Qingzhou. There is a supreme elder in the pure Yang realm in charge, and there are also many powerful life pill masters in the clan, which is barely enough to be called a hegemonic force. But Xiao Yulo is not the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. On the contrary, she has an irreconcilable hatred with the Xiao family. His father was once a member of the side branch of the Xiao family. Because of his talent, he was chosen to be the bodyguard of a young master of the main branch, and he worked diligently. During one of his outings, her father met her mother, the daughter of a wandering cultivator. It was a demonic disaster, with demonic beasts rioting and invading towns. Her father risked his life to save the woman from the mouth of a monster, and then the two fell in love easily. Her mother was very beautiful, much prettier than her father's ordinary face, and she was also talented. Her mother said that she actually had many suitors in the past, but she was too proud and arrogant to look down on any of them, and finally fell into her father's hands. My mother always smiled when she talked about my father. She said, every time she thought of the scene where my father stood in front of her with a broken magic sword, used all his strength to bite the monster to death, and finally fainted in her arms, she had decided on this man in her heart. Little Xiaoyulo didn't understand why his mother was laughing at that time, but when he saw his mother happy, he would be happy too. But when she was 6 years old, life changed. My mother's expression began to become worried, and my father was always frowning. Both of them smiled less until that day. Her father came home anxiously, hugged her mother and talked for a long time, then stuffed her into her mother's arms and walked out with a knife. The mother changed the father into new clothes and told him to be careful. She remembered that her mother's voice was probably a little tearful at the time. This was the last time she saw her father. Without waiting for her father to come back, she was carried away by her mother. They walked very fast, almost crossing half of Qingzhou. She didn't know how long they had walked. There were always bad guys on the road who came to beat her mother and wanted to catch her to threaten her mother. Although the bad guys were defeated by my mother every time, her clothes were gradually stained with blood. As they chased and fled, the mother's face became paler and paler, and the wounds on her body became more and more. Until they escaped to a valley, the mother tied her to a tree hole regardless of her cries and put a yellow talisman on her body. The mother stroked her face gently, showing a long-lost smile again, and told her not to say anything, saying that everything depends on fate. Then they covered the tree hole with bushes. Soon after, sounds of fighting and the mother's hoarse cries were heard outside the tree hole. Tears filled her eyes. She knew her mother probably would not come back. Through the tiny gaps in the bushes, she vaguely saw a dark figure in the distance chopping her mother in half at the waist. The mother's upper body fell to the ground, her head facing towards her, her eyes wide open in disbelief, her mouth slightly opened. It seems like I am still reminding myself not to go out. The black shadow stood in front of the mother and continued to raise the sword in his hand. There was no anger or mercy in his cold eyes, and the tip of the sword pierced the mother's throat. Tears blurred her eyes, and she could not see the shadow's face clearly, but she always remembered those ruthless and cold eyes. She watched her mother being killed by the dark shadow, but she didn't even dare to cry if fear filled the young heart. It was also lucky, perhaps because Xiaoyulo was young and her life breath was weak, and because of the cloaking talisman her mother put on her, she was not found by those people and escaped by luck. Watching her mother's body exposed in the wilderness, she hid in a tree hole for 3 days and went hungry for 3 days. Finally, she was found by her master, brought back to Tianshui sect and accepted as a disciple. She had never told anyone about her past, including her master and several senior sisters. This is not something worth talking about, but a scar that cannot be healed. It was also because of her childhood experiences that she hated her junior brother Qingyun so much. He obviously had great talent, but he didn't know how to work hard and was always lazy. Once he faced danger, he would become extremely powerless. She hated this feeling of powerlessness. Tisk, Xiaoyulua has such an experience. Suan was flipping through the information about Qingyun's senior sisters presented by Bianhua. When he turned to the page about Xiaoyulo, he paused. After all, the Xiao family is also a hegemonic force, so what happened is naturally archived in the intelligence system of the Red Spider Lily. Xiaoyulo even commissioned the intelligence organization under Bianhua to investigate the Xiao family. This matter caused a lot of controversy at the time and was not difficult to find out. It was probably that the young master of the main branch of the guard of Xiaoyulo's father was a playboy. He fell in love with Xiaoyulo's mother and wanted her father to give her mother to him for fun. Xiaoyulo's father naturally refused. Then the playboy threatened Xiaoyulo, so her father got so angry that he accidentally beat the young master to a crippling state. Although that dude had average talent and limited strength, he was the youngest great-grandson of the Xiao family's great elder and was quite favored. It was naturally intolerable that a member of a side branch dared to attack the young master of the main branch, so people were immediately sent to hunt down Xiaoyulo and his family. This incident almost caused a conflict between the Xiao family's side branches and the main branch. If the main branch had not been temporarily distracted by this, Xiaoyulo's mother would not have been able to escape so far. Well, it's a very bloody story, however. Considering that the Xiao family has only been prosperous for a few thousand years and has no foundation, it is normal for the family members to scheme against each other and do such things. From this point of view, Xiaoyulua has great potential. Suan stroked her chin. The idea of a dark heroine makes me excited. Get out of your own yard. Qingyun was walking in Tianshui sect, feeling somewhat strange about the recent changes around him. In the past few days, he didn't know what happened, but the female disciples of Tianshui sect kept their distance from him, making him feel excluded. But several times when he went up to ask what was wrong, the disciples said it was nothing, which was really frustrating. Of course, this is just Qin Yun's perspective. Chapter 55, You Didn't Hit Me, Why Did You Help Me? From the perspective of the Tianshui sect disciples, Qin Yun was walking on the road with evil and vicious eyes, looking around like an eagle or a wolf, and an expression that said, "Keep away from strangers." He did not look like the honest young man he used to be, but rather like a wretched evil cultivator. Sometimes he would run up to them, bare his teeth, look at them with a vicious look, and ask them what was wrong. The expression on his face was extremely dangerous, with murderous intent in his eyes, as if he would ruthlessly destroy her if she didn't answer well. Under such circumstances, no one would be willing to get close to Qin Yun, and everyone tried to avoid him. "Hey, junior sister." Qin Yun unexpectedly saw Xiao Yulo walking down the mountain. He wanted to go up and say hello, but when he thought of Xiao Yulo's rejection of him, he gave up the idea. It should be the market again. Junior sister really enjoys upholding justice. Although junior sister often conflicts with him, one thing that must be admitted is that junior sister really has a kind heart. Qin Yun also had a strange feeling towards this junior sister. As Qin Yun expected, Xiao Yulo went to the market town. She selectively forgot what happened in the market before and forced herself to return to her previous state. In the past, when she was feeling depressed, she would choose to go to the market to punish evil and promote good, help the weak, and vent her emotions. Maybe because I have been caught in the rain, I don't want to see others getting caught in the rain. Before arriving at the market town, Xiao Yulo witnessed an incident of strong bullying. On the road to the market town, there was a carriage parked, and a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes was directing several guards to beat an old woman. The middle-aged man is a cultivator who has reached the spiritual realm, while the old woman has only a little bit of thin true energy in her body. There is a huge disparity in strength between the two, and it is complete abuse. Bullying the elderly and the weak in broad daylight made Xiao Yulo instantly furious. "Stop! What are you doing?" she snapped. The middle-aged man in brocade clothes was stunned, as if he didn't expect someone to get in the way. He glanced at Xiao Yulo, and then couldn't help laughing. It turns out to be a young lady. "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, wait, patriarch, it seems to be Deacon Xiao." A guard next to him seemed to recognize Xiao Yulo, and hurriedly pulled his patriarch's sleeve and reminded him in a low voice. "What, which Deacon Xiao?" The middle-aged man in brocade clothes was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly straightened his demeanor and said with a wry smile, It turns out to be Deacon Xiao. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Get out of here now." Xiao Yulo frowned and glared at him, shouting, "I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now." Then the middle-aged man fled away in the carriage with a few guards. Everything seemed as if it was designed in the script. "Old lady, are you okay?" After forcing the few people to retreat, Xiao Yulo walked over and asked about the old woman in front of him who was beaten black and blue with concern, and unexpectedly, the old woman lay down on the ground. A black light flashed in her eyes, and her face showed pain. Oh, my whole body aches. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore." "Ah, old lady, what happened to you?" Xiao Yulo frowned slightly, and hurriedly walked forward to help the old woman up. She was confused. Although the old woman looked miserable, she could see that it was only a superficial injury and should not be this serious. "Little girl, do you have any heart? You beat an old woman like me like this. Oh, my old waist. I can't get up without 3,000 spirit stones." As she spoke, she beat her waist and acted as if in pain. "Old lady, please speak clearly." "I didn't hit you." Xiao Yulo widened his eyes and looked at the old woman in front of him. "You didn't hit me, so why did you help me?" The old lady pointed at Xiao Yulo with a fierce and ferocious look on her face, not even a hint of pity at all. 5 Skinny and bony fingers tightly grasped Xiao Yulo's hand. "Pay compensation, you must pay compensation today." Xiao Yulo's warm heart suddenly turned cold. What did that mean? Put the blame on someone else. She suddenly understood why the old woman was beaten just now, but she had never faced such a situation before and didn't know what to do for a moment. In the past, good was good and evil was evil, and all you had to do was beat away those bullies. With her strength, she only needed to push the old woman away gently, but she didn't dare to use force. The old woman was holding on too tightly. Once she used her magic power, she would definitely hurt the old woman. "I was so frightened that I didn't know what to do for a moment." "Why, you don't want to pay me back?" The old woman's saliva almost sprayed on Xiao Yuluo's face. I'm telling you, if you don't pay me back today, don't even think about leaving. At the right time, several qualified onlookers appeared on the roadside and pointed at Xiao Yulo. What's wrong with this little girl? She actually attacked the old lady. It's really abominable. The old lady is so old, but she still gets beaten by her. Yeah, she's really uneducated. Does she have no parents? Every sentence and every word turned into a sharp blade piercing Xiao Yuluo's heart, especially those words greeting her parents, which made her whole heart tremble. Why? She was clearly helping people and upholding justice. Why is this happening? The old woman got support from the people around her, and she became even more arrogant. She shouted, "Little girl, if you don't pay me today, you will have a hard time." Xiao Yulo could no longer hear clearly what the old woman was saying. She was just confused and a little sad as to why this happened. They are obviously the weak ones and the ones being bullied, so shouldn't they be kind? But I helped her with good intentions and I was upholding justice, so why did she turn around and blame me? The bullied became the bully. Should good people be bullied at will? Could it be that she helped the wrong person? Why not do it? An arm was placed around her shoulders, and the devil's whispers rang in her ears. She turned her head mechanically with an indifferent look in her eyes. It's him. Xiao Yulo's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a trace of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Why not do it? Suan asked again. Look, this old woman. You clearly just helped her, but she turned around and slandered you. The old woman's ferocious face enlarged in front of Xiao Yulo's eyes. And those people. Suan pointed at the onlookers. They clearly know nothing and are not clear about anything, but they can stand on the moral high ground to criticize and insult you righteously. But they don't dare to do this to me. Do you know why? Suan grabbed Xiao Yulo's hair and roughly pulled her head in front of his face. Why? Even though her teeth were chattering, she couldn't help but ask. Because I have no morals. Suan smiled at Xiao Yulo, evil and cold. Chapter 56, Junior Sister, you resist. Only good people can be defeated by morality. He snapped his fingers, and the old lady in front of him exploded into mist. Then passers-by disappeared one after another, just like playing Candy Crush, and the road was suddenly clear. Look, now they will be quiet. Suan spread his hands. The road was empty, with only him and Xiao Yulo left. All the noisy sounds disappeared. You. Xiao Yulo's lips turned slightly pale. Although she knew that Suan's words were nonsense, she felt a little happy when she thought about the predicament just now. No, this is not right. Her lips were blocked by Suan's fingers. Do you want to avenge your parents? If so, come to my room at midnight tonight. Suan's hand gently stroked Xiao Yulo's cheek, as if he was stroking a piece of fine porcelain. Xiao Yulo's pupils suddenly shrank. How could he know about her? She had never told anyone. If you continue to choose to be as cowardly as you are now, you will never be able to take revenge. Suan looked down at her. If you want to defeat evil, start by committing yourself to evil. Xiao Yuluo stood there in a daze. To commit to evil. To commit evil, she suddenly felt that Suan might be even more terrifying than the nightmare in her memory. The effect of the magic puppet is not bad. He casually destroyed the middle-aged men in brocade clothes and the guarding magic puppets, and Suan was quite satisfied with the effect of the demon species. Although it takes some time to condense the demon seed, those with weak wills and low cultivation have almost no resistance to the demon seed and can be easily assimilated. However, this kind of magic puppet made by crude methods has no potential or consciousness, and even its actions need to be controlled by him, so it is a disposable item.as for today's scene. It was just directed and acted by Suan himself. No matter how stupid or evil ordinary people are, how many of them dare to really come and scam the practitioners? I can't say that there are absolutely no such people, but I guess that kind of people won't live long. But then again, Suan merely magnified the evil of human nature a little bit and then showed it to Xiao for whether Xiao Yulo will be fooled thinking of her previous look. Suan smiled. The fatal blow from morality was terrifyingly powerful. What's more, Xiao Yulo was actually much more fragile than he thought. At midnight, the hazy moonlight parted the clouds and gradually became clearer. After struggling for a long time, Xiao Yulo finally made a decision. I'll just go and take a look, she said to herself. Then he rushed towards the courtyard where Suan was. It's so late. Where are you going, little sister? In the distance, Qin Yun rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the figure was Xiao Yulua. Because he dreamed of Suan again, he couldn't sleep and planned to enjoy the cool breeze at night, but unexpectedly he found the trace of his senior sister. From the look of little senior sister, is she going to second senior sister's place? You can't go find Suan. Qin Yun muttered to himself, with a vague sense of foreboding. For some reason, he followed He followed him all the way. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. They actually came to see Suan. Seeing junior sister stop in front of Suan's courtyard gate, Qin Yun subconsciously clenched his fists. Why would junior sister come to find Suan? They clearly didn't know each other before. It's still midnight. He stared at the gate of the courtyard, trying to see clearly what was going on. You're here. The gate opened and Suan's figure came into Qin Yun's sight. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. I just came to take a look. Xiao Yulo turned his head away, but was forcibly turned back by Suan. You have made your decision by choosing to come here. If you want revenge, put away your cowardice. Suan pinched her cheeks and forced her to look at him. Qin Yun, who was hiding in the back, was so angry that his veins popped out and his fists were clenched tightly. Junior sister, get out of the way, you resist. You resist. However, Xiao Yulo did not do anything as Qin Yun expected, but let Suan play with her little face. You said, revenge, huh? In fact, you have always had the ability to take revenge, but you chose to escape, didn't you? Suan asked back. To Muningzhen, the Xiao family was nothing. Even Xiao Yulo could force the Xiao family to hand over the culprit as long as he was willing to ask senior sister Feng Wuan for help, but she didn't. She did nothing. I'm not. Xiao Yulo wanted to explain. Are you trying to say that you don't want to trouble others and will wait until you become stronger before taking revenge yourself? Ha ha. Suan laughed unabashedly. No, you are just a coward. You are afraid. You clearly have the power to take revenge, but you dare not face your former enemy. You said you didn't want to trouble others, but you still come to me now. You use a hypocritical appearance to cover up and numb yourself, showing meaningless kindness all day long, but turning a blind eye to your former enemies. This is you. The truth is often the most hurtful. Qin Yun tried to prick up his ears, but he couldn't hear what junior sister and Suan were saying. Could it be that Suan had installed a soundproofing formation at the door? At the gate of the courtyard, Xiao Yulo's body was trembling and his teeth were biting his lips. Perhaps it was the trauma left over from her childhood that made her subconsciously avoid past experiences and numb herself by punishing evildoers. She always thought about improving her strength before taking revenge, but if Suan hadn't taken the initiative to expose her, she might not have had the courage to do so until she broke through Qinyang. By that time, the enemy will probably be old and dead. She thought she had become stronger, but in fact, she was still the little girl she was back then. Seeing Xiao Yulo falling into self-doubt after hearing his words, Suan gave a subtle smile. A girl, you were so easy to fool. Come in and talk. He pulled Xiao Yulo into the yard and closed the door. The following scene could not be shown to others. Qin Yun clenched his teeth, almost going crazy, but he still didn't have the courage to move forward, and his fist slammed on the ground with a bang. Damn it, Suan deserves to die. No, I can't watch my little sister go astray. After much thought, he decided to seek help from his senior sister. Should we look for the second senior sister? With her personality, it is impossible for her to accept a philandering man. But when Qin Yun thought of the scene where the second senior sister mindlessly protected Suan, he felt a toothache again. Forget it, let's go find the senior sister. Who are they? Entering the backyard, Xiao Yulo made a surprised sound when he saw more than a dozen men nailed to the cross, covered in blood, with their heads lowered and looking very miserable. Don't you recognize them? Suan kicked one of the men in the abdomen, and the man immediately screamed in pain. He raised his head unconsciously, revealing his pale and weak face to Xiao Yulo. It's him! Chapter 57. Please me to your heart's content. The dandy young master of the Xiao family, the person his father once protected, and also the culprit who brought about his family's tragic fate. The scenes from 20 years ago echoed in her mind, leaving scars on her heart that she could not forget until now. Hatred and pain suddenly appeared in Xiao Yulo's eyes, murderous aura filled the air and a long sword was suddenly drawn out. Please spare me. The young master of the Shao family was still begging for mercy in a weak voice. God knows what torture he suffered. He just went out to listen to some music, but he was caught here and tortured. This guy is a devil, keeping asking him whether he wants to say it or not, but not telling him what he wants to say. Is a double torture both psychologically and physically. He obviously did not recognize that the girl in front of him was the daughter of the guard from the side branch who had been bullied by him 20 years ago. They are all. Xiao Yulo's voice trembled a little. Yes, they are the culprits who hunted down your parents back then. Suan pointed to the cross next to the young master of the Shao family and smiled strangely. As for this man, he is the one who killed your mother with his own hands. Take a good look at who he is. Xiao Yulo looked in the direction Suan pointed. She desperately wanted to know who the person was who killed her mother and caused her lifelong nightmares. Just one glance, bang, the sword in his hand fell. How could it be? She suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face full of disbelief and her eyes wide open, just like the look her mother had shown before she died. The blurry face in my memory gradually became clear and overlapped with the man in front of me. The faces are almost identical, except that one eye reveals kindness and doting, while the other is indifferent and ruthless. Even though he is hanging here, his eyes remain unchanged. It's like a piece of stone or a piece of wood, without any human emotion. That look is so familiar. Father, how could it be my father? She grabbed her hair, her face almost collapsed. How was it possible? How could it be her father who killed her mother? She resisted this fact from the bottom of her heart. He is not my father, she retorted loudly. He is your father. Suan mercilessly pierced her fantasy. Now he is just a dog of the Shao family. Regardless of Xiao Yuluo's emotional breakdown, Suan continued to tell the story. In order to buy time for you to escape, your father chose to go alone to attract the attention of the main vein. After being caught by the main vein, he was not killed, but was refined into a puppet alive by someone using magic techniques to hunt down your mother. He looked at Xiao Yulo, who still found it hard to accept letting the husband personally hunt down his wife and daughter. The dandy young master knows how to have fun. And also became somewhat interested in the Shao family. As expected, he is the villain against the heroine and is in collusion with the evil cultivators. In short, he is not a good person. Moreover, this puppet is somewhat similar to the magic puppet he made, but the production steps should be much more complicated and the cost is also greater. Are you going to continue your little tricks of upholding justice? Suan walked in front of Xiao Yulo and looked down at her. Since your kindness and cowardice won't get you revenge, why don't you try to blend into the darkness? He asked, again seeming to be stating a fact. The Shao family. Deep hatred burst out from Xiao Yulo's eyes. The girl had changed. The dandy young master of the Shao family looked at Xiao Yulo in horror as he stood up, picked up the sword in his hand, and slowly walked towards him. Just after listening to the conversation between the two, he already understood the identity of this girl. The 6-year-old girl actually survived. Given the hatred between him and the girl, is there any chance for him to survive? No, don't kill me. He struggled hard, but the soul-locking nails nailed his limbs tightly. As he looked at the girl getting closer and closer, his expression gradually became out of control. A hot stream wet his crotch, and the fishy smell made Suan frown unlucky. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Go ahead and show me your determination. Xiao Yulo raised the sword in his hand without saying a word, his pretty face showing a ferocious look. A sword stabbed into the thigh of the young master of the Shao family, causing him to cry out in pain immediately. Xiao Yulo didn't care. Another sword. Wrist, ankles, abdomen, chest, arms. Xiao Yulo stabbed out with sword after sword, and did not forget to use his magic power to maintain his life. Listen to the painful howling. Looking at the scene of blood and flesh flying, Xiao Yulo's heart was filled with pleasure. With the last sword, he cut off the head filled with pain and fear. The killing continued, and the people on the cross were beheaded one by one, until only the puppet nailed next to the young master of the Shao family, Xiao Yulo's biological father, was left. A sword pierced straight into the head from those indifferent eyes without stopping at all. This decisive look surprised Suan a little. It seemed that the girl had transformed quite well. Boom, heavy raindrops hit the yard, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Xiao Yulo gathered his magic power and let the large raindrops hit his body. Her hair stuck to her face and water droplets slid down her cheeks. She couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. There was not much joy and revenge in my heart. The hatred in her heart could not be expressed, but instead led the girl deeper and deeper into the abyss. Xiao. Home. She hated this root cause of all tragedies. The next moment, her chin was pinched and her face was pulled in front of Suan. Do you want the Xiao family to pay the price? Then, Suan raised the corner of his mouth as he looked at the face that was still beautiful even after being wet by the rain. The eyes full of hatred were really irresistible. Please me as much as you can. Dark-skinned girls and the like are the most alluring. He lowered his head, bit the girl's lips, and unceremoniously inhaled the girl's scent. Xiao Yulo's pupils shrank, and the sword in his hand clenched and then relaxed. Suan's greedy attack made her extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she dropped her sword, closed her eyes, and responded awkwardly yet proactively. As long as I can get revenge, what does it matter if I throw myself into darkness? The so-called kindness and justice in the world are themselves hypocritical and false, aren't they? The girl let go of the burden in her heart and immersed herself in Suan's greed, as if he wanted to suck her marrow out of her. Senior sister, I saw with my own eyes that junior sister was dragged in by Suan. Go and have a look. I'm afraid something might happen to junior sister. Outside the courtyard, Xinyun led senior sister Feng Luan over. Xiaoyun, are you sure Yuluo was dragged in by force? Looking at the courtyard in front of her, Feng Luan was a little hesitant. She was not prepared to completely fall out with Suan. After all, Suan was the Marquis of Deshang and was said to be an imperial envoy. If something happened in Tianshui sect, her Tianshui sect could not afford the wrath of Deshang. Senior sister, I am sure that the little senior sister was dragged in by that evil guy. Xinyun looked at the yard viciously and said with jealousy. Chapter 58. Sister, I volunteered. He was really worried about letting junior sister and Suan stay together, so he had to speak in a more serious manner. I believe that after knowing the truth, my senior sister will understand him. Okay. Feng Luan's face became serious. Although Qin Yun had changed a lot recently, he was still her junior brother whom she had raised since childhood, so she still chose to believe what he said. Her Tianshui sect is not the kind of small sect that would allow itself to be humiliated. If Suan really dared to do something he shouldn't do to her junior sister, she would never let it go. Her spiritual thoughts were blocked by the formation in the courtyard, so she simply flew directly into the yard. Stop now. Tu Shengnan appeared and stood in front of Feng Luan, looking at her with a serious and wary expression. I have something to talk to Suan about. Feng Luan frowned. My master is resting and won't see any guests. Tu Shengnan refused. Get out of the way. Feng Luan was worried about her junior sister and was anxious. She waved her sleeves and her magic power surged, trying to shake Tu Shengnan away. Unexpectedly, Tu Shengnan just groaned and didn't move a step. In addition to being surprised, Feng Luan's expression also became serious. She didn't expect that Suan, the guard, had already stepped half a foot into the pure Yang realm with just one opportunity. Perhaps he could truly step into Qinyang and become a powerful person at the same level as her. She was secretly shocked. With Qinyang as her bodyguard, even some dukes might not have such a grand display. As her mind turned, Feng Luan did not hold back any longer, and as she flipped her palm, flames surged in her hand. Phoenix Yuan seal. A fiery red seal with a phoenix surrounding it suddenly condensed and flew towards Tu Shengnan, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's cry. It was like a real phoenix attacking, and the surrounding space was being burned. Tu Shengnan did not dare to be careless. His muscles bulged slightly, and his blood and energy were evaporated to the extreme. Ancient dragon elephant. With one punch, the dragon and the elephant roar together. After devouring two real dragons, Tu Shengnan's Dragon Elephant Power Sutra was raised to a higher level. When he took action, it seemed as if every vein in his body had turned into a dragon, circling ferociously. This punch seemed to come from the ancient wilderness and collided with the true essence mark, just like two prehistoric beasts fighting and roaring. Boom, just a moment, the dragon elephant collapsed. Tu Shengnan turned into a meteor and was hit into the yard. The blood in his body surged and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Compared with the real Qinyang, she still has a big gap. However, considering her physical strength, this is just a minor injury and nothing serious. Mr. Master said that we just need to block it a little bit. Remembering Suan's instructions, Tu Shengnan did not go forward to meet him. Without Tu Shengnan's obstruction, Feng Luan entered the courtyard smoothly. Xiao Yulo was still immersed in Suan's greed, and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. She felt calmed down by Suan's greedy demands. I don't want to think about anything anymore, let this man devour everything of mine. Suan, you are so bold. Feng Luan's angry voice rang out, and the next moment, before Xiao Luo could react, his lips suddenly felt empty, and a sense of emptiness came over him as Suan was pushed out. Even though she was angry, Feng Yuan did not lose her mind and did not hurt Suan just by looking at the blood and the slaughtered bodies on the ground. She imagined the drama of the year in her mind. Suan captured innocent passers-by to coerce the kind-hearted junior sister. When the junior sister refused, Suan brutally killed these people in front of her. He also used the disciples of Tianshui's sect to threaten the junior sister again. For the sake of Tianshui's sect, the junior sister had to compromise and was violated by the evil villain Suan. It's so shameful and abominable. Suan, what do you think of my Tianshui sect? You wantonly kill people in my sect. Do you think this is your mansion? She questioned Suan angrily. I almost couldn't help wanting to beat and kill this evil man in front of me. Senior sister. Xiao Yulo pulled her sleeve. Don't worry, junior sister. I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Even the Marquis of Dishan cannot harm the disciples of my Tianshui sect. Feng Yuan placed her hand on the back of Xiao Yulo's hand, comforting her suffering junior sister. Senior sister, I volunteered. Hearing her senior sister's concern, the girl felt a little warm in her heart, but she still explained, although that man was an out-and-out villain, how much better could he be now? And she had a feeling that if the senior sister really took action and became an enemy of this terrible villain, she would die. Feng Yuan turned her head, glared at Xiao Yulo and then at Suan. Weren't you dragged in here by force? No. Xiao Yulo shook his head. What about these people? Feng Yuan pointed at the corpses hanging on the cross. I killed them all. Feng Yuan's brain froze for a moment. So it's all just her own imagination. Feng Xianzi, is this how you, Tianshui sect, treat guests? Suan straightened his clothes and looked coldly at the beautiful fairy in white in front of him. You injured my guards, broke into my residence, and attacked me. Is the next step to take the head of me, the imperial envoy, and raise the banner of rebellion? He put a big hat on. Feng Yuan didn't know how to defend herself for a moment, because what Suan said was true. She looked a bit embarrassed under her cool and elegant aura, but she was also fooled by her junior brother thinking of Qin Yun. She felt a little unhappy. Xiao Yun actually deceived her on such an important matter. I used to think Xiao Yun was a little ignorant about small things, but now it seems that she has really learned bad things and will lie to her. I hope Lord Su will forgive me. This is the fault of my Tianshui sect. Feng Yuan apologized. One mistake and that's it? Suan sneered, and with a loud bang, the ferry boat appeared above the Tianshui sect. On top of the immortal boat, a huge magic formation was aimed at the Tianshui sect, ready to go. The power it exuded even reached the peak of pure yang. Then I'll strike first and then apologize. Can you forgive me? You. Feng Yuan's eyelashes trembled as she looked at the terrifying magic circle. This is the ultimate means of the immortal boat, the self-destruct mode, and its power is definitely strong enough, although if it really hits hard, most of the immortal boat will be destroyed. If they were really hit by this attack, few people in her Tianshui sect would survive. She immediately became sincere and apologized in a proper manner. Lord Su, this is my fault. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. I hope you will not vent your anger on the Tianshui sect. It's not that she didn't think about catching Suan, but she didn't dare to bet that Suan would be in trouble. Moreover, she felt that Suan was not that simple. She felt a little nervous when she wanted to attack Suan just now. I'm sorry, please come here first. Suan said. Feng Yuan had no choice but to walk over as she was told, and stopped about 2 steps away from Suan. Lord Su. Chapter 59 Tianshui Sect's Hospitality. Put your head closer. Suan ordered. Feng Yuan's heart tightened, wondering if he was going to treat her the same way he treated Zhu Luo. If so, yourself. Bang! A slap interrupted her wandering thoughts. A red slap mark appeared on the snow-white cheek. Suan used all his strength in that slap, since a pure Yang realm expert was very tough. Okay, I forgive you now, go back. He waved his hand and started to chase people away. Feng Yuan's face first turned red, then black. Anger was boiling in my heart, but looking at the formation in the sky that had not yet dissipated, Feng Yuan had no choice but to swallow her anger. Okay. Thank you, Lord Su, for your understanding. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, she took Xiao Yulo's hand and prepared to leave. Wait, leave her here. Suan called her again and pointed at Xiao Yulo. Xiao Yulua also looked at Feng Luan eagerly. Senior sister, even the junior sister didn't stand on his side. Feng Luan took a deep breath and restrained herself. She had to restrain herself, then he let go of Xiao Yulo's hand and turned away. Xiao Yulo wanted to say something but was pulled back forcefully by Suan. You are mine now, understand? The ponytail behind her head was pulled, making her feel a little uncomfortable, so she could only try to get closer to Suan. Hearing the noise behind her, Feng Luan became angry again and stopped. How could someone be so rude to her junior sister? Senior sister, I volunteer. Before Feng Luan could say anything, Xiao Yulo interrupted her. Seeing that Xiao Yulo was obviously uncomfortable but looked submissive, Feng Luan was speechless. What kind of love potion did Suan give to make his junior sister become so obsessed? She didn't want to watch the interaction between the two anymore, and in an upset mood she turned into a beam of fire and quickly escaped from the backyard. Outside the courtyard, Qin Yun, who was anxiously wandering around, saw the figure of the senior sister and his eyes lit up. But why is there only the senior sister? Where is the junior sister? Big sister, he shouted to the flame, showed no sign of stopping and flew straight into the distance, leaving behind only a slightly cold sound. Xiao Yun, take care of yourself. Feng Luan really didn't want to meet Qin Yun right now, for fear that she would lose control and want to scold and die in the yard. Suan dragged Xiao Yulo into the room. Holding Xiao Yulua's little face, he showed an evil smile. Xiao Yulua, your sister is so domineering, so you should show us how to entertain guests in Tianshui sect. Well, I'm not ready yet. Xiao Yulo backed down at the critical moment and begged for mercy timidly. He, now it's not up to you. The night has deepened again. Ding, the host is despicable and deceitful. Wait a minute, I haven't called you yet. That night, Qin Yun couldn't sleep. Chuyin also suffers from insomnia. The battle just now took place right next to her Tianyin Peak. How could she not feel it? Asa result, when I went there, I found that my junior sister was having an affair with my man. I feel numb. She was obviously here first. Why did junior sister succeed first? She was extremely angry all night. As for Yi liar, she ran into the room early to help Xiao Yulo share the pressure. After all, her current personality was shaped by Suan. Apart from the fact that she may have been a little bit distorted, this girl is still very sensible. It was daybreak. Several cultivators gathered below a gambling house just 1,000 miles away from Tianshui sect. Are you sure about that thing? The questioner was a fat and big-eared monk with a smiling face and a naive look. If you don't know the origin of the meat lotus magic weapon in his hand, it is indeed true. My feeling should be correct. I discovered the previous leak of the aura, and that thing is sealed in the Tianshui sect. The speaker was a scarred man with scars all over his face. But Mu Ningzhen. The fat monk hesitated. He was not from Qingzhou, but he had heard of Mu Ningzhen's reputation. Brothers, are you afraid? The charming woman wearing only a thin gauze said provocatively, we are 5 Chunyangs, are we afraid of Mu Ningzhen? Yes, I'm scared. The fat monk smiled. He was not a reckless man, so he would never fall for such provocation. Old Ghost Xiao, you are a local, what do you think? The man in blood-stained clothes, who had been silent, looked at the oldest among the 5 people. Old Ghost Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, you are not from Qingzhou, so you don't know how terrifying Mu Ning is. Mu Ningzhen killed 3 pure Yangs in a row and was only slightly injured. With the addition of her eldest disciple, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us. Leave Mu Ningzhen to me and my junior sister. I have a way to contain her. At this time, the scarred man said, after you get rid of Feng Luan and the other disciples of Tianshui sect, come and help us. Well, you are worthy of being the holy son of Huan, so generous. I am happy to participate in this operation. After the success, the female cultivator of Tianshui sect will belong to me. If that Mu Ningzhen is still alive, her cultivation will be destroyed and left to me. The fat monk chuckled. If these words were heard by outsiders, besides being surprised at the fat monk's audacity, they would probably also be shocked that the once suave, handsome and elegant son of Huan has now become a sloppy, scarred man. Ha, as long as you are not afraid of death. Xiao Laogui glanced at the fat monk who was addicted to sex. The resources of Tianshui sect belong to me. The holy son of the Huan sect looked at the blood-robed man again and said, Master Shuya, if this mission is successful, I can give you 50 million blood slaves. We still have some influence in the north. 50 million blood slaves. The Blood River cult leader laughed strangely, his eyes slightly bright. I've heard that the demons in the northern countries are rampant and good at raising humans and animals. Since the Holy Sun is so generous, then this cult leader agrees. The Great Shan demon sect was suppressed and couldn't even raise its head. Even after so many years of establishment, the Blood River sect had never gathered 50 million blood slaves, which was far behind the northern demon sect. After they decided on their itinerary, Xiao Laogui suddenly mentioned, I heard that a young marquis from the Shang dynasty is staying at Tianshui sect. Young marquis? He should be the young master who inherited the title from his ancestors. He just brought a few life-saving guards with him. It's no big deal. The holy son of Hawan waved his hand and didn't care. Seeing this, old ghost Xiao didn't say anything more. His attitude was actually the same as that of holy son Hawan. He just mentioned it casually. How can a junior influence the overall situation? Tianshui Zongfang Market. Damn Suan, why did you show up? Xinyan walked on the street in the market town, his expression full of jealousy and hatred. Everything was obviously fine before, but ever since this guy named Suan showed up, I haven't had a good life. Last night, he watched junior sister enter Suan's yard. He even waited outside the yard until dawn, watching the junior sister come out of Suan's yard with a flushed face. For a moment, I felt as if my heart was being cut by a knife. Chapter 60. The girl in Jade Tower is considerate. It's not clear what happened. That's his junior sister. Some of the unspeakable thoughts he once had about junior sister were shattered at that moment, turning into pieces of debris that stung his heart. It was only now that he finally woke up and realized that his thoughts about his senior sisters were not so simple, but it was too late. The little sister had become someone else's woman, and even the second sister. When he thought of this, his heart began to agitate and it hurt so much that he could hardly breathe. He walked aimlessly, his face sometimes ferocious and sometimes crazy. Passers-by stayed away from him and no one dared to approach this madman. Only a wretched man in coarse linen clothes did not retreat but instead advanced and took the initiative to meet them. Sir, are you feeling depressed? The wretched man hunched over and approached Qin Yun, asking with an apologetic smile. Get lost. Qin Yun shouted, his face turning pale. He was in no mood to talk to others right now. A dark light flashed across the man's eyes, but he was not angry. He continued to follow Qin Yun with a licking face. Young master, if you are feeling depressed, why not go to my Jade Pavilion to have some fun and relieve your worries? The girls in my Jade Pavilion are all considerate and will surely satisfy you. As he said this, he showed an extremely obscene smile. Qin Yun paused, and instantly realized that the Byakuan the man was talking about was probably a brothel. I have never been to that kind of place, but I have occasionally heard fragments of it from idle people on the street. They say it is some kind of paradise, a fairyland on earth, and that the girls there are all like fairies, enchanting and charming. It's just that he used to be extremely disdainful of these places. A few girls in brothels were not even a fraction as good as his senior sisters, but now, my heart aches. Seeing that Qin Yun was moved, the wretched man became even more attentive. Young master, you must be trapped in love. The best way to solve the dilemma is to divert attention. I see that you are handsome, elegant, and suave, and you are most popular with the girls. Even if you don't talk to the girls here, it's okay to listen to some songs to relieve your worries. Who knows, you may figure it out when you go back. His words were persuasive and confusing. Qin Yun was persuaded, and he thought of his several senior sisters. Now his relationship with them was just that of senior sister and junior brother. Even if you have an idea, it is difficult to realize it. What's more, the second senior sister and the youngest senior sister have become other people's women. Thinking of his junior sister enjoying herself under Suan, Qin Yun felt pain in his heart, but also a flame was growing in his heart. Let's go. Lead the way. Okay, sir, please follow me. The wretched man chuckled. Following the man's footsteps, Qin Yun was brought to a gorgeously decorated attic. The attic had high eaves and looked magnificent, yet a bit ostentatious, with a golden exterior. Just get a little closer and the strong smell of powder will hit you in the face. Sir, come and play, sir. Come in and play, sir. I want to play a game with you. Beautiful women with makeup on stood at the door, dressed up gorgeously, their snow-white thighs and slender waists faintly visible through the gauze. They waved and smiled at passers-by on the street, trying to attract customers. Qin Yun's throat moved and he swallowed his saliva. A perverted look appeared on his face. He had never seen such a scenery before. Although these prostitutes are not as pretty as her senior sisters, they reveal much more. A piece of gauze could not completely cover the attractive skin, and the two pieces of inner garments could only barely cover the important parts. If you were not careful, it might pop out, so it saved fabric very much, and it was as if you were not wearing anything. Chin Yun, who had always lived alone, was so shocked by this scene that his head suddenly became filled with blood. His senior sisters were all dressed warmly, and this scene was something he had never seen before. Sir, please follow me quickly. I promise you will be comfortable today. The wretched man took Chin Yun's hand and walked inside. Compared with the outside, there were more lustful scenes inside, and the slight sounds of stringed instruments were drowned out by the sound of applause. There was no such environment as the pimp had said for listening to some ditties. It was just a brothel doing prostitution. If there is anyone who can listen to music quietly in such a place, he must be either a monk or a eunuch. Chin Yun naturally had no intention of listening to the music. The fire in his heart gradually grew in this place full of decadent music. It's okay if you haven't encountered this kind of thing, but once you have, it will be difficult to stop. Following the lead of the wretched man, Chin Yun came to a gorgeously decorated room. The room is painted pink, with various pink flower pots placed in the room, and the burning incense seems to have an aphrodisiac effect. Please wait a moment, sir. I will arrange a girl for you. By the way, sir, how many would you like? The wretched man asked Chin Yun in a normal tone as if he was asking him how many dishes he wanted to order. Give me one. Wait, what are others like? Chin Yun wanted to just say one, but then he thought that it was his first time here, and if others had several, he would be looked down upon if he only had one, so he asked again. Sir, the guests who come to our place are all strong and vigorous. 3 or 4 would not be too many. If you have no experience, why don't you come first? The wretched man smiled slightly weirdly. Give me 5. Chin Yun immediately made the decision. How could he be worse than those people? The man's old face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Chin Yun didn't have to wait long. 5 girls with different styles soon pushed open the door and walked in, and the plump buttocks shook as the waist twisted, which made Chin Yun's eyes hurt. His saliva flowed out without knowing it. His obscene expression was comparable to that of the previous turtle man. Hello, sir. My name is Xiaohong. The 5 women did not show any strange expression and introduced themselves with a sweet smile. I'm Xiaolan. I'm Little Green. I'm Xiao Cheng. Forehead like Xiao Jiang. After a few soft and coquettish female voices, an extremely neutral and even somewhat strong voice came out of the last woman's mouth. Chin Yun looked at the woman suddenly. Sir, this is my cousin. She injured her throat before, so her voice is a little hoarse. Please don't mind. Xiaohong explained quickly. After all, Chin Yun had no experience in this area, so he didn't doubt it too much. What's more, Xiao Jiang is the most handsome among the 5. Seeing Chin Yun at a loss as to what to do, Xiaohong was the first to laugh. Sir, why don't we have a drink first? She took out a wine jug, poured a glass of sake, and then, with the wine glass hanging from her lips, she walked towards Chin Yun coquettishly. A barely detectable black light appeared in the wine glass and then faded away quietly. The aphrodisiac scent in the room seemed stronger, and there was something else too. Chapter 61. Chin Yun Wu miserable. Where's Xiao Yun? Looking at the empty yard, Feng Wan frowned. After I felt a little better, I wanted to explain what happened yesterday to Xiao Yun, but I didn't expect that Xiao Yun was not there. Given Xiao Yun's habits, what else could she do besides sleeping at this time? Feng Wan went to check on her 3rd and 4th junior sisters, and even looked at Chu Yin, but still couldn't find any trace of Chin Yun, and she became a little worried. Even if he had his own divine consciousness, if Xiao Yun went too far away, and Suan took the opportunity to attack him, he might not be able to save him. Just at this moment, 2 disciples of Tianshui sect passed by not far away. Hey, did you hear that Uncle Chin went down the mountain to have some fun? To have fun. What kind of fun? That kind of fun. What, that kind of fun? Yeah, that's the kind of fun. Who told you this? Who else can I hear that? I was guarding the mountain gate this morning and saw Chin Yun coming down the mountain with my own eyes. He was still muttering that several of my senior sisters were angry because they could only see but not touch him. They wanted to go to the market at the foot of the mountain to have some fun and vent their anger. Ah, Uncle Chin is actually such a person. I only told you this matter, don't tell anyone else, the disciple guarding the mountain gate reminded emphatically. Really? Tell me in detail what you heard. A cold voice sounded behind her. Feng Luan stood behind them without them knowing. The other two senior sisters who were also preparing to look for Qin Yun like Feng Luan also came to the two disciples with gloomy faces when they heard this. The three elders surrounded the two disciples, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Ah! Elder Feng. The disciple guarding the mountain gate had a bitter look on his face and could only tell everything that had happened before. After a while, Feng Luan, who learned what had happened, told the two disciples expressionlessly not to spread the matter. Then 3 streams of light broke through the air from Tianshui sect. After the 3 people left, the 2 disciples simultaneously looked towards the direction they left, gave an evil smile, and then a black light flashed in their eyes. The 2 of them stood there in a daze for a long time, and then looked at each other, both of them revealing confusion. How did we get here? A set memory emerged in his mind. He saw Qin Yun walking out of the mountain gate and discussing Qin Yun being discovered by several elders. Everything was just right, as if it was a natural progression, but the darkness in the depths of their eyes became even deeper. In the private room of Byakuan, Qin Yun was enjoying himself. The rich incense drifted into his nose, making his mind feel a little dizzy, and he didn't want to think about anything. Compared to all the worries in Tianshui sect, he now just wants to lie down in this gentle place, and even feels that this place is more like his home. Every girl is considerate and speaks nicely. He likes this place very much. As for Suan, screw him. Master, let me serve you instead. At this moment, Xiaozhang's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yun didn't think much about it in this atmosphere. His body had already become unusually relaxed, his mind was empty, and his sense of danger was reduced to the lowest level. They had no idea of the impending danger, and the next moment, bang, the door and even the wall were suddenly blown open. The smoke and dust dissipated in an instant, and the 3 women looked into the room at the same time, taking in every scene inside. Xiao Yun. Feng Luan looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. A pair of autumn water-like eyes were filled with shock. How could her fellow apprentice be like this? Junior brother, it's fine if you don't learn your lesson and go to whores, but you also go to whores with several people at a time, not even caring about whether they are vegetarian or not? Such troublemaking behavior made Feng Luan feel nauseous. Senior sister. Qin Yun opened his mouth wide. How did senior sister and the others find this place? Then he was discovered. Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. He didn't care about anything else and immediately got up and wanted to explain to his senior sisters. Perhaps he had forgotten what he looked like at the moment, so he walked towards Feng Luan and the others with an unpleasant look on his face. In the eyes of Feng Luan and others, Qin Yun still looked unrepentant, and even had a hint of satisfaction on his face. Vomit, nausea. The 3rd and 4th senior sisters could not help themselves when they saw this extremely difficult scene, and immediately left Byakuan. Feng Luan also tried hard to suppress her nausea, and slapped Qin Yun to the ground with a slap. She then used her magical power to summon a quilt from the bed and wrapped Qin Yun in it. Senior sister, I. Qin Yun looked at Feng Luan with lustful eyes again. Shut up and come back with me. A burst of magic power roughly wrapped Qin Yun, and Feng Luan flew towards Tianshui sect at an extremely fast speed. This time the speed is faster than the last time. Soon they arrived above the courtyard where Qin Yun was. Feng Luan threw Qin Yun into the yard with some disgust, then turned into a stream of light and left without looking back. Only Qin Yun was left with lifeless eyes. He sat on the ground, beating his chest and stamping his feet, feeling like crying but without tears. What the hell had he done wrong? Why is this happening? Suan. It was all Suan's fault. He went to the market because he was angry with Suan, and was deceived by that old man into having such thoughts. It's all Suan's fault. Suan, you deserve to die. Suan, villain value plus. Feng Luan returned to her room and took a deep breath. Xiao Yun, how could he become like this? She felt sad and confused. Obviously Xiao Yun was a good kid before, just a little lazy now, but now, what has happened? He did those tricks behind their backs, and this was only the first time he was discovered. I don't know how many times he might have been discovered without being discovered. After being caught by them, they even dared to look at me with such lustful eyes. Does he still have me? His senior sister, in his eyes, thinking of Xiao Yun's true face recently revealed, deceiving herself and slandering Suan, she faced the challenge head-on. All these behaviors make me feel sick. There is no trace of her former innocence left, and it is even hard to say how real her former appearance was. It is impossible that she has changed recently to do such ridiculous things. Perhaps there were signs of it a long time ago, but she just didn't notice. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Even Qin Yun's behavior when he visited the market town seemed wrong when he recalled it now. Doubt is like a seed, once planted it will continue to grow. Perhaps, I shouldn't pamper him like this anymore. Feng Yuan thought of the various favors she had shown to Qin Yun, and suddenly she understood. Perhaps it was because he and others treated Qin Yun too well that he was led astray. For the next few days, Qin Yun stayed in the yard and didn't come out, nor did he have the face to come out. None of the senior sisters came to visit him until this day, when the sun was shining brightly. Qin Yun jumped up from the bed where he had been lying for several days. I can't do this. If I continue like this, Suan will succeed. He clenched his fists. Chapter 62. Next time he had known for a long time that Suan was not a good person. Moreover, Qin Yun felt that Suan had evil thoughts towards his senior sisters, and now he was misunderstood by them. If Suan took advantage of the situation, thinking of the scene in his nightmare, his hair stood on end. He would never let such a thing happen. Although I left a bad impression on my senior sisters, the relationship between us is definitely not that easy to break. As long as I perform well, the senior sisters will definitely forgive me. Qin Yun muttered to himself, analyzing his own advantages. In order to change the impression of his senior sisters, he simply stopped practicing the Great Dream Sutra, pretend to be working hard and practice the traditional cross-legged sitting posture. This went on for several days, but still no one came to see his performance, not to mention the senior sister. I didn't even see a single disciple. Only Qin Yun was performing a one-man show. A few days passed like this. No, staying in the yard is too confining. I have to go out and perform, so that my senior sisters can see my transformation. Qin Yun finally couldn't sit still anymore. He mustered up the courage to walk out of the yard, the first time he had come out since his return. Let's go see the senior sister first. The eldest sister has always doted on him, and her anger should have almost subsided in the past few days. I believe that this time, as long as he sincerely admits his mistake and explains the misunderstanding clearly, the eldest sister will definitely understand him. Imagining the scene where the senior sister forgave him and Suan's plan failed, a smirk unconsciously appeared on his face, and he was unaware of it. After choosing the direction, Qin Yun began to act. He had become numb to the strange looks from the disciples he met on the road and didn't pay much attention to them. Soon he arrived in front of Fengming Peak and was about to continue going up. Suddenly, a stream of light from afar fell on Fengming Peak, revealing a handsome and tall figure. It was Suan. Qin Yun suddenly froze in place. What was Suan doing here? Could it be that he has already started to harass the senior sister? Master Su was here to see Elder Feng again. Several female disciples who were not far from him saw Suan and immediately started talking to him. It seems that Elder Feng is also interested in young Master Su. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, sitting under the moonlight. I can't help but feel excited just thinking about it. Your news is outdated. I heard that Elder Feng and young Master Su have expressed their feelings to each other and made a promise to be together forever. Where did this gossip come from? Elder Feng and young Master Su are both geniuses of the time. They are extremely talented. How could they ever grow old? That's right. They are a perfect match made in heaven. I wonder if we will have the chance to see Elder Feng and young Master Su get married. Qin Yun heard every word they said, causing a storm in his heart and making his body shiver uncontrollably. Impossible, how could the eldest senior sister fall for that playboy Suan? Qin Yun was absolutely unwilling to believe that such a thing would happen. His senior sister was so noble and high, like a proud and lonely divine flower. How could she make such a bullshit lifelong covenant? As these disciples said, his eyes were fixed on Fengming Peak, expecting Feng Yuan to drive away the evil villain Suan, but in a moment Feng Yuan walked out of the yard and came to Suan's side. Mr. Su, you are here. She smiled and took the initiative to come forward. After these few days of contact, her impression of Suan has changed a little. Before, because of Qin Yun and that slap, she felt a bit disgusted with Suan, but after actually getting to know him, she found that Suan was not just a bully as she had thought before, and not only is Suan extremely gifted, she also has a unique depth of understanding of Taoism and magical powers. Some aspects of her understanding are so profound that even she, a pure Yang powerhouse, is amazed. His character, Taoism, and talent are almost impeccable. That I think if it weren't for Xiao Yun, the relationship between the two wouldn't be so tense. Yes, when you think about it carefully, it seems that Suan did nothing wrong. Although he had attacked Xiao Yun before, he had not really hurt Xiao Yun. He was just teaching her a lesson because of Xiaoyun's slander. He slapped himself later because he believed Xiaoyun's slander and injured Suan's guards first. Now, putting aside all the past grudges, when we talked again, we found that we got along quite well. Suan's various creative ideas gave her a lot of inspiration. If it weren't for Xiaoyun's incident, the two of them might have really become each other's close friends. Thinking of this, Feng Wuan sighed inwardly. Xiaoyun seemed to have a special hatred for young Master Su and would definitely not be able to accept Suan. If her relationship with Suan was too close, it was hard to imagine how Xiaoyun would react. Although Qin Yun has done a lot of wrong things recently, he can't give up Qin Yun for Suan. After all, he is his junior brother, and there is a difference between close and distant relatives. Maybe I should find some time to visit Xiaoyun and guide him back on the right path. She did not notice a pair of eyes filled with anger, resentment, and confusion below the mountain. Ever since Suan came to Fengming Peak as a guest, disciples had come to watch her all day long. She had gotten used to other people's gazes, and she seldom used her spiritual thoughts in the sect. Qin Yun saw the interaction between the two. His body was shaking violently on the spot. The words he had heard from those disciples echoed in his mind. A promise to live forever. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Feng Wuan's closeness to Suan and the smile she showed to Suan was obviously a very normal communication, but it seemed so glaring to Qin Yun now. Why, senior sister clearly knew the deep hatred between herself and Suan. Suan even almost killed himself, but now he is hanging out with this villain again, chatting and laughing, and behaving in a very friendly manner. What a match made in heaven. Qin Yun almost bit his teeth to pieces. Jealousy filled his heart. Suan. Feng Wuan. He turned and walked away, not caring about the direction ahead. He just wanted to escape from this sad place as soon as possible. When the mountain behind him became so small that it was invisible, the emotions hidden in Qin Yun's heart could no longer be suppressed. He roared, his eyes were red, and he madly hit everything around him, regardless of anything. He didn't faint until he was exhausted. On Fengming Peak, Suan's expression changed. Feng Xianzi, I remembered that I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. He bowed and said goodbye. Feng Wuan was discussing Taoism with Suan when she was suddenly interrupted. She felt a little upset, as if her practice of Yin Yang Dao came to an abrupt end. However, seeing that Suan really had something to do and had to leave, she didn't want to try to keep him. Mr. Su, if you have something to do, please go first. You are welcome to visit my Fengming Peak next time. Yeah, next time for sure. Chapter 63 Spring is here, and it is the season for animals again. Chapter 63 Spring is here, and it's time for animals to the back mountain of Tianshui sect. The mountains are extremely steep and are in sharp contrast to the beautiful scenery of the mountains in front. This place has always been a forbidden area of the Tianshui sect. Except for the sect master, not even Feng Wuan has the authority to enter. Suan. Qin Yun muttered this name again when he woke up on the first day of the new year. The eyes show signs of gradually turning red. Fortunately, after venting his anger, he was able to maintain his sanity. Where am I now? He perked up and looked around. After seeing the warning sign, Qin Yun realized his situation. I didn't expect that. I accidentally ran to the back entrance of the mountain. You have to know that disciples of Tianshui sect will be scolded even if they are found approaching the back mountain, let alone running to the entrance of the back mountain. No one in Tianshui sect dares to violate the rules set by Muningzhen. I actually stumbled into here by accident. Why don't you go in and take a look? The entrance to the back mountain was just a psychedelic array. The Great Dream Sutra he practiced just happened to have the effect of breaking illusions, so this array was useless to him. Go and have a look. Qin Yun, who was provoked, felt like he had thrown away all hope and didn't care about the sect's rules at all. He strode directly into the psychedelic array. The next moment, Suan's figure suddenly appeared at Qin Yun's original position. Look at your mother, just hang around here. He swung his hand, and a phantom of an immortal palace descended above the psychedelic array. This psychedelic formation changed in an instant. Countless spaces overlapped and superimposed on each other. An ordinary formation instantly turned into an unparalleled trap. Controlled by Suan, this formation naturally would not leave a ray of hope like the Taishu Emperor's. Although its power was not as strong, it was more capable of trapping people. Even if Qin Yun had extraordinary luck, there was no way he could get through this Taishu version of the psychedelic formation. I knew there must be something wrong with this mountain behind. Then he looked at the entrance marked with a no entry sign and smiled. He had been asking Higanbana to keep an eye on Qin Yun's movements, and when he learned that he had gone to the back mountain, he had an idea in mind. All I can say is that the protagonist is really blessed. Even in this situation, he still has the possibility of getting a chance to turn the situation around. However, the protagonist is destined to be his own treasure-hunting mouse. After calling out Higinbana, he lay on its back without any hesitation. Take me in. Since this back mountain is a forbidden area of the Tianshui sect, it may be dangerous. He is not one of those destined ones, so why should he take the risk? Yes. Higinbana's expression could not be seen clearly under the mask, but her answer was still meticulous, and she flew towards the back mountain with Suan on her back. Apart from the fact that the scenery in the back mountain is a bit worse and looks a bit gloomy, it is not as dangerous as Suan imagined. Along the way, we didn't even see a single creature that could bark. It's like a dead silent area. This situation was obviously deliberately created by someone using great magical powers. The two continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a pink breath came and directly penetrated the magic barrier created by the red spider lily. Although the red spider lily quickly dispelled the strange aura, Suan was still slightly affected. This breath, Suan's expression looked a little unnatural, and as soon as the primordial magic power in his body began to circulate, the influence of this breath was eliminated. Let's keep going in the direction of this aura. I want to see what's causing this trouble. He remained calm and continued to lie on the red spider lily. The red spider lily remained silent and faithfully carried out Suan's orders. Following the breath, the two came to a hidden cave. The breath of spring in this vicinity is even stronger. An ordinary purple mansion cultivator would probably lose his mind before staying here for long. Fortunately, the Taichu Origin Sutra is powerful and can eliminate the influence of this breath. Go in and take a look. There is a restriction at the entrance of this cave, but it seems that it has not been repaired for some time. It has been hit by this inexplicable aura in turn, and a hole has been broken. Those strange auras are coming out from this hole. After passing through the restriction, there was a very simple cave with only 2 or 3 rooms. At the innermost was a black door made of unknown material. You can feel that the source is inside the door. Is this where Mu Ningjin is in seclusion? Suan glanced around the cave, taking in everything, and finally his eyes stopped at the door. If nothing unexpected happens, Chuyin and the others' master is in seclusion in there. Suan gave a wink, and the red spider lily walked forward cautiously, opened the door and explored the way. Unexpectedly, the black door was open with just a slight push, and there were no restrictions or traps. Suan looked inside and saw a disheveled woman. The woman had a cold face and thin lips, which reminded Su and of the snow lotus on the mountains. At first sight, even with Suan's extremely high aesthetic standards, he couldn't find a single flaw on this woman. The light eyebrows are like autumn water, and the jade-like skin is accompanied by the breeze coupled with the leek spring light. Even Suan couldn't hide the heat in his heart and wanted to go forward, etc. He suddenly stopped and forced himself to calm down. The primordial magic power in his body flowed throughout his body, and his mind suddenly became clear again. I was actually affected. Suan's gaze shifted from the woman's body to her hand, to an inconspicuous oval ball shaped like a round bead. At a glance, the small ball looked somewhat like a bell. He was sure that it was this thing that had affected him just now. This seems to be a spiritual treasure. Suan blinked. It looks like she wanted to refine this spiritual treasure again, but she was only half successful. He made an inference based on the situation before him. The reason why spiritual treasures are precious is that, generally speaking, the materials used to refine spiritual treasures must be top-level spiritual objects nurtured by heaven and earth, so that they can carry that spirituality. After refining, if you are not satisfied, you can also refine it again with great magic power, but it is very troublesome and requires deconstructing the spirituality of the magic treasure. This method can also allow cultivators to comprehend the deepest spiritual rhyme of the spiritual treasure. A Chunyang cultivator once used this to break through his primordial spirit. Mu Ningjin must also want to use this method. However, this method is very dangerous. If it fails, not only will the magic treasure be destroyed, but it may also endanger your life. Now it seems that Mu Ningjin seemed to have had an accident. Looking at the woman in front of him, her skin was abnormally flushed, her eyes were closed, and her face showed a struggle, and she had no reaction to the arrival of the two Me and Suan looked curious. He held the Jinyang pearl in one hand, slowly moved forward, stretched out his finger, and gently poked the woman's cheek. Slippery, this was Suan's first feeling. The skin is as smooth as cream, smooth and tender. Mu Ningjin still didn't respond. Like a beautifully crafted puppet, it has no power to resist. Suan became bolder, rubbing her head, pinching her nose, and flicking her earlobes. The actions became more and more outrageous. Finally his hand touched the rosy lips. Mu Ningjin's mouth shape is definitely the most beautiful Suan has ever seen. It is light and delicate, like red silk, and has a blood-like luster, the pearly teeth. Inside are as white as jade, contrasting with the red lips. The red is distinct and the white is transparent. Hey, how do the teeth show? Suan looked up and saw that Mooningjan's tightly closed eyes had opened at some point, and her gaze was as cold as a knife. Chapter 64, The Origin of All Daos, Only I Can Be Happy. Have you had enough fun? A cold voice came from Shou's mouth, and warm air sprayed onto Suan's fingers. Higan Bana stood behind Suan, looking at Mooningjan vigilantly, ready to take action at any time. Ah, Master, you're still awake. That's great. I was worried that something had happened to you. Suan's expression changed rapidly, his eyes became clear in an instant, revealing a happy smile. With his handsome face, he looked like a clean and tidy young man. Master? I don't remember having a disciple like you. Mooning really looked at Suan coldly and was not tempted by Suan's beauty. Master, you don't know that Luo and I have already secretly agreed to spend our lives together. We are now husband and wife. You are her master, so you are also my master. As for this person, he is my bodyguard. Suan explains seriously. Luo, little Luo? Mooningjan understood who Suan was talking about at the first moment, and her expression became slightly surprised, as if she did not expect that the little disciple would lose his virginity to someone else after only half a year of seclusion. However, according to the rules of Tianshui sect, men from outside are not allowed to stay in Tianshui sect for a long time, let alone come to the back mountain. So what this person said is somewhat credible. Then she looked at Suan in front of her again, with a hint of shame in her eyes, and shouted, "Then why don't you let go?" It turned out that Suan's fingers had been on Mooningjan's lips, and he didn't let go even while she was talking, touching her teeth several times. Sorry, I was intimidated by the Master's majesty just now, and I didn't dare to move for a while. Suan seemed to have just reacted and quickly withdrew his hand, his fingers still a little wet. Humph, I have issued a ban. No one except me is allowed to enter the back mountain. Why don't you obey the ban? Mooningjan suppressed her shame and asked again. The man in the back mountain set up a psychedelic array and established restrictions in front of the cave, but he didn't expect that someone would still break in accidentally. Yes, it was an accident. She knew that the restriction at the entrance of the cave was broken. It was broken not long ago, but she didn't have the extra energy to deal with it at that time. She could only say that this person came at too coincidental. The tenacity of the Hahuan Bell was beyond her imagination. The remnant soul of the Hahuan sect's female leader inside it had not yet been extinguished. When she was retraining the magic treasure, it suddenly attacked, leaving her no time to distract herself. Master, you don't know. I have discovered that the demon sect Xunyang wants to attack our Tianshui sect. They have a large number of people and are very powerful. Our Tianshui sect may not be their opponent. I have no choice but to come to the back mountain to look for Master. Suan opened his mouth and made up a reason based on the recent developments in the magic world. Are you serious? Mooningjan's expression suddenly became serious, thinking of the situation not long ago when the restriction was broken and the aura of the Hahuan Bell was leaked. She couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. This matter may have something to do with me. As a former great demonic sect, it is normal for the remnants of the Hahuan sect to have some abilities to sense their own spiritual treasures. If it was really because of her that the Tianshui sect was destroyed, she would have no face-to-face. The ancestors of the Tianshui sect again. In addition to cultivation, Mooningjan pays the most attention to the sect. Absolutely true. Suan nodded affirmatively, without a trace of falsehood on his face. Mooningjan closed her eyes and suppressed the impatience in her heart. It's okay. Wait for 2 more days and I will be out of retreat. You go out first and let Fingluan and the others be on guard. The remnant soul in the Hahuan Bell was already in a broken state, and had been sealed for hundreds of years. Now it had been almost worn out by herself. In 2 days at most, she would be able to completely eliminate the remnant soul and practice the Hahuan Bell again. By then, there will be no need to fear those rats in the gutter. Ha ha ha, Mooningjan, the descendants of my Hahuan sect really didn't let me down. When my Hahuan sect invades your Tianshui sect, your sect will be destroyed and all your people will be killed. All of you bitches will become my sex slaves and will never be freed. The oval ball in Mooningjan's hand suddenly shone brightly, and a charming yet crazy voice sounded in the room. It makes one's blood boil and one's hair stand on end at the same time. It was like a succubus from hell, captivating everyone. Suan's eyes moved slightly and looked at the small ball. No wonder Mooningjan didn't move when I touched her like that just now. It turned out that she was restrained. Humph, I will completely destroy your remaining soul and practice the Hahuan bell again. When I get out, I will kill you and make sure that your Hahuan sex inheritance is cut off, leaving no one alive. Mooningjan's magic power continued to flow towards the Hahuan bell, transforming into true fire that burned the Hahuan bell, and he did not show any weakness either. After being entangled with this Hahuan goddess for half a year, bickering has almost become a habit. She didn't know when the evil would attack, so she had to destroy the remaining soul of the Hahuan goddess as soon as possible. Ah, Mooningjan, you're dreaming. Haven't you always looked down on the yin yang Dao of our Hahuan sect, and thought yourself noble and disdained those human affairs? The voice of Hahuan Nuzu gradually became normal, like a precursor to complete madness. This made Mu Ning really feel uneasy. Could it be that she had any other backup plan? Let me see what this white lotus of yours will look like when it's stained by filth. Ah! The way of heaven and earth is the balance of yin and yang. The root of all ways is only my happiness. The female voice was shrill and filled with the pleasure of revenge. The concealed light of the Hahuan bell burst out completely, and for a moment it broke free from Mooningjan's restraints, revealing its long-hidden majesty. Mooningjan's pupils shrank slightly. The Hahuan female lord actually completely sacrificed her own soul and forcibly activated the maximum power of the Hahuan bell. A rich pink scent swept through the entire room, which was several times stronger than the scent Suan had felt before. Even if he used all his strength to circulate the Primordial Origin Sutra, he still found it difficult to suppress the heat in his blood. The beautiful neck of the red spider lily that was exposed was faintly pink, and its body was trembling. Slightly, both of them were like this, not to mention Mooningjan, who was taken care of by the Hahuan goddess. Her skin is flushed and her face is radiant, making her look extremely attractive. Go, go! She gritted her teeth and yelled at Suan. Unfortunately, Suan was born with a rebellious nature. 9 out of 10 pounds of flesh is rebellious. How could he possibly obey Mooningjan? Oh, no, master, I feel so uncomfortable. I can't walk anymore. Suan sent a message to Higanbana, asking her to wait outside the door in case of any accidents, while circulating his magic power, making his skin turn red. He also pulled up his clothes to dissipate heat, looking as if he was unconscious. The two of them were already close to each other, and the masculine scent rushed into Mooningjan's nose, and the consciousness she had maintained with great difficulty suddenly dissipated. The lust that had accumulated from fighting with the Hahuan goddess for so long suddenly erupted, and he pounced on Suan regardless of anything. She just wants to put out the fire now. Master, don't do that. Stop. Stop it now. Chapter 65. Suan, bah, unfaithful woman. No, not here, this is for you, Luo. Suan consciously added to the drama. He said nice things, but his hands and feet were pushing and shoving dishonestly, and he took the initiative to help Mooningjan undress. Thanks to Hahuan for the assist. The flower soldiers and Moon arrays secretly attack each other, and the long-used camp and city are connected. When the white snow melts, there is still white, and when the red flowers fall, there is no more red. Qinyan's heart suddenly ached in the psychedelic array, his steps softened, and he fell into the emerald green pool beside him. This feeling, he covered his chest with his hands, and it took him a while to calm down. He had no idea what was going on. Could this be a side effect of the great dream scripture? After a great battle in which the sun and moon were darkened. Luo, master, how can I be worthy of you, Luo, like this? Suan sat there with a look of grievance on his face, confusion and pain flashing in his eyes from time to time. With this appearance, if he were still born in his previous life, it would be unacceptable if he didn't win a few Best Actor awards. Mooningjan, who was originally prepared to ask for an explanation, suddenly felt a surge of guilt upon seeing this. I didn't expect that this boy was quite affectionate towards you. In this case, it was my fault. I was tricked by the Hahuan goddess and lost control of myself, so I trapped this kid. This kid came in for a reason. It's not his fault. Moreover, he himself could not withstand the power of the Hahuan bell, let alone him, a mere purple mansion. Looking at the pool of blood on her clothes on the ground, she felt a little lost. She actually lost her virginity under such circumstances and had a relationship with her own apprentice-in-law. Such behavior is contrary to morality and ethics. Will you be responsible for me? Suan looked at Mooningjan timidly, like a good boy who was dragged into the water. Responsible? Mu Ning was really stunned. Was she still responsible for this? You've ruined my innocence, don't you want to take responsibility? Suan's eyes, which looked like a heartless man, really made Mu Ning feel irritated. Aren't you Yu Luo's husband? How can I be responsible for you? She rubbed her eyebrows. But you just violated Yu Luo's husband. Suan said, what he said made sense. Mu Ningxin just felt a little headache. If there were any other man who broke in, she would have killed him without leaving any trace, but the man in front of him was his apprentice's son-in-law, half his own family member, and he didn't even feel any ill feelings towards him. But to be responsible, does it mean that I have to share a husband with my apprentice? How could she possibly agree to such a thing? You go first, we will discuss this matter later. A gentle magical power directly wrapped Suan and sent him out of the cave. Then Mu Ningxin repaired the restrictions of the cave, put on her clothes and sat down cross-legged. The residual soul of female Lord Halwan had disappeared, and she was ready to completely retrain this spiritual treasure and use it for her own benefit. She suddenly opened her eyes. Wait, isn't there a pure Yang realm guard beside him? How could he not be able to leave? After coming back from that state, wisdom took over again and she immediately thought of something wrong. I was actually tricked by that little thief. But when he scanned again, there was no sign of Suan outside. Bah, you ungrateful woman. After returning to the back entrance of the mountain, Suan secretly spat in the direction of the back mountain, thinking that he was so irresponsible and was just getting things for free. Looking at the psychedelic array again, Qin Yun was still wandering around in it. He waved his hand, and the Taishu Immortal Palace fell into his hands again. Qin Yun's vision suddenly became clear in the psychedelic array, and a way out appeared before his eyes. His eyes lit up and he walked out quickly without thinking. This psychedelic array in the back mountain is so terrifying. It doesn't look strong at first, but once you walk in, it becomes so mysterious that you can't see through it at all. He will never come to this damn back mountain again. Suan, why are you here? As soon as he came out and saw Suan, Qin Yun was shocked. The previous scenes turned into anger and surged into his heart again. How do you talk to your master? Suan raised his eyebrows, and a powerful pressure immediately pinned Qin Yun down, making him dizzy and faint on the ground. Well, the red spider lily is moving its hands. Looking at Qin Yun, who had fainted on the ground, Suan smiled faintly. If it weren't for his own calculations, it would probably be Qin Yun who succeeded after entering the back mountain. At that time, he would take advantage of the situation to break through the life pill, and then save the Tianshui sect from danger, revealing his strength, and changing the impressions of several senior sisters, and then he would be able to win their favor. But now I can only enjoy this blessing myself. After taking away Mu Ningxin's Yuan, even though she did not have that special physique, the pure Yang level of Yuan still helped her a lot. Now he has reached the peak of Purple Mansion, and is only a thin layer away from the life pill. It's just that the life pill is quite special, so there's no need to rush. Xiaoyun, you should live your life with clarity, so you'd better be a little confused. He walked in front of Qin Yun and pressed his palm on Qin Yun's chest. Strands of black energy flowed into Qin Yun's body. Enjoy the last good time. Ah! Qin Yun suddenly woke up, his face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his face. What happened just now? He seemed to see Suan, and Suan told him that he was his master's master. Qin Yun looked around and didn't see any other people. He was the only one at the back entrance of the mountain, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he said, that must have been an illusion after being in the psychedelic array for too long. How could Suan become his master's master? Impossible. He propped himself up and returned to his own courtyard. A female disciple was waiting at the door. When she saw Qin Yun coming back, her anxious face lit up with joy. Uncle Qin, you're back. You're the only one missing. What's wrong? Qin Yun frowned. Uncle Qin, seeing Qin Yun's frightening expression that looked like he wanted to eat someone, the disciple took a few steps back in fear and said in a trembling voice, Feng, Elder Feng summoned all the disciples to gather in front of the sect's main hall. Now, you are the only one missing. Gather? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. Tianshui sect was relatively free except for a few rules. He had never seen such a gathering of all disciples. Could something big have happened? Got it, I'll be there right away, he replied. The female disciple was frightened again. When she saw the notice had arrived, she didn't care about anything else and used her magic power to quickly escape from there. Uncle Qin actually looked at her with such resentment. It was just as the other sisters said, this guy was an absolute pervert. and she was unlucky to have been assigned this mission. Qingyun felt a little upset about this disciple's performance, but he was no longer surprised. I'm used to it and I'm tired of it. After a brief rest and a change of clean clothes, Qingyun headed towards the sect's main hall. Chapter 66, Shangnan enters Chunyang. Is Xiaoyun not here yet? Seeing the missing figure below, Feng Yuan frowned and shook her head. Forget it, let's just announce it without waiting. Not long ago, Suan reminded her that the remnants of the Haowan sect were about to attack. After her deliberate investigation, she indeed found traces of demonic cultivators near the Tianshui sect, which forced her to pay attention. She was extremely grateful for Suan's help despite past grudges, and also felt guilty for her previous misunderstanding of Suan. Lord Su is obviously a good person. My fellow disciples, I have gathered you all here today. As he was speaking, a figure suddenly flew over and landed in a corner of the square in an extremely conspicuous manner. It was Qin Yun. Feng Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly, not caring, and continued, now the demon cultivators are rampant, causing chaos in Qingzhou, and they are still determined to destroy Tianshui sect. We should be united. From now on, all disciples are not allowed to go out, and the sect formation will be activated. At the same time, the first 3 floors of the sect treasure pavilion will be opened. Everyone can choose any magical power, and can exchange any skills and treasures with their merits. Before Muningzhen came out, she was the controller of Tianshui sect, so it was natural for her to make these decisions. There is no need to elaborate on the uproar in the field, not to mention those top-notch skills and treasures that are usually out of reach. Take the sect's formation for example. It is extremely powerful and can even stop a pure Yang warrior. However, it consumes a huge amount of spirit stones if it is activated for one day. Apart from those holy places, even a hegemonic sect will only activate it when a powerful enemy attacks. Activating the formation now means that the enemy is already able to threaten the safety of the Tianshui sect. Qingyun looked at the senior sisters standing there, and his heart tightened. In the past, under the protection of Tianshui sect and his senior sisters, he had never worried about any danger. Before Suan came, he lived a leisurely and comfortable life, but now the danger has endangered the sect and senior sister he cares about. Even though the senior sisters now have an unclear relationship with Suan, and are even willing to go against me for that man, how could I be willing to watch my senior sisters fall into danger? No, I must break through the life pill quickly. Only in this way can it be possible to play a role in the upcoming danger and protect the sect and senior sister. Qin Yun made a secret decision in his heart. Boom! It was as if a huge sun had fallen into the yard, and it was scorching hot. The energy and blood rise and burn like the scorching sun, but this abnormality was tightly confined in the courtyard, and the red spider lily sealed off this space. Gradually, the qi and blood were gathered, and Tu Xingnan's figure reappeared. As soon as he stood up, the space around him began to break and collapse bit by bit. This was the leakage of the power that had just broken through. Her body shape has not changed much from before, she just looks more powerful and beautiful, and her face has become more delicate. There is a strange harmony under the strong sense of incongruity. Not bad, Shangnan, congratulations on achieving pure Yang. Suan smiled with relief. It was worth it that he fed the 2 dragons. He finally pushed Tu Shangnan to the pure Yang realm and had one more card in his hand. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will work hard for you and die before you. Tu Shangnan replied respectfully with a fist clasped. Her personality remains the same, without any change due to the breakthrough in strength. She was not stupid and knew why she broke through. If it weren't for the 2 dragons given by Suan, it would take her at least 50 years to have the chance to reach the pure Yang realm. Hey, Shangnan, next time you don't have to say idioms if you don't know how to say them. Suan was choked by Tu Xingnan's words. What a bad luck to be dead or alive. The scourge has lasted for thousands of years, so he must live forever. Okay, sir. Tu Shangnan scratched her head. She really didn't like to say those flowery words. Sister Xingnan's pectoral muscles are so exaggerated. Yi Liar's focus was different. She stared at Tu Xingnan's chest, and had the urge to pinch it to see if it was hard. I'm mainly curious, will physical training affect the softness and hardness of that area? Then Suan knocked him on the head. I told you to practice hard, but you are still in the early stage of Purple Mansion. Look at others and learn more. Well, it's only been a short time, it's normal, okay? It's all your fault that you have less time to practice dual cultivation with others after coming here. Yi Liar looked at Suan resentfully. In the past, she ate alone in the Marquis mansion, and occasionally she would call Li Zixuan, but Li Zixuan was worse than the others and she didn't take her seriously. It would have been better if Tang Shiyun hadn't been mentioned. Now she hasn't even climbed into Brotherin's bed, so she thought he would be a big enemy, but when they got here, Shuyin didn't say anything. She was competing with her for the pillow even though she wasn't a virgin yet. Brotherin even said that Shuyin was more plump than him and more comfortable to hug, that brat Xiao Yula was even more outrageous. He actually learned to call me Brotherin. I could only eat what she left over these past few days. This was simply intolerable, but if I have the chance, I must lock that brat in a secret room and teach her a lesson. Let her know who was the big sister. Thinking of that scene, the corners of her mouth curled up wildly, and the feeling of pleasure was almost unsuppressible. Looking at Yi Liar, who had fallen into improper fantasies, Suen's face darkened. You keep thinking about these rubbish all day long. Can't you do something meaningful? He scolded. Something meaningful? Yi Liar pondered for a while, then suddenly came closer and opened her red lips. I recently learned a new wild horse style, Brotherin, do you want to try it? There is a charming smile on the innocent face, and the rosy and white face is smooth and lovely, making people want to eat it in one bite. Hiss, what on earth has this girl learned recently? Suen's face turned serious, and he looked unhappy. Girl, am I that kind of person? He pulled Yi Liar into the room and slammed the door shut. Look, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Outside the Tianshui sect, the demonic forces from all directions have quietly surrounded it. I didn't expect that the clues were discovered in advance. Looking at the tortoiseshell-like protective formation of the Tianshui sect, the fat monk of the Huanqi sect's smile faded a little. With so many people around, it's normal for the news to leak out. The scarred man said calmly, having anticipated this situation. The evil world is a mixed bag, strength comes first, morality comes second. Anyone who really believes this is a fool. This time the action was so big, it's no surprise that it was noticed by the Tianshui sect. However, this protective formation is of no use except allowing the Tianshui sect to survive for a while, and it is even less likely that any support will be provided. Other forces in Qingzhou would be happy to see the destruction of the Tianshui sect. He glanced in the direction of Xiao Laogui. This guy was one of them. Old Ghost Xiao noticed his gaze, turned his head, and a creepy smile appeared on his haggard face. No one wants Qingzhou to have an extra sky above his head. Muning is really talented and a strong person. If Muningzhen could break through his primordial spirit, the Tianshui sect would become a new holy land and dominate the other sects in Qingzhou. Chapter 67. Fellow Taoist Su has a noble character. The cake of Qingzhou is only so big. If it supports a holy land, how much meat should other forces give up? Therefore, it is a great conscience of other forces not to add insult to injury this time. As for the evil cultivators causing trouble. Anyway, the evil cultivators' actions this time will inevitably alarm the Shang dynasty, and they will not dare to stay in Qingzhou for long. A small loss is nothing. On the contrary, if the Tianshui sect falls, they can get more meat, not to mention people like old Ghost Xiao, who directly colluded with the evil forces. Is this the right way? How hypocritical. The Blood River cult leader sneered. No matter how rotten the righteous path is, it is still the righteous path. Old Ghost Xiao glanced at the Blood River cult leader and said, the evil cultivators have no sense of loyalty, let alone unity. The internal strife is much more serious than that of the righteous. Today you betray me, tomorrow I stab you in the back. The master uses the disciples to make elixirs, and the disciples send the master to the west. Overcoming the strong with the weak is a traditional skill. Even when the sect is about to perish, they will not forget to fight. No matter how hypocritical the righteous path is, no matter how glorious and righteous it is, and how it oppresses small sects and independent cultivators, it still has a layer of cover-up. It will not do things openly, and there are more constraints between each other. If not for this, the demonic path would not have suffered such a terrible defeat when facing the encirclement and suppression by the Shang dynasty and many other sections. Even though the magic sects in the Great Shang dynasty have been suppressed to the point where they can no longer raise their heads, and most of the original magic sects have fled to the small countries in the north to survive, the internal strife has never stopped. All right. The scarred man stopped the quarrel between the two. What we need to do now is to defeat Tianshui sect instead of arguing here. His words did have a certain effect. After they assigned the tasks, they commanded the magic cultivators under their command to begin attacking the Tianshui sect's protective formation. These low-level demon cultivators are cannon fodder. They are perfect for exploring the way and consuming the opponent. They can be summoned again after use anyway. The magic skills can be practiced quickly and are most suitable for recruiting cannon fodder. Especially after the Northern Blood Demon sect began to raise humans and livestock through the method of studying things, the cost of practicing magic skills has been reduced again, and this kind of low-level magic practitioners can be trained easily, and if several of their Chunyang were injured by this formation and affected the subsequent battle, it would not be good. Demon cultivators are invading. Looking at the dark mass of demon cultivators before them, the disciples of Tianshui sect were shocked. A quick glance revealed that there were no less than 100,000 demon cultivators attacking, creating a scene of tens of thousands of demons attacking the mountain. Every demon cultivator has a lot of resentment and blood. The overwhelming demonic resentment even slightly affected the weather, with dark clouds rolling and thunder snakes roaring. How is it possible that Qingzhou is hiding so many evil cultivators? The Tianshui sect quickly entered the highest level of alert. In fact, only a small number of these demon cultivators are from Qingzhou, and most of the rest come from several other demonic forces. Although they cannot be said to be elite as a whole, they are at least at the Lingdong realm. Among them, there are dozens of purple mansion cultivators, and their strength can be said to be strong. Fortunately, these people were blocked outside by the formation at this time and could not come in for the time being. Even so, many disciples who were used to a peaceful life were horrified. They had always lived under the protection of the Tianshui sect and had never seen such a scene before. Many demon cultivators held various magical weapons, either skulls or soul flags, and used all their magic power to attack the mountain protection formation. Everyone performed their duties faithfully and did not dare to be negligent. If they fail to capture Tianshui sect within 24 hours, they will all die. Chun Yang on our side knew the nature of these demon cultivators best. In order to prevent them from being lazy and taking advantage of the situation, he placed restrictions on each of them. Under the fierce attack of hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators, the sect protection formation also began to experience some ripples. Although these people cannot break the sect protection formation for the time being, they can drastically increase the consumption of the sect protection formation. If Chunyang takes action again at that time, it will be dangerous. Master hasn't come out of retreat yet? Fengluan looked towards the back mountain, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She didn't take these demon cultivators seriously. If she was willing to go out, she could easily destroy these hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators, but doing so would mean she would fall into the other party's trap. She did not believe that there was no Chunyang behind these evil cultivators. It is totally worth it to exchange more than 100,000 cannon fodder demon cultivators for a pure Yang strongman, and now, apart from her, there is no other Chunyang in the Tianshui sect. But worrying wouldn't change anything. She could only hope that Muningzhen would come out as soon as possible. After comforting the somewhat panicked disciples, she felt a little tired. The burden of Tianshui sect now fell on her shoulders, so she dared not relax. This time, Suan came over and said, "Fellow Taoist Feng is worried about the demon cultivators outside." "Oh, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, fellow Taoist." Feng Luan sighed. It's a joke that he was pressed to the mountain gate by a group of demon cultivators and was afraid to go out. "Please don't disturb me, fellow Taoist Feng. Anyone can kill the evil cultivators, and I will naturally not stand idly by. I have already notified the Qingzhou Suanio division. I believe that someone will come to reinforce us soon." Suan comforted. Feng Luan looked at Suan in surprise. She had also informed the Qingzhou authorities before, but received no response. Then her face lit up with joy, and she bowed deeply to Suan. "Friend Su, you were so righteous." Even if the Tianshui sect was breached, it would not have any impact on Suan. With that terrifying ferry boat, he could escape alone, but he still chose to put aside the past and take the initiative to help a fellow Taoist. Su is indeed a man of noble character. Feng Luan felt more guilty and fond of Suan. "Feng Dao Yu, there's no need to be so polite." Suan hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Feng Luan's arm, helped her up, and said righteously, "This is also my responsibility. With me here, how can the demon cultivators run rampant? I still have to thank fellow Taoist Su." Feng Luan smiled, and the pressure on her shoulders seemed to be relieved a little. "By the way, where is Qin Yun?" Suan asked casually. "Xiao Yun?" Feng Luan was stunned, as if she had never seen Qin Yun until now, and he was not guarding the mountain gate or scouting for the enemy. Could it be? She said goodbye to Suan and came to Qin Yun's courtyard. Seeing Qin Yun sleeping soundly, her face suddenly darkened. With a slight wave of his hand, Qin Yun flipped out, and the bed collapsed. Who hit me?" Xinyan turned over with a furious face and said angrily that he had clearly touched upon the opportunity to break through to the life pill just now, but it was destroyed by this blow. How could he not be angry? It's me. Feng Wan's voice sounded, with a bit of suppressed anger. Ah, senior sister, why is it you? Seeing that the person coming was Feng Wan, Xinyan's anger instantly dissipated. He touched his head with a smile and complained, Senior sister, you just came. Why did you wake me up? I still want to sleep. If he hadn't been forcibly awakened, he would have probably broken through to the life pill. Chapter 68. Shut up, you still dare to slander VEDIO. In addition to complaints, there was also a strong sense of dissatisfaction on his face, as if he was resenting Feng Wan for waking him up. Feng Wan left without even looking at Xinyan again. Xinyan felt inexplicably flustered, as if he had lost something. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these trivial things. It is better to break through the life pill as soon as possible. Those demon cultivators will attack us at any time. Once the evil cultivators are defeated, all misunderstandings will naturally be resolved. After tidying up the room, he went back to sleep, hoping to get the opportunity to break through the life pill again. Time passed minute by minute, but the demon cultivators' attack did not stop. Some weak demon cultivators were even shaken to death by this formation, but the others still did not dare to stop. Thanks to their unremitting efforts, the attack finally bore fruit. The Tianshui sect's formation began to become unstable. The demon cultivators seemed to have seen hope and attacked more vigorously. A bang! The next moment, the formation trembled violently, and the originally unstable place suddenly became solid, and an extremely strong impact force was transmitted to the surroundings of the formation. Tens of thousands of demon cultivators who had no time to react were blown away on the spot, and those who were unlucky died instantly. What a pity! Feng Wan sighed secretly. If the evil cultivator Chun Yang was here, he might have injured him, thus relieving the pressure for later. In a short period of time, only 2/3 of the demon cultivation sect remained. They were of course extremely frightened, but under the threat to their lives, they had no choice but to advance and attack the formation once again. Not attacking means death, but attacking may give you a glimmer of hope. However, the current formation can no longer be shaken by this group of demon cultivators. The original formation was just allowed to run on its own, but now that Feng Wan was in charge personally, even if 3 pure Yangs were present together, they could still block it for a long time. Humph, a bunch of trash. You might as well be my blood slaves. The Blood River cult leader looked at this group of demon cultivators with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. The holy son of Halwan took a sip of tea and said calmly, It's great that these people can make it this far. It's our turn next. Remember what you said. The Blood River cult leader appeared in front of the formation first. Don't worry, 50 million blood slaves are ready. The others also walked out one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feng Wan's face gradually darkened. There are actually 5 pure Yangs. This is bad. 3 can still be dealt with for a while, but with 5 pure Yang, this formation will definitely not be able to stop them. This must be Fairy Feng from Tianshui sect. The fat monk among the 5 saw Feng Wan's figure and his eyes lit up immediately. Feng Fairy, we are here. The defeat of Tianshui sect is a foregone conclusion. Why don't you surrender to me and join me in the joyous avenue and ascend to the holy land of bliss? Isn't that wonderful? You are Dingguan, evil Buddha. Feng Wan recognized the person and her face turned stern. Dingguan, evil Buddha, who calls himself Dingguan old Buddha, is a traitor to Buddhism. He founded the joyful Buddhism in the north and preached that one can attain bliss through joy. He is called a Buddha but is actually a demon sect and likes to abduct female cultivators. He once entered Dishang and attempted to rob female cultivators, but was then beaten half to death by General Jinbei Su Dingfang and fled back in a hurry. I didn't expect that you would dare to enter Dishang now. Why, your lower body is already healed. Feng Wan said sarcastically. The smile on Dingguan Buddha's face froze for a moment, and then he laughed again. It doesn't matter. Since Fairy Feng is unwilling to practice my way of joy, then I, an old monk, have another way of the 6 desires slave, which is probably very suitable for Fairy Feng. The 6 desires slaves, although it sounds nice, are actually just Star Fury sex puppets that have been refined using a special method. This thing is notorious in the northern countries. Open your mouth, you liar. You are just bragging, old bald ass. I also have a great way to be a beast, which I think is suitable for you. Suan came to Feng Luan at some point and looked at the 5 Shenyang demon cultivators outside the formation without any fear on his face. Feng Luan glanced at Suan beside her and her eyes moved slightly. Just now, was that a statement to stand up for her? Boy, you are the young marquis, you look delicate and tender. Buddha Dingguan looked at Suan, and the lustful light in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He has never been particular about gender, which is why he is ostracized by other demon cultivators in such a chaotic place as the North. Suan had already sentenced this evil Buddha Dingguan to death in his heart and didn't care about his words. Since this man was seeking death, he could only let him do it. Stop talking, let's act as soon as possible. The Holy Son of Hawan took the lead in attacking the formation. Under the attack of several people, the formation became precarious and it was feared that it would be broken in a moment. Feng Luan, you can show weakness later and let them in. I'm here. At this time, a voice came into Feng Luan's mind. She was delighted. It was the master. Master has come out. She instantly felt confident. Just at this moment, the formation suddenly shook again. Feng Luan, who was in charge of the formation, suddenly changed her expression. Someone actually moved the center of the formation. Without a core element, the power of the sect protection formation was immediately weakened, but this was not what Feng Luan wanted. Is there a traitor in her Tianshui sect? Time goes back to half a quarter of an hour ago. Qin Yun was trying hard to sleep, and he finally seized the opportunity and broke through the life pill realm. Just when he was feeling happy, he suddenly saw a black figure sneaking away in one direction. He sensed something was wrong and followed immediately, only to see that the black figure was destroying the center of the formation, and the third senior sister who was guarding the center of the formation had been knocked unconscious by him. Qin Yun was furious at the time and used all his strength to attack the black figure, but the next moment, the black figure disappeared, and his attack accidentally hit the center of the formation because his body suddenly paused for some reason. Soon after, several other sisters noticed the changes in the formation and rushed over instantly. His master, whom he hadn't seen for half a year, also came here. Master, you've come out of seclusion. Qin Yun said in surprise. Xiao Yun, why did you destroy the center of the formation? Mu Ningxin took his unconscious third disciple to his side, and then stared at Qin Yun with a complicated look. Could it be that Xiao Yun already knows her own life experience? Master, I. Qin Yun opened his mouth to explain. Yun spoke first. He sighed and hugged Xiao Yulua beside him. Qin Yun, I didn't expect you to have such a bad character. Could it be that you saw me getting close to your sisters and felt resentful, so you wanted to take revenge on me in this way? Hearing Suan's slander, Qin Yun's face bulged with anger. Suan, it's you must be framing me. He finally figured it out. Ever since Suan came to Tianshui sect, he has always had bad luck. If there is any change, it is the addition of Suan. It must be that Suan has been targeting him. Shut up! How dare you slander fellow Taoist Su? Feng Luan shouted angrily. Chapter 69. Qin Yun, you have done so many evil things. It was Suan who told her the news of the evil cultivators' attack. If Suan wanted to destroy the Tianshui sect, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. It was obvious that Qin Yun was making random comments again, just like that night. Senior sister. Qin Yun's heart ached. His most beloved senior sister didn't believe him. Xiao Yun, tell the truth. Mu Ningxin's expression gradually turned cold. Master, you don't believe me either? Qin Yun staggered, his hands and feet were cold. The fourth sister hesitated for a moment and said, Master, eldest sister, is there any misunderstanding here? Xiao Yun grew up under our care, and he shouldn't be that kind of person. Feng Luan shouted coldly, Fourth junior sister, do you really understand him? He lied, solicited prostitution, and has only reached the life pill realm. Do you know how much he has hidden? Don't be stubborn. Fourth senior sister also fell silent. From fetal breathing to life pills, is Xiao Yun hiding her cultivation level or practicing magic? If she is hiding her cultivation level, why would she hide it from them, her senior sisters? This doesn't make sense. Besides, she saw Qin Yun soliciting prostitution with her own eyes last time, and Qin Yun was still lazy and sleeping when the whole sect was on alert these days. These are all facts. Qin Yun himself couldn't figure it out, but ever since he remembered the Great Dream Sutra in his mind, it seemed as if a charming female voice was reminding him not to expose this technique, and he had always done so. Mu Ningxin frowned, and the magic power in his hand poured into the body of the third senior sister, waking her up. Year, who knocked you out? The third senior sister opened her eyes and looked in the direction of Qin Yun. She vaguely saw the familiar demonic energy and pointed her finger over there without hesitation. There is no doubt now. Xiao Yun, it's you. Muningjin looked at Qin Yun and felt a little sorry. Qin Yun was extremely heartbroken. He didn't expect that his third senior sister would actually identify him. His senior sisters and master were unwilling to believe him and chose to believe Suan. However, at this moment, a creepy evil smile appeared on his face, as if saying, "You actually discovered me." A large amount of demonic energy continuously seeped out of his body, making him look like a demon that if you look closely, you will find that it is surprisingly similar to the black figure before. With the same demonic aura, the more pain Qin Yun felt in his heart, the more rampant his smile became. "Young master, hurry up and leave." Two Purple Mansion Realm demon cultivators suddenly emerged from the ground in front of Qin Yun and pounced towards Muningjin and the others. They mobilized their magic power and were about to self-destruct. With such a loyal look, anyone would have to call him a loyal servant. Muningjin raised her eyes slightly, as she had expected this. She gently pinched her hands, and the two demon cultivators turned into dust. Qin Yun's identity as a traitor has been completely revealed. Practicing magic skills secretly and harming fellow disciples is an unforgivable crime. She slapped Qin Yun with her palm, leaving no room for Qin Yun to dodge a bang. There was no earth-shattering momentum. Qin Yun's body swayed slightly, and he fell to the ground, but all his cultivation had been completely destroyed. "Qin Yun, you have done so many evil things, you deserve this retribution." Suan walked up to Qin Yun, holding a black sword in his hand, which was the legacy left to him by the previous protagonist Yi Xian. "Originally, I should let you go because you were once the junior apprentice of Yu Luo and Yin Er. However, I am the special envoy sent by His Majesty to exterminate the remnants of the evil sect in Qingzhou. It is my duty to do so and I cannot let you go," he said righteously, and the long sword in his hand stabbed straight at Qin Yun's throat. At the same time, a slightly mocking voice entered Qin Yun's mind. "Don't worry, you guessed it right, I did it all. As for your senior sisters and master, I will take good care of them for you, of course, in bed." Qin Yun's eyes widened with rage. He wanted to open his mouth to warn his senior sisters, but his throat had been pierced by the black sword. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and he seemed to vaguely see his master and senior sisters surrounding Suan, just like the scene in the nightmare. If this is a nightmare, I really hope I can wake up soon. Ding. The protagonist Qin Yun was killed by the host, and the villain value was 2000 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist and dropping the golden finger. Secret Book of Haohuan, Spiritual Chapter. The villain value he obtained was similar to Yi Xian's. Adding the previous scattered villain values and the last sum of villain value he got before Qin Yun's death, it had reached 5000. It's time to have a beautiful lottery again. However, the dropped golden finger surprised Suan. He never thought that Qin Yun's life experience was not simple. It might be related to the attacking Haohuan sect. No wonder Muningjin easily believed Qin Yun's betrayal. He had originally planned to let the demon seed influence Qin Yun to confirm his identity as a demon cultivator, but in the end it was not used. Don't think too much about it. After taking a look at his melancholy disciples, Muningjin was the first to come out of his mood. Xiao Yun is a member of the Hehuan sect, so her behavior is normal. I was not thoughtful enough at the beginning. By now, Muningjin no longer concealed Qin Yun's background. 20 years ago, when she first came into contact with the Haohuan Bell in the Forbidden Area, she discovered a baby that was sealed together with the Haohuan Bell. With the help of the Haohuan Bell and the nourishment of spiritual energy, the baby's life breath remains intact even in the seal. Out of compassion and wanting to find out the relationship between the baby and the Haohuan Bell, she brought Qin Yun out and accepted him as her apprentice. Later, she found out that when the Haohuan sect was destroyed, the Haohuan Saint Lord and the Haohuan female Lord had two sons together. One was the Haohuan Saint's son, and the other was less than a month old and his whereabouts were unknown. She knew that Qin Yun was probably the child who was not even a month old, the biological son of the residual soul of the female master in the Haohuan Bell. He had intended to conceal Qin Yun's identity and raise him as a disciple, but he never expected that the child would eventually embark on the path of a demon cultivator. Perhaps it was really his fate. That's why she felt a little regretful. After Muningjin's explanation, the other sisters gradually understood why Qin Yun was not particular about men or women in the brothel, and why he chose to betray at this time. It turned out that it was because of blood inheritance. Snap, a sharp shattering sound was heard. Fenghuan's face turned pale, the sect protection formation was broken. Qin Yun had already destroyed the center of the formation, causing it to become weak, and coupled with her energy being diverted just now, it was already very good that the sect protection formation had been able to hold on until now. Ha, fairies, why don't you practice with me and have fun together? After entering the Tianshui sect, Buddha Dingguang was like a wolf entering a sheep's den, his eyes shining. A left arm disappeared along with half of the body. The smile on Dingguang Buddha's face turned into pain. Mu Ningjin, he said in a lost voice as he looked at the woman in front of him. I've heard that Mu Ning is really powerful, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. She seriously injured him with just one blow. This woman is even stronger than the rumors say. Holy son of Hahuan! He shouted in panic. The scarred man appeared in front of him. I told you not to be careless. He felt even more disdain for this monk whose mind was full of obscenities. What joy was that? It was just a superficial understanding of the true meaning of love, but now he still needs this thief monk, so he can't really just ignore it. He looked at Mu Ningjin with a very solemn expression. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Chapter 70. If you call it, will it respond? Master Mu, hand over our sect's most precious treasure. His junior sister, Saint Haoan, also appeared beside him, looking at her senior brother with affection. A double-sided black and white mirror was suspended between the two people. The front side was white and the back side was black, like the two poles of yin and yang, but the white side seemed to reflect a series of blushing erotic pictures. The yin-yang mirror, together with the Haoan bell, is one of the two greatest treasures of the Haoan sect, and is also the basis for their confidence in facing Mu Ningjin. It is indeed a magical treasure. These two hid it very well. Old Ghost Xiao looked at the two of them with fear. He did not expect that these two people still had the treasure of the Haoan sect on them. Lingbao is something that even a pure Yang master may not have. Only those great sects with a long history may inherit one or two. But in this case, there should be no problem dealing with Mu Ningjin. It seems that the Tianshui sect is destined to be destroyed today. While Xiao Laogui was thinking this in his mind, there were some unusual movements in the sky. He turned his head and looked over. The sea of clouds surged, and one immortal boat after another cut through the void and landed near the Tianshui sect. Cultivators wearing robes printed with blackbird patterns stepped out of the immortal boats, each with extraordinary momentum and clear goals, and killed the demon cultivators who were fighting with the disciples of the Tianshui sect. On the largest of the immortal boats stood a middle-aged man wearing dragon-patterned armor. He had an ordinary face, but his aura could not be underestimated. He was actually a powerful pure Yang realm warrior. The appearance of this figure startled everyone. It's someone from the Suanio division. Damn it, old Ghost Xiao, didn't you say that someone would hold back the people from the imperial court? The Blood River cult leader cursed at the person beside him, standing next to him. Xiao Laogui was also a little panicked, but he still comforted him. It's okay, 5 against 3, and I have the spiritual treasure, the advantage is on me. Shengnan, you go too, take off that bald donkey's head for me. Below, Suan waved to Tu Shengnan. The old bald donkey had been seriously injured by Mu Ningjin, so he was the perfect person for Shengnan to practice on. Upon hearing this, Tu Shengnan no longer concealed his own qi and blood. The aura of the pure Yang realm was revealed. His qi and blood were like a dragon, and he controlled the power of a dragon and an elephant. He stepped into the air and attacked the old Buddha Dingguang. Damn, why is there another one? The Blood River cult leader panicked. Xiao Laogui's eyes twitched. Don't be afraid, 5 against 4, and with the magic treasure, the advantage is still on our side. Although he said this, he was already looking for a way out. If you dare to offend our Tianshui sect, don't even think about leaving. Mu Ningjin looked at the holy son of Haoan and said in a cold voice. There was a dazzling divine light all around her, and countless sword lights shot up into the sky, along with thousands of rays of light. Behind him, a phantom of a female fairy rose up. Her face was blurred, with auspicious clouds above her head and the heavens under her feet. She had immense divine power and wielded the sword together with Mu Ningjin. Break the immortality. This sword comes from the sky, it will cut off your path to immortality. The mighty sword power was like a punishment from heaven, making it impossible for people to even muster the slightest desire to resist. This sword is too terrifying and has reached the limit of Chun Yang. As expected, he is the number 1 person in Qinzhou. The scarred man was secretly shocked. If they didn't have the magic treasure, even if the 5 of them were together, they would probably not be able to get away with it. He quickly activated the yin-yang mirror with his junior sister, trying to block the attack. Black and white colored half of the sky, life and death, desire flowed, and the power was no less than Mooningjan's. Relying on this treasure that was once the Hawan sect, he is confident that he can compete with Mooningjan. Spiritual treasure? Bring it to me. A voice containing laughter suddenly sounded. A circle spun in front of Suan, and a magical suction force attached to the yin-yang mirror. The yin-yang visions in the sky disappeared in an instant, and the yin-yang mirror flew towards Suan at such a fast speed that people had no time to react. Xiao Laogui, the situation often reverses in an instant. My spiritual treasure. The scarred man was stunned at first, and then he looked at Suan, who was holding the yin-yang mirror and looking at him curiously, and shouted angrily with his eyes bloodshot, "This is the only treasure left in his Hawan sect." Yours? Suan raised his eyebrows and raised the yin-yang mirror in his hand. Then if you call it, will it respond? It is not known whether Lingbao will agree, but the scarred man does not have time to agree in a hurry. His magic treasure was snatched away and he was targeted by Mooningjan's attack. How could he dare to resist? Junior sister, I'm stopping you, hurry up, he said resolutely. Senior brother. Before the holy maiden of Hawan could feel more moved, her body froze in place, and the Hawan chi in her body stagnated. The scarred man's eyes turned fierce, and no one knew what method he used. He actually pulled the holy maiden Hawan in front of him and asked her to stand in front of him to face this horrific attack. Senior brother. Saint Hawan looked at the scarred man in disbelief, and her delicate body faced straight towards the terrifying swordlight. Junior sister, I'm sorry. I will definitely avenge you. The scarred man's eyes were full of coldness. He didn't even look at her again. While the holy maiden Hawan was blocking the swordlight, he turned around and fled. The great way of Hawan also has primary and secondary aspects. They both practiced this way together, but his understanding of the great way of Hawan was more proficient than that of the holy lady of Hawan, so he was able to control her for a short period of time. As long as he doesn't die, the Hawan sect still has a chance to revive. The body of the holy lady Hawan who was left in place was like porcelain, with cracks appearing on her exquisite flesh. The snow-white skin cracked inch by inch. Even if she resisted with all her might, she would be seriously injured by this move. Not to mention the passive resistance in such a hurry. Even if she survived, she would become a disabled person. The scarred man turned into a stream of light, performed escape techniques, and escaped quickly. In front of Mooningjan, he didn't dare to try to tear the space apart to escape. Mooningjan would not give him the time. In just a few moments, he had turned into a tiny dot on the horizon. But the next moment, screams came from the direction where the scarred man was running away, as shrill as the evil spirits from hell, and the sound shook for thousands of miles. On the contrary, the injuries of Saint Hawan, who was still in Tianshui sect, were restored to their original state in an instant, and all the cracks on her body were repaired. A charming smile appeared on her face, not even a bit sad. Brother, don't you know that women are born to lie? I didn't want this to happen, what a pity. As far as the Avenue of Joy is concerned, how can the brother who has always been plotting to revive the clan be compared to her who rebels every night? It's just that her senior brother was kept in the dark. Seeing Mooningjan swinging the sword again, Saint Hawan laughed sweetly and disappeared instantly. Then her figure appeared beside Suan, and what was left there was just an illusion. Little brother, be good and listen to me, or I don't know how I will react. Her aura enveloped Suan, and she looked at Suan with eyes filled with lust. It smells so good, I really want to eat it in one bite. Chapter 71. I don't like dirty things. If the situation was not wrong, she would never let go of such a handsome and sweet man. Master Mu, as long as you promise to let me go, I won't touch him. Otherwise, Saint Hawan looked at Mooningjan, who was confronting her from a distance, and felt a little uneasy. She didn't know Suan, but she probably guessed that this was the young marquis who was staying in Tianshui sect. He was able to take out a magical treasure, which showed that his identity was definitely extraordinary and he couldn't be just an ordinary marquis. I just don't know if Mooningjan will be so cautious. Mooningjan frowned, but put away the sword in her hand. Let him go and I'll spare your life. Of course. Saint Hawan also breathed a sigh of relief. She licked the corner of her mouth and looked at Suan with some regret. Such a good person, but she couldn't take the essence from him. Little brother, stand still and let your sister give you a restriction. Don't move. She stretched out her hand towards Suen's chest, and a pink restriction took shape in her hand. There is no need to use the restriction to kill Suen. It is just necessary to delay Muningjin for a moment, forcing her to help Suen remove the restriction first, so that he has time to escape. Just as she was about to touch Suen, a bloody light suddenly flashed. The body of the holy maiden Hwon paused, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, her abdomen suddenly broke open, and her upper and lower body separated in an instant and fell to the ground. The figure of Higan Bana appeared beside Suen, looking at the holy maiden Hwon with cold eyes. How could it be that there is another Pyryang? The Saint Hwon's eyes were filled with pain. The blow just now not only cut off her body, but also hurt her soul. She was fully focused on guarding against Muningjin and didn't notice the red spider lily hiding nearby. In addition, the red spider lily itself is a killer, and with one move, it directly sneakily attacks the holy lady Hwon and seriously injures her. Higan Bana raised her hand again, ready to kill this person. Wait, don't kill me. Saint Hwon's pupils shrank, and she quickly begged for mercy, looking at Suen pitifully. Little brother, please spare me. I am willing to surrender. As long as you let me go, I will do anything to let you experience the pleasure you have never experienced before. As she said this, she tried hard to act delicate and gentle, but only half of her body was visible, which really made her look a bit weird. And now she looks like this, without any dignity of a Pyryang strongman, just like a puppy wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Higan Bana paused for a moment and looked at Suen, waiting for his decision. At the same time, Muningjin, Chuyin, Xiaoyulo, Fengluan, who was beating the leader of the Blood River sect, Tu Shengnan, who was holding the head of monk Dingguang, and others all cast their eyes on Suen. Wait, Shengnan, why are you joining in on all this fun? Tu Shengnan seemed to have realized this as well. He threw Monk Dingguang's head away, scratched his head, and turned to attack the direction of the Blood River sect leader. As straightforward as she is, she will cut off her head if she says so. Suen remained calm and looked at the beautiful Saint Hwon in front of him with a calm expression. She was indeed good-looking, but that was all. Sorry, I don't like dirty things, he said. After getting Suen's reply, Higan Bana no longer held back. Wait, I can be your dog, master, spare me. Swish, the blood penetrated her body and soul. Her beautiful eyes gradually became dead and her exquisite face was lifeless. A powerful Pyryang warrior died in such a humiliating way. Suen stepped on the beautiful head that had lost its life. Bah, you dared to threaten me. Even though it was completely dark under the technique of insight, I dare say that I was truly loyal. The Blood River cult leader's eyes widened and his soul trembled violently. There were 5 Pyryang when they came, but now there are only 2 left. He gritted his teeth and said, Blood God escape. A huge phantom of a sea of blood appeared behind him, with souls wailing in the sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see, and the thick blood light enveloped him completely. Immediately afterwards, the boundless sea of blood evaporated, and his entire body turned into skin and bones, listless, but the blood light became more and more dazzling. Tu Shengnan and Fengluan were both forced back by the bloody light. Then, the Blood River sect leader turned into a streak of blood light and instantly escaped thousands of miles away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the side of the demon cultivators, only old Ghost Xiao was left, who was still fighting with Suenio Si Chunyang. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and looked at the group of Pyryang strongmen who were surrounding him. Is it too late for me to surrender now? Those who collude with the devil should be killed. As soon as Suen finished speaking, 5 attacks hit Xiao Laogui at the same time. He died without even being able to utter a scream. Suenio Si Wayang has met Lord Su. Only then did the middle-aged Chunyang come over and greet Suen. He is the commander of Qingzhou Suenio Division, and Suen is the deputy commander of the headquarters. The two are of the same level. However, Suen holds more than just that position. As a member of the Suenio Division, he is well informed. Naturally, he knows that Lord Su is a favorite of His Majesty. It can be said that he is in the Emperor's favor and the Emperor dare not neglect him. You're welcome. Suen didn't put on airs and chatted with Commander Wu for a few words, and casually mentioned, Commander Wu, the matter of the Xiao family's main branch colluding with the devil cultivators. Don't worry, Lord Su, I understand. Wu Yang saw Suen's expression, understood instantly, and responded with a smile. Anyway, there is solid evidence that the Xiao family is colluding with the evil cultivators, and now the only Chunyang of the Xiao family has died here, so why not do them a favor? Afterwards, this Chunyang warrior consciously took the people from the Suenio division to clean up the scene and boarded the immortal boat for the return journey. Suen, this is your name, right? After arranging some things and handing the matter of reorganizing the sect to Fengluan, It was already noon when Mooningjan came to Suan. There was a sneer in his autumn water eyes. It seems that you are quite popular with women. Fortunately, I felt guilty before, but I didn't expect that this guy was also a romantic man. Even his eldest disciple had some thoughts about him. Suan sighed, took 2 steps forward, and looked at the sky with a distant gaze. The cold moonlight shone on his face, bringing a bit of melancholy. Actually, my heart is also in pain. My dream is to be together for the rest of my life, but my father died early. Before he died, he said he wanted to see me marry more wives. My parents' orders cannot be disobeyed. I have no choice but to go against my will and tear my heart into pieces. Then how about I see what your heart is made of? It's so torn. Mooningjan asked while wiping the sword in his hand. That's not necessary. Suan refused with a serious face. Seeing his expression, Mooningjan chuckled, but then seemed to feel that she had lost her dignity, so she put away her smile and said, "Don't talk about some things outside, understand? Is it okay if you just don't tell me?" Suan suddenly came closer, and his burning body temperature was transmitted to her through her clothes. Mooningjan's body trembled. Is this guy sure that I can't do anything to him? She took a step back and put some distance between them. Don't make it difficult for me. I wish you all a happy National Day. From September 28th to October 7th, voting for monthly tickets will have double the effect. Hint. Chapter 72 Traitor. Traitor. Well, okay, I understand. Suan looked a little disappointed, but he still nodded obediently. Then he silently retreated to the corner. This look made Mooningjan's guilt, which had originally disappeared, rise again. I'm glad you understand. After she said this, she turned and left. Looking at the back, there seems to be a sense of escape. She's hundreds of years old, but she's still a little girl who has never been in love. Watching Mooningjan leave, Suan shook his head with a relaxed look on his face. He no longer looked as pitiful as before. Who should it be tonight? Brotherin. A little head popped out from the door. It's Xiao Yulo. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, she walked in happily and hugged Suan. Brotherin, thank you. She was talking about the Xiao family. The revenge for her parents made the suppressed emotions in her heart suddenly clear up, as if the dark clouds had dispersed and the smoke had disappeared. If this is darkness, then it doesn't matter if I fall into darkness completely. Thank me? You can't say thank you so insincerely. Suan gently stroked the girl's back, just like stroking a cat, and his gentle technique made the girl moan unconsciously. Then master, how do you want to use you Luo? She imitated the women in some illustrated storybooks, showing herself awkwardly yet boldly, with a touch of youthful temptation. It's like an apple that's not fully ripe yet, with a unique sweet and sour taste. It may not be as sweet as a ripe apple, but it's also addictive. At bang, the door is closed. Tonight, you are your master, do you know that? Xiao Yulua was stunned, not understanding what was meant until Suan whispered a few words in his ear. Then he reacted. Yeah. After being surprised, she nodded imperceptibly. My face turned red, but I also felt a little excited. Is it really okay to play like this? Outside the hospital, when Mooningjan came to look for Suan again, there were a few more black lines on his forehead. Standing there, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What, Xiaoan, does masters look good? Master, you are so good at teaching. Xiaoan, study hard and don't be lazy. Master, come and give me a hand, and so on. How could they say such shameful words, and even use her name? Treason, traitor. Traitor. The sun rose in the east, and the moonlight was so ashamed of the two men's actions that it covered its face and fled. The sunlight shining into the yard finally put an end to this ridiculous game. Xiao Yulua walked out of the door feeling refreshed. He was just about to return to his Tianyin Peak when he ran into Mooningjan, who was guarding the door. The scenes of last night instantly emerged in her mind. The face of herself in her memory corresponded with that of her master. Thinking of the image of her master being pressed under Suan, she shook her head quickly. How could I desire my master so much? My master is pure and innocent. How could he be like me? I am the same. Why did I agree to such an outrageous request? She had something to hide and didn't dare to look into Mooningjan's eyes. Master. She called softly, then took a wrong step, turned around and ran back to the yard at a high speed. Not long after she went in, Suan came out. Mooningjan's face was gloomy and he still said nothing. Hey, master, you're here. Suan greeted him as usual with a faint smile on his face. From his gentle appearance, you couldn't tell how much fun he had last night. Mooningjan's expression looked a little unnatural. When she heard this boy calling her master, she remembered those unbearable words she heard at night. She always felt something was wrong with her body and she felt uncomfortable no matter how she listened to them. This son-in-law is really shameless. Master, are you okay? Why aren't you talking? Suan moved forward again and waved his hand in front of Mooningjin. It's okay. Mooningjin replied somewhat stiffly, this guy is really shameless. He did that kind of thing last night, but now he can still pretend nothing happened. However, she did not take the initiative to expose Suan, otherwise she would not know whether Suan was embarrassed or not, but she would definitely be embarrassed anyway. By the way, the Hawan bell is tainted with your aura, and I need you to help me refine it. Mooningjin took the initiative to change the subject. The Hawan bell had already been halfway through its retraining, and it exerted its maximum capacity during the retraining process, causing Mooningjin and Suan to have intercourse. Perhaps because of this reason, the origin of the Hawan bell was contaminated with Suan's aura, making Mooningjin unable to completely refine it for a while, and it was not used in yesterday's battle. Suan suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. No problem, I will do my best to help master practice. Mooningjin also nodded. For some reason, she always felt that there was something wrong with what Suan said, but when she thought about it carefully, she didn't think there was anything wrong. There's no rush. Just take care of your own business first and come to my room in the evening. She glanced into the courtyard, hinting at something. After Mooningjin left, Xiao Yilo poked his head out of the room and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Master didn't find out what happened last night, otherwise, with Master's character, he would never let me off easily. And next time I play like this, I must be careful not to get caught. Brotherin, I want to go with you. Xiao Yulo said to Suan. Come with me, you want to stay with me? Not really, I just want to help you. She thought for a moment and said. Suan helped her get revenge, and she also wanted to help Suan do something. I was having so much fun this morning that I forgot to mention it, but now I remember it. Well, I do have a place that's quite suitable for you. Suan looked at Xiao Yulo and said slowly. Where are we going? Xiao Yulo asked curiously. Higanbana. Higanbana. Xiao Yulo opened her mouth slightly. She had come into contact with this organization before and knew that it was one of the top intelligence and killer organizations in Dishang. She didn't expect that it was related to Suan. The figure of Higanbana appeared next to Suan. Xiao Yulo recognized that this was the Qinyang warrior who had protected Suan before. This is the controller of the Red Spider Lily. You can call her Red Spider Lily or Number 1. Suan introduced. Higanbana needs to protect him closely. Many times it is not convenient for her to do some things, so she needs someone to hand over some things to her. Xiao Yulo is a good choice. Although he is only the Purple Mansion cultivation level at present, he has extraordinary talent. Moreover, after being tempered by him, he also abandoned some unnecessary kindness, and became the perfect person for Suan to mobilize the Higanbana organization. Xiao Yulo agreed. She just wanted to help Suan. If going to Bianhua can help Suan, then go to Bianhua. Next, I need to retreat and digest the gains from yesterday's battle. You go back first. Suan said. Xiao Yulo was stunned. Did Suan participate in the battle yesterday? Wait. Suan called her again. Chapter 73. Helping Master Mu to practice. Next, Suan hugged Xiao Yulo from behind, with his hand on that indescribable place. This action made Xiao Yulo's pretty face blush. Really, he clearly told her to leave. Why was she still like this? But, does this also mean that Suan is reluctant to let her go? He has me in his heart, Xiao Yulo thought sweetly. Okay, you can go now. Suan ruthlessly withdrew his iron hand and pushed the confused girl out of the room. The door closed. Suan sat down cross-legged, his eyes focused on the system panel. His hands have now absorbed a large amount of European energy. The next step is the exciting lottery draw. System, start drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the elixir. Daoyuan Dan *1 Daoyuan Dan, contains the origin of heaven and earth, takes the essence of heaven and earth and condenses the essence of the great Tao. When taken by a person at the peak of pure yang, one can understand one's own Tao and has a high probability of breaking through the primordial spirit, with no side effects. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a great teleportation talisman, large teleportation talisman, an advanced version of the small teleportation talisman, a masterpiece of the way of space. After use, one can randomly teleport to any place in this world. Please use with caution. Ding, Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Secret Book of Hawan, Meat Chapter. The Secret Book of Hawan, Flesh Chapter. It emphasizes physical intercourse, uses the affairs of men and women to communicate the way of yin and yang, and uses yin and yang to govern all things. There is nothing more mysterious in the world than Hawan, and Hawan is carnal desire. Together with the Spirit Chapter, it forms a complete Secret Book of Hawan, which cultivates both the spirit and the flesh, with the spirit as the sail and the flesh as the boat, crossing the waves of disaster to the other side, and has infinite magical uses. Click to view details. There were 3 draws in a row, and the prizes were all quite good, especially the Daoyuan pill. If this kind of pill is released, it can really cause a bloody storm. Hiss, it's so small that I can hold it in one hand, but it's so powerful. Suan looked at her hands. Why don't you try a bigger one next time? Thinking of Feng Wan, Qingling, Mu Ningxin and even Sister Hongshao's great luck, Suan became tempted. After incorporating the Secret Book of Hawan into the Taichu Origin Sutra, Suan ended this short retreat. Now he has become a master in this field and has learned countless wonderful techniques. The only thing left is to put them into practice. Night falls in the sect's main hall, outside Mu Ningxin's room. Boom boom. Master, sect master, are you there? I am here to help you practice. Come in. The door opened, and Mu Ningxin was now wearing a light blue dress, looking less majestic than during the day. Master, don't call me master. Mu Ning really felt that she could no longer face the word master, especially in front of Suan. There was no master-disciple relationship between her and Suan at all. Is that true? Suan tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, how about calling her Ningning, Xiaoningxin, Aishin? Stop. Mu Ningxin's eyes twitched wildly, and she resisted the urge to seal the boy's mouth. You should just call me sect master. Okay, master. Suan stopped at the right time. A few black lines appeared on Mu Ningxin's face, but she didn't say anything else. Just follow my instructions and hold the bell, okay? She pulled Suan onto 2 adjacent futons. He let Suan sit cross-legged on one of them, and sat next to them. Hold my hand. Mu Ningxin ordered. Oh. Looking at the slender and well-proportioned jade fingers, Suan stretched out his hand awkwardly. Then, where are you touching? After Suan's blind operation, the 2 finally shook hands. A faint blush appeared on Mu Ningxin's skin. She was angry and embarrassed. This guy really didn't hide his feelings at all. So outrageous. However, if she had not indulged herself intentionally or unintentionally, how could Suan have succeeded? Their fingers were intertwined, and the Hawan bell, which had changed its appearance, was held in the hands of the 2. Inject magic power and refine it with me. Mu Ningxin said. A faint pink airflow lingered, but it was much better than last time, just making people a little restless. Suan also rarely did anything small, and carefully experienced the mystery after the essence of the spiritual treasure was revealed. Since the Hawan bell has become one of the Hawan sect's treasures, it is naturally impossible that it is only used to promote sexual intercourse. Its function is actually to arouse people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as it is not a heartless stone, it cannot escape the effect of this Hawan bell. Mu Ningxin practiced the Hawan bell again just to be able to touch the essence of the Hawan bell, to draw inferences from one instance to another, and to comprehend the way of his own soul, but he had no intention of changing the essence of the Hawan bell. That probably wasn't something she could do at the moment. The 2 of them sat in the room for 3 days. During this period, Mu Ningxin's momentum became increasingly powerful and gradually reached a peak. Suan's body also underwent slight changes. As if influenced by the Hawan bell, his body began to transform into the golden muscles and jade bones described in the Hawan secret book. Minor flaws were corrected, and the whole person looked more attractive. This change was like a process from 99 points to 100 points. His soul also established a connection with the Hawan bell. Strictly speaking, the Hawan bell was refined by 2 people together. It is quite rare for a magical treasure to be held by 2 people at the same time, even in the 120,000-year history of the Shang dynasty. This is also related to the nature of the magical treasure. It shouldn't be called the Hawan bell now. It no longer looks like a bell. Instead, it looks more like some kind of oval-shaped object that can jump and leap. It would be more appropriate to call it the Hawan. Balda, I don't know how Mu Ning really came up with the idea of refining the magic weapon into this shape. He sensed the other vast consciousness immersed in this spiritual treasure and curiously touched it lightly with his soul. Then both of their bodies trembled at the same time, and an indescribable feeling surged from the depths of their souls. This feeling, the unimpeded connection between the spirit and soul. Using the spiritual treasure as a bridge, the soul and spirit are in direct contact. Without any disguise. That feeling, Suwon's soul moved, and seeing that Mooningjan's soul didn't react much, he became more presumptuous. Suddenly he realized something was wrong and opened his eyes. However, he saw Mooningjan's skin beside him was flushed red, and the airflow of the Hwon bell surrounded her. There was not much rationality left in her eyes, and only the similarity with the appearance in the cave before. Sect master? Oh no, that's it. Why bother talking about the middle ground? The trees are intertwined. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, all skills are vulnerable, and Mooningjan is that absolute strength. When refining the Hwon bell, in order to prevent Suwon from doing anything excessive, Mooningjan deliberately let herself bear most of the effects of the Hwon bell. There was no problem at first, but Suwon's soul moved around a few times, and Mooningjan was on the verge of a breakthrough. There is no need to say much about Chunyang Peak's strength. He just beat Suwon up as soon as he caught him. Suwon lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He actually lost the fight, but under Mooningjan's powerful strength, Suwon had no room to resist and could only let her do whatever she wanted. This time it really helped Mooningjan to practice. What a shame. Chapter 74. I work hard day and night. Just when Suwon wanted to start fighting again to get back his ground. Okay, I'm ready to break through to my soul. Mooningjan, who had regained consciousness, spoke with a stiff face and expressionless expression. A little bit of remnant emotion could still be seen through his eyes. I'll give this thing to you. Don't talk about it when you get out. She threw the retrained Hwon bell to Suwon, and then a magical power sent Suwon and his clothes away. Suwon quickly tidied up his clothes and looked at the jumping Hwon bell egg in his hand. Is this considered prostitution money? He looked back at the closed door and spat inwardly. Bah, scumbag. Half a month later, Tianshui sect had returned to its previous state. Sudden, an aura as vast as the sky soon enveloped the entire Tianshui sect and the surrounding areas. Many cultivators sensed it and looked towards the direction of Tianshui sect. A supreme soul was born. Xingzhou also gave birth to the first Holy Land, the Tianshui Holy Land. Not long after, a ferry boat flew out from Tianshui sect. Suwon sat on the recliner, playing with the jade talisman in his hand. In the end, Mooningjan still didn't meet him. Perhaps because she didn't know how to handle their relationship for a while. However, Fengluan gave Suwon a jade talisman that had been prepared, which contained a powerful attack on his soul. Even for a master of the Yuanshan, it would take a lot of effort to put his attack into a jade talisman for long-term preservation, so it would not be granted casually unless it was a close person. Suwon put away the jade talisman. Let's go back to the capital. With deliberate efforts, news of what happened in Xingzhou was quickly transmitted back to the imperial capital. Things like Marquis Wushuan's clever plan to kill all the demons and Marquis Su's battle of wits with the 5 demon lords were widely circulated in the imperial capital, but they were completely different from the truth. But the people don't care about what's true or not. They just want to listen for fun or to hear something bizarre. Suwon gained fame and the people gained happiness. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Anyway, in these stories, Suwon became a hero who saved the entire Xingzhou from the demonic disaster, creating a tall and upright image. This kind of shaping is naturally intended to make the subsequent promotion more natural. If the demon cultivators were not described as more terrifying and the consequences were not described as more serious, how could the great contribution made by Suwon be reflected? When Suwon returned to the Marquis mansion, the imperial edict of reward was also delivered. In addition to various treasures as rewards, his official position was raised to the 2nd rank, and his positions remained the imperial censor and the minister of the central secretariat. Although he was only promoted from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank, it seems that the rank has not been improved much, but he has truly entered the pinnacle of power. You can overlook all the court officials. At the same time, the power of the censorate to supervise and impeach was also increased by the empress. However, at the end of the imperial edict, a special sentence was added to remind Suwon to remember to go to the palace to report his work to His Majesty. Suwon looked at the sky, which was getting dark, and put the imperial edict in his pocket. It's been a long journey, let's get some sleep first. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Suwon slowly rushed to the palace. His Majesty, before Suwon could greet her, the Empress spoke first. I haven't seen you for a few days. Lord Su is still as charming as ever. I thought Lord Su was so lost in Tianshui sect that he had forgotten the way back to the imperial capital. Suwon became alert instantly. The tone was wrong. Is this a complaint that he stayed in Tianshui sect for too long? How can that be possible, Your Majesty? Suan's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, the leader of Tianshui sect, Muningzhen, has achieved a breakthrough in his primordial spirit and has become a local overlord. His strength cannot be underestimated and may pose a threat to Qingzhou. I have gone to great lengths to hide in Tianshui sect in order to find out whether Muningzhen is loyal to our great Shang. Have you found out? The Empress raised her eyebrows slightly. The venerable Yuanshan can be called the dragon ancestor in the dragon clan and the demon saint in the demon clan. Even for the great Shang, he is a strong man worth winning over 4 powerful soul masters in the territory who are not hostile. Deshan will basically grant them some honorary titles to show favor. I have worked hard day and night, conducted many surveys and investigations, and competed with Muningzhen. Finally, I found out. Suan paused for a moment, full of anticipation. Muningzhen is loyal and can be used by my great Shang. This turn of events came somewhat unexpectedly. So sure? You are not likely to be bewitched by some disciple of Tianshui sect. Su Ruwashi rested her legs on Suan's neck and looked at him with a scrutinizing expression, with a threatening tone in her voice. She had also heard of the Tianshui sect, a sect for female cultivators. She didn't doubt Muningzhen, mainly because she didn't think Suan's charm was great enough to fascinate a Yuanshan master. Those who can achieve Yuanshan are all mentally strong. How could they be tempted by a mere male beauty? Your Majesty, I am innocent. Suan cried out loudly. Every word I say is true. I am loyal to your Majesty. The heaven and earth can bear witness to this, as can the sun and the moon. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, just feel my warm heart, it's beating for you in the Shang dynasty. As he said this, he took the Empress's jade feet off his shoulders, placed them on his chest, held his head high, and looked loyal and courageous. Okay, you just know how to act weird. The Empress rolled her eyes at him. This young Anzi, as he gets promoted higher and higher in official positions, becomes more and more dishonest. Give me a foot massage. She placed her other jade foot on Suan's arm and gave an order. I obey the decree. Your Majesty, how about this strength? Is it appropriate? Not bad. Unconsciously, Suan sat on the phoenix couch again. I hope your Majesty has not made things difficult for you. Seeing Suan coming out of the hall, Xingling hurried forward and asked. Suan heard this, and his leisurely expression suddenly collapsed. His body shrank, and his big eyes instantly became moist. Woo, Sister Qingling, His Majesty is mean to me again. I'm so sad. I need a hug, ah. Xingling believed it, took Suan into her arms, and patted his back gently. It's okay, don't be sad. His Majesty is thinking about you. Seeing this scene, Hongxiao, who was standing beside her, shook her head. With Xiaoan's treacherous nature, His Majesty would never be able to scold him. Only Qingling was stupid enough to believe his lies. Sister Qingling, do you miss me? After burying his head in Sister Qingling and enjoying it for a while, Suan raised his head and asked. Well, a little bit. Qingling said after hesitating for a moment. Oh, just a little. Suan looked disappointed, but I miss Sister Qingling so much. Looking at Xiaoan's expression, Qingling couldn't help licking her lips. I think I miss her more. A suppressed laughter came from not far away. It turned out to be Hongxiao covering her mouth and laughing. Add one more. Wish you all a happy National Day. By the way, from September 28th to October 7th, voting for monthly tickets will have double the effect. Strong hint. Chapter 75, Hugging the Queen Mother's thighs is a natural right. Go on, look at what I'm doing. I just thought of something funny. She looked at Qingling with a smile on her face and a teasing look in her eyes. After Xiaoanzi left, Xiao Qingling would hold the long sword that Suan gave her and mutter to it for a long time after every sword practice. This isn't just about wanting it more, it's about wanting it to the bone. Sister Hongxiao. Qingling gave Hongxiao a reproachful look. Okay, I will never hug you, Before he could finish his words, Qingling blocked his mouth with shame and angered. It would be so embarrassing if I told anyone about this kind of thing. Hee, little Qingling, don't be shy. Hongxiao pushed Qingling's hand away and wanted to say something, but was blocked by Qingling again. Watching the two of them playing, Suan also started laughing. Sister Hongxiao is in the middle stage of pure yang now, so there is no rush. Shengnan has just broken through to Qinyang, and Higanbana is also in the middle stage of Qinyang. so it is still a long way to go before breaking through. Thinking of the Daoyuan pill he had drawn, Suan had a better candidate, Sinaying Palace. This time, the Queen Mother painted the mountains and rivers of the Shang dynasty. With a twist of his wrist and a light stroke of the brush, he condensed the mountains and rivers of the Shang dynasty onto a small scroll. Through this painting, one seems to see the changes in the mountains and rivers across billions of miles and the passage of time. The meaning of time is vividly displayed on the paper. If this painting were placed in the outside world, it would at least be a treasure passed down from generation to generation. However, this painting always feels like something is missing. The Queen Mother was not only painting, but also realizing her own spiritual path. The primordial spirit moves around in the body, elevating its own path and integrating its own path into the Yang spirit. Then the Yang spirit accepts the baptism of heaven and earth and transforms into the primordial spirit. Only the Yang spirit that has integrated its own path can withstand the baptism of this vast heaven and earth. This realm truly reaches the pinnacle of the cultivation world and can open up a holy land. If the opportunity is sufficient and the blockade of heaven and earth is avoided, a powerful soul can even reincarnate and live another life. It's a pity that it's difficult to achieve the primordial spirit. Most people are stuck in the pure Yang and cannot make any progress. Sometimes all they lack is that chance or understanding. Yuan waited until the Queen Mother put down her brush before knocking on the door and walking in. Mother! Honor, didn't I tell you to just come in? The Queen Mother put down her paintbrush, looked at Suan's figure, and reproached with a smile. Seeing that the Queen Mother was absorbed in painting, the child did not dare to disturb her. You are just too sensible. The Queen Mother pulled Suan to the table and patted the back of Suan's hand. Did Ruwashi bully you again? Tell me and I will have a good talk with her. No. Suan hurriedly shook his head. Mother, we are all grown up, and Sister Ruwashi is already the queen. How could she still bully me like before? If the Queen Mother really were to pass away, Sister Ruwashi would probably make things difficult for him in the future, and asking him to massage his feet, is that bullying? Yes, in the blink of an eye, you have all grown up. Looking at the angular and handsome face in front of her, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but associate him with the little crybaby in her memory who was so aggrieved that he acted coquettishly in her arms. I felt relieved and melancholy at the same time. You've reached the peak of Purple Mansion. She held Suan's hand tightly. This child must have suffered a lot outside not long ago. Suan was only at the fetal breathing stage, but after going out a few times, he reached the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. Even if it was related to chance, it also showed his hard work. Not as good as Sister Ruwashi. Suan said modestly. What he said was the truth. Although he practiced the Yin Yang Dao diligently, his current level of cultivation was still not as good as Su Ruwashi's. Sister Ruwashi's talent is not as simple as it seems. Although I cannot see Su Ruwashi's cultivation level through her protective luck, I can be sure that it is definitely at the life pill level or above. It was precisely because of her powerful talent that she was able to gain the support of the Yuanshan ancestors in the royal family and defeat those competitors to inherit the throne of the Shang Emperor. Yuan chatted with the Queen Mother about her experiences during this period, brushing aside the absurdity in it, and then he spoke. Mother, I found a magical pill in the secret realm. It is said to have a nourishing effect on pure Yang cultivators. Thinking that you are always worried about me and Sister Ruwashi, I brought it here to honor you. He made up a random excuse and took out the pills he had prepared long ago. It was an ancient green jade pill box, which firmly locked the scent of the pill inside, and it was impossible to tell what kind of pill was inside. Honor, you are so thoughtful. Dong Yuaru took the pill box and put it on the table without opening it. At her level, most elixirs are actually useless. However, this is an filial piety after all, so whether it is useful or not is secondary. After Suan left, Gong Yuaru opened the pill box with a little curiosity. A longan-sized, lavender pill lies in the pill box, with the rhyme of Tao flowing and the pill patterns perfect. Just by smelling the fragrance of the pill, one feels closer to the Tao. Even if one does not understand the purpose of this pill, one can see that it is indeed a top-grade pill. This pill. She was slightly surprised. Could it be that the efficacy of this pill was really as useful to her as Anur said? After a moment's hesitation, she put the pill into her mouth. The pill melts in your mouth. Boom! 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 The next moment, the bell of the avenue rang. Her Tao evolved naturally. Of the paintings in the room all convey the rhythm of Taoism, and the unfulfilled meaning is complemented. The hurdle that had been impossible to cross before now seemed to have an extra step. turning the natural barrier into a thoroughfare. Her Tao and Dharma tend to be perfect in this state. The way forward is clear. This pill, this pill. There was shock in the Queen Mother's eyes. How could there be such a magical elixir in the world? It's like facing the road directly. Without giving it any more time to think, she closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, taking advantage of the effect of the elixir to try to break through the door to her soul that she had never been able to enter. The vital energy above the imperial capital surged and gathered towards the direction of the imperial palace. This movement attracted the attention of people in the imperial capital. It's my mother's bedroom. In the Taiyuan palace, the empress's expression changed slightly and she looked in the direction of the Sinang palace. Is the Queen Mother about to achieve a breakthrough in her soul? Why is it so sudden? The rest of the people in the imperial capital had their own guesses, but no one dared to use divine senses to spy on the palace. I can only sigh inwardly that the royal family is worthy of being the royal family, and yet another soul has appeared. Some people also noticed something unusual. Not long ago, someone in Qingzhou achieved the status of a primordial spirit, and now the same is true in the imperial capital. 2 primordial spirits appeared in such a short period of time. Could it be that a great era is coming? After a while, the aura of a powerful soul enveloped the imperial capital, and the already powerful Qiyunio reached a higher level. There are tens of thousands of beautiful lotuses in the sky and bursts of celestial music, as if the heaven and earth are also congratulating the birth of a great spiritual master. Mother succeeded. Suan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although the introduction of Dao Yuan Dan was very clear and there would be no side effects even if the breakthrough failed, he was relieved only when he saw that his mother had really succeeded. In this way, you will have a bigger backer. Isn't it natural to cling to your mother's thigh? Chapter 76. Teacher Su's teaching attitude is very rigorous. Yangwei Marquis mansion, Su family. A handsome man dressed as a spirit plant husband withdrew his gaze. Another spirit? The soul realm. Sooner or later I will be able to reach it. There was an indescribable arrogance and confidence in his eyes. Ling Chen, you are a loser. Why don't you go take care of the spiritual fields instead of standing here like a pillar? You have to finish these before the party. The sarcastic female voice interrupted the man's fantasy. A middle-aged woman with a mean look came up to him, pointed at his nose and started scolding him. Mom, I'll go right away. Right away. Ling Chen immediately lowered his head and answered the woman's words in a humble voice. Don't call me mom. I didn't agree with you and Xu Weizhu. The middle-aged woman looked at Ling Chen, who was being respectful to her, and felt displeased with him anyway. I don't know what's wrong with the old uncle. He actually secretly arranged a marriage for Xu Weizhu, and with such a loser. In her mind, with Xu Weizhu's talent and appearance, the man she would marry in the future would have to be a son of a noble family or a genius of a sect. At the very least, she could marry an ambitious young cultivator. Unfortunately, all her thoughts were blocked by this marriage contract, until the old uncle's old injury relapsed and he passed away not long ago. She was unable to change her decision on the marriage. The key point is that the old uncle has also signed a contract with Qiankuan Pavilion. If the marriage contract lasts less than 3 years, all the property of the uncle's mansion will be transferred to the son-in-law Ling Chen, so that they can't even cancel the engagement. Hearing the word Xu Weizhu, Ling Chen's face showed a bit of tenderness. Xu Weizhu was his fiancée, and that is why he accepted the marriage proposal from the old man. He was originally the master of the Dragon King Palace, which was one of the top assassin organizations in Dishang. As the leader of a killer organization, he originally came out to travel in search of an opportunity to break through to the Pyongyang realm, but at the first sight of the girl, he felt that his state of mind, which had not been shaken for many years, was moved. It seemed as if this girl was his destiny, an emotional calamity that he could not escape. His master had calculated for him before he died that his chance of breakthrough would be with the girl who made his heart beat in the future. After that, after lying dormant for 3 years, you will be able to soar into the sky and reach the blue sky. That's why he concealed his skills and identity and entered the Yongwei Marquis mansion as a son-in-law. Although Xu Weizhu is now indifferent to me, does not agree to marry me, and is even unwilling to touch me, but he knew that this was because Xu Weizhu was chaste and she was different from other women. Snow Bamboo is special. Ling Chen also believes in his own charm. As long as I care about Xu Weizhu enough and make her feel warm, she will definitely be moved and fall in love with me. This purest kind of love, which has nothing to do with status and strength, is what he wants most. Zixuan, you don't know that loser Ling Chen. In a private room, Su Shuizhu was complaining to Li Zixuan. Ever since she saw Suan kidnapping Li Zixuan, Su Shuizhu started to approach Li Zixuan with certain ideas in mind, and they became best friends. But he is your fiancé after all, it's not right to say that. Li Zixuan said hesitantly. I don't recognize any fiancé. Su Shuizhu's face turned stern. The engagement was made by that old man, so let him get married. When he dies, dig up his coffin and marry him to Ling Chen. There was no respect in her words. Although the old uncle of the Bo mansion was nominally her grandfather, he was not actually very close to her family. Her father was the eldest son of the Su family. Because he married her mother when he was young despite his family's opposition, her family became a thorn in the old man's side, with the least resources, doing the most tiring work. Perhaps he hated the old man so much that she had never seen him smile at her since she was born. Even the resources she used for her cultivation were saved by her father and left for her. Obviously, she is the most talented person of this generation in the Su family, but the resources she has for cultivation are not even as good as those of the playboys in the Bo mansion who only know how to eat and drink. Grandpa, what kind of grandpa is he? There are more than one girl in the Su family, so why do they have to arrange a marriage for her? If Su Shuizhu was just dissatisfied with this grandfather before, now she hates him to the core. Why can he arrange a marriage for himself on his own initiative? Does he deserve it? Li Zixuan didn't know how to answer. What Su Shuizhu just said was truly shocking. Fortunately, Su Shuizhu was just venting her emotions and then changed the subject. Zixuan, I heard that you and Lord Su. I really envy you. She mentioned this as if unintentionally, thinking of the unpleasant encounter between herself and Suan. Li Zixuan shook her head. What is there to envy? Then why don't you give it to me? Su Shuizhu said suddenly. Li Zixuan opened her mouth slightly and looked at Su Shuizhu in shock. Shuizhu, you, just a joke. Look how scared you are, Zixuan. Su Shuizhu smiled with a look of success. Li Zixuan was relieved after seeing this. You are so good, Shuizhu, you can make such a joke. Aren't you afraid of being heard by others? I heard it, but I don't mind it anyway. Aren't you afraid that they will talk about you behind your back? I'm not afraid. I want to be a bad woman. You. On the other side, Suan didn't know that he was being targeted by the bad woman. Are you saying that the Duke of Shao's mansion is hosting a banquet and inviting me to attend? Antang nodded. Yes, the person who came said he was from the Duke of Shao's mansion. This is the invitation he handed over. She handed the invitation to Suan. There were not many people in the Marquis mansion to begin with, and after Aunt Tang came, Suan simply handed over the task of managing the mansion's miscellaneous items to her. Although Aunt Tang's cultivation was not high, she seemed to be quite talented in housekeeping, and she managed the Marquis mansion in perfect order. Okay, got it. Suan waved his hand and waved Aunt Tang away. Opening the invitation in his hand, Suan raised his eyebrows. It turns out to be the 1000th birthday of Duke Shao. The Shagwa mansion is a well-known and wealthy family in the imperial capital, and its ancestors were once the guards of Emperor Shang Taizu. After generations of hard work, they were awarded the title of Duke of Shao. Although there has never been a supreme Yuanshan, the pure yang in the Shagwa mansion has never been cut off. The current Duke of Shao is a well-known pure yang power. Then let's go and take a look. I just happen to have nothing to do. After putting away the invitation, Suan walked to the door and pulled his hand to the side. Sure enough, Yi Liar was hiding there again. What are you going to do now? Yi Liar was not at all embarrassed about being caught eavesdropping. She pinched the hems of her skirt on both sides, revealing her round thighs intentionally or unintentionally. Brotherin, I recently learned a new training method, but I feel that the movements are not standard. I want you to teach me. Suan frowned. The consequences of practicing non-standard movements are very serious. Come to my room and I'll teach you. What if I still can't learn it? Yi Liar asked fearfully. Can't learn? Give me a beating. Teacher Su's teaching attitude is very rigorous. Chapter 77. How can you judge a person by appearance alone? The stream outside the imperial capital is still flowing, and no one knows how old it is. The day of the 1000 years birthday banquet of Duke Shao's mansion has arrived. Compared with Suan's Marquis mansion, the Duke of Shao's mansion truly embodies the grandeur and luxury of a duke's mansion. There are magnificent buildings, carved beams, and painted rafters. Apart from the core area where the direct descendants of Duke Xiao live, there are also many fairy mountains, treasure pavilions, sacred islands, and mountains elsewhere. During this time, monks were flying and divine lights were visible, which showed that they were extraordinary. The Xiaoguo mansion has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and its clan members are already countless. There are tens of thousands of people in the main lineage living in the mansion alone. In addition, there are many retainers who rely on the Xiaoguo mansion for worship. It can be said that this mansion is equivalent to a small town. The place where the banquet was held was in the core area of the Xiaoguo mansion. The guests who come and go here are either rich or noble, without a certain identity. You cannot enter here. For ordinary nobles, just being invited by the Duke of Xiao's mansion would be worth bragging about for a while. This time, the leader of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion was the old Marquis' wife, Su Shuizhu's grandmother, Li, who came in person to congratulate second and third brothers. Remember, when you go in, you must make more friends with important people. Our Earl Yongwei's mansion is no longer the same as before, said the old lady. Yes, Mom, we know, don't worry, but we don't know about Big Brother. The third elder looked at Su Shuizhu and the others, especially when he glanced at Ling Chen. His eyes were filled with contempt. No matter how talented your daughter is, she still has to marry a loser. The old lady also looked at a few people. Mom, we will keep an eye on Ling Chen and prevent him from getting into trouble, Su's mother said quickly, and Su's father nodded repeatedly. Then Su's mother looked at Ling Chen sternly. Ling Chen, when you go in, talk less and watch more, don't cause trouble, understand? Ling Chen didn't take it seriously. His master had saved the life of Duke Xiao, and with his status as the palace master of the Dragon King Palace, even Duke Xiao would not dare to neglect him when he saw him, but he still responded perfunctorily, I know, mother, grandma, I will pay attention. A group of people walked to the door and the old lady took out the invitation. The gatekeeper glanced at the invitation, then looked at the large group of people behind the old lady, and after a long while he said, the invitation is correct, come in. Although the invitation did not specify the number of people, it was the first time he saw such a large family attending a banquet. Thank you. The old lady did not dare to be careless with the servants of Xiaoguo Mansion. The Yongwei Marquis Mansion is no longer what it used to be. After the old uncle passed away, there is not even a life-saving elixir cultivator left. It has become so dilapidated that no one has any ambition left. She looked at the scene in the mansion and sighed. It would be great if one day my Yongwei Marquis Mansion could have such a magnificent scene. Suddenly there was a commotion from inside the door. When they looked over, they saw a middle-aged man with a dignified face walking out. It's General Xiao. The old lady recognized the man. It was Xiao Chuanming, the eldest son of Duke Xiao and the general guide of the imperial court. She immediately bowed and greeted him flatteringly, Greetings, General Xiao. The people behind her also hurriedly greeted her. This guy is a big shot. Only Ling Chen stood there proudly without saying a word. Xiao Chuanming nodded, without even looking at the others, and continued walking forward. He stopped in front of a young man and smiled eagerly. The Marquis personally came to celebrate the birthday, which really makes our Xiaoguo mansion glorious. General Xiao, you are too polite. It is Duke Xiao's 1000th birthday, so of course as a junior I have the opportunity to come and pay my respects. The young man was chatting and laughing calmly, and under the leadership of Xiao Chuanming, he walked calmly inside facing everyone's gazes. After the two of them went in, everyone in the Yongwei Marquis mansion came to their senses. Who is that person who could be greeted personally by General Xiao? The second brother asked in surprise. The old lady glared at her second son who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. If my guess is correct, that person should be Lord Wushuan. It's this person. The third brother showed a respectful look when he heard it. Although Lord Wushan was conferred the title of Marquis only in the past 20 years, no one dares to say that the Wushan Marquisate has no foundation. He is a member of the royal family and also has the surname Su, but his ancestor can be traced back to the Shang Taizu who founded the Shang dynasty. Moreover, Marquis Wushuan is deeply favored by the current emperor. He is often called into the palace for instruction and is rewarded one after another in a short period of time. This is something that a declining baronial family like theirs cannot compare to. Ling Chen was dismissive of this. Marquis, in the end, this world is about strength. He turned his head to look at Su Shuizhu, who was 2 meters away from him, and was about to say a few more appropriate and heartwarming words, but Su Shuizhu's gaze was directed towards the door, following the back of Lord Su, as if she was fascinated. In just a moment, Ling Chen felt a little more dislike for Lord Su, whom he met for the first time. After all the guests arrived, the banquet at Duke Xiao's mansion officially began as singing, dancing, music, drinking and chatting. The dignitaries chatted with each other, and several marriages or exchanges of interests were inadvertently arranged at the banquet, which was quite lively. "Sister, please accompany me to toast," a pretty girl said, gently pulling Su Shuizhu's arm. The person who spoke was Su Shuizhu's cousin, also a young lady from the Yongwei Marquis mansion. She was her best peer and one of the few who worked harder, but her talent was a little lacking. "Toast? Why don't you just go by yourself?" Su Shuizhu was not in the mood for that. "But I don't dare to do it alone," the girl said shyly. Su Shuizhu was stunned by the girl's love-hungry look, and then she smiled and said, "I wonder if you have fallen in love with a young man from a certain family? Tell me who it is." The girl hesitated, finally looked in Suan's direction, then quickly turned her head away, as shy as an ostrich. Su Shuizhu suddenly felt uneasy. "You like Suan too?" The girl was so embarrassed by the direct question that she immediately lowered her head without thinking about the word "also" in Su Shuizhu's words. After a long while, she said softly, "I just think Lord Su was very handsome." "Superficial," Su Shuizhu scolded loudly. "You can't judge a person by appearance alone. Be careful or you might be deceived without even knowing it." "But I don't have anything worthy of Lord Su's deception," the girl responded in a low voice. "You." Su Shuizhu stretched out her finger and then released it. "This is so stupid." Being scolded for no reason, the girl felt a little aggrieved. "Well, then I'll just go by myself, etc." "Forget it, I'll go with you." Su Shuizhu still picked up the wineglass. "Girl, what is going on?" As Su Shuizhu had her own plans in mind, because of the damn engagement made by that old man, she became a little afraid to take the initiative to talk to Suan, but this sister just happened to be her excuse. If the engagement really could not be cancelled, she would arrange for this silly sister to be Suan's concubine. Chapter 78. Endure. At that time, he could go to the Su mansion openly under the pretext of visiting his sister, and then accidentally drink too much and spend the night in the Marquis mansion, and it would be reasonable for him to accidentally put on his sister's clothes and lie on her bed. She admitted that she was a little jealous of her cousin. Why should she be bound by an engagement while she could toast to her beloved one openly? She refused to accept this fate. "Su, Lord Su, my name is Su Mengyao." Under Su Shuizhu's shove, the girl walked up to Suan, raised her glass, and spoke with some stammering. "Hello." Suan smiled faintly and nodded. When interests are not involved, he is still easy to talk to. What's more, she is a pleasing girl. "Hello, Lord Su. My name is Su Shuizhu. I met you once before in Qinkuan Pavilion." Compared with Su Mengyao, Su Shuizhu seemed much more graceful and elegant. Holding the wineglass, she had her own demeanor. "Oh, it's you." Suan still had some memories of Su Shuizhu, and responded with a smile, "Miss Su, it's been a long time." After having a serious conversation with Su Shuizhu, I found that I could get along well with this woman and that we had the same views on many issues. Looking at the two people chatting happily, Su Mengyao, who was standing there stupidly with a glass of wine, was stunned. "Something doesn't feel right. Didn't my sister come here to toast with me? Why is she chatting now? Could it be that my sister also? But she is clearly engaged." "Shuizhu, why are you here? Grandma is calling you." Suddenly a discordant voice interrupted their conversation. "What are you doing here? Stay away from me." After seeing who was coming, Su Shuizhu took a step back towards Suan with a hint of disgust in her eyes. "Does this guy really not understand what I'm saying? I've told him so many times that he doesn't recognize the engagement, but he still shamelessly keeps going forward." "Shuizhu, how can you say that? I am your fiancé after all." Ling Chen looked at Suan with a hint of hostility in his eyes. How could a woman as cold and unapproachable as Shuizhu take the initiative to approach a man? This man must have deceived Shuizhu. Originally, the old lady was just called Su Mengyao, but Ling Chen deliberately said it was Su Shuizhu because he didn't want to see the two of them having too much communication. "Shut up." Su Shuizhu carefully glanced at Suan beside her, and seeing that he had no reaction, she couldn't tell whether she felt disappointed or relieved. "Sorry, Lord Su, I have to leave first." She pulled Su Mengyao, who was reluctant to leave, and prepared to leave. "It's okay. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it." A gleam of light flashed in Suan's eyes. This man was quite evil and was quite hostile towards him, and it also hides its strength. Interesting. After watching the few people walk away, Suan pulled a bystander over at random and asked him, only to find out that it was the old man Deng from the Yongwei Marquis' mansion who had gone crazy before he died and found a useless son-in-law for his granddaughter. The basic elements are complete: engagement, waste, son-in-law, a cold fiancé who won't let him touch her, and a male villain who behaves intimately with his fiancée. Could it be something like the Dragon King's son-in-law? Or after I broke off the engagement, the young lady regretted it? By the way, system, when will you give me the ability to discover the protagonist? Suan said the villain system has been loading for so long, but he finds that the protagonist has to rely on his own guessing. It's just that the protagonists he meets now are more flamboyant, and if they were more discreet, he might not be able to discover them. Should I spend 1000 villain points to improve my insight? Ah, Ton, you're going to charge me for basic functions? Host, forget it, go ahead and deduct the points. I'm not a stingy person. It's not easy for you, Atong. I'll just consider 1000 points as buying you candy. Suan interrupted the system. Consume 1000 villain points, insight +1. The system was very honest. The upgraded insight skill really just added a skill that could see through the protagonist. Suan looked in the direction of Ling Chen, and a golden aura appeared above his head. He is undoubtedly the protagonist. He was about to look away when his expression suddenly froze. Next to Su Shuizhu, there was also a golden aura emerging on the head of Su Mengyao, who had just timidly run up to talk to her. It was even stronger than Ling Chen's, and there seemed to be a strange vision rising, but it was not released for the time being. Is this another protagonist? What the hell? Today the protagonists gathered together. Suan touched his chin, unable to figure out what was going on with Su Mengyao. But he is said to be the protagonist, but he doesn't look like it. How can he look like the protagonist? Mengyao, where did you go just now? Seeing Su Mengyao coming back, the old lady immediately stepped forward and held her hand. There are many outstanding young men from aristocratic families at this banquet. You must work hard to pick a good husband. As he said this, he glanced at Su Shuizhu and said, don't be like your sister. Mengyao, is there anyone you like? Su Shuizhu's second uncle, who is also Su Mengyao's father, also came over and asked. Yes, but you called him back. Su Shuizhu sneered and interrupted. Oh, which Junjie is it? The old lady was dissatisfied with Su Shuizhu's tone. She glared at her and then asked Su Mengyao. Yes, it's Lord Su. Su Mengyao seemed a little nervous, as if the little girl's thoughts were exposed. Lord Su. Su Mengyao's father exclaimed, is it that Lord Su? Oh, then why did you come back? He beat his chest and stamped his feet, thinking that if he could gain the favor of Lord Su, even if he was just a concubine, it would be a great opportunity to reach heaven in one step. By then, the predicament of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion would be solved, and he would be able to prosper with the help of his daughter. Ling Chen, what did I tell you? The old lady's face also turned ugly. She had clearly said that if Mengyao was talking to some talented young master, there was no need to call her back. Uncle, Grandma, that Lord Su is not a good person. Ling Chen explained. The way he looked at Shuizhu was not right. I called them back because I was afraid that Mengyao would be deceived by him. He didn't pay much attention to whether Suan's eyes were right when he looked at Shuizhu, but when he saw Su Shuizhu communicating with other men, he felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. As the master of the Dragon King Palace, he does not allow other men to be around his woman. The old lady was so angry that her hands were shaking. Finally, she pointed at Su's mother and said, look at your good son-in-law. Su's mother couldn't stand this and slapped Ling Chen in the face. You are a loser. It's not enough that you harm Shuizhu, you also want to harm others. This loud slap came from Su's mother, who did not hold back at all. Ling Chen covered his cheeks with his hands and turned his head away. Although the place where he was hit didn't hurt, he still felt a burning sensation. Endure. Endure, the master said that we should lie dormant for 3 years and not reveal our strength. He endured it. The new protagonist, you can guess what type he is. I'm not talking about the Dragon King. Chapter 79, Serve Wine to Mr. Qin. Mother, forget it. Su Shuizhu frowned and stopped her mother. Oof. Only then did Su's mother stop. Hearing Su Shuizhu speaking up for him, Ling Chen felt that the slap on his face wasn't so humiliating anymore. Sure enough, Shuizhu has me in her heart. My efforts these days have not been in vain. In fact, Su Shuizhu didn't sympathize with Ling Chen, but felt that doing this in public would be a loss of face for them. Su Mengyao didn't care about the farce of several people. She was still fantasizing about her next encounter with Suan, whether it would be under the moon or in front of flowers. Girls' feelings are always poetic, and their love sometimes comes so easily, but sometimes, young girls can easily attract wolves. Miss, is there something on your mind? A young man in fancy clothes came over at some point, staring at Su Mengyao with burning eyes. My name is Tan Ming, and my father is Tan Chang, junior official of the Imperial Household Department. The young man looked polite and well-dressed, but there was an unconcealable lust in his eyes. No. Su Mengyao waved her hand, not wanting to talk to this person anymore. Then Miss Su, would you be willing to accompany me for a drink? Qin Ming insisted. Sorry, I don't want to drink now. Su Mengyao still refused. That means you are not giving me face. There was a hint of threat in Qin Ming's tone. As the second son of the Shaoqing of the Imperial Household Department, he was a real playboy. He was inferior to his elder brother in everything and had poor talent. No matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with his elder brother. Finally, he simply gave up and started his own playboy life. Compared to those shrewd young ladies, he prefers these innocent girls. He coerces and tricks them into getting them, plays with them for a while, and then cruelly abandons them. Looking at their painful expressions, that feeling, it feels 1,000 times more comfortable than when you are about to have an orgasm. As for the Yongwei Marquis Mansion, how could a Marquis Mansion that has fallen to the extreme dare to do anything to him? Mr. Qin, my Mengyao is a shy girl and doesn't like to drink. At this time Su Shuizhu stood up, pulled Su Mengyao behind her, and helped to resolve the situation. She could see that Mengyao didn't like this playboy. What's more, the sister is helping her to conquer Suan, but the old lady of the Bo Mansion didn't think so. She smiled at Tan Ming and looked at Su Mengyao. Mengyao, go and have a drink with Mr. Tan. You young people, have a chat together and get to know each other better. If Su Mengyao was with Suan, she would naturally not say that, but hasn't this happened yet? Although this girl is pretty, how could she be worse than a lady from aristocratic family? Lord Su is a very important person, and he might forget about this girl in the blink of an eye. Although the Qin family is not a noble family, the Shaoqing of the Imperial Household Department is also a high-ranking official in the court, with an extraordinary status that is not comparable to the current Yongwei Marquis Mansion. He is more than qualified to be a match for Meng Yao. No one else said anything, including Su Mengyao's parents. The only person in the entire Su family who spoke up was Su Shuizhu, who had a different purpose. There is a reason why the Su family of the Yongwei Marquis Mansion fell into decline. Qin Ming watched all this with great interest. Why, I am not worthy of drinking with Miss Mengyao. Su Mengyao shook her head, her face full of resistance. She doesn't want to drink with you, don't you understand? Ling Chen suddenly said. The Su family was shocked by this statement. There's no need for you, a son-in-law, to take the lead. Even if you want to refuse, you shouldn't do it in such an offensive way. You are that useless son-in-law of the Su family? Tan Ming looked at Ling Chen for a moment, then laughed. What if I insist on her drinking? What can you do to me? Bang, a slap landed on Ling Chen's face, forcibly interrupting the spell. You useless piece of shit, come back here. Mother Su pulled Ling Chen's ear and pulled him back. Qin Ming sneered at this and looked at Su Mengyao again. Ms. Mengyao, please have a drink with me. I am very interested in Miss Mengyao. Suddenly, he was hit hard on the shoulder, staggered, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. Who is it? He turned his head and looked behind him. A young man was looking at him with amusement. When he saw this man, the anger on Qin Ming's face disappeared instantly and turned into a flattering smile. Lord Su, why are you here? When Su Mengyao saw the person coming, a look of hope appeared on her face. Do you know me? Suan asked. Yes, I recognize you. I'm Tan Ming, and my father is Tan Chang, the junior secretary of the Imperial Household Department. Tan Ming apologized quickly with a smile. Oh, Tan Niao, right? Suan said apologetically, I'm so sorry for accidentally knocking your wine over. No, how can you blame Lord Su? I dropped it by accident. How could Qin Ming dare to blame Suan? You have to know that even his father didn't dare to offend this marquis, so who is he? He is a playboy, but not a fool. He knows who he cannot afford to offend. That won't work. Suan waved his hand. Shangnan, serve Mr. Qin some wine. Tu Shangnan behind him took out a wineglass that had been prepared long ago, which was only filled with a thin layer of wine, but when he saw the wineglass, Qin Ming's face turned green. He recognized this kind of wineglass. It was called the Qiankuan cup, and it was the favorite cup of some old drunkards. It contained the whole world, and a good quality Qiankuan cup could even hold a river or a lake of wine. Suan took the wineglass and put it in Qin Ming's hand. Come on, drink up. I'll offer a toast to Mr. Qin. He drank the wine in his hand and then looked at Qin Ming. Lord Su, this. Qin Ming's hands were shaking. Suan narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Qin is not giving me face. Tu Shangnan also cooperated and leaked out some of the aura of the pure Yang realm, pressing on Qin Ming, causing his bones to creak, but the other people around him did not notice at all. Drink, I drink. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, held the wineglass, closed his eyes, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. He understood that Suan was probably trying to help the Yongwei Marquis' mansion, and he had hit a wall this time. If I hadn't drunk this wine, today's incident might not have been so easy to resolve. Suan took out the Qiankuan cup. Although the amount of wine in it was not as much as a lake, it could fill several rooms. Of course, these wines are nothing to those old drunkards with profound cultivation, but for Qin Ming, who had poor talent and had just reached the Lingdong realm at the age of 20, it was really a huge amount. His stomach was swollen and about to burst, but the amount of wine flowing into his mouth did not decrease at all. Tu Shangnan crossed her arms across her chest and stood in front of him with her tall body, blocking the shadow left by the light and covering him entirely, as if as long as he dared to stop, he would be hit by a thunderbolt. Finally, there was a bang. Chapter 80. You can't control it, let sister do it. Qin Ming, whose body was red and whose mind was overwhelmed by drunkenness, fainted on the spot. His eyes rolled back, his stomach was swollen, he looked bigger, and wine was flowing out of his mouth. Come here, Master Qin is a heavy drinker, he has drunk too much and is unconscious, send him back. Suan casually called two servants to drag away Qin Ming, who was in the way, and then looked at Su Mengyao with a gentle smile. Are you okay? No, it's okay. Su Mengyao was overwhelmed by the huge surprise at this moment, and looked at Suan infatuatedly. Is there anything more heartwarming than having the man you love stand up for you in times of crisis? In Su Mengyao's eyes now, Suan seemed to be walking on colorful auspicious clouds, covered in brilliant rays of light. There was no room for any other figure in her big eye sockets. As for Lingchen, who came forward earlier? Is there such a person? I'm glad you're okay. Su, hate these kinds of villains who bully men and women the most. Suan said righteously. Su Mengyao believed it. A hero like Lord Su must be a good man. Sanctimonious. Lingchen covered his hit face and muttered softly, very dissatisfied with Suan, who stole his limelight. After helping Su Mengyao out of the situation, Suan didn't talk much and left quickly, as if he just simply couldn't stand it. The other members of the Su family surrounded Su Mengyao, with unprecedented enthusiasm on their faces. Things like you should communicate more with Lord Su and young people should move around more. The old lady grabbed Su Mengyao's hand with a kind face and said, Mengyao, the future of our Su family depends on you. Ku Bing the powerful. Ling Chen looked down upon the behavior of these people. He glanced at Su Shuizhu, who was also standing there without moving forward, and sighed in his heart that she was worthy of being his fiancée. She was different from these snobbish and vain people. The banquet at Duke Xiao's mansion lasted until the evening, during which Duke Xiao personally came out to accept congratulations from the guests. The guests presented gifts one after another, but for some reason Ling Chen wanted to show off, so he took out a tattered jade pendant covered in mud and said it was an ancient spiritual jade. Then he was inevitably ridiculed by everyone. Then an expert emerged from the crowd and recognized that this was indeed an ancient spiritual jade, which gave Ling Chen a lot of face. Then Ling Chen modestly said that he had picked it up. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Su family, wanting to see Shuizhu's surprised expression, but he found that Su Shuizhu didn't even look at him at this time, and started chatting with that Marquis Su. The distance between them was very close, only a hand's distance away, which was a distance he dared not hope for. Ling Chen's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, his breathing became heavy, and his head felt heavier. After presenting gifts and expressing congratulations, the rest of the people dispersed. No one even mentioned Qin Ming. After returning to the Marquis mansion, the smile on Suan's face disappeared. Higan Bana, send someone to search for evidence of the Tan family's crimes, the kind that's fatal, understand? Yes. Among the officials who have reached this level, there are only a few who are absolutely clean, and it definitely won't be the Qin family. If we can't find it, is it difficult to fabricate some evidence? What kind of person is this? How dare he target his leaks? And that useless son-in-law of the Su family and the second young lady of the Su family, I want to know all the news about them within 3 days, yes. Yamweibo Mansion, the Su family also returned home. Su Mengyao pulled Su Shuizhu directly into her yard, her big watery eyes filled with an irresistible look. Sister, come with me, I have something to say to you. Ling Chen stared blankly at Su Shuizhu as she left, not knowing when Shuizhu would be willing to marry him. Bang, the imagination is interrupted. He was slapped hard on the back of the head. What are you looking at? Go and take care of the spiritual fields. Mother Su pointed at Ling Chen's nose and yelled. Mom, I'll go right away. Ling Chen hurriedly took out the equipment of the spiritual plant husband and walked towards the direction of the spiritual field. Sister, today I saw you and Lord Su in the boudoir. Su Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and asked, Are you also interested in Lord Su? Su Shuizhu didn't expect her cousin to suddenly become so direct. She was stunned for a moment, and then laughed angrily. What are you thinking about? Sister, I'm just checking for you. After all, this is my sister's lifelong event. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal a somewhat sad expression, turned her head and sighed, I just hope you won't be like me. Seeing this, Su Mengyao's doubts gradually disappeared, and a trace of guilt filled her heart. Yes, I am already very unfortunate, and yet I still say such things. Sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. Well, as long as you are doing well, I will be relieved. Elder sister, younger sister. The two sisters hugged each other, looking at the tearful sister in her arms. Su Shuizhu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her rosy lips. Sister, you can't control Suan, so let me, this bad woman, help you control him. After comforting her sister, Su Shuizhu returned to her room. Tonight is a thunderstorm night. A loud thunder cut through the sky, and a strange light appeared in the sky, but it was inconspicuous under the light of thunder. Imprisonment, secret room, training, escape. Calculation, Su Mengyao woke up from a nightmare with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Where is this? Wasn't she captured and taken back to the secret room by Suan? Wait, my cultivation level. She felt the weak cultivation in her body, turned over and got up, and walked to the mirror. What was reflected in the mirror was a face that was pure and a little childish. That was her former self. Su Mengyao looked at the surroundings again and asked, Am I back? I, Di Mengyao, am back again. She clenched her fists excitedly with a silent smile on her face. This time, I will never go down the same old path again, Suan. She clenched her fists excitedly with a silent smile on her face. This time, I will never go down the same old path again, Suan. In her previous life, she fell deeply in love with Suan because he rescued her at the banquet. However, due to an accident, he discovered Suan practicing magic, was captured by him and locked in a secret room, where he was humiliated day and night. If that were all, it would be fine, but later, Suan actually let a rat named Yi Liar teach her the rules. Most of the time afterwards, she could only watch Suan and Yi Liar making love, and every time they reached a state of excitement, she could not move at all. Then Yi Liar also said that this is not a limit. Thinking of the various methods used by that rat and that perverted smile, Su Mengyao still feels so angry that her teeth are itching. Then, she finally found an opportunity to escape from the secret room while Suan was away, and told her family about her experience. As a result, those family members turned around and controlled her, wanting to hand him over to Suan. Even her parents didn't say a word, which broke her heart. Fortunately, her cousin Su Shuizhu secretly helped her, allowing her to escape. Her cousin advised her to go outside the imperial capital to avoid the limelight, saying that Suan was too powerful to be an enemy, and that no one would believe him if she revealed his identity as a demon cultivator, so it would be better for her to hide first. So she began to live a life in hiding, but unexpectedly she opened her bloodline by accident in a secret place. Chapter 81. Sister, please go and beg Lord Su. After that, she gradually realized that she was just an adopted daughter of the Su family, and her real identity was the princess of the demon royal family. At that time, there was civil strife among the demon tribe and the golden winged Dupeng tribe rebelled. Her father died and her mother fled to Deshang with her while she was still pregnant. On the way, he was seriously injured by the rebels. In the end, he gave birth to her at the risk of his life. He used the transformation pill to help her transform, and sealed her blood aura. At the cost of a spiritual weapon, he handed her over to a passing woman, allowing her to live as a human. That woman was her current nominal mother. After awakening her bloodline, she began to explore the truth. The previous rebellion has been quelled, the ancestor of the Golden Winged Rock clan and her father died together, and the entire clan has been liquidated. However, 2 of the 3 powerful souls of the demon clan died at once, and the demon clan was seriously injured. The remaining one, by Zay Demon Saint, was the kind who did not participate in the struggle. He was the only one in the entire clan. For a time, the demon clan was in turmoil. Fortunately, the demon king's sister, her aunt, stepped forward at the critical moment and used the baptism of the sun god will to break through her soul, thus stabilizing the situation and becoming the new demon king. In order to avoid Suan, she returned to the demon clan. After the aunt and niece recognized each other, she became the princess of the demon clan. Her aunt was very kind to her. As if to make up for the suffering she had endured over the years, she almost trained her to be the next demon king and taught her many things. After awakening her bloodline, not only did her appearance change drastically, her talent also became extremely powerful, and her cultivation improved rapidly from then on. Except for keeping in touch with her cousin, everyone else thought that the girl named Su Mengyao had died in some unknown place long ago, but I never expected that my cousin was actually Suan's person and had always maintained an improper relationship with Suan. She reveals her new identity to Suan even when she discovered the magic power and escaped from the secret room. Everything was actually planned by Suan, and her every move was controlled by Suan. Although she had cultivated to the pure yang state, she was still captured by Suan in the Yuengu secret realm, and then she was severely humiliated again in front of the damn Yi liar. Everything she obtained in the secret realm was used to help Suan. Her cultivation was also sealed and she was locked back into the secret room, where endless darkness and humiliation would once again await her. Fortunately, she was reborn this time. She would never repeat her past fate. She wanted to kill Suan. No, she wanted to lock him up in a secret room that belonged only to her, tie him to a pillar, and humiliate and discipline him severely, let him experience firsthand the humiliation he once suffered. As for Yi liar, just break her limbs and let her watch with her own eyes how I toy with her brother. And lightning flashed, and the cold light shone through the window eaves, making the girl's quiet face look more hideous. Hiss. In the Marquis mansion, Yi liar was sleeping soundly while holding Suan. At this moment, she suddenly felt the hairs on her body stand up, as if there was a terrifying and malicious force staring at her. She was so scared that she quickly shrank back into Suan's arms. Only when I felt the warmth from Suan's chest did I gradually feel at ease. The thunderstorm passed and the sky cleared up again. These days, perhaps he learned that Suan stood up for Su Mengyao. The situation in the Yongwei Marquis' mansion has improved a lot. Even some small families came to curry favor with him, but soon, the Su family encountered trouble again. It turned out that he was the son of the second son of the Su family and Su Shuizhu's cousin. He was jealous of others in the brothel and offended them because of the fight for women. If it's just a fight over a woman, it's actually nothing. After all, no matter how poor the Yongwei Earl's mansion is, it is still an earl after all, and it still has the ability to settle this matter. But the difficulty lies in that the woman is actually favored by a young master of the Yuan family in the imperial capital. They were originally traveling in a low-key manner and bidding fairly. As a result, the cousin insisted on putting on airs, perhaps because he had been flattered by some people from small families in recent days and had become so proud of himself that he really thought of himself as some kind of powerful person. He actually ran straight to the other person's box, kicked the door open, and cursed at the other person for daring to snatch the woman from him. Who can tolerate this? After all, the Yuan family is a well-known and prominent family in the imperial capital. There is more than one Xunyang in the family, and they are the real powerful class in the imperial capital. As a member of the Yuan family, how could he save face when being bullied by a disciple of the declining Bo mansion? The Yuan family would not back down just because of some groundless rumors about the relationship between Suan and the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Of course, if Suan really stood up and spoke proactively, that would be a different story. It's just a wanted notice, not an immediate arrest, which means giving some time to see whether Suan will take action for him. The pressure was now on the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Mom, you have to save Rang. The second son and his wife pulled Su Rang to kneel in front of the old lady, crying. Su Rang is the name of the cousin who got into trouble. At this point he also knew that he was in trouble, so how could he dare to be arrogant? Grandma, save me, I don't want to die. Su Rang cried bitterly. Although he was a bad boy, he still knew the methods of those aristocratic families. If he was really caught, he would either be beaten to death or imprisoned until death. How could he accept this? The old lady's suppressed anger finally burst out, and she hit Su Rang with her cane. Save you? What do you want me to do to save you? Doesn't she know that others don't know? Just take the old friends of the old uncles in the Beau's mansion, for example. How many of them dared to offend the Yuan family? Even if she sacrificed her old face, what would be the use? Could it be that the Yuan family would show mercy to her because of an old woman like her? But she couldn't bear to see her grandson suffer, so she sighed and said, "I, an old woman, can't help you. But if you can ask Lord Su for help, there will be room for maneuver." Su Rang's eyes lit up and he turned to look at his sister. "Sister, yes, go and ask Lord Su for help. He will definitely have a way." The second son and his wife also looked at Su Mengyao with hope. In fact, they had asked their daughter before, but at that time their daughter just said that she and Suan were not familiar with each other at all and refused. Su Mengyao sneered in her heart, looking at his uneducated brother, looking at his nominal parents who once betrayed him, looking at the intrigue in the Su family. If it were in the past, she was simple-minded and might have felt sorry for these relatives, but after being reborn, she had already seen through the Su family. They were a bunch of servile people. What's the point in saving them? Such a Su family should have declined long ago. If it weren't for the opportunity that came later, she would have left the stinking mansion of Earl Yongwei long ago, but she didn't say that. She lowered her head slightly and hesitated. "Father, Mother, I don't know Lord Su. Lord Su was just doing it for justice. How can I ask him for help?" Chapter 82 Normal Su Mengyao's sister, Lord Su must be interested in you, otherwise why would he help you instead of others? Su Rang seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and continued excitedly, "Just say you agree to marry him, he will definitely be willing to help, sister, just consider it as a plea from me." "Yes, Meng Yao, Mom and Dad are begging you to help your brother." "Meng Yao, you are the elder sister, you can't not help your brother." "Meng Yao, my son's life depends on you." Listening to the righteous pleas from several people, a cold light flashed in Su Mengyao's eyes. "Well, my daughter will give it a try." She still pretended to be as innocent as before, as if she was persuaded by her parents. She agreed after some hesitation. After hearing Su Mengyao's reply, everyone was overjoyed. Su Rang relaxed even more and resumed his playful expression. "Should I call Lord Su my brother-in-law from now on? If he has Suan as his backer, will he be able to get whatever he wants in the imperial capital in the future?" But no one noticed the disdain in Su Mengyao's eyes, looking for Suan? Impossible, not to mention that Suan's personality makes her care nothing about her so-called family members. She had no time to hide from Suan before her strength improved, but anyway, there will be fools who will take the initiative to help solve these problems, so there is no need for her to worry about them. The corner of her eye swept over Su Shuizhu. The idiot Ling Chen is not here at the moment. If nothing unexpected happens, he has already secretly informed his subordinates to use their connections to settle the matter. He is obviously the leader of a faction, at the peak of the life pill realm, with extraordinary status, strength, and talent, but in fact he is a fool, a waste, or in Suan's words, a clown. Before he was locked in the secret room, this man had already been killed by Suan. Su Mengyao had no intention of looking for Ling Chen to join forces to deal with Suan. It was better to stay away from such a fool. Another point is that she doesn't want others to interfere with her revenge on Suan, although she herself is reluctant to admit this reason. As for his good sister Su Shuizhu, didn't she like Suan very much, to the point of betraying herself? Then after I lock Suan in the secret room, I will give her a photo stone. It's also a way to thank her for taking care of me. Su Shuizhu, who was originally thinking about how to give Meng Yao to Suan and then climb onto Suan's bed, suddenly felt a chill. He looked around and saw Su Mengyao giving him a sweet smile. She also quickly smiled back at her innocent sister. This Ling Chen, has the same name as the new palace master of the Dragon King Palace. They are suspected to be the same person? His strength is probably at the life pill realm, there should be no doubt about it, no need to doubt it. But don't these people change their names to hide their cultivation and identities? Ling Chen's information was recorded in the red spider lily. After all, he was a competitor. However, it was not detailed. There was only some general information, and there was nothing that surprised Suan. Suan put Ling Chen's information aside and opened Su Mengyao's. After a long time, his brows were furrowed. It's not that there is a problem, it's that there is no problem at all. So normal, she is so normal that she is no different from an ordinary and simple lady from a family. But as the protagonist, even if he is full of hatred and resentment, he should at least have some characteristics, such as a bottle or a ring. In this case, Su Ank would not be able to judge Su Mengyao's character. He took Su Mengyao's information and checked it over and over again, and finally found a possible problem. Su Mengyao was born by her mother on the way back to Liangzhou, but her mother went to Liangzhou to visit her relatives. She went back to visit her relatives during her pregnancy and brought the baby back. Su Mengyao's father was not around. Could it be that he is actually the child of Mr. Wang next door? Another possibility is that Su Mengyao is not their biological daughter. Only in this way can it be said that Su Mengyao's true identity is extraordinary, but she was adopted by the Su family by accident and became a concubine's daughter of humble status, which is worthy of her identity as the protagonist. Why don't we find a reason to take him into the secret room first? Suan narrowed his eyes and pondered. No matter what the protagonist looks like, it's always a good idea to catch him first. When the time comes, we can take her blood and naturally figure out her identity. The next day, the young master of the Yuan family gave up on causing trouble for the Yongwei Marquis mansion. The one who took action was none other than the Shagwa mansion. With the intercession of the Shagwa mansion, the Yuan family gave this face. Others didn't understand why the Shagwa mansion suddenly intervened, but the Su family thought it was Suan's help. After all, they saw that General Shao from the Shagwa mansion had a good relationship with Suan, and they were all grateful to Suan. Ling Chen also showed a smug look on his face. Although he had used the favor of the Shagwa mansion for such a small matter, he could be regarded as silently protecting Shueju and the Su family. He did not reveal his identity, but sent a message to his subordinates, asking them to ask the Shao family for help in the name of the Dragon King Palace. Now he doesn't know that his credit has been attributed to Suan. Ling Chen, what are you still doing here? Go help in the kitchen. Today, we are hosting a banquet for Lord Su. If you neglect Lord Su, I will make you pay for it. Looking at the useless son-in-law who was still grinning foolishly, Su's mother was immediately furious. If it weren't for this piece of trash, my Shueju might have been favored by Lord Su. What is Suan doing here? Ling Chen wanted to ask more questions, but when he saw that Su's mother was ready to slap him, he immediately shut his mouth and immediately went to the kitchen to help. As a son-in-law, he is really no different from a servant. What, Suan is coming? Su Mengyao, who also received the news, frowned and her heart skipped a beat. In my previous life, Suan never came to visit the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Could it be that because I didn't ask Suan for help this time like I did in my previous life, something changed in the future? Her parents hadn't noticed anything was wrong with their daughter yet and were chattering excitedly. Lord Su helped our Su family, and this time he came to visit again. It's obvious that he's interested in you. Mengyao, this is a good opportunity, you must seize it. Our Su family is counting on you. Don't forget to help your brother when the time comes. Su Mengyao just felt that the two people's conversation was annoying, and shook her head and said, I'm not feeling well recently, so I won't go out to see the Marquis. As she spoke, she pushed the two of them out of the room and slammed the door shut. The two of them stared at each other outside. What's wrong with this child? Why has she become so willful? Su Mengyao's father said with dissatisfaction, No, I have to find her out. Her mother rolled her eyes, thinking about it for a while, and then smiled and pulled her father. You don't understand this, men, what they can't get is the best. She just thought that Su Mengyao wanted to keep Suan hanging for a while, and explained it seriously. Chapter 83, Rebellion. The Su family's son-in-law wants to devour his master, so that's how it is. Smiles appeared on the faces of the two people who didn't quite understand. Su Mengyao paced back and forth in the room. Suan was cunning and insidious. If he were to meet him now and reveal his flaws, the consequences would be disastrous. The best outcome would be that he would become his tool and follow the same path as in his previous life. The thought of that kind of day is horrible. Even though she had memories of her past life, Suan did not reveal too many of his cards to her. It could even be said that Suan did not use too many tricks to deal with her, but in the short term, she didn't have the ability to avoid Suan. It is even possible that Suan has already sent people to monitor the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Her bloodline has not yet been activated, and her strength is weak, so it is difficult for her to escape. It seems that I have to be careful in the next few days and wait for that opportunity. I remember that when the opportunity came in my previous life, Suan and Ling Chen were fighting. Maybe I can take advantage of that opportunity. After getting the opportunity and completely opening my bloodline, I will head to the demon tribe. She made up her mind that it was impossible to see Suan anyway, at least not until she was sure that Suan was locked up. On that day, the Su family was filled with joy when she saw Suan's carriage parked outside the Beau's mansion. The old lady came forward to greet him in person, her old face full of smiles. Lord Su, please come quickly. The food has been prepared in the mansion. You're welcome, old lady. Suan greeted everyone gently. His approachable attitude made everyone in the Beau's mansion flattered. Su Shueju stood behind the crowd and looked at the man, her eyes obscure and fiery. Compared with other members of the Su family, she knew better that this man was definitely not a good person, but for some reason, when she saw other dissolute disciples, she only felt disgust, but she liked Suan's badness, as if he had no brains. Mingming had previously criticized Su Mengyao for being foolish for falling in love at first sight. But it seemed that he was even worse than her. Maybe she was born to be a bad woman. Like when she saw Suan kidnapping Li Zixuan, her first reaction was not fear, but excitement and jealousy. Why wasn't she kidnapped? Throwing the thought out of her head, she followed the Su family and welcomed Suan into the house. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Su Shuizhu sat next to Suan at the banquet. "Hey, why can't I see Mengyao?" Suan glanced at her and asked with a little confusion. "Mengyao is not feeling well, Lord Su. Let Shuizhu accompany you first." Su's mother said attentively. If Suan really likes Su Shuizhu, then the engagement means nothing. Even if they are just lovers, they can rise to the top with their family members. Suan did not comment upon hearing this. "Mr. Su, Shuizhu offers you a drink." Su Shuizhu next to him gave Suan a bright smile, picked up the glass and drank it all. This time, a real hero of the Su family was wearing rustic clothes and was busy running back and forth. Without stopping for a moment, watching Suan chatting happily with his fiancée, Su Shuizhu chuckled from time to time. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Ling Chen, who was serving food to everyone, turned green. Shuizhu was deceived by Lord Su again. "Ling Chen, what are you standing there for? There are still many dishes to be served." Seeing this, Su's mother yelled and scolded. In her eyes, Ling Chen was not a son-in-law, but just a servant. Ling Chen secretly clenched his fists, put down the dish, and then looked in the direction of Suan. "Suan, stay away from Shuizhu," he said, suppressing his anger. There was a sudden silence at the table. Old Mrs. Su lost her grip on the chopsticks and almost dropped them to the ground. Su's mother stood up suddenly with a look of astonishment on her face. "How dare this useless son-in-law do this? Are you talking about me?" At this time, the host Suan turned his head with some confusion. "Right. Don't think that you are so great as a marquis." Ling Chen stared at Suan with a look that was 3 parts angry and 3 parts cold, with an arc at the corner of his mouth. "There are people in this world who are stronger than you." Bang! Su's mother slapped Ling Chen's face hard, causing the crooked corner of his mouth to instantly return to normal. "You piece of shit, you have no right to speak here, get out of here." Ling Chen's breathing quickened, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. It's so frustrating to be a son-in-law. "Mom, is this what the Su family is going to do? Let their engaged woman accompany another strange man?" he asked loudly. "Wild man." Everyone in the Su family felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Speaking to Marquis Su like this, was this son-in-law trying to force the Marquis to become the enemy of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion? Snap! There was a collision sound. It turned out that it was old Mrs. Su who slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table. She covered her chest and pointed at Ling Chen angrily. What a rebellion! This son-in-law of the Su family wants to devour his master. I think this marriage should have been called off long ago. Mother Su said angrily, "If he dares to talk back today, he will dare to rebel tomorrow. My Su family can't tolerate this big Buddha." The rest of the Su family members echoed this, as if Ling Chen was an unforgivable criminal and his staying in the Su family would pollute the atmosphere of the Su family. Only after hearing the word "cancel the engagement" did Ling Chen finally calm down. How can this be? If he broke off the engagement with Shuizhu, wouldn't that be fulfilling Suan's wish? Seeing Suan's playful smile, he became very anxious, thinking that he was too impulsive today. "Mom, I was wrong." "Oh, what did you do wrong?" It was Suan who spoke. While he asked Su Shuizhu to help him pick up the food, his hands and feet were not honest, which resulted in the two of them always coming into contact intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Chen's eyes were spitting fire, but he didn't dare to get angry. Be patient. Be patient. Get out of here. Su's mother raised her voice. "Okay, Mom, I'll leave now." Ling Chen ran away in shame. A banquet in which both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves, except Ling Chen. He was already full of resentment towards Swan, Aaron. In the dark and narrow utility room, Ling Chen summoned his subordinates. "Palace Master, what do you want me to do for you?" The sturdy man called along asked respectfully while half kneeling on the ground. "Aaron, Suan and Shuizhu are too close. I don't like it. Go warn him." Ling Chen said with a cold face. Although Suan has not really done anything, in his heart, it was Suan who had been deceiving Shuizhu and even using his power to oppress the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Otherwise, with Shueisha's cold and pure personality, why would she care about a playboy like Suan? Along was a subordinate of the Dragon King Palace who followed him to the imperial capital, and was the most loyal to him. Although he always said on the surface that he didn't want Aaron to follow him. But when it came time to use Aaron, he was not vague at all. It was Aaron that he sent in the previous Yuan family incident. Aaron hesitated after hearing this. Then what about Suan's identity? Do as I say. My Dragon King Palace is not someone you can easily mess with. Ling Chen said decisively that he actually didn't know much about Suan's identity, he only knew that he was a marquis. Chapter 84, something different. After arriving in the imperial capital, he rarely contacted the Dragon King Palace and was not well informed. Yes. Aaron didn't say anything else. He had a blind loyalty to Ling Chen. Is there anything else? Ling Chen asked with a frown when he saw Aaron still standing there. Aaron hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Palace Master, when will you return to Dragon King Palace? We still need you to take charge of the situation. He really couldn't stand the treatment Ling Chen received in the Su family. What kind of life was this? The dignified lord of the Dragon King Palace actually lives in such a cramped storage room. His mother-in-law would beat and scold him, and slap him in the face was a common occurrence. His fiancée was even more ungrateful. Not to mention touching him, she had to stay 2 meters away from him when talking to Ling Chen. How could this be possible? If Ling Chen hadn't stopped him, he would have even wanted to overthrow the Su family. It was too bullying. Don't mention this matter again. Ling Chen interrupted Aaron with a cold face, but Along didn't stop, but continued, Palace Master, you are a nobody, but your mother-in-law is such a nobody. She insults you again and again, and I can't bear it anymore. If you really can't help it, you can reveal your identity. They will definitely apologize to you respectfully. Shut up. Ling Chen stopped Along, his eyes gradually turned cold. No matter what, she is still my mother-in-law, Shueisha's mother, and my elder. I'll forgive you this time, but if you say this again next time, don't blame me for being rude. Then he looked forward and became gentle. Besides, only if I fall in love with Shueisha as an ordinary person, that kind of pure and beautiful love is what I want. Aaron's face looked bitter and he felt very anxious. He really didn't understand the so-called beautiful love of the Palace Master. He only saw people beating and scolding him out of disgust. He felt very depressed just seeing that kind of life. If he didn't still have a bit of awe in his heart, he would have asked the Palace Master if he had any special hobbies. Otherwise, why would the Palace Master, who was doing well as the Palace Master, have to come here and suffer as a son-in-law? Suan, who was chatting with Su Shueisha at this time, had no idea that he had been targeted by a son-in-law. He became more and more interested in Su Shueisha. It's not the kind of interest in the protagonist, but the sexual interest a man has in a woman. This woman gave Suan the illusion that he had met someone of his own kind. After the banquet, he went to Su Shueisha's boudoir without any intention of avoiding suspicion. In the room, the two sat opposite each other, neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Suan grabbed Su Shueisha's face and leaned over to look at her. You, like me? He was not an emotional idiot, so how could he not see the hidden meaning in Su Shueisha's many conversations? Snow bamboo. There was a loud shout outside the room. Through the curtain, Ling Chen vaguely saw 2 figures close together. Without caring about anything else, he rushed in immediately, but when I came in, I found that both of them were sitting properly, and what I just saw seemed to be just a problem of light and shadow. Did I let you in? Su Shueisha looked at Ling Chen with anger in her eyes. Sorry, Shueisha, I was just worried. Get out. Didn't you see that Lord Su and I were talking? Su Shueisha scolded without mercy. Ling Chen was not angry when he heard this, he just smiled and said, Shueisha, I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. After saying that, he glared at Suan warningly, then walked out and closed the door. After coming out, he looked through the curtain again. The shadows of the 2 figures seemed to be still close together. He was immediately relieved. It seemed that it was just a problem of light and shadow. He said, how could a woman like Shueisha do such a thing? After Ling Chen left, a figure in the distance mocked in his heart, clown. Then he looked towards Su Shueisha's room, his eyes dim. Sister, you really don't miss any opportunity. Let's switch to practicing martial arts first and develop some of our bloodline, otherwise it will be hard to grab the opportunity when the time comes. She was secretly savage in her heart. Suan, wait. On the day of the month of the year of the great business calendar, Su Mengyao spied on the tryst between the Lord and Miss Su Shueju. Her eyes, after a pause, Higginbana wrote the word resentment in the small notebook, and then continued to monitor Su Mengyao's every move. After returning from the Yongwei Marquis' mansion, Yi Liar soon came to greet him. With Yi Liar was Tang Shiyun, whom Suan hadn't seen for some time. Tang Shiyun has been practicing hard these days. This girl is indeed very hard-working. Coupled with Suan's generosity in providing her with resources and her own strong talent, she finally broke through the fetal breathing sometime ago. It can only be said that the innate Taoist body is indeed very smooth in practice. Shiyun, how are you doing in the Marquis mansion? Are you happy? Suan asked with concern. Well, I also want to thank you for taking me in. Tang Shiyun smiled elegantly, with gratitude in her eyes. In Wu Shunho mansion, she has never been short of resources for cultivation, and she doesn't have to worry about other things. Although the hard training may feel boring sometimes, when she thinks about becoming stronger so that she can help Suan, that boredom is nothing. Why bother talking about this between you and me? Suan could say such things easily. After just 2 or 3 sentences, Tang Shiyun's face turned red. She went back to practice hard with full motivation. Noob. Yi Liar looked down on this insignificant opponent, then took Suan's hand, took out a bundle of ropes and said expectantly, "Brotherin, let's try something different this time." Just by looking at these ropes, she thought of the subsequent plot developments and her body became slightly excited. Suan, bang. A loud noise interrupted the atmosphere that was about to go wrong. Suan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 2 Shengnan flying over with a sturdy man who looked like a dead dog. The sturdy man was at the Mingdan realm, but he had been sealed by 2 Shengnan. "Sir, this person just tried to sneak into the Marquis mansion, but I discovered him." She threw the burly man to the ground with some disgust, and then used her magic power to shake off the stains on her gloves. Shengnan put on a pair of gloves. If you look closely, you will find that the glove has the rhythm of Tao flowing on it, and it is actually a Taoist weapon. This pair of gloves was discovered by Suan a few days ago when he was inspecting the treasury for the empress. It can enhance the user's strength and is a Taoist weapon with a relatively single effect. So Suan took out a Taoist weapon from the Taishu Immortal Palace and replaced the gloves. After all, this person is his bodyguard, so of course the stronger he is, the better. Kill him. Glancing at the burly man, Suan waved his hand. Anyone who dares to sneak into his house is an enemy, no matter what their purpose is. Cough, wait, cough, cough, cough. The strong man with the life pill was still somewhat conscious. Hearing Suan's decisiveness, he could only speak while enduring the severe pain in his body. "I am from the Dragon King Palace. I am not here to cause trouble. I just want to discuss something with the Marquis." In fact, he was indeed ordered by Ling Chen to cause trouble, but the situation at the moment forced him to not tell the truth. Chapter 85, Lend me my people to help you snatch women. Who could have thought that the power around a Marquis was so strong? He could only blame himself for being careless and not doing a thorough investigation before taking action. People from the Dragon King Palace? Suan frowned and thought for a while. It's not a good idea to just kill him. Shengnan, send this man to the Suanio division to extract his soul and refine his spirit, and search for useful information. The sturdy man's eyes were as big as copper bells. He wanted to say something but was knocked unconscious by 2 Xingnan's punch. Aaron never thought that he would not die in an assassination attempt, but instead die in a jealous fight among his own palace master. In the Yongwei Marquis' mansion, Ling Chen waited for several days but received no reply from Along. I felt something was wrong. How on earth does Aaron do things? He couldn't help but complain. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pretty figure in the distance preparing to go out, and Ling Chen hurriedly followed. The pretty figure had exquisite makeup on her face and was wearing a blue and white long dress. She had an expression on her face that he had never seen before, one that was filled with excitement and seemed to be mixed with a hint of spring. "Shueju, where are you going?" he asked with a startled heart. "Is it your business?" When Su Shueju saw Ling Chen, her face suddenly turned stern. I'm just worried about you." Ling Chen couldn't be tough in front of Su Shueju. Su Shueju was too lazy to pay attention to him and got on the carriage that had been prepared long ago. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and followed quietly. Sure enough, the carriage stopped at the gate of Wu Xuanho's mansion, and Su Shueju walked in with a smile on her face. Do you want to go in and take a look? Ling Chen was a little tempted, but when he thought of Aaron, who he sent to warn Suan but still had no news, he suppressed the idea and hid outside the door waiting anxiously. About 2 hours later, when Ling Chen could no longer hold back, the door of the Marquis mansion opened again. Shu walked out, followed by Suan. The two stood side by side, looking like a couple. Ling Chen's face turned red and white, and he wished he could rush up and kick Suan away, but he still didn't dare go out. He knew that if he went out now, Shu would definitely lose face. Maybe I misunderstood. Shu is not that kind of woman. Everything is Suan's fault. Suan has touched his bottom line time and time again, and is doomed to die. After watching Shu leave, Suan couldn't help but shook his head and looked in the direction where Ling Chen was before. Tisk tsk, Ninja Turtles. You can tolerate this. The memory information hidden in Along's soul has been dug out by the people of Suaniosi. Although there were restrictions in his soul, most of his memories were retained thanks to Suaniosi's sophisticated techniques. This includes the Dragon King Palace's lair and information about Ling Chen. In addition to Ling Chen, there are 7 life pills and a pure Yang strongman in the Dragon King Palace. The pure Yang strongman is called Old Wu. It is said that he was once saved by Ling Chen's master, and he joined the Dragon King Palace to repay the life-saving grace. As for Ling Chen's master, he was cursed horribly because he accidentally entered a forbidden area and saw a forbidden existence. After escaping and handing over the position of Hall Master to Ling Chen, he turned into ashes. What exactly were the forbidden areas and taboos? Along had no memory of them, and Ling Chen's master had never mentioned them either. Suan paid some attention to this information, but his main focus now was to deal with Ling Chen. Although Ling Chen only has the life pill, it is not safe enough to take action with 1 or 2 Chunyan. If you're not 99% sure, wouldn't that be courting death? In Qingzhou of Dishan, after the evil cultivator Yi Xian was executed, the spiritual world has also recovered from its previous grief. There is indeed something wrong with Xianer's death. Above the original Taishu Valley, a man stood in the void with a gloomy face. Someone is trying to go against the will of heaven. Is it the Marquis of the Great Shang? He couldn't count on him as someone who disrupted destiny, but it was not difficult to find out information about Suan. He even found out what happened in Qingzhou. There is definitely something wrong with this Marquis. The fall of the Shang dynasty and the rise of the Tiandao sector. God's will. No one can stop it. I hope you can be more sensible. The Taoists destroyed the Taishu Valley, which had existed for more than 100,000 years, with a palm strike in the air, and then flew in one direction without looking back. Tell me, what else is there in your heart besides women? The Empress looked helplessly at the young man who was kneeling in front of her and hugging her legs tightly. A pair of bare feet were trapped in his arms. And your Majesty? Suan said without hesitation. Hearing Suan say this, the Empress raised her eyebrows slightly, and actually felt pretty good, but she immediately dismissed this feeling. How could she compare herself with those women? Nonsense. She snorted in dissatisfaction. Next time you say something frivolous like that, I'll cut off your tongue. Ah. Cut your tongue? A trace of fear appeared on Suan's face. His body went limp and his head fell on the Empress's thigh. Oh, Your Majesty, if my tongue is cut off, will I no longer be able to call you Sister Ruwashi? Will I no longer be able to pay my respects to Your Majesty? Will I no longer be able to? The tearful look on his face made the Empress panic for a moment, even though she knew the boy was acting. Okay, I won't cut your tongue. She stretched out her 2 evil big hands and placed them on both sides of Suan's face and began to ravage him. Come on, smile. 2 fingers as slender as white jade hooked the corners of Suan's lips, giving him an incongruous smile. But this smile was exactly what the Empress wanted. Looking at Shaoanzi, who was unable to resist being kneaded by her, an inexplicable sense of comfort filled the Empress's heart. Really, it's been a long time since I bullied Shaoanzi. Suan struggled hard to break free from the Empress's hands, his eyes full of resentment. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of borrowing people, the Empress also returned to her previous dignified appearance. Lend me my people to help you rob women? When she thought about Suan's reason for borrowing people, she felt it was extremely ridiculous. It is said that the good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion is a hidden traitor, and is actually the palace master of the Dragon King Palace, who is hiding his strength and plotting a rebellion, so the masters of the Suanio division are dispatched to kill the son-in-law. Who would plot a rebellion and become a son-in-law? It's just that he has his eyes on someone's fiancée. Do you think she doesn't know what Suan has been doing these days? Suan was not in a hurry. He raised his head and stretched out his voice. Sister Ruwashi, I will tell my mother that you bullied me. Parents threatened to find out. He is still a child of 3 years and 200 months old. What's wrong with him telling his parents? Borrow it, borrow it. Su Ruwashi rolled her eyes at Su, and suddenly I feel that Xiaoanzi is not so cute anymore. If there is anyone in this world who can control her, it must be Empress Dowager Gongyueru. You can use Hong Xiao and Xingling as well. Now that we have taken action, there is no need for the Dragon King Palace to stay. The Empress's voice remained calm, but her words seemed to be mixed with blood and gore. Sister Ruwashi, It's so kind of you. The National Day is coming to an end, so I will add another chapter for you. I wish you all good luck in your work and study. Please vote. Chapter 86. But he calls me sister. Get out of here now. I get angry just looking at you. The Empress said unhappily. Okay. After Suan left, the Empress put her jade feet back on the bed and said angrily, Hongxiao, look at this little Anzi, he is getting more and more presumptuous. Today he even dared to threaten me with my mother. Your Majesty, are you still willing to borrow it? Hongxiao asked. Humph, who told him to call me sister? Everyone calls her Sister Ruwashi, how can she refuse? How abominable. Yang Weibo mansion, under Ling Chen's attention, Su Shuizhu went out again, but this time, it was Suan's carriage waiting for her at the door. Suan came in person, and Ling Chen seemed to see a hint of resistance on Su Shuizhu's face. Whenever Suan wanted to help her get into the car, she would deliberately avoid him and keep a distance from him. Then the two seemed to have quarreled for a few words. Su Shuizhu turned around and walked back to Yongwei Marquis' mansion, and Ling Chen quickly hid. You don't know what's good for you. Suan returned to the carriage, looked at Su Shuizhu's back coldly and said loudly, just wait for me. Su Shuizhu paused, her body trembling, and then quickened her pace. Sure enough, it was all caused by that evil villain Suan. Ling Chen saw the whole scene. Looking at Su Shuizhu hiding in the room while trying to hold back her tears, he suddenly clenched his fists, feeling heartbroken. Shuizhu is a strong woman who will not let others see her vulnerable side. Now she must be hiding in her room crying secretly. Shuizhu, I will make the decision for you. He held the Dragon King's order in his hand and injected a stream of magical power into it. The Dragon King token was passed down to him by his master. It was not a magic weapon, but a token made of an unknown material, which was quite magical. If Along hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. However, as long as the people in the Dragon King Palace sensed the movement of the Dragon King's order, they would come. This time, he couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to show the power of the Dragon King and personally lead the people of the Dragon King Palace to teach Suan a lesson and avenge Shuizhu. Mr. Su, how was my performance? The scene in Su Shuizhu's room was completely different from what Ling Chen had imagined. Suan, who had originally gone back, appeared here. Su Shuizhu, who was supposed to be crying, even put her head in front of Suan, excitedly asking for credit. Good. Suan answered in the affirmative. Then is there any reward? Su Shuizhu unconsciously moved half a body towards Suan. What reward do you want? Suan raised his eyebrows. Su Shuizhu licked her lips lightly, and her heart was beating as she looked at Suan's face. Aren't you afraid of letting Ling Chen down? Suan looked at her with a smile. The engagement was made by the old guy. It has nothing to do with me. If that loser wants to marry, he can just marry the old guy's ashes. Su Shuizhu did not hide her disgust for the engagement. What if Ling Chen is not a waste? Suan dropped a bombshell. Not only is he not a waste, he is also the master of the Dragon King Palace, a life pill expert, and a worldly prodigy. Su Shuizhu's expression changed slightly, but she was not too surprised. Sure enough, the person that you, Mr. Su, can target can't really be just a waste. Although it seems like hysteria for a powerful man with the life pill to become a son-in-law who can be beaten and scolded at will, there are all kinds of strange things in the world, and it is possible that Ling Chen just has a special hobby. But her pure black pupils without impurities stared straight into Suan's eyes, which was a bit creepy. I don't like Ling Chen, and it has nothing to do with his identity. Lord Su, what do you think? I say, you are not approaching me just to avoid an engagement, are you? Suan lifted Su Shuizhu's chin with a slight smile on his face. Su Shuizhu's body trembled, and her gaze towards Suan gradually changed. The woman suddenly pounced on him like a cheetah and bit Suan's lips hard. The taste of blood filled Suan's mouth. He did not use his magic power to protect himself, but frowned and endured it all quietly. After a long time, Su Shuizhu let go of Suan and licked the taste of blood on her lips, some of Suan's and some of hers. The red lips are dazzling and enchanting. That's my answer. After swallowing the blood of the two, Suan smiled and said, I accept your answer. Su Shueju's heart was pounding and a smile appeared on her face. After deciding some things with Su Shueju, Suan left the Bo mansion with the red spider lily. No one noticed. How is Su Mengyao doing recently? Is there anything unusual? Suan asked. Higinbana took out a small notebook, which contained all of Su Mengyao actions. According to my observation, Su Mengyao seems to have evil intentions towards the Lord, and often stares at the Lord from a distance. Apart from that, she has been practicing more recently, but other aspects have not changed much from before. Turning over the records of Higinbana, Suan's brows gradually furrowed. There is not much useful information, and based on the information in it, it is impossible to judge Su Mengyao's situation. More time for cultivation? Why are you suddenly so diligent in cultivation? Keep watching and report to me if anything happens. The Yongwei Marquis mansion has been plagued by disasters recently. The Yuan family's issue had just been resolved not long ago, and something unexpected happened at a mine outside. It was a small spiritual mine, and also the only spiritual mine currently in the Yongwei Marquis mansion. However, something unusual happened at the Ling mine yesterday, and all the miners, including the supervisors from the Yongwei Marquis mansion, disappeared. The newly sent explorers did not dare to enter the mine at all, because the space above the mine suddenly became unstable, and space cracks would appear from time to time with no regularity. If they were not careful, they might die without a complete body, and it was impossible to continue mining spiritual ore. This made the Yongwei Marquis mansion worried. In addition, the Su family owed a lot of debts before, and they relied on this spiritual mine for turnover. If the spiritual mine were to be abandoned, the Yongwei Marquis mansion, which is already much more financially strapped than before, would not only see its income shrink by half, but it would also have to sell off a lot of properties to pay off its debts. Some people have come to collect debts in the past few days, and Mrs. Su is extremely worried. Change the plan and ambush at that mine. In the mansion of Marquis Wushun, news of the unusual changes at the mine at the mansion of Marquis Yongwei was heard. Suan said, tapping the table with his fingers. Yes, but will Ling Chen really come? Xian Jian asked with some confusion. Xian Jian is the leader of the 8 guards of Suanio, a powerful being in the late Puryang period, and also the person borrowed by Suan and the empress. Don't worry, he will. Seeing Suan was so sure, Xian Jian didn't say much. The order she received was to temporarily obey Suan's orders, but these days she followed Suan every day and watched her bully men and women. Although Suan said that he wanted to lure Ling Chen into a trap, she always felt that Suan enjoyed it. In fact, she wanted to ask, why is it necessary to make such a big fuss to deal with a Dragon King Palace master who is at the peak of the life pill level? It would be much more inconvenient to just let her kill him with one sword. Chapter 87. After your death, I will give you a clean name at the gate of the Su family. Su Shueju returned to the Marquis mansion again after completing her daily routine of being bullied by men and women. She was thinking about the task that Suan had just given her. When passing by a certain place, she showed a bit of worry on her face. Hey, if the problem of the spiritual mine is not solved, what will the Su family do? Sighing, she shook her head and continued walking forward with a haggard look. She seemed to be worried about the future situation of the Su family, but in fact she was thinking about what to wear next time she saw Suan. She actually doesn't care what happens in the Su family, but it's Suan's job after all. Snow Bamboo. On the other side, Ling Chen returned to the utility room, and when he thought of Shueju's performance that he had just seen secretly, a look of distress flashed in his eyes. Humph, Suan, forget it. I will let you live a little longer for now, he said viciously while wiping the floor vigorously. Watching Suan coming to threaten his beloved Shueju every day these days, Ling Chen could no longer suppress his murderous intent. As no one from the Dragon King Palace arrived, Ling Chen was ready to infiltrate Marquis Wushun's mansion and take action himself. After making some inquiries. The master of the Dragon King Palace, a powerful man at the peak of the life pill level, he is only one step away from Chunyang. With the stealth skills taught by his master, he is confident that he can hide his identity and kill people even under the nose of the powerful Chunyang. But the incident happened suddenly, and Ling Chen thought about it and decided to help the Su family solve this imminent trouble first, so as not to affect Shueju's quality of life. Maybe by the time I finish dealing with the mine matters, the subordinates from the Dragon King Palace will arrive. At the same time, Su Mengyao also stopped practicing. It should be tomorrow. She looked into the distance in the direction of the Su family's spiritual mine. now was a good time for her to fish in troubled waters. I hope I won't let her down. She didn't know whether Suan had sent someone to monitor her, so she didn't dare to show anything unusual these days, but tomorrow was her best time to escape, and she must not miss it. The wind in the imperial capital was still noisy, and so was the Su family mine. Strong winds blew, revealing wrinkles and terrifyingly tiny cracks in the space from time to time, so that all kinds of auras were mixed together without any regularity. How could this be? Ling Chen stayed there for a moment and continued walking towards the mine. He was already able to sense space at the Mingdan realm, so he just needed to be careful to avoid these cracks. In order to deal with the mine matters, he specially asked Su's mother for half a day off today and was scolded for it. Along the way, he avoided many dangers easily as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, and came to the center of the mine, which was also the place with the densest space cracks. There's something wrong with the space here. But before he could think about it, the surging sword light and the dazzling red light came towards him to strangle him. Ambush. Ling Chen's pupils constricted and a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be filled with sword light and red light, and the cracks in space could not stop the two. This was a long-planned attack and there was no way to avoid it. At this moment, the Dragon King order on Ling Chen's body suddenly exploded, as if it sensed the danger to its master. It shattered itself and turned into a white barrier that wrapped him tightly. All attacks came to an abrupt stop when they touched the barrier. Inside and outside the barrier became two different worlds. Inside the barrier, the sea is calm. Outside the barrier, the sea is turbulent. What on earth is going on? Ling Chen was still in shock. Who would ambush him, and who would be a strong man in the Pure Yang realm? In addition, there are many cracks in the space here, which makes the aura extremely mixed. He didn't feel any sign at all. It was also his fault that he had been living as a son-in-law in the uncle's house for these days and had become so careless. The four symbols heaven sealing formation. Suddenly, four beams of light emerged, and as a huge magic circle was cast, the entire mine was enveloped. A formation had actually been set up here in advance. Ling Chen's heart sank. Is he so cruel? Why is he so hated? Outside the formation, there was a small figure who also looked troubled. Kill him, I don't need any survivors. A familiar figure appeared in Ling Chen's sight, holding a formation plate in his hand, protected by the formation. Next to him stood a woman in a green shirt, who looked very comfortable. Suan, it's you. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, still somewhat incredulous. The person who plotted against him turned out to be the playboy whom he had always wanted to kill. How did this person know his identity? Oh, it's brother Ling Chen. I'm so sorry. We were hunting down the fugitives and didn't expect to catch you. Suan slapped his head and said, Don't worry, brother Ling Chen, I will definitely clear your name after you die. Day. Suan. Ling Chen's eyes were wide open with anger, and he desperately used his skills to dodge the attacks that followed. The white barrier was almost broken by the continuous attacks. 9-turn Dragon Divine Art. At the moment the barrier was completely broken. Blue-black scales appeared on Ling Chen's body, instantly turning him into a little dragon man about 10 feet tall, and at this moment his aura was barely elevated to the Pure Yang realm. Dragon King, it really is related to dragons. Suan looked at Ling Chen's transformation and felt quite curious. As expected of the protagonist of Dragon King, the secret method to improve his strength is a standard feature. Suan, you are looking for death. The ferocious face covered with scales was full of murderous intent. Blood seeped out from his scales little by little, and golden blood dripped onto the ground. It seemed that this secret technique caused him great harm. He does have some skills. Xianjian's eyes narrowed slightly and he withdrew his previous contempt. Lord Su was indeed foresight. If I were to kill Ling Chen alone, he might really escape. He was actually able to improve his strength from the peak of Life Pill to the Pure Yang realm. You should know that the gap between the two realms is like a chasm, much larger than the gap between Life Pill and Purple Mansion, but this strength is not enough. She reached out into the air, and black rays of light gathered from the sky and earth, transforming into a black sword. Before the sword was chopped down, a few distracting thoughts arose in Ling Chen's mind. Evil sword. Another huge palm print and thousands of fist lights attacked Ling Chen. It was Hong Xiao and Tu Shengnan who took action. On the other side, the figure of Higan Bana disappeared, hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to attack, making Ling Chen unable to concentrate. Yuan had no intention of gradually increasing the stakes, and he went all out directly. 4 Pure Yang beings besieged the protagonist, Dragon King. Su. Un. The scales on Ling Chen's body burst out with a sharp light, and the shadow of a black dragon appeared behind him, howling towards the sky, and together with it, it rushed towards the black sword Dai. In his opinion, this sword posed the greatest threat to him. The black dragon and the black sword collided heavily. The black sword lost its shape in an instant. Countless black lights rushed towards the black dragon. Even Ling Chen had never seen such a strange attack before. Chapter 88. Who was trying to trick me? His mind went blank for a moment, and countless distracting thoughts arose in his heart. It was as if hundreds of millions of people were whispering in his ears, cursing and spitting at him. The black dragon gradually shattered, and the remaining two attacks followed it, fists and palms together. Boom! Ling Chen's body was like a piece of cotton wool floating in the wind, and he felt as if he was about to be crushed. He took these two blows and fell heavily in the mine. The entire mine was affected by the aftermath of the attack, and it seemed as if it had been plowed, exposing all the spiritual mines that were originally solid and difficult to mine. Many spirit stones were crushed into spirit residue, making the spiritual energy within the formation much more sufficient. Damn it! Ling Chen roared unwillingly. If there was only one pure yang, he would still have a chance, and two pure yangs could also allow him to escape. But 4 pure yangs plus a heaven sealing formation, unless he can break through Qinyang at this time. Otherwise, buzz, a red light flashed across, and dozens of wounds instantly appeared on his body. The solid dragon scales on his body shattered one after another. The blood red light filled his body, destroying it wantonly. The hidden red spider lily took action. A faint blood light covered Ling Chen's eyes, and his magic power seemed to be scattered and difficult to mobilize. His body became tattered under the ravages of the bloodlight. Is this the end? He thought of Shuizhu. Suan had dared to threaten Shuizhu before. If he died, wouldn't Suan become even more aggressive? How should Shuizhu, a weak woman, cope with this? He thought again of his dead master and his large number of brothers. They have always trusted me, and I am the most talented Dragon King in the history of the Dragon King Palace. He can't die like this. A strong desire to survive enveloped Ling Chen, and the Dragon King's order that had been completely shattered seemed to be inspired at this time, and it actually emitted a final burst of white light that poured into his body. The bottleneck that had been blocking him suddenly began to shake at this moment. The magic power that had already dissipated was recondensed under the influence of the white light and began to operate according to the 9 revolutions dragon divine art practiced by Ling Chen. But this time the route was a little different and seemed to be more complicated. The surging magic power roamed in the body, and a bit of pure yang energy flowed into the soul. The broken and decayed soul transformed into a yang god. The genuine pure yang realm power appeared on Ling Chen's body, which was more real than before, and it also suppressed the terrible injuries on his body. Roar! A majestic and powerful dragon roar came from Ling Chen's body, as if there was a wild giant dragon hidden in his body. The fallen body stood up again, its body straight and upright. You break through the false scene before your eyes, break free from the shackles and soar into the sky. This may sound like a long story, but it actually happened in a flash. In just a moment, Ling Chen broke through from the brink of death to the state of pure yang. The dark blue dragon scales covered his body again, and Ling Chen's aura was unbridled and unrestrained. Suan, this time, I want you to die. Suan looked at Ling Chen, who was rising in confidence, with cold eyes. You're overthinking it. This kind of breakthrough at the critical moment is actually quite unreasonable, but when it comes to the protagonist, it seems very normal. Fortunately, he is well prepared. Heavenly sword. Xianjian's face looked a little ugly, and without any reservation, he lashed towards Ling Chen again with the sword condensed by the power of heaven and earth. She had to admit that Suan was very far-sighted. This Ling Chen is indeed extraordinary. After being attacked by the 4 of them, he was able to break through and step into Qinyang. Things did not develop as Ling Chen had expected. He was still being beaten. In just a moment, Ling Chen's scales were shattered and his body was shaking. On the one hand, he had been seriously injured before, and even if he broke through the pure yang realm, he could only suppress his injuries temporarily. On the other hand, the 4 people of Xianjian were all elites of Dishan, especially the heavenly sword move that Xianjian had just made. It was like turning the heaven and earth into a giant sword that he held in his hand and slashed directly at the soul. The fact that he could hold out for a little while already proved that he was much stronger than the likes of Dingguang old Buddha. Are you still wondering why your men didn't come? Suan suddenly asked. Even though he knew that Suan was affecting his mind, Ling Chen still pricked up his ears unconsciously when he heard this. Suan smiled evilly and threw out a white package that was stained with dried blood. He smashed it on the ground and dozens of hideous human heads with scars rolled out of it. One of the old heads had its eyes wide open, as if it wanted to fight again. Because they have already gone down before you. As early as the day before yesterday, the people of the Dragon King Palace had been wiped out by the Suanio division, including Xinyang. Looking at Ling Chen, whose eyes were already red, Suan continued that Aaron is one of yours, right? TSK, he screamed miserably when his soul was extracted and refined. I don't even dare to listen to that voice. Boom, rage instantly overwhelmed Ling Chen's reason. Ah! Suan, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Facts have proved that Ling Chen is not Hulk. Anger cannot improve his strength, but instead disrupts his judgment. In just 3 or 2 hits, Ling Chen was beaten into a knot. All the dragon scales fell off, and it looked like a bald rooster, but there was still a reckless madness in his eyes. The black dragon, which had absorbed all of Ling Chen's energy, broke through the space in the blink of an eye, bypassed the 4 people and headed straight for Suan. The huge dragon body exuded a wild and ancient aura, and there was blood in the black dragon's eyes, as if it had become more agile and bloodthirsty, no longer just a simple shadow as before. Not good. Xianjian screamed in shock. Even she felt that this black dragon posed a great threat. This was a life and death attack. Although Suan was blocked by a formation, his strength was only at the purple mansion level. Qingling stood in front of Suan without hesitation. Higan Bana and Red Peony rushed directly towards Suan, but Tu Shengnan was a little slow to react. But before they could come over, they saw Suan throwing out a dragon-shaped jade talisman. Can I get the true young pearl? A scarlet old dragon descended here, its huge and slightly illusory body exuding a faint aura of spiritual pressure, its eyes slightly closed, looking very impressive. This is obviously the incarnation of a primordial spirit. Suddenly it felt something was not right, and it opened its dragon eyes. Then it saw a black dragon with red eyes, rushing towards it as if it was in heat, as if it wanted to mate with it. Grass. Who is trying to trick me? It subconsciously used its magic power to block it. However, this incarnation of its did not carry much power. Although it had the power of a spirit, its strength was only at the pure yang level. The black dragon came again with great force. Thus, the 2 dragons collided, and red and black became the main tones of this place. Chapter 89. It depends on your sincerity. The violent magic power was sent everywhere. The huge aftermath caused the 4 symbols sealing heaven formation to become unstable for a moment, and many loopholes appeared. Dry. The red dragon roared depressedly, and then disappeared along with the black dragon's shadow. After all, it is just an incarnation. Xian Jian, who was swinging his sword to rescue, had a strange look in his eyes. Suan actually had the jade talisman incarnation of the dragon spirit in his hand. Well, this is a relic entrusted to me by a dragon friend of mine named Tsuihua before she died. Suan explained casually. In fact, even if this kind of jade talisman is obtained by someone accidentally, most people would not dare to use it in this way. On the one hand, when you summon a human incarnation, the other person may turn around and suppress you. On the other hand, doing so may easily attract the wrath of a powerful soul. However, Suan doesn't care. If the dragon clan dared to come to Dashan to cause trouble, they would not have sent only a life pill dragon girl to look for Lingbao. Your friend is a pretty nice person, Xian Jian said. Yes, it's very good. Suan nodded. Suewa's meat was indeed very fragrant. Ling Chen's magic power and soul were depleted, his whole body was aching, and he had no strength to resist, and his face was filled with despair. Suan is such a wicked villain. Why, God doesn't take away this evil man. God is unfair. Suddenly, perhaps due to the aftermath of the previous battle, the already unstable space began to change at an accelerated pace. A space channel appeared not far from Ling Chen. There was a faint atmosphere coming from inside. That was completely different from the outside world. Ling Chen's eyes, which had been hopeless, lit up with hope again. The space here actually overlaps with a natural secret realm. No wonder the space was so unstable before. Natural secret realms usually connect to many places, and the entrance to this secret realm is not far from him. Those Chunyangs are paying attention to the evil thief. Now is a good time to escape. He ignited his last bit of strength and rushed towards the entrance to the secret realm. When I have regrouped, I will definitely seek revenge on this evil villain. The entrance is in sight. Taishu Immortal Palace. At this time, a small fairy palace descended above Ling Chen and pressed Ling Chen to the ground. He was only half a palm away from the secret realm, but he could not go any further. I've been on guard against you for a long time. Suan didn't expect that a secret realm would suddenly appear, and the entrance was right next to Ling Chen, but his Taishu Immortal Palace had long been secretly placed above Ling Chen, just in case, and to block the space at the critical moment. Ling Chen's hand moved forward desperately, wanting to touch the entrance to the secret realm, but the short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm, out of reach. Clown! A familiar female voice sounded in his ears. Then, an embroidered shoe suddenly stepped on the back of Ling Chen's hand, and then the owner of the embroidered shoe stepped hard and directly sank into the secret realm. This time, even Suan and the others didn't have time to react. Ah, that's Su Mengyao? Suan's face looked a little ugly. What's going on? This place is sealed off by the 4 symbols sealing heaven array. How did she get in? Well, yes, the collision between the black dragon and the red dragon just now seemed to have caused the formation to be unstable for a moment. If the timing is right, it is indeed possible to sneak into the formation. However, it should not be possible for Su Mengyao to sneak in under the noses of several Qinyangs, even if the atmosphere here is disordered due to various magical powers and space cracks. Besides, why did she run away? And at this time of the day? The timing was so good that the previous surveillance of Higan Bana did not detect any abnormality in her, as if she had been aware of it for a long time. There is also a change in attitude, time traveler, or a reborn one? Xin Jian, Chase, catch that girl for me. Suan said to Xin Jian. If you ignore the situation on the scene, this scene would look a bit like a dandy young man ordering his men to rob a woman. He didn't know what the situation was in that secret realm. Although there were very few secret realms that could cause harm to Qinyang, he couldn't let Shengnan and the others take the risk. Xin Jian did not hesitate and followed the order and stepped into the secret realm. Half a minute later, she came out and shook her head at Suan. It's a miniature natural secret place that is about to perish. The space is unstable, so there are many connecting passages, and new passages appear at any time. The girl just now has disappeared. Disappeared. Suan narrowed his eyes. He was careless. In order to deal with Ling Chen, he called back the red spider lily and asked Su Shuizhu to keep an eye on Su Mengyao. I thought Su Mengyao was only at the Lingdong realm and wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for the time being, but I didn't expect her to escape from right under my nose in the blink of an eye. But can you escape? He stepped heavily on Ling Chen's head and wiped himself with the sole of his shoe. Unable to bear the humiliation, Ling Chen fainted. I finally escaped. In an unknown valley somewhere, Su Mengyao slumped on the ground. After using her skills to open up a small part of her bloodline, she had been suppressing herself from breaking through in order to prevent Suan from noticing anything unusual. It was not until the day of action that I chose to break through the fetal breathing. Then, taking advantage of the extremely chaotic atmosphere in the mine, he used the secret method of the demon clan that he had learned in his previous life to hide himself. And lurked in the distance. When the secret realm was opened, Suan's attention was attracted by Ling Chen and she took the opportunity to take action, step on Ling Chen and enter the secret realm. Perhaps it was because of good luck, and the fact that this natural secret realm was not big, she encountered the heavenly spirit fruit as soon as she entered the secret realm. The Tianling fruit can enhance the strength of the demon race's bloodline, and can also be used to refine elixirs that improve aptitude and enhance strength. It has a powerful effect and is extremely precious, second only to the opportunity he obtained in the Yuangu secret realm in his previous life. She took out the crystal clear fruit from her storage ring. With this, she can open her bloodline in advance and then go to the demon tribe to find her aunt. When her strength surpasses Suan, then, however, she did not notice that a lavender mark between her eyebrows disappeared. When Ling Chen woke up again, he found himself in a narrow space. He was very familiar with the surrounding environment. It was the storage room that Su's mother had specially vacated for him. Why is he here? He just wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move below his head. I tried to open my mouth, but no sound came out. His vast pure yang magic power completely disappeared, and his yang spirit became completely silent, and he could only barely maintain his consciousness. His cultivation was actually wasted. Ling Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He remembered that he had been defeated by Suan's lackeys and fell into the hands of that evil villain Suan. Now that Suan didn't kill him, he knew without thinking that there was some conspiracy. Could it be? Suddenly, 2 footsteps were heard outside the door. Ling Chen immediately pricked up his ears. Lord Su, can you please spare Ling Chen? He is my fiancé after all. A female voice came with pleading. It's snow bamboo. Ling Chen's heart trembled, but when he heard Shuizhu still pleading for him, his heart warmed again. You want me to let him go? Suan's voice, which made Ling Chen extremely disgusted, continued to sound. That depends on whether you are sincere enough. Chapter 90. It hurts so much. No, Lord Su, please don't do this. Su Shuizhu resisted. It seems like you don't want Ling Chen to live. The voice gradually faded away, as if accepting its fate. As long as you don't hurt him. Don't worry, I have specially arranged 2 servants to serve him. As long as you serve me well, I will not touch him. Suan's voice was very arrogant, then the voice of resistance came into my ears through the door. Shuizhu. Ling Chen felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, although he didn't see what happened outside. Just by hearing the sound he knew that it must be that evil villain bullying Shuizhu again. That evil villain actually used himself to threaten Shuizhu. How shameless. The most shameless. Suan, you deserve to die, but he couldn't even move a finger, and had no ability to stop Suan's evil deeds. He could only close his eyes silently, hoping that this nightmare would end soon. After a while, the noise outside the room disappeared, as if the 2 people had gone far away. Only then did Ling Chen open his eyes in pain. Why did God do this to him? Bang! The door was kicked open. 2 servants came in, 1 fat and 1 thin, both over 2 meters tall, with rough faces, holding a change of clothes in their hands. Ling Chen opened his eyes wide and whimpered. How could he, the Dragon King, endure such humiliation? You are so bad. But why not just kill Ling Chen? Su Shuizhu leaned on Suan's chest and asked curiously. Don't you think this is more interesting? Suan asked back. In fact, of course, it was to gain more villain points. He had no habit of torturing people, unless it was to increase pleasure in bed. Sure enough, you are a bad person. Su Shuizhu patted Suan's chest in reproach after hearing that. Don't you know whether I'm bad or not? Suan's hand gently wrapped around Su Shuizhu's slender waist, reached down to her belly button, and then scratched it fiercely. Su Shuizhu's body straightened instantly. How do I know if you are a bad person or not? Even though she was panicking in her heart, she still tried to be strong. The room was closed, filled with spring scenery, and the beautiful girl was acting particularly charmingly. So Xiaoanzi is still in the Yongweibo residence? Yes, he said that Su Shuizhu's fiancé was seriously injured and paralyzed. He must be very sad and needs his care. Xian Jian faithfully reported Suan's words to the empress. Okay, step back. The empress waved away the black sword with a hint of anger. Of course, he was not angry at Xian Jian, but was very angry at a traitor who was obsessed with women. She still needs his care, but he shouldn't take care of her until she gets to bed. This kind of traitor should be castrated and kept by his side. Hongxiao, look at what this little Anzi has become. The empress complained to her female officials. Not only did the person who lent her money go around bullying men and women, but he didn't even say thank you after lending her the money. Do you think there will be a next time? Hongxiao thought to herself. Isn't it because you spoiled me? He tried to explain seriously. Xiaoanzi only bullied men before, but now he is bullying women. I believe he will come to thank your majesty when he completes the whole process. When Su Shuizhu went to visit Ling Chen again, she didn't see any eye-catching scenes. It's just that Ling Chen had already changed his clothes and bed sheets, so it's obvious that he didn't change them himself. For hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, with panic in his eyes. He didn't feel relieved until he saw that the person coming was Su Shuizhu. Ling Chen, I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Su Shuizhu sat on a chair beside the bed, looking at the man lying on the bed. He looked more mature than before. Ling Chen blinked hard. This was the first time Shuizhu cared about him. Logically he should be happy, but how could he be happy in this situation? Shuizhu, do you know what Suan did to me? He arranged 2 servants for me. He is simply a beast, even worse than a beast. Unfortunately, Su Shuizhu didn't quite understand what Ling Chen meant, and said to herself, Ling Chen, I'm sorry. I don't want to either, but Suan said that if I don't agree to him, he will kill the Su family and you. As she spoke, she looked down at her belly, put her hand on it and rubbed it gently, with a sad look on her face. I really can't help it. Woo. The tears come without warning. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ling Chen's heart seemed to be crushed over and over again. His snow bamboo was not clean anymore. His beloved Shuizhu, whom he had never even touched, has become his enemy's woman, and he is still powerless. Miss Shuizhu, it's time to go. Lord Su is waiting anxiously. He said he is very angry now. There was a servant's urging voice outside the door. Hearing this, Su Shuizhu quickly wiped her tears and stood up. Ling Chen, I'm leaving first. I will live in the Marquis mansion from now on. I have become his slave and cannot come to see you often. Please take care of yourself. MMM. Oh. Ling Chen desperately shook his head, the only part of his body that could move. No, don't go, now his only hope of survival is Shuizhu. If Shuizhu leaves, what is the point of him living? Ling Chen, this is Suwen's request. I can't refuse. Su Shuizhu said this with tears in her eyes, and then left the utility room at the urging of the servants. Only Ling Chen was left, still shaking his head and sobbing. This guy is not having an epileptic seizure. When the servant of Bo's mansion entered the room and saw Ling Chen shaking his head frantically, she was so scared that she quickly turned around to greet the two servants arranged by Suen. What a pity! Ling Chen is paralyzed in bed at such a young age and has epilepsy. His beautiful wife has become someone else's. After a while, two figures, one fat and one thin, entered the utility room again. Ugh. Ling Chen resisted but was powerless. At this moment his mind was full of thoughts. Shuizhu should also be bullied by Suen now, but the reality is somewhat different from what he imagined. Actually, Lear, come and help, brother-in won't move. Su Shuizhu called Yi Lear, who was waiting anxiously beside her. Ye Liar, who was being ordered around, could only reluctantly put up her hands and stared at Su Shuizhu viciously. Damn it. This is so damn terrible, she hasn't even eaten meat yet. All these women who tried to steal brother-in should be captured and disciplined. Ding, Ling Chen's soul is shattered, he cannot bear the huge pain and dies, his luck is reset to 0, and he is rewarded with 2000 villain points. Ding, the host kills the protagonist Ling Chen, and drops the golden-fingered Sanglong bloodline in Crooked Mouth Halo. Ling Chen ended gloriously in these two grand joys. Crooked Mouth Halo? Suen quickly pushed away Yi Liar, who looked very satisfied, and rubbed the corners of his mouth with his hands. Crooked Mouth Halo. With a crooked mouth corner, the Dragon King appears. With a raised mouth corner, life and death are unpredictable. As long as you crook your mouth corner, you will become the most handsome guy in the audience, and everyone's attention will be attracted to you, and you will be ridiculed to the fullest. This introduction, this halo is not worth it, so I'd better keep it in the bottom of the box for now. Chapter 91, Yaoyang City of the Demon Clan. As for that Sanglong bloodline, it can't be that Sanglong I'm thinking of. He looked up the introduction of that Sanglong bloodline, the bloodline of the ancient dragon ancestor Sanglong. After the fusion of bloodlines, one can transform into a half-dragon, half-human. If the bloodline is continuously purified, one day, the style of Sanglong can be restored. It really is that Sanglong. The blue dragon style, was the dragon killed to get the pearl? Suen thought of that Sanglong Dragon Ball that was still in the royal treasury, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's better to just swallow it. After incorporating the Nirvana Sutra, the effect of the Primordial Origin Sutra in absorbing other spiritual materials has become much stronger. Although it is a bit of a waste to devour the blood of that Sanglong as a spiritual material, it doesn't matter if I use it on myself. Temporarily store these two in the system. Suen clenched his hands, closed his eyes and absorbed the indescribable European energy. The villain value on the panel has reached 5500. System, give me a shot, 3 times. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Essence Tiger Fierce Pills. * 10 Dragon Essence and Tiger Fierceness Pill. After using it, the whip will contain the power of Dragon and Tiger, and you can mount a horse and kill the enemy without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a substitute clay figurine. * 1 Substitute Clayman, automatically used when the host is fatally injured. The damage will be transferred to the Clayman, and after use, the host will exchange positions with the substitute Clayman. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the World Aura. World Aura can be used to repair special spiritual treasures or upgrade the level of the inner world. Dragon Essence Tiger Fierce Pills, am I someone who needs this kind of thing? Suen was extremely disdainful of this kind of thing and threw it into the storage ring. A substitute clay figurine is not bad, it is equivalent to having an extra life, but you have to find a place to put it. As for the World Aura, this is the second time I have obtained this thing, but I have no use for it for the time being. It seems that these two girls still don't have enough luck. Try Li Zixuan next time. I remember she seems to have a good relationship with Shuizhu. Just experienced the pleasure of adding insult to injury. The Shang dynasty went south, crossed the Huangzhou and reached the remote southern barbarian land, the place where the monsters live. The demon tribe used to be quite powerful, but after the establishment of the Shang dynasty, they were slowly suppressed and relocated to the southern barbarian land. The land of southern barbarians is actually not small, with an area equivalent to several states of the Shang dynasty. but compared with the prosperity of the Shang dynasty, this southern barbarian land is indeed a bit barbaric. At first glance, there are more jungles than cities, most of them are in the form of tribes and ethnic groups. This is inseparable from the nature of the demon race. The demon race is composed of individual ethnic groups, some of which are even natural enemies of each other. The isolation between ethnic groups is not so easy to solve. This is also one of the reasons why the demon race cannot defeat the human race. Xu Mengya walked for a long time before she found a city, Yaoyang City. The demon clan's closest city to the Shang dynasty was built by Emperor Yuan, the first demon emperor who unified all clans and created the name of the demon clan. However, with the passage of time, it no longer has its former glory. This Emperor Yuan is Su Mengyao's ancestor. His status in the demon clan is no less than that of Emperor Taizu of Shang in the Shang dynasty. Yuan was born into the Golden Crow clan. The original Golden Crow itself was also a powerful clan that was not weaker than the Dragon clan. Its full name was the Big Sun Golden Crow. It was said to be born in the Big Sun and was the sun of the world, and Emperor Yuan was even more of a genius. It took him more than 100 years to achieve the state of Yuanshan. He continued to advance rapidly until he reached the peak of Yuanshan, and finally stopped at the Daoguo realm. The Dao fruit realm seemed to be just an imaginary realm. If it were not for the records in ancient history that there was an emperor who had achieved the Dao fruit realm, Emperor Yuan would have suspected that Yuanshan was the pinnacle of this world. However, the environment in ancient and modern times is different, and the methods of achieving the Dao in ancient history are not applicable to the present day. Yuan, who had no way to break through the Dao fruit, shifted his attention elsewhere. If we could gather the power of all living beings in heaven and earth, could we open the door to the fruit of the Tao for him? That era was an era in which hundreds of races competed for supremacy, and the human race was just one of the hundreds of races, and did not yet have the strength to dominate the central plains of China. In this environment, Emperor Yuan began his journey of conquering all races. At that time, the Jinwu clan was at its strongest. The moon rabbit, the golden-winged pang, the golden lion, the gibbon monkey, the iron-eating beast, one race after another submitted to Emperor Yuan, and some weaker races even took the initiative to seek Emperor Yuan's protection. In order to better rule the various tribes, Emperor Yuan gave these tribes a common name, the Demon Tribe, and called himself the Demon King. However, not every race is willing to submit to the demon race, the dragon. Phoenix, unicorn, black tortoise, white tiger and human race are among the representatives. These 6 tribes all have more than one powerful soul master in charge. They are the great tribes of the time and are also powerful entities. How could they surrender easily? Emperor Yuan is only at the Yuanshan realm. Even if he is powerful, how can he defeat so many strong people at the same realm? However, it really can. After the 6-tribe alliance and the demon tribe confronted each other for nearly 10,000 years, something called luck appeared in the world for the first time, or it could be said that it was used for the first time. Emperor Yuan used the sun god wheel to carry the luck of the demon clan. With endless luck added to his body, his strength even surpassed the realm of Yuanshan. The spirits of the 6 clans were no match for him. The Qilin clan was destroyed, the Xuanwu and White Tiger clans surrendered, and the backbones of the other 3 clans were broken. All of the people in the world respected the demon clan. It seems that the demon race is about to unify this world. At this time, Yuan was gone. Yuan, who was considered the number 1 person in this world, was gone without a sound. Some people even thought he faked his death. A lifespan of 10,000 years in the Yuanshan realm is just the basic level. With Yuan's terrifying cultivation level, living for another 30 to 50,000 years should not be a problem. How could he suddenly die? But he did die. Some said it was a punishment from God, others said it was because of his heavy sins of killing that led to him becoming possessed. After Emperor Yuan's death, the demon clan's internal conflicts could no longer be concealed, and rebellions broke out frequently. All the races with primordial spirits wanted to fight for the position of Demon King, and the weaker races were also led to fight. When people with insight realized that this was not going to work, the situation had already become so bad that it could not be stopped. The 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and People were finally able to catch their breath and gradually recovered. After the civil war, half of the demon tribe's population had been wiped out, and only 1 in 10 of their high-end combat power remained. He was suppressed successively by the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix, and People, and could no longer gather the huge luck that Emperor Yuan had in the past. The method of fortune and luck of the Shang dynasty was borrowed from the former Emperor Yuan. If Emperor Yuan had not died unexpectedly, the human race would probably have become a tribe of hairless monkeys among the demons. Retracting her thoughts, Su Mengyao continued walking towards the city. It is not much different from the cities of human beings, except that it is a bit more wild and has fewer rules. In the city, you can see monsters of various shapes and sizes. A woman with a lion's head and a human body, wings on her back or fox ears, can be distinguished from humans at a glance. Many demon tribes choose to retain some of their own racial characteristics when they transform. There are also those who walk on the street holding a little fox or kitten. They look like they are carrying a pet, but in fact they may be their descendants or even children. Based on her memory, Su Mengyao walked directly to the city lord's mansion of Yaoyang City. Who is coming? Chapter 92. Overthrow the tyranny of the Shang dynasty and build a brave new world. The guards at the gate of the city lord's mansion blocked her way. Su Mengyao did not answer. A pair of black wings appeared behind her. Golden red light flickered around the wings, making the surrounding air suddenly become hotter and more distorted. It's a master from the Jinwu tribe. The two guards' faces changed drastically and they quickly let him go. The Golden Crow clan is the royal family among the demon clans. There are very few members in the clan, and even a mixed-blood Golden Crow is someone they cannot afford to offend. Su Mengyao looked at this place with some nostalgia and continued walking forward. In the previous life, I started to rise from here. Let's get back to the imperial capital. Suan can be said to have been living a comfortable life recently. He would wander around the palace during the day to see if he could run into another child of destiny. He would go to chat with the Queen Mother from time to time, massage the Empress' feet, and tease Sister Qingling. At night, he would diligently practice the way of yin and yang, and experience the feeling of adding insult to injury. In his words, this is called adjusting the state to prepare for the breakthrough of the life pill. Until this day, when he returned from the palace, Shangnan saw a black-robed figure standing at the door and immediately became alert. The man was dressed in a black robe that covered his body tightly. Under the robe was a deep darkness, and his face could not be seen clearly. His cultivation aura was only at the life pill realm. Lord Su, may I have a word with you? The man in black robe spoke to Suan in a hoarse voice. If you don't want to lend it to me, get out. A good dog doesn't block the road. Suan scolded. He was wearing a black robe and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but one could tell at a glance that he was an old bastard. What Su hated the most were old bastards like this and those who didn't let him be an old bastard. The black-robed man said without any fluctuations, Lord Su, what if what I want to discuss involves the opportunity of the Yuanshan? Suan paused, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Sir, please. The man in black robe was taken to a side room and two maids were arranged to serve him tea. What does this gentleman mean by the opportunity of the soul? Suan took a sip of tea, then stared at the man in black robe with sharp eyes. The man in black robe said nothing, but looked at Tu Shangnan who was standing behind Suan. Shangnan, you go out first. Suan waved his hand. Young master, back off. Tu Shangnan still retreated obediently. The black-robed man then picked up the teacup and flattered him. Lord Su is also a genius of the time. I believe he also has a heart to reach the pinnacle of the soul and ask for the way. The teacup entered the black robe and blended into the darkness, and it was unknown whether it was drunk or not. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kick you out. Suan said politely. The man in black robe seemed to choke for a moment, and after a pause, he let out an awkward laugh. It seems that Lord Su was also a straightforward person. Lord Su, do you know how Emperor Yuan, the first demon emperor of the demon race, died? I don't know, get to the point. Suan had no intention of cooperating at all. The black-robed man had no choice but to continue. It is rumored that the demon clan's Emperor Yuan was punished by heaven and died, but in fact, this is not a rumor. Emperor Yuan wants to unify all the spirits in the world, but in fact this is impossible. He pointed his finger above his head in awe, because God won't allow it. Suan put down the teacup, seeming to be surprised by these words. The man in black robe said seriously, the Great Shang today is like the demon tribe in the past. Although the Great Shang has not yet unified all spirits, it has ruled the Central Plains and has occupied most of the world's fortune. When it was strong, it was even stronger than the demon tribe in the past. This is pure bullshit. Although the current Great Shang is still powerful, there is no monarch who has reached the level of Yuanshan to control its destiny. Although the Yuanshan masters of the major holy places are subservient to the Great Shang, it is hard to say whether they are of the same mind. They are still incomparable to the peak of the demon clan in the Emperor Yuan era. However, if Su Ruwashi can prove her primordial spirit, then everything will be hard to say. The great Shang has now incurred the wrath of heaven. If Lord Su is willing to assist us in overthrowing the great Shang, he will naturally be favored by heaven, and with good fortune added to his body, a breakthrough in his primordial spirit will be just around the corner. The man in black robe said something earth-shattering, which seemed like he was already plotting a rebellion. However, Suan's eyes only flickered for a moment, and then he slammed the table and stood up. "You bold traitor! How dare you seduce me? I have been deeply blessed by the emperor. How can I go along with a traitor like you? Even if the Shang dynasty has angered God, then let God take care of the rebellion. You, the traitor, have found the wrong person today. Get ready to go to the Suaniausi prison." The slogans were shouted loudly, but there was no action at all. Lord Su is not an ordinary man. How can he be inferior to the emperor? The man in black robes was more eager to see this. "I have no evidence, so Lord Su will not believe me. But what if I can show evidence of the god's visit?" "Oh, what evidence?" Suan sat down slowly again. The man in black robe took out a specially made photostone. The photostone showed nothing else but a person dressed like the man in black robe kneeling on the ground and praying. The man actually exuded the aura of a primordial spirit, far more powerful than the man in black in front of him. He was obviously a primordial spirit master who stood at the top of the world, but in the photo, this extremely noble Yuanshan venerable was kneeling on the ground, bowing devoutly towards the front. There were some mysterious patterns carved in front of him, which looked like an eye overlooking the world, making people feel numb. Suddenly, a vast will descended, magnificent, vast. It seemed to be omnipotent and embracing everything. In front of it, Suan felt like an ant or a lone boat in the waves. This is heaven, no explanation is needed. Even through the photostone, Suan can be sure that this is the will of heaven, because the moment he came, he brought with him the concept of heaven. But from the perception of Taichu Origin Sutra, the sky did not seem so pure, or rather, the purity was not enough. He temporarily hid his doubts in his heart that day. He seemed to look at Suan through the photostone. Snap, the photostone was shattered. Even a special photostone could not bear the mighty power of heaven. Suan was already covered in cold sweat. If we want to overthrow the Shang dynasty, we can support the Marquis as the new emperor of the human race. The Supreme Lord will guarantee this, and the Supreme Lord is the one who contacted us. The black-robed man added, "The Marquis has an extraordinary fate, and is valued by the Supreme Lord and the heavens. As long as he agrees to us, he will definitely be a dragon that changes with the wind and clouds. In that case, Lord Su, are you willing to work with us to plan this great thing?" He was confident and didn't seem to be afraid at all that Suan would not agree. With the temptation of the soul and the throne, and the threat from God, no normal person would refuse. If it weren't for Suan's own strange fate, which might have disrupted the destiny, and his status in the Shang dynasty seemed to be not low, otherwise he would not have made these conditions. Yes, yes. Suan nodded repeatedly. This Shang dynasty is cruel and ruthless, and treats the people harshly. The laws are cruel, and the government is levying heavy taxes. The people are complaining bitterly. The queen of the Shang dynasty is even more incompetent and ignores state affairs. She often bullies and humiliates me. I can't stand being humiliated. I just wait for the Queen Mother. Oh no, the royal army to come and overthrow the tyranny of the Shang dynasty and build a beautiful new world. Chapter 93. Suan. You will regret it. He held the black-robed man's hand affectionately and said, "Now that I have been invited by destiny, how can I not accept it? You and I, your brothers, will work together to accomplish great things, and the overthrow of the Shang dynasty is just around the corner." Lord Su is sensible and knows the current situation. The man in black robe was not used to Suan's enthusiasm, but his tone was less cold. "Don't worry, we will do what we promised, Lord Su. We can sign a contract." Of course, of course. Suan showed a happy expression. "I don't know the name of the royal master and where the headquarters is. I can't wait to visit the Supreme Master and discuss my ideals with him." "Don't worry, Lord Su. Sign the contract first and make an oath to heaven. I will tell you everything later." The man in black robe took out a contract. It is somewhat similar to the true spirit contract that Suan once took out, but it contains a faint divine power, as if it was notarized by God. "Sign now? Why don't you let me have a good talk with the Supreme Lord first before signing?" "Sorry, there are some things that can only be told to Lord Su after the contract is signed." The man in black robe did not give in. Really? Suan felt a little regretful when he heard that. Then you can die. The next moment, a flash of blood appeared, and the legs of the man in black robe suddenly separated from his body. Of course, going to die was just talk. Suan was still preparing to extract the soul and refine the spirit. Higinbana had also received Suan's instructions, and another flash of blood flashed across, ready to destroy this man's cultivation, but then she realized something was wrong. You actually refused? The man in black robe was a little bit unbelievable. Swan. You're going to regret this. He seemed to have no sense of pain, and even when he fell to the ground, his voice did not tremble at all, but his tone was cold. You don't know how big an opportunity you've missed and how much trouble you've gotten into. Having said that, he stopped moving. At the same time, a Taoist-robed old man named Bidden suddenly opened his eyes with murderous intent. Those who don't know what's good for them and disrupt destiny should be killed. Higinbana stepped forward and lifted up the man's black robe. Under the robe was a shriveled old face without any breath of soul. It was obviously just a puppet. No wonder the medicine I just put in the tea didn't work. Suan walked in front of the puppet, his eyes seemed to be looking at the vast sky. If you want to destroy the Shang dynasty, be prepared to regret it. Prepare the car, I want to go to the palace. That's it. In Taiyuan Hall, Suan was serious for once, with his hands on the empress's knees and speaking excitedly. Your Majesty, these traitors are determined to destroy our Shang dynasty. Are you not tempted by his conditions, my dear? The empress placed her hand on the back of Suan's hand, her eyes teasing, the new emperor of the human race. Then it will be your turn to live in the Taiyuan palace. Judging from the empress's expression, she was not shocked or angry about what Suan said. I am a loyal minister, how can I be in league with those traitors? Suan looked aggrieved, his lips trembling. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I will die on this phoenix bed. After saying that, he closed his eyes and rushed forward headfirst. A soft and slender hand reached out and pressed Suan's head against her chest. The empress snorted and looked at her scumbag brother. Where are you going? The pillar is there, just hit it yourself. Isn't this just a statement from the minister? It doesn't matter where you hit it. Suan tactfully retracted his head and began to massage the empress's legs diligently. By the way, Your Majesty, where did those people come from? From the empress's attitude, she obviously knew of the existence of these people. They are just a bunch of rats in the gutter. They are nothing. The empress had a bit of disdain in her eyes. Then she warned carefully, but for you, they are still a bit threatening. Be more careful in the future and don't leave the imperial capital recently. I understand. Suan nodded. Come to think of it, compared to the short-lived glory of the Demon Clan, the Shang dynasty ruled the Central Plains for a full 120,000 years and experienced 6 emperors. During this period, no matter whether it was the Demon Clan, the Dragon Clan, or the magic cultivators or Buddhist cultivators, they could not shake the rulers of the Shang dynasty. Su Ruwashi was the 7th emperor of the Shang dynasty. If there really is divine punishment, the Shang dynasty will definitely have a way to deal with it. As for those men in black robes, if they really had the ability to fight against the imperial court, they would not hide in the dark and dare not even show their faces. Only mice like to hide themselves in the shadows. Okay, you go back first and don't let this matter spread outside. The empress instructed. I understand. Also, don't slack off in your practice. Remember, cultivation comes first. Yes. I have never been slack. Suan agreed with a clear conscience. He practices the Yin-Yang Dao diligently every day and never slacks off. Forget it. He wanted to teach him a lesson again not to indulge in women, but when he thought about how Shaoanzi's cultivation had really improved rapidly recently, from being at the fetal stage before to being at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage now, it was really hard to say anything. Go to the Sinaying Palace. Your mother misses you, yes. After Suan left, Su Ruwashi's expression gradually turned cold. How dare you find Shaoanzi? These rats will be caught sooner or later, their souls will be extracted and refined, and their blood will be refined for 10,000 years. There's still 1,600 years left. Sinaying Palace, perhaps it was because the Queen Mother had a breakthrough to her soul, the place felt brighter and less serious than before, but no matter how it changes, it's almost the same as home to Suan. As soon as they entered, the familiar palace maids and nannies all bowed to them, just like they were meeting a prince. "Mother, why aren't you painting today?" When Suan stepped into the hall, he saw the Queen Mother holding a book and reading it. The gentle sunlight shines on her body through the windowsill. Her noble and beautiful temperament is dignified, gentle and dignified, and has a kind of warmth and motherhood that makes people want to approach her. If the term mother of the world is visualized, it must be like this. Honor is here. Putting down the scroll in her hand, the Queen Mother said angrily, "From what you said, it seems that all I know how to do all day is paint." Suan was speechless. Every time he came to visit his mother, she was actually painting. However, he did not refute, but glanced at the book on the table. "What book is your mother reading?" From his perspective, he could vaguely see that the book contained many mysterious words, which was obviously different from the book he seized from Sister Qingling last time. "Yes, how could my mother read that kind of book?" "It's the Great Cavern Sutra explained by Yuhua Daojun," the Queen Mother replied with a smile. Yuhua Daojun is a supreme being recorded in ancient history who achieved the state of Taoism. It is said that he was an innate deity, and the time when he achieved enlightenment is unknown. This Yuhua Daojun's explanation of the Dadong Sutra is his classic work, which has been widely circulated. Of course, most of the versions circulated among the people are far from the original, and it would be good if they could retain one or two bits of the essence. However, the book in the Queen Mother's hand is certainly not one of those folk versions. It records the true words that point directly to the Great Way. If one can comprehend them, the benefits are self-evident. By the way, Honor, why don't I draw a picture for you today? The Queen Mother suddenly became interested. He looked Suan up and down, his eyes shining, and couldn't help but take out his pen and ink. Seeing that his mother was so interested, Suan had no choice but to agree. I immediately sat aside obediently and pretended to be a model. The Queen Mother also painted carefully and more attentively than usual. About an hour later, the Queen Mother finally put down her brush, stared at the painting in front of her, and smiled with satisfaction. "Honor, come and see how well your mother has painted this." "Hey!" Suan, who had been sitting there for a long time, received the order and quickly ran to his mother's side and looked over. This, he trembled with his lips, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. "Why, is the painting not good?" asked the Queen Mother with a mischievous smile. "It's good, but isn't it a little small?" In the painting, a young man is nestled in the arms of a gentle woman with a look of attachment on his face. The gentle woman is the Empress Dowager, and the boy's eyebrows and eyes are indeed Suan's. However, judging from the age in the painting, I am afraid that some people would believe that he is only 11 or 12 years old. Not small, not small. In your mother's heart, you are just this size. The Queen Mother said as she gestured in front of her, laughing and smiling. She also showed nostalgia. "You little one," crying and running into my arms, calling for a hug from your mother, and saying that Ruwashi bullied you again. Then, she cried, and then she fell asleep on top of me. I couldn't wake her up even if I called her. Listening to the Queen Mother talking about past embarrassing events, Suan felt a faint warmth in his heart. In the past, the place that made him feel most at ease was his mother's Sinaying palace. Whenever there is something, I always call my mother, but as I grow older, we become less close. Then Queen Mother, a hug? Chapter 94. This is common sense, you haven't forgotten it, right? When Suan was lying on Cheng Huan's lap, a team also came from the western desert and headed towards the imperial capital. "My lady, we are still 180,000 miles away from the imperial capital. This is a team of monks, riding on a huge golden magic weapon. These people all have shiny heads and are extremely smart, and right in the middle of these bald donkeys, there was a precious chariot, in which sat a woman, with two little girls serving on her left and right. The woman had beautiful hair, a dignified appearance, a warm face, a kind smile. She was wearing a robe, a crown on her head, her skin was delicate and emitting a divine glow. This was exactly the Buddhist girl that the monk had mentioned before. "Speed up, I hope we can gain something from this trip to the east to preach." The Buddhist woman spoke. "Disciple obeys your command." The monk holding the ritual instrument immediately clasped his hands together and replied respectfully. After returning from the Sinaying palace, Suan felt that his mind became clearer. A throbbing sensation came from the bottom of my heart, and I was about to break through. He immediately pushed Yi Lyre, who was ready to make a move, out of the room. Ignoring Yi Lyre's distressed look, He closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out the Tsanglong bloodline that he had obtained from Ling Qin before, a drop of golden blood with a unique charm. There seemed to be a little dragon swimming in the blood, which looked extremely magical. Su and no longer hesitated, and put it directly into his mouth, and started to practice the Taichu Origin Sutra. The nature of Taichu's magic power was extremely high, and the blue dragon bloodline had no time to cause any trouble. It only let out a faint wailing sound, and was then enveloped by this magic power. The essence was extracted bit by bit and then circulated to Suan's body along with the magic power. The Tsanglong bloodline has no power to resist. Gradually, Suan's body began to glow with a faint golden light, his magic power became stronger, and his muscles and flesh became more indestructible. The blessing of the Tsanglong bloodline on the physical body is extremely strong. Under such circumstances, his spirit and soul gradually entered perfection and great perfection. Magic power, body, soul, chi, essence and spirit all reached their peak. The next moment, the magic power began to collapse and gradually turned into the shape of a black hole. All the essence in the body also poured into the black hole, and then the purple mansion of the soul palace was also absorbed by the black hole. At this moment, the body was like an empty shell, and all the essence of the body had been integrated into the black hole. This step is the most dangerous. If the accumulation is not enough, it is very easy to die on the spot. However, it was easy for Suan to cross it. In the realm of Zifu, he had accumulated a lot. The so-called practice of yin and yang was not just talk. The black hole collapsed and finally turned into a Hunyuan life pill. This pill is tangible but colorless, yet it seems to be changing colors, which is different from other people's life pills. The life pill is the foundation of the great Tao, and the color it reflects is also related to the characteristic attributes of the technique that the person practices. Suan practiced the Taichu Origin Sutra, but Taichu had no color. In the beginning, all things took shape, and Tao gave birth to one, so this life elixir is shape but no color. When the life pill took shape, Suan's aura suddenly increased, and his body was filled with inner brilliance. Once I have mastered the inner elixir, everything will go according to my will. Although there is no specific grade distinction for life pills, there are differences in quality. The elixir that is perfect and has no impurities is the best elixir, and Suan's life elixir is such a elixir. However, even a genius who was famous for a while would find it difficult to make this elixir. Not only the soul, but also the magic power and physical body must be perfect and pure. The more impurities there are in the pill, the lower its quality. If the shape is irregular, it is a fake pill and the future is blocked. Suan has never been in a hurry to break through the life pill, but has been diligently practicing the yin-yang Tao, waiting for the natural opportunity to improve the quality of the life pill. But most people don't have the confidence to wait. They can't afford to wait. If they keep waiting, who knows, they may end up waiting until their lifespan is almost over. Their spirit and soul are exhausted, and they lack the energy to break through. After Suan's breakthrough, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened and Xiao Yulo came in. "Brotherin, you have achieved a breakthrough." She ran to the bed in surprise and threw herself on it. Yi Liar, who followed closely behind her, frowned instantly. This brat who needs to be disciplined is so annoying. He actually stole her lines. Seeing Suan's gaze, she also quickly forced out a smile. Congratulations to Brotherin for his great success in magic and boundless power. He will unify China for thousands of years. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Xiao Yulo with pride. These were words of praise that she had racked her brains to come up with. Brotherin would surely be very happy to hear them. This sentence feels a little familiar. This damn overwhelming feeling of being a villain. I have the illusion that I am the big villain, and Yi Liar is just a small cannon fodder shouting those awkward slogans beside the villain. "Okay, you Luo, what's the matter with you coming back this time?" Resolutely ignoring the embarrassing Yi Liar, Suan looked at Xiao Yulo in his arms. Compared with before, Xiao Yulo now has a more solemn and capable temperament. It seems that she has gained a lot in the Higan Bana organization. Because I want to report to you about Higan Bana's recent work, and also, I miss you. Xiao Yulo placed her finger on her lips and gently touched them, revealing a charming expression. "My good disciple, I must repay and honor my master with my body and relieve my master's fatigue. This is common sense, you won't forget it, right?" Hiss, big enemy, lifelong enemy. Yi Liar took a few breaths of cold air when she heard this. This Xiao Yulo is indeed her lifelong enemy. He actually has such a strange idea. Why hadn't she thought of this earlier? For a moment, Yi Liar was very upset. Suan's lips curled up into a smile, and then he revealed an expression of sudden realization. Yes, this is common sense. I almost forgot just now that to entertain the master, one must use one's own body. I'm so sorry, master. I'm here to honor you right now. He hooked his hand gently. After a grand drama of teachers' kindness and students' filial piety was over, Xiao Yulua patted Suan's head leisurely and said with satisfaction, "Disciple has performed well. Master will come to you to show his filial piety next time." Ding, Suan knocked the girl on the head and said, "Are you addicted to pretending? Okay, tell me, how is Higan doing lately?" He hasn't forgotten that this girl originally came to report on her work. Ye Liar, who had been helping to push on the bed, was biting her teeth to pieces. She thought it was her turn to eat the meat, but why did these two suddenly talk about business? How could she get on? Why not wait until she finished? According to your instructions, we have received most of the Dragon King Palace's legacy. The resources seized are as follows, and currently the various branches of Higan are covering, blah blah. Basically, the overall strength of the Higan organization has become stronger, and it continues to have the potential to become the leading organization in the killer world. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Yulo suddenly stopped talking, turned around and looked at Yi Liar with a frown. Chapter 95. Why don't you give me your body? It turned out that Yi Liar was poking her waist with her fingers. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you've finished talking, and if you're tired? Yi Liar narrowed her eyes and put on a fake smile. I'm not tired. I talked to Brotherin for a whole day and night and I'm not tired at all. Xiao Yulua didn't pay attention to Yi Liar's emotions. He turned around and grabbed Suan's arm and started chattering again. Why Yi Liar's smile froze on her face. Hard, the fist is hard. This undisguised report lasted for another 2 hours before Xiao Yulo reluctantly put on his clothes and left, his eyes full of affection. Brotherin, I'll come to see you next time. Goodbye, Sister Yuluo. Yi Liar also waved goodbye to her excitedly, hoping that the red spider lily would never come back. Watching Xiao Yulo walk away, she almost couldn't help cheering out loud. It was finally her turn to enjoy Brotherin. This time, there was another sound outside the door. My lord, a group of monks from the western desert have come to the imperial capital. They are setting up a place of execution outside and inviting the dignitaries of the imperial capital to come and listen to the scriptures and discuss the Tao. With a gentle knock on the door, Aunt Tang's voice rang out outside the courtyard, interrupting the words that Yi Liar was about to say. Monk? Suan was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something. It's been 20 years since the last lecture. Buddhism was not popular in Dishang, but since some time ago, monks from the western desert would come to the imperial capital to preach every 20 years. From Suan's current perspective, it is a strategy of the upper class. If Buddhism is accepted by the upper class of Dishang, it will be much easier to spread it. I don't know if it has any effect, but preaching has almost become a regular program in the imperial capital, and there are quite a few people who go to watch it every time. 20 years ago, I had just entered Ingtian Academy and was accepted as a younger brother by Sister Ruwashi. At that time, she took me to see it. He took out a Bodhisattva jade pendant from his storage ring. There is nothing special about the jade pendant. It is no different from the accessories sold on the street stalls. However, the female Bodhisattva on the jade pendant has kind eyes and a compassionate expression. It seems that this was given to him by an older sister who was preaching the sutras, who said that he had a connection with Buddha. He was still young at the time and didn't even understand what Buddha was, so he accepted it without giving it much thought. However, the lectures were given outside the imperial capital. Sun hesitated, remembering Sister Ruwashi's instructions. He thought that there really wasn't an old Biden waiting for him outside. That would be very uncomfortable. In the imperial capital, any powerful spiritual being who enters will be sensed by the mysterious bird of luck, and will be monitored and suppressed by luck at all times, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, most of the powerful spiritual beings with ulterior motives dare not enter the imperial capital. In other words, he is very safe in the imperial capital, but there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, and it is impossible for him not to go out. Sun lowered his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a while, he said, then go and have a look. Lear, stay at home and wait for me to come back. After suppressing Yi Liar, who was baring her fangs and claws and trying to do something wrong, and after telling her a few words about the red spider lily, Suan got on the carriage and went to the place where the sutra was to be preached. The lecture was held in an open space beside a small hill outside the imperial capital. There is also a Buddhist temple standing on the open space, which seems to be built temporarily. This time, quite a few people have gathered here. Most of them are here to watch the fun. They are all just some idlers. There are actually not many who are really listening to the Buddhist teachings seriously. Thus I have heard. Once the Buddha was in Trayastrimsa heaven, preaching to his mother. At that time, all the Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions and innumerable worlds, countless in number, the sound of the sutra is ethereal and peaceful, exuding a sense of great wisdom and liberation. Looking across the crowd, the one who was preaching was a woman with a kind face and compassionate eyes, who did not give rise to any evil thoughts. Why is it still her? Suan was a little dazed for a moment. This female model worker is so good. 20 years have passed, and she is still the one giving lectures. Of course, this thought only lasted for a moment. The Buddhist woman who was preaching seemed to have noticed Suan's gaze and nodded and shook her head at him imperceptibly. This woman is extraordinary. If Suan had a bit of a domineering demeanor, what he should say now is, "Very good, woman, you have successfully caught my attention." But he is obviously more of a villain. Shangnan, disperse the crowd and invite the preacher over. I am interested in her. Oh no. I am very interested in Buddhist scriptures. Namo Amitofu. He pretended to chant the Buddha's name. Soon, as Xingnan's pure yang realm aura emanated, the crowd that had been watching the excitement dispersed, and Xingnan's tall figure walked step by step in front of the monks. Miss, my master wants to see you. Presumptuous. Bold. How dare you insult a Buddhist girl? The monks were immediately furious. It is simply outrageous to disrupt a Dharma assembly and insult a Buddhist woman in broad daylight. What's more, an old monk in the pure yang realm stood in front of Xingnan without fear, and his pure yang magic power shook the sky. If the preaching team dared to cross half of Dashan and come to the imperial capital to preach, how could they not have the strength to protect the way? It's okay. You just wait here first. The Buddhist girl chanted the Buddha's name softly to comfort the monks. Then he looked in the direction of Suan. Young master has a connection with Buddha. This was the first sentence the Buddhist girl said when she saw Suan. Oh, where does it come from? Suan asked. Fate comes from the heart. Young master has a deep affinity with Buddhism, said the Buddhist girl. Suan raised his eyebrows. These Buddhists just like to play witty tricks. What is Buddha's fate? Maybe you and I are destined to be together, he retorted. The Buddhist woman shook her head, as if to warn, the body is just a smelly skin bag, don't indulge in it. Since the body is so useless, why don't you give me your body? Who knows, I might just convert to Buddhism. Suan's words were extremely frivolous, but his eyes were clear. Donor, I am a disciple of Buddhism. Perhaps unable to withstand Suan's shamelessness, the Buddhist girl took a step back and kept a distance from Suan. Suan also took a step closer and said, You see, this is why you are obsessed with appearances. Since the body is just a stinking skin bag, why not give it to me as a charity? Donor, let's talk about business. The Buddhist woman changed the topic. You were the one who started talking to me about business first. If you have nothing to do, it would be better for you to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Oh, why is that? I was born with a Buddhist heart and can vaguely sense that danger is approaching the donor. The Buddhist girl answered honestly. Since there is danger, why do you want to preach here? Suan asked. Originally it was harmless, but once the donor arrived, it became dangerous. Suan, the next moment, his hair stood on end and he crushed the large teleportation talisman that he had been holding in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, several angry shouts were heard in the imperial capital. Chapter 96 The 8-foot man in the lady's arms. How brave! Dead bastard, you deserve to die. At the same time, a black light pierced through the space and hit the place where Suan was originally, but the person there had disappeared. At the moment of being teleported, he vaguely saw 4 figures flying out from the imperial capital and surrounding a man in a black robe. Suan was a little shocked that he just tried it casually and actually found out the answer. Damn Shaoanzi, he didn't even discuss this with me in advance. The empress appeared on the wall of the imperial capital, looking at everything happening outside the city from afar. Her beautiful face looked a little gloomy, and she was holding a funny-looking clay figure in her hand. Higanbana followed behind her, looking at the place where Suan disappeared without saying a word. Seeing the target disappear, the man in black robe turned around and tried to escape without hesitation, but the space around him had been tightly blocked. You coward, come and die. The old general in armor among the 4 men glared with anger, holding a pair of blood-stained golden maces, as if they were stained with the blood of gods and demons. When he made a move, there was an atmosphere of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All the battlefields of ancient and modern times descended at this moment. Since you are here, just stay here. An old woman among the four people also stretched out her dry hands, and a series of chains with Taoist rules instantly bound the body of the man in black robe. At this moment, the empress's gaze turned to the man in black robe with a cold look, and then she threw away the Suwanio seal in her hand. Call. The sky was spinning and the space was changing. Suwan suddenly fell into a soft embrace and subconsciously grabbed a handle to stabilize his body. His head still felt a little swollen, and he gave a bad review of the experience of using this great teleportation talisman. No wonder it is said to be used with caution. It is just like riding a roller coaster when we are mortals. The air around them suddenly paused for a few seconds. On this ferry boat, the servants, maids, and a silver-haired old woman all opened their mouths wide, staring at the scene in amazement. How did this man appear and how did he end up in the lady's arms? It's clear that the protection shield of the ferry boat was not touched. Bang! A strong force came from under him, and Suwan was pushed out and stood aside. Miss! The silver-haired old woman finally reacted. She let out a strange cry and rushed to her young lady, glaring at Suwan. You, who are you to dare to flirt with my young lady? Her voice was trembling. She was such a noble lady, with a body worth millions of gold, but she was inexplicably taken advantage of by a strange man. The young lady also stood up at this moment, looking at Suwan with a cold expression. A biting chill appeared on her cold and arrogant face, and she drew out a domineering long sword. Such a girl who looks like a lady from a noble family with a beautiful appearance actually uses a knife as her weapon, and it is such a domineering big knife. However, the maids around her have long been accustomed to it. Damn you! She pointed the sword at Suwan, and the sword's intent soared into the sky, as if it also indicated the owner's inner anger. In addition to being angry, Gong Xianqing himself was also a little confused. Originally, she was lying on a lounge chair at the bow of the boat to take a break and look at the scenery after training, but suddenly an 8-foot-tall man fell into her arms and touched the snow-capped mountain that she had treasured for a long time. This man must die. She attacked without any hesitation. The blade flashed fiercely, and the overbearing blade intent was as icy as her expression. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow, but it was not the kind with flying snowflakes, but rather snow-capped mountains rushing straight towards Suwan. This move is what the elders of the Holy Land would call a young talent. When they see it, the maids looked at their mistresses with eyes full of admiration. The young lady was very young, having reached the Purple Mansion realm, just over the age of 20, and had comprehended the meaning of the sword. She could be called a genius of the time. Stop it. However, when seeing the attack in front of him, Suwan just stretched out his hand casually, ignoring the chill that could freeze his magic power, accurately grasped the hilt of the knife, and then shook the diamond cutter on his wrist lightly. The big knife slipped away from Gong Xianqing's hand and fell into Suwan's hand. Good knife! Suwan praised. A top-level spiritual weapon with a hint of Taoism on it. With enough opportunity, it can even transform into a Taoism weapon. It seems that this young lady has a very extraordinary identity. Seeing Gong Xianqing stunned, Suwan grabbed her neck and lifted her up. It's not good for girls to fight and kill each other. Harmony brings wealth. Okay, now tell me where this place is and who you are. Tell me quickly, or I'll start a fight. Suwan exerted a little force with his hands, and the magic power followed his palms to lock his neck. Wait, don't act immediately. The silver-haired old woman had not expected the situation to change so quickly. The young lady had just shown her prowess, but was captured the next moment. The expression on her old face suddenly changed. The aura of the life pill realm emanated from her, and she raised the silver staff in her hand. Sir, this is Yuzhou territory. Please let my lady go quickly, and we can discuss everything. The old woman was still quite afraid of the strength Suwan had just demonstrated, so she didn't threaten him directly. Yuzhou, it's a bit far away. No wonder it's called the Great Teleportation Talisman. Seeing Suwan lost in thought, Gong Xianqing's eyes focused. Opportunity. This guy was careless. The magic power in her right hand gathered quietly, turning her palm into a knife. An invisible ice knife condensed at the edge of her palm and went straight for Suwan's neck. The cold blade caused Suwan's skin to hurt slightly, and even a snowy peak could be cut in half by this palm. Suwan frowned and shook the magic power in his left hand. Gong Xianqing felt as if his soul was being hit by a huge hammer. His magic power was in disorder. His right hand, which had originally attacked him, became soft and powerless, and fell lightly on Suan's mouth, as if it was going to wipe his mouth. Suan slapped the hand expressionlessly, still not being honest. He pinched Gong Xuanqing's palm with slight force, pinching the fair and beautiful neck until it turned red. Stop. The silver-haired old woman looked panicked and knocked her silver staff on the ground. My young lady is from the Xianzhou Gong family, and my aunt is a Yuanshan venerable, the current queen mother. This young man, please don't make mistakes. She didn't care about anything else and directly revealed the lady's identity. If the young lady really dies on the way to breaking off the engagement, all of them will be buried with her. Xianzhou Gong family, what? Wait a minute. Hiss, why does it sound familiar, the Gong family? The current queen mother, the supreme spirit master? He went over these factors in his mind. It seems that my mother was born in the Xianzhou Gong family. This can't be. Suan slowly loosened his hand, and Gong Xuanqing, who lost his support, suddenly slipped and his steps softened. He was about to fall, but was caught in time by Suan. Cousin, are you okay? Chapter 97, Breaking Off the Engagement? I'm familiar with this, so you're actually my cousin? After recovering from his shock, Gong Xuanqing had a complicated look on his face and began to doubt his life. The silver-haired old woman next to him had let down her guard and respectfully returned the token representing the current Empress Dowager to Suan. Meet my cousin. The maids all had expressions as if they had eaten a big melon. A man suddenly fell into the young lady's arms and molested her, then captured her and threatened her. After a long commotion, it turned out that he was the young lady's cousin, a family member. Well, don't be impulsive next time, otherwise someone else won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Suan used his authority as an elder brother to give his son a lesson, and passed over the previous accident. Everything that just happened was just him teaching his naive cousin. That's all. Gong Xuanqing thought about it seriously and nodded, although it was Suan who flirted with him first. If he had not acted impulsively and let Animo take action instead, he would not have ended up in the situation just now. Immediately, he showed some admiration. My cousin has achieved the life pill at the age of 20, no wonder he is valued by my aunt. He is not much older than me, but his strength is far beyond mine. Perhaps he is a true genius. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired old woman next to her couldn't help but show some surprise. The young lady has always been arrogant, but today she would say such words. But on second thought, perhaps I was also impressed by my cousin's talent. Speaking of which, the cousin is actually the adopted son of the Empress Dowager. If he can marry the young lady, wouldn't it be a closer relationship? She thought to herself. By the way, where are you going this time? Suan asked. Go to Qingzhou. Gong Xuanqing replied, go to the Xiao family in Qingzhou to break off the engagement. Her tone was calm but with a hint of anticipation, as if she was going on a trip or breaking off the engagement. Suan suddenly became interested and asked, which Xiao family? The Xiao family that colluded with the demon cultivators not long ago and was liquidated. The silver-haired old woman at the side took the initiative to explain. The Xiao family was originally the overlord of Qingzhou, but the ancestor of the Xiao family colluded with the demon cultivators to invade the Tianshui Holy Land and was destroyed. The Xiao family was also liquidated by the Suanio division because of colluding with the demon cultivators, and was almost wiped out. Now, there are only 2 or 3 cats and kittens left in the Xiao family. They have moved to Blackstone City. The young lady's engagement partner was originally a talented young master of the Xiao family. However, his cultivation suddenly regressed 3 years ago, and he became a useless person. Fortunately, he managed to save his life during the liquidation. As she spoke, she shook her head. The Gong family and the Xiao family actually had some friendship in the past. An ancestor of the Gong family used to be friends with the ancestor of the Xiao family. That was why they made this marriage engagement. But who knew that things are unpredictable? The once overlord Xiao family has now fallen to the point of living in a small town. You are a useless person from a poor family. You are definitely not worthy of my cousin. My decision to break off the engagement has nothing to do with his decline in cultivation. I just don't want to spend my life with someone I don't know. Gong Xuanqing shook his head, his eyes firm. The engagement was made by my grandfather, not my wish. I want to take my destiny into my own hands. When she learned about the engagement, she was very resistant and wanted to cancel it, but was always stopped by her family until recently, when they heard the news of the Xiao family's decline. the old stubborn people in the family agreed to let her go and cancel the engagement. Well said, your destiny is in your own hands. Suan expressed his full support for Gong Xuanqing's decision to cancel the engagement. This plot is so familiar. It turns out that my cousin is also a villain. It just so happens that I also need to go to Qingzhou, so I will go with you to cancel the engagement. I am familiar with this matter. Gong Xuanqing gave Suan a strange look and said, "Then I'll trouble you, cousin." "No trouble, no trouble." Suan replied happily. There were new leeks to harvest. Blackstone City is a small city located in Qian County. Although it is not one of those towns with thin spiritual energy, its overall strength is also very weak. Here, the Purple Mansion realm is already like an ancestor, and the Xiao family settled down in this small town. The immortal boat stopped outside Blackstone City, and Gong Xuanqing and his party changed to a carriage and arrived at the gate of the Xiao family. Has the Xiao family fallen to this point? Looking at the two Lingdong realm guards at the door of the Xiao family, Aunt Mo couldn't help but sigh even though she was prepared. Suan did not speak and stood beside Gong Xuanqing. His cousin was quite studious and often asked him to guide her in her practice on the ferry boat. After spending some time together, their relationship became much closer. It seems that the decline of the Xiao family was caused by himself. Who are you? The two guards saw that the visitor looked noble and did not dare to offend him, so they asked cautiously. The Xiao family is now as cautious as they can be. We are from the Xianzhougon family. Let's go and inform your head of the family. Aunt Mo said. The guards looked at each other and hurried in to report. Soon, the head of the Xiao family came out personally and welcomed everyone into the Xiao family hall with great enthusiasm. There were several elders sitting in the Xiao family's hall. When they saw Suan and the others, they all greeted them with smiles, and even seemed a little fawning. There were also many girls from the Xiao family who cast passionate glances at Suan, and some were even bold enough to directly wink at him, causing Gong Xuanqing to frown slightly. The current patriarch of the Xiao family is the youngest son of the ancestor of the Xiao family and the younger brother of the former patriarch. Because he has no talent and is not favored, he has always been on the margins and thus escaped liquidation by luck. However, in the current Xiao family, he can be regarded as a top-notch master. After a while, the rest of the Xiao family members also arrived. There was also a handsome and thin young man who was standing there awkwardly. There was no seat. In the end, the head of the Xiao family had someone add a chair with a sullen face. "Well, my name is Molan, and I am honored to be the steward of the Gong family. Master Xiao, we came to the nobles this time to ask for a favor." Aunt Mo coughed lightly and stood up. Deacon Mo, please go ahead. As long as it is within our ability, our Xiao family will not refuse. The Xiao family also stood up and replied. The Gong family is now far from being comparable to his Xiao family, so of course he dare not neglect them. "Hey, Master Xiao, do you know this person?" Aunt Mo pointed at Gong Xuanqing, who stood up at the right time and nodded politely. "Hello, Uncle Xiao." Then he continued talking with Suan. "This guy, please forgive my poor eyesight." The head of the Xiao family looked at him again and again, and finally shook his head. "Master Xiao, this is my young lady, Gong Xuanqing." Aunt Mo introduced. Listening to the meaningless greetings of several people, Suan's eyes were on the handsome young man. From what the people around him said, his name seemed to be Xiao Yao, and his cultivation level was only in the initial stage of foundation building. There is no woman like Qing Lian around him, and their identities and backgrounds are different. At this moment, the young man clenched his fist slightly, as if he had guessed something. Chapter 98. 30 years on the west side of the river, 30 years on the east side of the river, the dead are the greatest. Finally, Aunt Mo said what she had been thinking for a long time. "Master Xiao, you also know that my young lady is devoted to cultivation and has no interest in matters between men and women. This time we came here in the hope that the nobles can cancel the engagement." Bang! The teacup shattered, and the head of the Xiao family punched the table heavily. The rest of the Xiao family cast mocking looks at the young man at the same time. Strictly speaking, Aunt Mo's words were very polite. The Xiao family was now just an aunt to the Gong family. The status of the two families was incomparable. If it weren't for the concern for the past friendship between the two ancestors, there would be no need to make such a hassle to cancel the engagement. Just send someone to notify them. What can the Xiao family do now? But the Xiao family father and son didn't think so. This is too much. The head of the Xiao family condensed all his magic power, and a golden lion phantom appeared on his chest. It roared to the sky, and the sound shook all directions. Humph! Aunt Emo snorted coldly. The aura of the life pill realm was clearly revealed. She took a step forward and suppressed her momentum. Master Xiao, don't make a mistake. The face of the head of the Xiao family suddenly turned pale. He took 2 steps back and fell back into his chair. Gong Xianqing looked coldly at the fawning people of the Xiao family and the angry Xiao family head, and took out a pill box. Here is a jade spirit reincarnation pill, which can improve a person's cultivation aptitude. Just consider it as an apology for this farce. To her, it was really just a farce. Upon hearing the name of the jade spirit reincarnation pill, everyone in the Xiao family immediately started talking about it. Those who had never heard of it couldn't help but stare at the pill box in Gong Xuanqing's hand with a covetous look on their face. After listening to the explanation of the people next to them, they didn't care about the reputation of the clan leader's lineage, but they were thinking about whether they could get the pill into their own hands. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Gong Xianqing. The handsome young man stood up and met Gong Xuanqing's gaze without fear. You are going too far. You broke off the engagement in public. Where does this put my Xiao family? Where does this put my father and me? The young man stood straight and almost roared as he said this. There was a brief silence in the hall for a few seconds. Gong Xianqing also frowned. Face, huh? What face do you have, and what face does your Xiao family have? At this time Suan stood up and walked in front of Xiao Yao. His tall body was half a head taller than the thin Xiao Yao. The aura of the Life Dan realm was even more shocking, making him look particularly tall. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes full of contempt. The dignity of an ant is worthless. A small, declining family that still doesn't recognize its own status. Those ruthless and cold eyes made Xiao Yao's heart tremble slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. This marriage is now called off. Who is in favor and who is against it? Suan glanced around the hall, and everyone in the Xiao family lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. I object. It was Xiao Yao's voice. Bang! Suan turned around and slapped him. Xiao Yao's body flew up directly, turned several times in the air, and then fell heavily towards the head of the Xiao family. Yaoer! The head of the Xiao family shouted and quickly reached out to catch Xiao Yao. Feeling shocked and angry, fortunately, Xiao Yao seemed to be fine, except for the right side of his face, which was swollen with a conspicuous slap mark. Suan frowned secretly. He had used 80% of his strength in that slap just now. Even if a cultivator in the fetal breathing stage came instead, he would be crippled if not killed, but Xiao Yao's face was just swollen. Suan looked at Xiao Yao's right hand, on which was a dark, inconspicuous, and simple ring. Did you take action? The one who can make myself unable to detect the movement of the attack must be the residual soul of some primordial spirit. Old man, you can't even die completely. Shengnan and the others are not with me now. However, when in Qingzhou, Suan thought of Muningzhen and felt a little annoyed for a moment, so he temporarily suppressed this idea. Anyone else object? He continued. No one spoke, including Xiao Yao's father. Even though he gritted his teeth, he didn't dare to say anything more at this moment. Suan casually threw the jade spirit reincarnation pill to an elder of the Xiao family, then walked to Gong Xianqing and said, Okay, the marriage is cancelled, let's go. This 3-year agreement is totally unnecessary. Wouldn't it be better to be more straightforward? Oh, okay, fine. After watching Suan's hardcore cancellation of the engagement, Gong Xianqing didn't know what to say. Although she really wanted to cancel the engagement, she was still prepared to save some face for the Xiao family. After all, the ancestors of the two families had a friendship. As for Suan, he was simply trampling the Xiao family's reputation on the ground and throwing it into the cesspool. After all, Suan is not a member of the Gong family, and the ancestor of the Gong family really can't control him. But I have to say that this kind of decisive feeling is really refreshing. Stop. After they walked to the door, Xiao Yao's voice was heard again. He covered his swollen cheek, supported himself on the table and barely stood up, his eyes full of defiance. Even though he could hardly open his eyes, the youth's spirit did not diminish in the slightest. Under the worried gaze of Patriarch Xiao, he slowly said, 30 years on the west side of the river, 30 years on the east side of the river, don't bully. Boom! Suan stepped on the ground, and a magical power came out through the soles of his shoes. The Xiao family hall collapsed in an instant, and the billowing smoke and rubble directly submerged Xiao Yao and the others. The dead are the greatest. He silently added to Xiao Yao, and then he held Gong Xuanqing's hand. Let's go. The Gong family left, but the Xiao family's pain had just begun. Where are you going next? After leaving Black Rock City, Suan asked. I don't know, but I'll just take a walk around. I don't want to go back to the family for the time being. Perhaps because of the broken engagement, without a layer of shackles, Gong Xianqing looked more lively. Miss, the head of the family ordered you to go back after canceling the engagement. Aunt Mo looked at Suan with some embarrassment, hoping that Suan could help persuade her. Unfortunately, Suan's ability to recognize the meaning of eyes only works on beautiful women. He laughed and said, "Why don't you go to Tianshui sect? I'll help you find a teacher." "Cousin, do you know anyone from the Tianshui Holy Land?" Gong Xianqing asked in surprise. "Of course, Master Mu of Tianshui sect is my mentor and friend." Suan emphasized the last few words. "Well, let's go to Tianshui sect," Gong Xianqing decided. She had great respect for Muningzhen, a female soul with extraordinary achievements and great reputation. Her goal is to become a strong person like Muningzhen, and at this moment she can't help but feel excited like meeting her idol. Only Aunt Mo looked conflicted, but she didn't dare to stop Suan's decision. However, she changed her mind and thought that the young lady was going to the Tianshui Holy Land. If the young lady could establish a good relationship with the Tianshui Holy Land, the head of the family would probably be very happy when he knew about it. Probably the immortal boat then sailed towards the Holy Land of Tianshui. Well, Swan actually just wanted to hitchhike. The immortal boat stopped outside the Tianshui Holy Land. Since the Tianshui sect was promoted to the Tianshui Holy Land, its scope has expanded by another week, and more buildings have been added, giving it the style of a Holy Land. Chapter 99. Fairy Chu. A figure flew out from the Holy Land, and after seeing the appearance of the immortal boat, his expectant expression collapsed again. She thought Suan was here. "Who are you and why are you here in my Tianshui Holy Land?" She flew to the front of the immortal boat, and the aura on her body had already reached the peak of the life pill. Chuyin has good talent. He has been dormant in the Mingdan realm for nearly 100 years. With the guidance of Muningzhen, who is cultivated into a primordial spirit, he is not far from breaking through to the Chunyang realm. This is Fairy Chu, the second disciple of Master Mu. I heard that she has a cold personality and is not interested in men like Master Mu. Aunt Mo was well informed and turned around to reveal Chu Yin's identity to everyone. "You're not interested in men, are you sure?" Gong Xianqing asked questioningly while looking ahead. "Of course." Aunt Mo followed Gong Xianqing's gaze and turned to look at Chu Yin again, and the affirmative voice stopped abruptly. Suan's figure appeared outside the ferry boat, and the Fairy Chu, who was not interested in men, threw herself into Suan's arms like a young swallow. The little woman's appearance definitely shows that she is attracted to men. Well, it's normal that some rumors are untrue. Seeing the suspicion of the maids in Gong Xianqing, Aunt Mo coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. After all, this Fairy Chu is not Master Mu, so it's normal for her to have some sexual desires. It's normal. Oh. Gong Xianqing looked expressionlessly at Chu Yin, who was struggling in Suan's arms. What Fairy Chu? She is so unreserved. Okay, Iner. Suan patted Chu Yin's snowy back. Come down first. My cousin is in the ferry boat. She is staying in Tianshui sect for a while. What about you? I will live here for a while, too. Chu Yin smiled when she heard this, and then looked at Xianzhou with some enthusiasm. Cousin, right? Welcome to Tianshui Holy Land. Gong Xianqing only brought some maids and the guard Aunt Mo on her ferry boat. It was an easy arrangement and would not violate the regulations of the Tianshui Holy Land. After welcoming everyone into the Tianshui Holy Land, Chu Yin arranged accommodation for them with ease, and intentionally or unintentionally, he arranged Suan next to his Tianin Peak. Last time, because I was not proactive enough, I missed the opportunity and my junior sister Sha Yulo took the lead. I can't miss it again this time. The future is in your own hands. Iner, where is your master? Suan suddenly asked. Ah. Oh, master. Chu Yin came back to her senses and pointed in the direction of the main peak with a slightly red face. Master should be practicing there. Okay, then I'll take my cousin to visit Master first. After saying something to Chu Yin, Suan took Gong Xianqing and headed towards the main peak. They met many disciples from the Tianshui Holy Land on the way. Most of them recognized Suan as the benefactor who had helped the Tianshui sect before, the good friend of Elder Chu Yin, and the Marquis of Dashang. They all greeted him respectfully. This surprised Gong Xianqing. Why did his cousin seem to have a very high status in the Tianshui sect? As if he saw Gong Xianqing's doubts, Suan took the initiative to say, I helped Tianshui sect with a small favor before. A small favor? Gong Xianqing thought of something when he heard that, and asked quickly, "Cousin, you can't be the marquis who helped the Tianshui sect fight off the demon cultivators." The previous rumor about Lord Su outsmarting the 5 demon lords was a special version specially made for the imperial capital. It was less circulated in other places. For example, Gong Xianqing only heard that a great Shang marquis helped the Tianshui Holy Land to destroy the demon cultivators. "Oh, I just helped Tianshui sect kill a few old demons in the Pure Yang realm. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Suan waved his hand to show a little modesty. Gong Xianqing, why does this sound a bit strange? The two walked all the way to the main peak, but Gong Xianqing stopped at the door. "What's wrong?" Suan asked. "What kind of personality does Master Mu have? What should I say when I see him later?" Gong Xianqing said a little nervously, "Whether it is like Yi Gong's love for dragons or not, it is hard for anyone not to feel nervous when meeting a supreme Yuanshan master who was at the pinnacle of cultivators. The ancestor of her Gong family was only at the Pure Yang realm after all, although her aunt was a Yuanshan venerable, but as the current empress dowager, Gong Yueru could only be considered half a member of the Gong family, and she herself had rarely seen her aunt. Master Mu was very easy to talk to. "Don't be afraid." Suan comforted her and continued to walk inside with Gong Xianqing. "You're here." Before the two of them could go deeper, Mu Ningxian's figure appeared in front of them. "Hello, Master Mumu." Gong Xianqing hurriedly bowed respectfully, glancing at him out of the corner of his eyes with a look of longing and admiration. The Mu Ning in front of her was exactly what she imagined. She had a cold temperament, a peerless appearance, and was indifferent and detached from the world. She seemed to not care much about anything, like a peerless fairy who had descended to the mortal world and did not belong to this world. "Master, long time no see. I missed you so much." Suan walked up to him without any hesitation in 3 or 2 steps and opened his arms for a big hug. Ningxian's eyes twitched slightly, and she could no longer maintain her indifferent expression, so she dodged to the side. "Stop calling me master. This kid is addicted." After such a long period of adjustment, she gradually forgot the ridiculous things that happened at that time, just treated as a few accidents. "We knew that as soon as I saw the shameless look of this boy, my calm mood would be instantly broken. This guy is so shameless, he tries to get close to me as soon as he meets me. I am a dignified Yuanshan venerable, but he dares to harbor evil intentions towards me and is not afraid that I can slap him to death." Suan did not feel embarrassed, and calmly withdrew his hand. "Master is my master for life. I always remember the sincere teachings that Master gave me in the room. I dare not forget every detail. I guess it's the same for Master." When Suan said this, he showed a nostalgic smile, but in Mu Ningxian's eyes, that smile looked treacherous no matter how you looked at it. Combined with the words just now, it was a blatant threat, as if saying, "Master, you don't want others to know what happened between us. What a headache. Why did this kid come to Qingzhou again?" Mu Ningxian was helpless. "Okay, call me whatever you want." Gong Xianqing, who was standing by, was stunned watching the interaction between the two. "Why do I feel their relationship is a little subtle?" Master Mu was not angry even though his cousin acted so casually and unrestrainedly, and there is master and teacher. What is the relationship between these two? "Is this your cousin?" Mu Ningxian looked at Gong Xianqing and suddenly said she noticed Suan as soon as he entered the Tianshui Holy Land. Then she focused her mind on Suan and naturally knew Gong Xianqing's identity from their conversation. "Yes, this is my cousin, from the Shenzhou Gong family," Suan introduced. Junior Gong Xianqing pays his respects to Master Mu. Gong Xianqing did not dare to be as presumptuous as Suan. He performed the etiquette of a junior very strictly, and there was nothing wrong with it. "Not bad." Mu Ningxian's eyes showed appreciation, then he glanced at Suan again. "How could such a lawless boy have such a well-behaved cousin? I don't even know how to learn from them." Chapter 100. Go to Tiandao sect to see the scenery. Gong Xianqing was slightly excited. This was recognition from the venerable Yuanshan. "Master, what do you think? My cousin has good talent, right?" Suan put her arm around Gong Xianqing's shoulders. Such close contact made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't beat around the bush." Mu Ningxian rolled her eyes at Suan. Master, my cousin has always admired you since she heard about your deeds, and now, blah blah." Suan put his hands on Gong Xianqing's shoulders and pushed her forward. Mu Ningxian raised her eyebrows, but she understood what Suan meant. Do you want me to accept her as my apprentice? Gong Xianqing was also stunned. He didn't even care about the hand on his shoulder and looked at Suan in surprise. Her cousin hadn't told her about becoming his disciple in advance. Then she looked at Mu Ningxin with some expectation. Would Master Mu really agree? To have a master from the Supreme Being is something that many people desire but cannot obtain. Mu Ningxin hesitated for a moment. When she was in the Pure Yang realm, many aristocratic families wanted to give their daughters to her. Not to mention after she achieved the Yuanshan realm, there were countless people who wanted to become her disciples, and many of them were very talented, but she didn't agree to any of them. But since it was Suan's request this time, never mind, just consider it as compensation to him. What's more, Gong Xuanqing's talent is indeed good. Stay and take a look first. She nodded. Suan smiled when he heard this and pushed forward with his hand. Xianqing, why don't you thank the master quickly? Gong Xianqing looked at Suan gratefully, then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Disciple greets master. Get up. Mu Ningxin lifted him up with his magic power, which was regarded as accepting this disciple. Let's not talk about how Aunt Mo excitedly reported to the Gong family after learning that her young lady had become Master Mu's disciple. Let's talk about the imperial capital. Lingzhu, have you not yet been able to confirm the news about the man in black robe? On the throne, Su Ruwashi had an ugly expression on her face. The old woman whom Su Ruwashi called the spirit ancestor shook her head slightly and said, with the 4 of us taking action, it should have been foolproof, but in the end, a great force came across space and took away the black-robed soul. The guiding light was really mysterious, and we couldn't catch up. Lingzhu was one of the 4 souls who took action at the beginning. He was also the soul master who truly protected Su Ruwashi and the royal ancestor who was at the peak of the soul level. The other 3, 2 are royal spirits, and the other is the great general guarding the country, Duke Wu of Wu, Wu Hong, all of whom are powerful spirits. With the help of 4 powerful souls and the black bird's luck, the man in black was eventually led away, but he was also seriously injured. However, Su Ruwashi was not satisfied with this result. Little Lord Su risked his life to lure out the enemy. Can't we even confirm the enemy's identity? Shaoan is indeed a good kid. Lingzhu nodded, a bit of kindness on his old face. After a pause, he said, Your Majesty, after our deduction of the previous battle, the identity of the man in black robe seems to be related to the Tian Dao sect, but this result may not be necessarily accurate. If we act rashly, it might arouse the vigilance of other sects and holy places. The fact that she could say the name of Tian Dao sect was already 70% certain, and the next sentence was the key point. If Dishang attacks the Tian Dao sect, it will inevitably lead other sects to mistakenly believe that Dishang wants to take action against their sections. Tian Dao sect. Su Ruwashi slammed the throne, her eyes suddenly turning cold. Order Xianzhou Suanio Division to immediately blockade Tian Dao sect, and order the Suanio Division commander to personally supervise the inspection. Also, ask Qingzu to come over. If anyone from other sects dares to support the Tian Dao sect, they will be considered its accomplices and will be punished together with it. Her voice contained the arrogance and majesty that she rarely showed in front of Su, and she wanted to see what that sky was. Hongxiao took the order and went down to inform. Lingzhu nodded and did not object. She was simply stating the pros and cons. The one who really made the decision was Su Ruwashi. Even though she was not mature enough, she was the master of Dishang. As for those sects, if they are really ignorant, just suppress them. Have you found out any news about Lord Su? Su Ruwashi asked Qingling this time. Your Majesty, according to the spies from the Suanio division, Lord Su seemed to have appeared at the Shao family in Qingzhou, and then went to the Tianshui Holy Land. The Suanio division was well informed and had a strong intelligence presence. In addition, Su Ruwashi had issued a strict order to search the entire Shang dynasty to find the person, so Suan's figure, which was not well concealed, was soon discovered. Tianshui Holy Land? It's safe at least. Upon hearing that Suan was fine, the Empress's frown gradually relaxed. I and the Tianshui Holy Land, with Mu Ningxin protecting us, there shouldn't be any problems. To be honest, when Suan asked Higanbana to hand the clay figurine to her and asked her to keep an eye on it, she didn't think that she would be able to lure out the person behind it, but out of concern, he still notified several souls in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, Shaoanzi really gave her a scare, and the person behind the scenes took action personally. When her father died in an accident, the royal family realized that someone was behind the scenes, but unfortunately they couldn't find the person after trying many ways. As a result, The man was lured out by Shaoanzi by using himself as bait. I don't know where Shaoanzi got such great appeal that he could provoke Yuanshan to take action personally. Mother, what are you doing? Looking at the Empress Dowager standing in front of her Taiyuan palace with a fighting spirit, the Empress who had just returned opened her mouth slightly. It's nothing. I just want to go back to Xianzhou to visit my relatives, so I told you. Gong Yuaru smiled kindly. The Empress's eyebrows jumped. With such a strong desire to fight, he said he was going to visit his parents. It's almost like killing one's own relatives for the sake of justice. You know, she asked tentatively. Shouldn't I know? Gong Yuaru asked back, although Su Ruoshi did not tell her about it. How could something that happened near the imperial capital be hidden from a soul? So you're going? Let's go to Tiandao sect to see the scenery. Well, now the Queen Mother even knows the culprit. You really care about Shaoanzi. The Empress said this and felt a little jealous. The Queen Mother always favors Shaoanzi. For example, when she was a child, she just needed Shaoanzi a little bit, and Shaoanzi ran to the Xinang palace crying. The Queen Mother called her over and spanked her, and only stopped after Shaoanzi begged for mercy. Although she continued to need her clothes, she was often beaten by her mother. In fact, she was a little jealous of Shaoanzi at that time, jealous that he had taken her mother away, until later, he accidentally saw Shaoanzi having a conflict with the third prince because of him. Chapter 101. The Door to Wonder. Shaoanzi was a lonely little kid, skinny and small, only as tall as his chest, and was beaten up by the third prince and a dozen half-grown kids who were taller and stronger than him. The little head was stepped into the mud pit, the fair face became bruised and swollen, the exposed arm was broken, and the white bones protruded from the skin, but he was stubborn and didn't say a word, unwilling to say a bad word about himself as the third prince requested. After that, she accepted this younger brother in her heart, and tell him solemnly, from now on you are under my protection, my brother, no one can bully you except me. Of course, Shaoanzi probably fainted at that time and didn't hear these words. In short, from then on, she liked to need Shaoanzi even more. After rescuing the half-dead Shaoanzi and bringing him back to the Xinang palace, the Queen Mother, upon learning of this, sent the third prince's mother to the cold palace with a cold face. As for the third prince now, he seems to be reclaiming wasteland in Huangzhou, and no one knows whether he is dead or not. I have to mention here that the third prince is the eldest prince's younger brother, and the eldest prince and Su Ruoshi are the only two of the previous emperor's descendants who have the talent to cultivate their primordial spirits and have the right of inheritance. Su Ruoshi has a stronger talent and a more upright background, while the eldest prince only has a slight advantage in age, and is suppressed by Su Ruoshi in other aspects. The third prince took action out of his desire to vent his brother's anger. Later, Su Ruoshi gained the support of the royal ancestor and quickly ascended the throne, ending their brief and dramatic struggle. But Shaoanzi was almost beaten to death at that time. He was young and weak, and had not really started practicing. In addition, most of the third prince and his men had already practiced, so they did not care about the severity of their attacks. Shaoanzi's heart meridians were even damaged, and most healing pills were unusable. Even if he could recover from his injuries, it might affect Shaoanzi's future practice. In the end, it was the Queen Mother who personally took action to stabilize Shaoanzi's injuries, and captured a rebuilt life pill flower demon to refine a furnace of creation pills, and only then was Shaoanzi rescued intact. Well, I haven't exercised for a long time. I almost forgot that I was once known as the #1 prodigy in Xianzhou. Gong Yuaru's smile grew brighter, and her fighting spirit and murderous intent grew stronger. The overall strength of the cultivation community in Xianzhou is far greater than that in Qingzhou and Dongzhou. If Gong Yu can be called the #1 prodigy in Xianzhou, how could her talent be weak? You have to know that although the Gong family is not bad, it is not a top family. Gong Yuaru was able to become the queen because of her strong talent, which is only slightly inferior to that of the late emperor. She is about the same age as the late emperor, but only slightly weaker in strength. She has lived in the palace for many years and has never slacked off in her cultivation. Even without Suan's elixir, it is only a matter of time before she achieves the state of a primordial spirit. Su Ruoshi was a little dazed. Such a queen mother was really rare. She was used to seeing her mother's calmness and gentleness and her kind look in front of Shaoanzi. But in fact, her mother was just a young person who was less than 200 years old. The Queen Mother set out for Xianzhou and Qingzhou, and the people from the Suwanio division also set out for the soul. Riding in the immortal boat is a sheer waste of time. It can just tear the space apart to go wherever it wants to go. A long journey will only add a little trouble, however. Suen doesn't know this yet. Deep in the Tian Dao sect, the Taoist who noticed the movements of Suen Yaozi looked slightly gloomy, and his pale face looked even more like a ghost under the dim natural light. As expected of someone who can disrupt destiny, he actually schemed against me. And those demon cultivators are really insignificant. They quickly separate themselves at the slightest sign of trouble. Thinking of those demon cultivators in the north who had directly cut off contact with him, the Taoist's face became even colder. He is not Emperor Yuan and does not have the confidence to confront the Shang dynasty. I in the same realm. Yuan is at the peak of the soul because the limit of the realm is there, and he is at the peak of the soul because he can only achieve the peak of the soul. As for escaping, in the camp under the Tian Dao sect, the two spirits of a commander of the Suanio division and an ancestor of the royal family were staring at the Tian Dao sect. In fact, if he really made up his mind, he still had some confidence that he could escape, but he couldn't abandon the Tian Dao sect, let alone give up the hard work of his master and senior brothers. He affectionately stroked the huge door in front of him that was engraved with unique patterns. Ju Man also began to emit a faint halo. If Ling Zhu was here, he would find that this halo was very similar to the guiding light that led the black-robed man away that day. The patterns on this huge door look a bit rough, as if they were not fully carved and were not perfect. 10,000 years ago, his master accidentally discovered a spiritual treasure that had not yet been fully conceived. This spiritual treasure was different from those that were refined by humans. It was born naturally and had a tangible form. Its quality surpassed all the spiritual treasures that his master had ever seen. However, the gestation process of this spiritual treasure seemed to have gone wrong and was forced to be interrupted. It was in a state of spiritual loss and could not continue to be gestated. His master believed that this spiritual treasure was most likely related to the legendary Dao fruit realm, so he brought it back to the Tian Dao sect and studied it day and night, using his great magic power to slow down the loss of its spiritual power until the end of his life. His master was still unable to comprehend the secret of the Dao fruit, but he invented a secret method to stop the loss of his spiritual power with the help of the Tian Dao sect's underground veins. However, because of this spiritual treasure could not leave the scope of the Tian Dao sect. Before his death, the master handed this magical treasure to him and his senior brother, and asked them to make sure it was repaired. With the help of the profound Dao rhyme and this spiritual treasure, even though they were unable to fully comprehend it, the two of them broke through their primordial spirits, and the strength of the Tian Dao sect was further enhanced, but he still had no idea about how to achieve the breakthrough. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this spiritual treasure definitely contains the power of the Dao fruit realm or even more mysterious power. Repairing or nurturing this magical treasure became the goal and even obsession of the fellow disciples, but the two of them searched through all the equipment refining traditions and tried various methods, but to no avail, until Sky appeared. Taoists do not know what form heaven exists in, nor do they know whether heaven is the real heaven, but what is certain is that heaven is majestic and vast, and that it seems difficult for heaven to directly intervene in the world. Heaven called this magical treasure the Gate of All Wonders and told them how to repair the Gate of All Wonders, that is to use the fortune of the entire Shang dynasty as a sacrifice, and to use the Gate of All Wonders to accommodate the fortune of the world, and then the transformation will be completed. But it is not easy to overthrow the Shang dynasty. The emperor of the Shang dynasty can control the destiny of the world, just like the emperor of heaven and the world. His divine power can suppress the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Even if all the spirits in the world are gathered together, they may not be enough to defeat him. The Taoist does not think he can do it. So after enduring for thousands of years, when the emperor was about to die and his successor had not yet achieved a breakthrough in his spiritual realm, heaven took action. He paid an unknown price to shave off the remaining hundreds of years of His Majesty's life. Chapter 102. I can only sorry, Master. The Taoist didn't know how much the price was, but after that, the contact between him and heaven had been intermittent and no longer as stable as before. After the death of the Shang emperor, the new emperor hurriedly succeeded to the throne, becoming the only monarch of the Shang dynasty who succeeded to the throne before breaking through the primordial spirit. However, the new emperor is extremely gifted, and with the help of luck after he ascended the throne, his cultivation progressed even faster. Even though he is still unable to fully control his luck at the pure Yang realm, he can still exert the strength of the Yuanshan realm. The powerful strength of the royal family is enough to intimidate the villains, and the world remains peaceful. In everyone's opinion, it was almost certain that the new emperor would achieve a breakthrough to his spiritual realm. The new emperor himself probably thought so too. Perhaps it was because the new emperor was overconfident and left the imperial capital before breaking through his spiritual realm, giving them an opportunity. So that time, the brothers took action when the new emperor was on his southern tour, while his senior brother desperately held back the two Yuanshan realm guards. He was responsible for killing the new emperor. However, he underestimated the power of the new emperor and the loyalty of the people around him. The attack he launched with the intention of risking his life was mostly blocked by a pure Yang realm guard beside the new emperor, who destroyed himself and his spiritual treasure, causing only insignificant damage to the new emperor. In the end, the two brothers escaped with serious injuries. His senior brother was injured more seriously, and his future path was almost cut off. If it weren't for the help of heaven to cover up their tracks, they would have been discovered by the powerful royal family long ago. The new emperor also returned to the imperial capital and never came out again. Seeing that there was no hope of repairing the gate of all wonders and the way forward was blocked, the senior brother made a crazy move. He made a deal with heaven and with the help of heaven, sacrificed himself and cast a horrifying curse. Secret technique. For the first time, a curse was cast in this world by a powerful soul who sacrificed himself and used heaven as a medium. The late emperor, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, was cursed to death. It seemed that heaven had paid some price again and disappeared for nearly 20 years, only recently reconnecting with him again. These 20 years were also the weakest 20 years for the Shang dynasty. Unfortunately, no one dared to rebel. This was not only because the Shang dynasty had accumulated great prestige, but also because of the terrifying strength of the royal family. The royal family has enjoyed good fortune for so many years and has gathered resources from all over the world. No one knows how many souls they still have, but there are no less than 6 souls on the surface alone. Together with several souls loyal to the royal family, they can defeat several holy places in Shang. When pushed to the limit, the Shang royal family directly let a certain Yuanshan ancestor sit on the throne. Although the succession issue would become troublesome later, it would be enough to deal with all current troubles. The strength of the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan is only slightly stronger than a Holy Land, and they do not have the courage to invade Shang. The Taoist priest didn't dare to do that either. He only dared to do small tricks. For example, he accepted a disciple named Ji Xian, who was destined to be an emperor, and secretly trained him by hiding his identity, and he also personally created hatred for him against the Shang dynasty. He had high expectations for Yi Xian. It was a pity that this disciple died at the hands of the man who disturbed destiny, and he himself was also schemed by that man and fell into such a state. Damn bastard. And Gong Xincheng. Bitch. They are all bitches. On the back hill of the Xiao family, Xiao Yao knelt on the ground, pounding the ground frantically until his hands were covered in blood. The resentment in his heart was not dissipated much. However, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and his hands gradually became weak. The ant-like look that man gave him was still engraved in his heart, hurting him from time to time. Strength, he suddenly smiled, that ferocious smile that pulled the corners of his mouth. I should have understood long ago that in this world, without strength, there is no dignity, and without strength, you are nothing. I don't want to experience yesterday's insult again. His eyes were bloodshot, but he looked particularly determined. He, little kid, it looks like you need some help. When he made up his mind, an old voice suddenly came into his ears. Who is it? Xiao Yao looked around in horror. The place was flat on all sides and there was no place to hide. Is it possible to see a ghost in broad daylight? He, little kid, stop looking, I'm in your ring. The old voice continued teasingly. After a certain old monster played tricks, Xiao Yao finally calmed down and figured out the situation. He realized that it was this old guy who made him a waste. But this old guy also had an extraordinary identity and was the legendary master of alchemy. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. The old soul body also nodded slightly. My name is Old Yen, and I will not tell you my origins for now. You just need to know that the Gong family that came to your Xiao family to break off the engagement was nothing more than a bunch of dirtbags in my eyes. This old antique who has stayed in the ring for a long time is still unaware of Gong Yueru's entry into the soul, but no matter what, Xiao Yao and Yen Lao began their fateful first meeting. At the main peak of Tianshui Holy Land, Suan looked at the closed door with a sad and angry expression. They didn't even let him into the room. What a shame, although this was not originally his room. But putting the facts aside, was Mu Ning really not wrong? Mr. Su just wanted to be filial. What did he do wrong? Suan, you are here too, what a coincidence. A voice with a hint of surprise came from the palace gate. It was Chu Ying. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, and it was obvious that she came here on purpose. Unfortunately, I'm in a bad mood right now. Suan had a stern face and no expression. Ah. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling comfortable here? Shuing hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Suen turned his head again. Nothing, I'm just in a bad mood. Then how can you get better? Shuin asked stupidly. Suen glanced at her, quickly put away the smile in his eyes, frowned and thought, there is a way, but it may be a bit difficult for you. Tell me what you want, I won't make it difficult for you. Shuin agreed without thinking. Then I'll tell you. Suen stopped hiding it and soon revealed his evil side. Chuyin's face flushed as she spoke, and she clenched her hands. How could this be? This is simply. Chuyin, who had never practiced the Yin Yang Dao, was shaking all over when he suddenly heard that he was going to do such an exciting thing. After a long time, she finally prepared herself mentally and looked inside the door with some fear. Come on. After all, the master's request cannot be refused. I can only apologize to my master. Even though Suen didn't force her to do anything, Shuing still consciously adapted to her identity. Chapter 103. How dare the little thief insult me like this? Seeing Chuyin agreed, a strange look flashed in Suen's eyes. Looking at Chuyin, who was wearing a blue and white dress and was very charming, he immediately used his magic power to close the door of the palace, and then threw a blanket in front of Muningzhen's door. Iner, do you remember the first time we met? The voice was barely audible. Very good, let's recall it first. Suen raised the corner of his mouth and slowly uttered a few words. Master, lift up your skirt. Click, click, the space in front of him shattered and healed like a mirror. Muningzhen stared at the door intently, her silver teeth clenched, and her earlobes turned slightly red again. How dare this little thief? This is simply outrageous and too much. Iner is such a good disciple, but she actually cooperated with this little thief to do such a ridiculous thing. Does she still regard me as her master? Tortured and upset, Muningzhen simply closed her ears and prepared to continue practicing. However, after practicing for a while, she couldn't help looking outside the door. What did they say just now? Will they say something even more ridiculous? Once you get agitated, you can't calm down. Practice for a while and then stop for a while. After repeating this several times, she finally couldn't help but open her ears. Master, be careful not to knock your teeth. Suen's voice was gentle. Another strange sound was heard in the middle of the journey. Yes, that's it. Very good. Master, you are very talented. Muningzhen was really confused after hearing these conversations. Talent? Teeth, what and what? Her curiosity was aroused and she couldn't help but secretly probe with her divine sense. Swish, her delicate cheeks turned red in an instant, and the magic power flowing in her body seemed to be out of control, and her silver teeth were clenched tightly. How dare this little thief insult me like this? He is simply asking for his own death and isn't even afraid of being slapped to death. Shoot him to death. Shoot him to death, shoot them all to death. Muningzhen waved his hand and thought viciously, but he did not retract his thoughts. Teacher, why is this technique so weak? Under the training of Master Yin, Xiaoyao, who already had a foundation, quickly recovered his cultivation to the Tao entering realm. At this moment, he was soaking in a medicinal bath, complaining about the ring beside him. Don't be ungrateful, kid. This Flame Sutra is a first-class cultivation method in the world. It only needs to devour different heavenly fires to continuously evolve. If I didn't have to start from scratch, I would have practiced this method. Old Yan's figure appeared at the side, and he suddenly looked down at Xiaoyao and shook his head with disdain. The potion, which had become much clearer, naturally could not cover anything. Stinky old man, what do you mean? Xiaoyao covered his body with his hands and stared at Old Yan with wide eyes. This is a man's dignity. TSK. Old Yan shook his head and said nothing, but it seemed as if he had said everything. To think that I was once a very romantic man, what a pity. He sighed again. Stinky old man, %. Xiaoyao opened his mouth and greeted. Don't be discouraged, you are still young and have opportunities to grow. Elder Yan comforted. You filthy old man, I'm going to fight you. After a while of playing around, it was discovered that the master and disciple had unexpectedly compatible personalities. Master Yan was also quite satisfied with this disciple. Okay, take that Jade Spirit Reincarnation Pill. Under the force of the Xiao family head, the Jade Spirit Reincarnation Pill finally fell into Xiaoyao's hands. Teacher, Xiaoyao showed a somewhat unwilling look. Little medicine boy, it would be a waste if you don't eat the pills given by the enemy. If the enemy gives me resources, I will eat them up directly. Old Yin floated beside Xiaoyao with his arms folded across his chest, deliberately provoking her. Are you willing to be stepped on by others for the rest of your life? Don't you want to catch up with your fiancée and defeat her, and tell her that she was blind? Xiaoyao's face was filled with conflict, hatred, and anger, and all kinds of emotions flashed alternately, before finally returning to calm. Teacher, I understand. The young man's determined eyes made Elder Yen look approving. The Jade Spirit reincarnation pill was nothing to him in the past, but now he has no materials to make it even if he wants to. Moreover, this pill is extremely effective for the current little medicine BOY.AS, he said. The enemy's resources should not be wasted. As long as the enemy is defeated in the end, a little humiliation will not matter. Xiaoyao took out the pill, and under the encouraging gaze of Old Yen, he took a deep breath and swallowed it directly. The powerful medicinal power flowed through his body. Xiaoyao immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, practicing the Yen Jing to begin refining the medicinal power in his body. This elixir is indeed a coveted elixir by many members of the Xiao family. The effect on Xiaoyao now was no less than a complete transformation. Suddenly, a purple mark flashed behind Xiaoyao. Ha! Old Yen exclaimed in surprise, and scanned with his mind, but found nothing. Is it an illusion caused by my unstable soul? He had checked the pill in advance, so if there was any problem with the pill, it would definitely not escape his eyes. This was the confidence of a master alchemist. After a while, after absorbing the pill, he felt his body became lighter and couldn't help but smile. It's done. Suan, who was far away in Tianshui sect, also smiled. It seems that this old man of the ring is very disabled. At most, it is just a remnant of the primordial spirit, better than that of the Hahuan female lord, but not much better. The soul is not complete, otherwise it would not be undiscoverable. With this old man protecting him, Suan couldn't arrange anyone to monitor Xiaoyao, but now Xiaoyao chose to swallow the pill and left the purple spirit seal on his own, so he couldn't be blamed. There's none in the Soul Palace. I'll have to make up for the difficulty for you. Shenzhou, Gong family, this is the first time Gong Yueru has returned since entering the palace. It's not that I don't want to go back, but I'm mainly worried that Ruwashi will ascend the throne at a young age and may have many things that she is not used to or doesn't know how to do, but for now, it seems her daughter is doing well. Empress Dowager. Gong Tianjing shouted. Brother, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Gong Tianjing gradually relaxed. Yueru, it's been a long time since we last met. His sister has been very independent-minded since she was young, and her talent for cultivation is extraordinary. Although the relationship between them is not bad, it is not very close either. Facing his sister, whose identity, status and strength are completely different from his own, he still feels quite emotional. What do you want to do when you return to the family this time? He asked. I came back to take a look and stretch my muscles. Gong Yueru said casually. Gong Tianjing nodded with some realization. All the forces in Xianzhou had heard about what happened in Tiandao sect recently. His younger sister was once the most talented person in Xianzhou. It was normal for her to feel itchy after she had just broken through to her soul. By the way, I heard that Yueru, you have an adopted son, he asked casually. Chapter 104. Destined to miss these days, he received news from Deacon Mo, and naturally he also knew the news about Suan, who was traveling with his daughter. The young genius has unparalleled talent and is already a powerful life pill master at a young age. He also had an extraordinary status. Not only was he the Queen Mother's adopted son, he also held the title of Marquis. Yet he was even more delighted when he learned that his daughter had become Master Mu's disciple with the help of Suan. I also developed a favorable impression of Suan, this outstanding young man. Of course, this is also because Aunt Mo briefly mentioned the initial encounter between the two parties, otherwise, no idea what Gong Tianjing would think. You mean Shaoan? Speaking of Suan, Gong Yueru also smiled and spoke more. I watched Shaoan grow up. He lost his parents when he was young and grew up with Ruwashi. He is filial, talented, well-behaved and sensible, and has a good character. Over the years, talent and filial piety are another matter. As for character, it can only be said that it is a filter that Gong Yueru has built. At this moment, Gong Yueru couldn't help but have the urge to show off how outstanding her own child is. Gong Tian was listening quietly at the side, nodding in agreement from time to time, until Gong Yueru finished speaking. Then he smiled and said, You are indeed a young talent. Yueru, I have a daughter named Xianxing. You have also seen her. She is 20 years old, beautiful, and talented. I wonder, brother, no need to say more. Gong Yueru frowned slightly and interrupted Gong Tianzheng. I won't interfere with Xuan's choice. It all depends on his own preference. If the two children are really destined to be together, there is no need for us to intervene. Patriarch Gong was a little surprised when he heard this, and quickly changed his tone and said with a smile, yes, it was my fault for neglecting it for a moment. He still underestimated Suan's position in Gong Yueru's heart. Suan should not be underestimated. Beyond this topic, a lively conversation ensued. Tianyuan Forest is the only monster forest in Qingzhou, and it is also the place where disciples from various sects often go to train. Most of the monsters in this forest are no higher than the Purple Mansion realm, so they are quite suitable for training. There is only one monster named Tianjing Winged Lion King who has the cultivation level of Life Dan, and it is also the king of monsters in this forest. Fourth junior sister is about to break through to the Life Pill stage, but her physical body is still a little lacking. If she can get help from the Tianjing origin of the Tianjing Winged Lion King, there will be no problem. Shuing came to the core of the Tianyuan forest and looked at the cave of the king of monsters, the Tianjing Winged Lion King. Just as he was about to call out the Tianjing Winged Lion King, his voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. The purple spiritual seal on his body flickered, and then a jade sound transmission talisman suddenly sounded. Iner, come back soon. It was Suan who called me. Shuing glanced at the cave of the Tianjing Winged Lion King not far away, and flew back without looking back. Anyway, fourth junior sister will be able to break through sooner or later, so a few days won't matter. Just let her break through on her OWN.AT the same time. Xiaoyao, who was grilling fish by the stream, saw Shuing flash across the sky, and a look of envy appeared on his face. He wondered when he would be able to fly so freely between heaven and earth. A few more days passed, and the news of the emergence of a secret realm spread throughout Qingzhou. The secret place is located in a sparsely populated desert in the eastern part of Qingzhou. However, some families and sects with a long history have long had records of this secret realm, which is called Donglin Secret Realm. This secret realm opens once every 1,000 years, and contains all kinds of natural treasures and ferocious monsters. There are also strength restrictions for entering the secret realm, and only cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm or below can enter. Those who were interested in this secret place had already set out early, and many independent cultivators who wanted to try their luck also rushed over after hearing the news. Faced with such a secret place, Xiaoyao would naturally not be absent. Teacher, is there really heavenly fire in this secret realm? He was wearing a black robe, carrying a huge black iron ruler, and talking to old Yin in the ring. Nonsense, I have been to this secret realm myself before, but I had not yet obtained the Flame Sutra at that time, and I already had a kind of heavenly fire on my body, so I left that heavenly fire here. As long as the sky fire has not been taken away by anyone within the past few thousand years, it will still be there. Ah, what if it was taken away? Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. The secret realm has strength restrictions. These young people in the Purple Mansion realm cannot take away the heavenly fire at all. Elder Yen said confidently. What about you, teacher? Me? I was in the Soul realm when I first came in. How could the restrictions of this small secret realm possibly stop me? Old Yen said this with considerable complacency. The strength of the cultivation community in Qingzhou can only be ranked in the middle among the great Shang. Only recently did Master Mu's spirit appear. I expect that the Skyfire will not be able to escape. Xiaoyao felt relieved after hearing this and waited quietly for the secret realm to open. Suddenly there was a commotion behind me. He turned his head and saw a ferry boat slowly stopping above the crowd. It's the ferry boat from the Tianshui Holy Land. Someone saw the logo on the ferry boat and exclaimed. A group of monks also moved away, with awe in their eyes. In Qingzhou, the Tianshui sect is now the heaven and cannot be offended. After a while, 2 women and 1 man landed from the immortal boat. Among them, many people knew Chu Yin, who was the second disciple of Muzhenren of Tianshui Holy Land. However, not many people knew the remaining man and woman. It's them. Xiaoyao's expression suddenly became ferocious, and all the humiliating scenes before appeared in his mind again. His fists under the black robe were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Xiaoyaozi, calm down. Old Yan's voice was like a loud bell, echoing in Xiaoyao's mind. You are no match for them now, don't reveal your identity. His reminder also made Xiao Yao recover his composure gradually. He looked away and said, "Teacher, you are right. I don't have the ability to take revenge now. Things change over time. I won't fight for this moment." He said this, but his fists were still clenched tightly, and it was obvious that he was still very uneasy. Yuan sensed the direction of the purple spirit seal, and just raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and instructed Gong Shenqing beside him, "Shenqing, after entering the secret realm, don't walk around, and meet me as soon as possible." He gave Gong Shenqing a two-way purple spiritual seal. "Okay, cousin, I understand." Gong Shenqing nodded seriously. Anything could happen in the secret realm. Even though she was confident in herself, she did not dare to be careless. "Einer, I'll trouble you to stay outside for a while." Suan rubbed Chu Yin's hair again. "Leave it to me." Chu Yin's cheeks were slightly red as she enjoyed the caress of her master. Many monks were shocked by this scene and their perception. Fairy Chu from the Tianshui Holy Land is a goddess who is detached from worldly affairs and cannot be desecrated. But now she is enjoying a man's touch like a pet. Chapter 105. Uncle likes playing with windmills. Moreover, this man is accompanied by a woman who is no less beautiful than Fairy Chu. This is too much. Who is this person? Many monks were heartbroken when they saw this, but it did not affect the interaction between the two. Soon, with a fluctuation in space, the door to the secret realm opened. The casual cultivators rushed towards the secret realm one after another, and Suan also grabbed Gong Shuanqing's hand. "Let's go." Xiao Yao, who was hiding behind everyone, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this person's cultivation at the life pill realm? How could he enter the secret realm, teacher? He must have used some method to avoid the detection of the secret realm. Old Yan's voice sounded suspiciously. To have such a method, this person's identity is not simple. Xiaozi, you have to be careful. They are probably coming for the Skyfire as well. I understand, teacher. Xiaoyao stared at the backs of Suan and the other person, snorted coldly, and followed everyone into the secret realm. Even if this person can enter the secret realm, what does it matter? My teacher was once a Yuanshan venerable, and he also entered the secret realm with me. He has a bigger advantage. The environment inside the secret realm is very different from that outside the secret realm. Not only is the spiritual energy more intense, the vegetation inside also seems to be more wild and rugged, and towering ancient trees can be seen everywhere. Some low-level spiritual flowers and herbs can be seen everywhere like weeds, and in this secret realm, the divine consciousness seemed to be hindered to a certain extent. Yuan glanced somewhere behind him. Let's go find Xianqing first. In his perception, Gong Shuanqing's position was not far from Xiaoyao. There's a good chance something's going to go wrong. Gong Shenqing really feels bad now. She didn't know if it was bad luck or something, but as soon as she entered the secret realm, she was teleported to a gathering place for monsters, and was treated as an invader by these monsters. A giant wolf over 10 feet tall, a 3-headed golden lion, a giant snake coiled on an ancient tree, and demon beasts at the fetal breathing level, and even the purple mansion level surrounded her. They all failed to transform and maintained the most savage beast form. Of course, the more likely possibility was that they did not know how to transform. What a hassle. Gong Shenqing frowned slightly, gripped the long sword in his hand, and stared closely at the purple mansion monsters. The terrifying and icy sword intent made these monsters dare not approach for a while. Ha, this woman also has this day. Xiaoyao, who was hiding in the distance and watching secretly, sneered. With the help of his master, Master Yin, he concealed his aura perfectly and was not afraid of being discovered by these monsters. As soon, the monsters could no longer hold back and attacked Gong Shenqing. Mysterious ice mirror. Gong Shenqing shouted loudly, and the ice crystal lenses turned into a shield to protect her body, blocking the attacks of the numerous but weak monsters. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly, and swung the sword. When her sword intent reached its peak. In this secret realm of everlasting spring, the monsters felt the biting cold for the first time, and the knife light before their eyes seemed to turn into a line dividing the two seasons. The temperature dropped suddenly wherever the knife light passed, and it seemed that even the air was frozen. The dozens of monsters that had rushed to Gong Shenqing paused, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed, and their bodies split in the middle, splitting them in two. There was no smell of blood in the air. Looking again, the cut section was completely frozen, and the monster's body fell to the ground with a hard sound like a stone. The moment Gong Shenqing slashed with his sword, these monsters had already lost their lives, and only a few monsters in the Purple Mansion realm escaped. After 2 and 3 slashes, Gong Shuanqing's magic power was nearly consumed by half, and the surroundings were cleared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the other monsters couldn't help but retreat. The monsters that have reached the spiritual realm are all very intelligent, and their awareness of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is far beyond that of ordinary wild beasts. Gong Xianqing is so strong. Xiao Yao opened his mouth wide, feeling a little unwilling. It seems that there is nothing we can do to her this time. He was very happy to see the woman who had humiliated him and his family suffer misfortune. Not necessarily. Elder Yan's figure appeared beside him at some point. Didn't you notice that these monsters seem to be organized? They didn't fight each other, but instead attacked the girl together. Teacher, are you saying there are people behind these monsters? Yes. Old Yan stroked his beard and nodded. As expected, the monsters that surrounded Gong Xianqing suddenly became agitated, quickly made way for him, lowered their ferocious heads and prostrated themselves on both sides, whimpering softly to show their submission. The Demon King is out, and all demons bow down to him. Gong Xianqing's eyes suddenly froze, his heart tensed again, and the spiritual weapon sword in his hand seemed to sense the master's nervousness and made a crisp sound. Danger, she held her breath, and the magic power in her body quietly gathered on the long sword. Boom. Boom, the footsteps were a bit heavy, as if indicating that the person coming was a giant. Gradually, the footsteps got closer. It was you who killed my men? A cold female voice sounded, extremely domineering, with a charm that conquered people's hearts. Gong Xianqing was slightly stunned for a moment when he saw the person coming. Unlike other monsters, the one that appeared before him was a short, cute little girl with white hair, red eyes, and a white dress. A bunch of monsters in the fetal breathing and purple mansion realms were crawling behind her, bringing a strange sense of incongruity. Human. I am asking you a question. Seeing Gong Xianqing stunned, the Demon King spoke again with some dissatisfaction. No. Gong Xianqing shook his head. Human, you are lying to me. The Demon King's voice was cold, and his ruby-like pupils reflected a hint of coldness. You know that, but why are you asking? Gong Xianqing raised his spirits and did not underestimate the lovely appearance. Who knows if there is an old demon hiding under the skin? Interesting human. The Demon King's young face suddenly showed a cold smile. Since you killed my men, then stay and be my maid. As the voice fell, the girl in front of him suddenly disappeared. Gong Xianqing's heart tightened, and he slashed behind him with a knife. Based on his feeling, however, the spiritual sword carrying the terrifying sword intent was caught by a small hand covered with scales. You have good strength. The Demon King looked at Gong Xianqing jokingly, but I don't like to raise my head and talk to others. Kneel down. Her other hand had already been placed on Gong Xianqing's shoulder at some point, and a terrifying force was about to press down. The next moment, her wrists were grabbed like iron hoops, preventing her from moving her hands. I heard that you like to make people kneel down? Suan looked at the cute little loli in front of him warmly. Uncle likes playing with the windmill very much. How about we play with the windmill? Chapter 106, Remarks on the release. It will be available at 2 p.m. this afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers who have read this far and my operations officer Dewey Ziggy NGU. Secondly, I would like to thank fellow book friends such as Sunset with the Sea Waves, Nidhogg, Revival of All Things, and Spirit of the Bright Moon for their rewards. Finally, I implore everyone to subscribe and support us. 5 new chapters are released today. If you have the energy to spare, please give more recommendation votes, monthly votes, and rewards. I wish every book friend good health, good luck, and great wealth. Chapter 107, You Stinky Man, Just Wait for Me. The Demon King showed a look of surprise for the first time. He looked at his captured wrist with murderous intent in his eyes. Human, let me go, ah. The world is spinning. Suan started with a 360-degree spin, and his hand turned into an afterimage. The small body became a toy in Suan's hand, being waved vigorously. The smoke and dust were blown away, and the trees were rustling. It was really a big windmill. Xianqing, are you okay? While playing with the windmill, Suan also had the leisure to care about his cousin. No, it's okay. Gong Xianqing came back to his senses, his eyes filled with gratitude. Cousin, I'm lucky to have you. If it weren't for my cousin, I would have been forced to kneel down before a monster. Xiao Yao, who was far away, saw Suan's figure and buried his head lower unconsciously. Ah, bastard, ah. The furious voice was mixed with the sound of whistling wind. Suan only felt that the toy in his hand suddenly became heavy, and next a dragon roar was heard, and the girl in his hand flew out and turned into a mighty beast. It looks like a real dragon but has shorter hair and beard, a single horn on its head, and tight scales. It is actually a white dragon. Human, you have angered the king. The white dragon's blood-red eyes were filled with anger. After all, she is a demon king, commanding all the demon beasts in the secret realm, but now she is being treated like a windmill and played around by a human. This is intolerable. She was going to make this human pay the price. The slender dragon tail was swung out like a steel whip, with magic power filling the dragon's tail, and it was obvious that the dragon was extremely angry. Call out. With a flick of its tail, the giant beast fled in the opposite direction. It fled so fast that even the monsters below who were waiting for the boss to show his power were stunned. Slipped away. The white dragon had no intention of fighting at all. It is unexpected that a cultivator at the life pill realm would appear in this secret realm. My current strength is not stable yet. It won't be too late to come back and take revenge after I complete my bloodline transformation. Stay steady, we don't fight a battle that we can't crush. Xiao Yaozi, chase after him. The demon king has the aura of heavenly fire. Old Yan's soul power wrapped around Xiaoyao's body and quietly chased in the direction of the white dragon. Yuan glanced at the direction the two left, and was not in a hurry to catch up, nor did he pay attention to the monsters that were fleeing in all directions. Shenqing, you are not injured, are you? I will check you out. Cousin, Gong Shenqing wanted to say that she was indeed fine and that she had arrived at the right time, but when she saw her cousin's concerned look, she swallowed the words back. Then I'll trouble you, cousin. With the help of Old Yan, Xiaoyao followed by Jiao to the top of a mountain. A towering ancient tree grows straight on the top of the mountain, and its branches and leaves almost cover half of the mountain, and under the ancient tree, a palace with a unique shape was built. From Xiaoyao's perspective, there were just a few large earthen houses, and even looked a bit strange. Outside the earthen house, there were a large number of monsters guarding, no less than the ones that had besieged Gong Shenqing before the white dragon transformed into human form again and escaped into the earthen house. Xiaoyao became excited, and the flame sutra in his body was running more actively than before. Teacher, I can feel the breath of the heavenly fire. He remembered that his teacher had said that after absorbing the heavenly fire, his flame sutra would evolve and his strength would be greatly enhanced. He's had enough of feeling like a weakling. Don't worry. Elder Yen patted Xiaoyao's shoulder, and a cool breath entered his body. Although that Jialong is only in the Purple Mansion realm, it is only because the secret realm restricts her breakthrough. Her strength is no weaker than that of the life pill realm. Even I can't deal with it. Ah, teacher, you too. Xiaoyao looked at Master Yen in surprise. Nonsense. Old Yen glared at him. If I were so powerful, why would I need you? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao could only smile awkwardly and touch his nose. He thought that the teacher was omnipotent. The cold and yin energy in the dragon's body is so strong that it cannot directly refine the heavenly fire. I think the dragon wants to use the heavenly fire to transform its bloodline, but this method is extremely risky and has a very low success rate. It is better to wait until she is done before refining the heavenly fire. Elder Yen gave Xiaoyao some advice. In fact, what he said before was half true and half false. The strength of the remnant soul was indeed weakened, but it was not so strong that it could not deal with a Purple Mansion realm dragon. If the essence of the soul was burned, it could even briefly exert its former peak strength. It was just to train Xiaoyao so that he wouldn't have to rely on himself for everything. Soon, the fire curtain burst out from the earthen house and turned into a fire curtain that shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire earthen house. As if stimulated by Suan, Bai Jiao made up his mind to start his transformation. The roars of beasts came one after another at the foot of the mountain, and all the monsters were on alert at this moment. Little Yaozi, now is the time. Old Yen patted Xiaoyao's shoulder and his soul merged into Xiaoyao's body. I will temporarily possess you and raise your strength to the Purple Mansion realm. You will be the one to deal with those monsters. Feeling the powerful magic power surging in his body, Xiaoyao just couldn't feel happy yet. He gnashed his teeth and looked at the monsters that noticed him. You old bastard, you tricked me again. Eyes larger than wheels stared at him scrutinizingly. There are 7 Purple Mansion realm monsters here alone. If you want him dead, just say so. Brothers, I'm just passing by. I'll leave soon. He gave these monsters an awkward but polite smile. Roar. The monsters obviously didn't believe it. Fuck, you old man, just wait for me. Looking at the monsters that were rushing towards him with their bloody mouths wide open, Xiaoyao could only curse as he pulled out the black iron ruler behind him and fought with the monsters. Within the curtain of fire, the terrifying heavenly fire was constantly burning the white dragon's body. Ah, it hurts, it really hurts. Damn man, ah. Wait for me, wait until my transformation is complete. Ugh, it hurts. I will capture you and make you my slave. The intense pain made by Zhao hate the man who treated her like a windmill again. The huge body was burned and shrunk into a ball, the white scales gradually turned black, and it seemed that something in the blood was stimulated to eye in the blazing heavenly fire. Little white spots of light emerged from her body, eventually transforming into a pure white cocoon of light that completely enveloped her. The battle outside was still going on. Xiaoyao's body had several scars on it, and the surrounding area was filled with corpses of monsters. Until the last inch, he split the brain of a monster, and Xiaoyao finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. The strength in the body was draining away like the tide, and a feeling of weakness spread from the limbs. Little Yaozi did a good job. Old Yen smiled and crawled out of his body. Chapter 108 Master, someone bullies your man. Apart from occasionally protecting Xiaoyao and helping him block some fatal attacks, he didn't help much in other areas. This apprentice's fighting talent is indeed extraordinary. Damn old man. Xiaoyao glared at old Yen and didn't even have the energy to curse. This was the first time he mastered the power of the Purple Mansion realm. Although it was thrilling, he had indeed had a satisfying battle. Okay, wait, it should be over soon. Old Yen casually took out a healing pill from his ring and stuffed it into Xiaoyao's mouth, then looked at the increasingly vigorous fire curtained out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky of the secret realm. The pillar of light that reaches the sky penetrates the giant tree on top, and the entire secret realm is clearly visible. The aura far exceeds that of the Purple Mansion realm, as if a top-notch ferocious beast has appeared in the world, with terrifying ferocity. Except for a few who were not afraid of death, most monks avoided the beam of light. Is it going to succeed? Xiaoyao murmured. Elder Yen didn't say anything. Buzz, the beam of light dissipated, and the curtain of fire retreated with it. Only a pile of ashes was left. After taking the healing pill, Xiaoyao stood up and walked towards the top of the mountain. A faint but never extinguished white flame was burning quietly on the stone platform made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. The temperature was not high, but it gave people a sense of uprightness. It seems to have failed. Xiaoyao shook his head and looked at the white flame excitedly. The yin jing in his body told him that this was the legendary heavenly fire. It is the Tiangang Jingqi flame, which ranks 12th among the heavenly fires. It is ignited by a bit of righteous energy between heaven and earth, and it took tens of millions of years of gestation to take shape. It requires people with righteousness in their hearts to tame it. Old man Yan stroked his long beard and explained the origin of this fire. Xiaoyaozi, go ahead. As the disciple he had observed for 3 years, he knew that his disciple had a chivalrous heart and thought that absorbing the fire would not be a problem. Yes, teacher. Xiaoyao walked over happily, but one hand moved faster than him. Hey, look what I found, a wild skyfire. Suan took out a special jade bottle and directly put the flame into it, then showed his 8 snow-white teeth to Xiaoyao. Little brother, I'm sorry to bother you to come here for nothing. It's you. Xiaoyao's body suddenly stopped. Why did this person appear here? Did he also come with the white dragon? As the saying goes, enemies are always jealous of each other when they meet, and at this moment, the hatred is even greater. Fortunately, he had not lost his mind. Teacher, help me. Old Yan's face was somewhat serious. He had not even noticed the appearance of this person just now. My dear friend, this heavenly fire was obtained by my disciple after he used all his strength to kill the monster. I hope you can return it as soon as possible. What? You actually killed all my pets? Suan was furious. They are all pets that worked hard to protect the heavenly fire for me. You killed my pets and even wanted to take my heavenly fire. This is simply unreasonable. Xiaoyao was so angry that his lips trembled when he heard this. He had never seen such a shameless person. Old Yan's expression also turned cold. Although he was a little confused about this man's background, as a former Yuanshan master, he was not a pushover. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for bullying you. Just show me what cards you have. Even though he is just a remnant soul, he can now exert a strength that is almost pure yang. How could a life pill realm cultivator resist such a terrifying force? the moment the aura was released, Suan felt that the air around him was condensing. Seeing this, Xiaoyao showed a sense of pleasure as if he had obtained revenge. You bullied and humiliated me in the past, but did you ever think that I would fall into the hands of my teacher today? Suan sneered, showing disdain. That's it? Under the two people's suspicious gazes, he took a deep breath, looked into the void, and said loudly, Master, someone is bullying your man. The next moment, the long sword broke through the air. Old Yan's soul trembled slightly, his eyes showed fear, and light blue flames instantly penetrated his body, forming a thick layer of flame armor. This is actually also a kind of heavenly fire, and it is the 9th-ranked 9 netherworld fire. A swish, the long sword pierced through his body, and Old Yan's soul suffered severe damage in an instant. The soul, which was originally quite solid, suddenly became transparent and thin. There is actually a Yuanshan master hiding here. How shameless of a Yuanshan to launch a sneak attack, teacher. Xiaoyao was shocked by this sudden reversal of the situation. He was fine just now, how come in just a moment, his invincible teacher was seriously injured? Little Yaozi, let's go. A fierce look flashed in Old Yan's eyes, and he burned the essence of his soul without hesitation. The originally weak soul condensed again, the light blue flame burned the space, and the momentum of the Yuanshan realm made the entire secret realm tremble. He tore open the secret realm casually, through Xiaoyao and then glanced at the peerless fairy in white in the void, and rushed towards Suan with a fearless attitude of death. Although he had only been Xiaoyao's teacher for a short time, he really regarded that silly boy as his successor. What's more, he is already a remnant soul and he doesn't have many years left to live. It is better to use his own life in exchange for his disciples' survival. A remnant soul, seeking death. Muningzhen stood in front of Suan and raised his sword again, break Changshang. In the last moment of the space healing, Xiaoyao only saw Yen Lao's soul being cut in half by a shocking sword light, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The space healed, and there was no trace of the stinky old man in front of him anymore. He stood there in a daze, feeling a little helpless for a moment. He stretched his hand forward, not knowing what he wanted to grab. His eyes gradually turned red and filled with tears. Teacher, He howled to the sky, his voice filled with sadness and anger. Master, I was so scared just now, luckily you were here. Suan came up and put his arms around Muningzhen's waist, burying his head deep in Muningzhen's shoulder. Muningzhen, when you say you are afraid, can you please not be so excited? She moved forward, pulled Suan away a little awkwardly, and collected the scattered 9 netherworld fire. Okay, the person has been dealt with. Muningzhen really thought about the time when this kid came to her and asked her for help. It's so shameless. He grabbed her legs and said something like, there's an old ghost who's plotting something bad against me. What, master, I'm so scared, I need your protection. Now it seems that he might have bad intentions towards others. Suddenly, a strong life wave came from the ashes after the burning fire, attracting the attention of the 2.su and walked forward and used his magic power to clear away the ashes around him, and a huge white egg appeared before his eyes. Click, click, the eggshell cracked. Ha, man, you didn't expect that I survived. The queen's voice, arrogant and a bit silly, came from the eggshell. There are 3 more chapters to come, please subscribe. Chapter 109, Endure humiliation and wait for the right to me. A pair of white and tender little hands tore open the eggshell, revealing a cute little head. Seeing Suan in front of her, she was even more delighted. Hey, man, why are you here? It's just right, why don't you kneel down for me? Why am I so sleepy? Yawned before she could finish her words. She was enveloped by a strong sense of sleepiness and her eyelids gradually closed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell on Suan. Before Suan could feel it, he turned into a pure white hornless dragon, and instinctively coiled around Suan's arm and fell asleep. Is this a Qilong? Muningzhen walked to Suan's side and looked at the little beast that looked a little different from an ordinary real dragon, with a look of surprise. Unlike some dragon beasts that only have dragon blood, the Qilong is a real dragon, and a variant of a real dragon. It is very powerful, and most real dragons are inferior to it. This white dragon actually has such an opportunity. Suan pinched the little animal's head and lifted it up. At this moment, she was still in a coma and was completely unaware. Eat or stay, thinking about the little guy's appearance after he transformed. Suan finally felt compassionate and said, forget it, just stay and be a toy. Alas, it turns out that I am still very kind. Muningzhen looked at Suan with some suspicion, always feeling that his intentions were not pure. Hey, master, let's go. After killing Xiaoyao's grandfather in the secret realm, Suan took Gong Xinqing to travel around the secret realm before returning to Tianshui sect. As for Xiaoyao, I don't know if it was because the old man tore the space too hastily and something went wrong when he sent Xiaoyao away. According to the perception of the purple spirit seal, he seemed to have fallen to the north. Go and destroy the Xiao family, and then arrest Xiao Yao's father. Suan gave the order expressionlessly to number 4, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. By the way, we can accidentally let 1 or 2 go, so that they can get the news that Xiao Yao ran to the Northland by chance. Yes. Number 4 retreated respectfully at the last time the Xiao family colluded with the evil cultivators. These people managed to escape by luck, but they are not so lucky this time. Who made the protagonist born in the Xiao family? Suan reached into his sleeve, pinched out a small white animal, and swung it around. Stop pretending when you wake up. Seeing that the little animal didn't react, Suan simply pinched its tail and reached out his other hand to touch a certain special scale. The little beast opened its eyes instantly, swayed its body a few times, and a hint of panic appeared in its eyes. Human, let me go. Suan raised his eyebrows and loosened his hand, and the little beast fell to the ground and turned into a human form. There was still lingering arrogance in his red pupils, and his 1.4 meter height gave off an aura of 2.8 meter. Human, how dare you kidnap me while I'm sleeping? Suan rubbed his chin and looked up and down at the lowly in front of him. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Whom? She looked down at herself and was stunned for 2 seconds, then a blush instantly rose to her face, and a little white dress quickly appeared. This Qilong's body was still a little unskilled, causing her to forget to add clothes when she transformed. After putting on the clothes, she stared at Suan even more angrily. Man, you actually dare to desecrate my body with your vulgar eyes. I will dig out your eyes. Having successfully transformed her bloodline, she attacked Suan with full confidence. After a while, the little Qilong Lolita who sealed her magic power was pressed down on the bed by Suan with one hand. This king does not accept it. What is the point of relying on magic weapons? My bloodline has clearly transformed, so why can't I beat this guy? Her small body struggled left and right, but was still held firmly down by Suan's hand. He's not big, but he has a bad temper. Bang! He lifted her white skirt, revealing her snow-white little butt, and Suan raised his hand and slapped her. Man, how dare you humiliate me like this? She was extremely ashamed and angry. Bang! Are you going to dig out your eyes again? Suan slapped him again, this time with a bit of magic power to intensify the pain. Damn it! I must kill you. The little lowly gritted her teeth and stared at Suan with resentment. Bang bang bang, Suan clapped his hands rhythmically, with each palm containing a bit of magic power. It does not cause harm, but it can increase the sensation of pain. Gradually, the little girl's expression changed from refusing to surrender to looking aggrieved, her snow-white teeth biting her lower lip tightly. Human, this king will never, ever surrender. Hard talk but soft action. Suan loosened his hand and looked at the lowly on the bed who was covering her little butt with a stubborn look on her face. May I have your name? Humph, I am the Demon King and I don't need a name. The Demon King lowly turned her head away. So you don't have a name? Suan nodded. Then I'll give you one. White, Qilong, or you can call yourself by Qi. Xiao Bai. The little girl snorted again, with rejection written all over her face. Xiao Bai, you must be hungry, uncle. I have some delicious food here. Suan took out a jade bottle containing elixirs. When the jade bottle was opened, the fragrant smell made the little girl turn her head unconsciously. A pair of blood-red eyes moved along the mouth of Suan's bottle. Do you want to eat? Suan shook the jade bottle and asked with a smile. What is contained in it is the beast spirit pill, a kind of elixir deeply loved by animals. Not only is it delicious, it can also improve the physical strength of animals. It was specially developed by some people who raise spirit beasts. In Suan's hand was naturally the highest level beast spirit pill. How could a Qilong that lived in a secret realm and had never seen the world resist such temptation? The little girl nodded, but then she felt something was wrong, so she suppressed her inner desire and said stubbornly, I don't want to. Even if I starve to death or get beaten to death by you, I will never eat a single thing from you. How could she, a demon king, submit to humans? A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Bai was lying on the bed, holding the jade bottle in his hand, pouring a pill into his mouth from time to time with a look of enjoyment. So delicious, this is simply a delicacy on earth, so delicious, and the bed is soft. Everything is good except that my butt is a little sore. What kind of life did I lead before? Comparing her current life with her previous life, she actually felt that this was not bad. Suddenly she sat up abruptly and slapped herself. How could a demon king like me have such depraved thoughts? Now I am just enduring humiliation and waiting for the right time. He is not surrendering to humans. Suan is just a slave who provides him with delicious food. After preparing herself mentally, she lay back down with peace of mind and took another beast spirit pill, looking very happy. It's so delicious. Hey, what is this? Suddenly she found that there was a diary next to her, and it was written exclusive for Xiaobai. Copy of Lin Su's diary. Diary. Is this what Suan left behind? Who is Lin Su? She picked up the diary and opened it, lines of text coming into view. Chapter 110 Diary System. I actually traveled through time. I have traveled through time and space to the book Lord of the True Heart. I have become a small casual cultivator outside of the Tianshui Holy Land. This is incredible. The Marquis Suan in the book is ruthless and cruel, doing all kinds of evil things. He is definitely not a good person. Am I really not dreaming? Traveling through time? In a book? What are you talking about? Xiaobai didn't quite understand these words. The only thing he could be sure of was that they seemed to be related to Suan. Looking at the content above, she deeply agreed that the man who spanked her but was indeed bad. Outside the Tianshui Holy Land, in a crowded shantytown, a young man in a narrow room was holding a diary and considering his next words. This is one of the markets outside the Tianshui Holy Land. The spiritual energy here is more abundant than in other places. Moreover, it is located under the jurisdiction of the Tianshui Holy Land, so it is very safe and the housing prices are very high. Therefore, small casual cultivators like this young man who have not even reached the spiritual realm can only live in this kind of shantytown. System, do I have to change the fate of the heroines through the diary in order to get the reward? Host, yes, the mechanical system voice answered the young man's question. Lin Su was a time traveler who traveled to a novel he read before his death. This novel is actually an NTR version of a certain Do Chi Hua Mait. Tells the story of the protagonist Xiao Yao, who has been a waste for 3 years and was brutally slapped in the face by his fiancée and the villain Marquis Suan, who broke off the engagement. After obtaining the old man, he should have soared to the sky, but he was abused by the villain named Suan, and the heroines were also kidnapped and humiliated one by one, perhaps because the male protagonist was tortured to death by the villain. In the end, the crappy authors simply changed the title of the book to The True Marquis. Despite a lot of criticism, Lin Su, who knew the plot, was desperate. He even thought about giving up and becoming a casual cultivator. After all, the villain Suan in the original novel was extremely cruel. The male protagonist was killed by him. He was afraid that he would not have enough life if he went against him. As a result, he unexpectedly awakened the diary system and was able to send a copy of the diary to the heroine. He only needed to change the heroine's fate through the diary to get the reward. With a system in place, there's no point in being timid. Lin Su simply abandoned his previous idea of hiding himself and punched the male protagonist and stepped on the villain. Wouldn't it be nice to collect all the beauties in the world? However, his current diary system is at level 1, and can only split into 2 diary copies, which he gave to Chuyin and Xiaobai respectively. He must think carefully about what to write next. According to the information I got from others, the current plot should be after the end of Don Lin's secret realm. I had a good chat with Xiao Yao. One of the heroines, Queen Xiaobai, who was abducted by the elixir he provided, has been captured. At this time, Xiaobai should have been locked up by Suan and refused to surrender, so he was looking for a chance to escape. However, the villain Suan was not a good person. Xiaobai was discovered after escaping and his dragon scales were directly shaved off. Then Shuyin accidentally learned that Xiao Yao was the Yao Xiao who saved him in Tianyuan Forest. He went to Suan to mediate the conflict between him and Xiao Yao, but was drugged and humiliated by Suan. When he thought of this, Lin Su felt a greater sense of urgency. He couldn't let these heroines be desecrated by Suan. To change the fate of the heroines is to keep them away from Suan. After sorting out the plot, he picked up his pen and continued writing in his diary. As a keyboard warrior, he is very good at writing short essays. The previous plot has been completed, the secret realm has ended. Oh, Xiaobai will be skinned by the dragon tonight, what a pity, and Chuyin, the second disciple of Tianshui Holy Land, is about to be killed by the thief Suan. If she hadn't gone to find Suan and hadn't mentioned Xiao Yao, she might have been able to avoid this disaster. He wrote thousands of words in a very eloquent manner. He rubbed his wrists. He even wrote down the methods of avoiding the problem and many plot points to prove its authenticity. Now, Chuyin should not go looking for Suan again. What, Suan wants to drug me? Shu Yin's voice was filled with surprise and joy. She secretly glanced in the direction of Suan's courtyard and said, Really? If you want it, just say it directly. Why drug me? No, this diary is weird. Let's tell Suan about it. Thinking about the fact that the owner of the diary actually said bad things about Suan, it was obvious that he had bad intentions. And that Yao Xiao, I didn't even know him. Feeling indignant, she picked up the diary and walked towards Suan's residence. Suan, I found a beep, what? Suan raised his head, somewhat confused. Shuin looked at the diary in her hand in horror. There is a beep, mute. Whenever the diary or related thoughts were mentioned, she became speechless and could not even transmit her thoughts. What's wrong? Suan frowned. Didn't you see it? Shuin shook the diary in her hand in front of Suan, her eyes filled with horror. Looking at Shu Yin's empty hands, Suan's expression gradually became serious. Shuin didn't seem like the kind of person who would make such a joke. I can't see it, can't I tell it? Shuin nodded quickly. Don't panic. Suan held her in his arms and patted her back to comfort her. It seems that something new has appeared. Tonzi, is he your colleague? Suan asked in his heart. Ding, there are no colleagues in the system. A beggar version of the artificial system, the diary system, has been detected. Kill the system host to clear the system. Diary system. Suan patted Chu Yin's thigh. System, has Chu Yin met the requirements for sharing the villain's halo? Do you want to share the villain's aura? Don't ask any more in the future. Share everything that meets your requirements. Yes, host Ener, try to say it again? Suan said. I found a diary. Hey, I can tell it now. Shu Yin's eyes widened slightly. Sure enough. Suan took the diary from Chu Yin's hand. After sharing it with Chu Yin, I can now see and touch the diary myself. The effect of the villain's halo is still strong. He casually opened the diary, which was filled with condemnation of his own evil deeds and regret for the heroine. Suan read it with great interest. I also need to cut dragon scales to make a dragon scale armor. What am I going to do with that? TSK, young man, you've been tricked. The scripts are all fake. After closing the diary, Suan rubbed Shu Yin's head, and Shu Yin consciously lowered his head. Wait, no. Never mind, just continue. After feeding Chu Yin, Suan ordered, Tianshui Sect Market should be registered. Give me the list of all the people named Lin Su in your Tianshui Sect Market. Gulong, okay. Shu Yin wiped her mouth and nodded with a red face. It was just a subconscious reaction. It was all Suan's fault for letting her do it in front of her master's door, which left such a deep impression on her. On the other side, Xiaobai shuddered when he read the contents of the diary. No way, scraping dragon scales? This king will not run away. Chapter 111. Be more careful in your next life. Compared to scraping dragon scales, spanking seems to be nothing. Although many things in the diary did not match her experience, when she thought about the man who treated her like a windmill, it seemed possible that he would do something like peeling dragon scales. In the market town, Lin Su was still dreaming of getting the reward and changing his fate. System, has my reward arrived? He asked again. He was fed up with living in the shantytown. There was no difference between this life and his previous life. There was not even any entertainment. Before traveling through time, you were a social animal living in a shantytown. After traveling through time, you became a monk and still live in a shantytown. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Host, please change the fate of the heroine. That shouldn't be the case. Even if she doesn't believe it after reading my diary, the heroine won't be so stupid as to rush forward again. Lin Su was thinking about what went wrong when there was a knock on the door. Lin Su, are you in there? A mature female voice came. It was the pretty widow living next door whose husband had died. Lin Su's heart moved, wondering if she was just too lonely to bear it. Thinking of the widow's daily provocations against him, Lin Su's body became hot, and he was annoyed because the reward had not come. Although this widow is not good looking, she has a good figure. He took 3 or 2 steps forward and opened the door. The widow was indeed standing at the door, but her expression was a little strange and her body was rather stiff. Sister Biluo, what do you want to talk to me about? The widow opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. We are looking for you. Two female voices came from the side. Lin Su was about to turn his head, but his eyes went dark. The hilt of the sword hit him hard on the head, causing him to see stars and faint. Then a sack was put on skillfully. "You too, I can go now." The widow looked at the two Tianshui sect disciples in front of her and asked cautiously. "Go ahead." One of the disciples waved his hand. "We are only here to arrest the demon cultivator. This person has been secretly practicing demon skills and needs to be brought back to the Holy Land for trial." Another disciple also tied the sack at this time. "Okay, senior sister, the demon cultivator has been arrested, let's go back too." Watching the two Tianshui sect disciples leave, the widow's worried heart gradually calmed down. She glanced at Lin Su's room again and spat inwardly. "I never thought that this boy who seems to be quite honest would secretly practice magic skills." As he said this, he felt a little scared again and hurried to tell his neighbors. The northern border, Xiaoyao casually killed a short-sighted demon cultivator and started looting skillfully. The north is such a place where magic prevails and it is full of betrayal and fighting. This is only at the border, it's just a little more chaotic. It is said that in several small countries controlled by demons deep in the north, humans are even kept in captivity like animals. Ordinary people were divided into white people and pregnant women. Every year, pregnant women give birth to hundreds of millions of fetuses. Among them, the good-looking female babies are kept and used to promote their growth with elixirs. Some male babies are selected as breeding humans, and the rest are all used to refine magical instruments or practice magic skills. For example, the 10,000 souls banner, which was made from tens of thousands of infant souls, once activated, would cause howling winds and overwhelming resentment. Once this kind of magic weapon appears in Dishang, it will inevitably be wanted by the government and hunted by the Suanio division. However, in the north, almost every elite disciple among the magic practitioners has one. In addition, those black people and pregnant women who have passed the best childbearing age will also be used as sacrifices. There are also special blood slaves and soul slaves. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a hell for ordinary people. Hey, what is this? Xiaoyao found an enrollment notice from a bloodstained storage ring in the demon cultivator's arms. It should have been stolen by the demon cultivator from somewhere else. Demon Suppression Sect, Demon Suppression Academy? Teacher Zifu, Elder Mingdan, and the great Chunyang are preaching. Xiaoyao became a little interested. I remember the teacher mentioned that there is a kind of heavenly fire called Red Lotus Karma Fire in this Demon Suppression Academy. Holding the enrollment notice in his pocket, he immediately walked towards the enrollment location listed on the notice. Inside the Tianshui sect dungeon, Lin Su woke up slowly, looked at his bound limbs and the various torture instruments around him, and couldn't help swallowing. Where is this? Could it be that an enemy from his previous life came looking for him? This is your hell. Suan looked at the soul-beating whip on his finger. It was said that this whip could directly whip the soul and make people feel so painful that they wanted to die. He didn't know whether it was effective or not. Who are you? Lin Su looked at the handsome young man in front of him who made him a little jealous. He had the memory of his previous life and was sure that this man was not among his enemies. Didn't you write in your diary how vicious I was? Suan smiled evilly. Why don't you recognize me now? You are Suan. Lin Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, how could you know the diary? System. What's going on? He frantically called out to his system in his heart. The system clearly told him that the diary copy was only visible to the heroine and no one else could see it. How did Suan know that? Ding, an unknown error occurred, please solve it yourself. Ding, an unknown error occurred, please solve it yourself. Fuck, system, you're cheating me. Looking at Suan, who was holding the torture instruments and slowly approaching, Lin Su trembled all over. He was an internet troll in his previous life, so he doesn't have any psychological quality. System, find a way to save me. Host, please solve it by yourself. System, I'm gonna fuck you. Ah. 2/4 of an hour later, looking at Lin Su who had collapsed into mud, Suan was a little dissatisfied. 500, it's too little. After torturing for so long, you only get 500 villain points, and you can't gain any more villain points by continuing to torture. This protagonist is so worthless, no wonder even the script is fake. Be more careful in your next life. With a casual blow, Lin Su was turned into nothingness. Hey, now that my soul has been annihilated, is there still a next life? Ding, Lin Su was tortured and played with by the host until death, rewarded with 700 villain points. Ding, the host killed the protagonist Lin Su, and dropped the golden finger acquired spiritual treasure diary and a copy of the pseudo-world spiritual light. Acquired spiritual treasure? Suan picked up the diary in his hand, which was almost the same as Chu Yin's previous copy of diary. Things written in the diary can become reality to a certain extent. Note, to a certain extent, please do not let your imagination run wild, this is difficult to grasp to a certain extent. Suan picked up a pen and wrote in his diary. Xiaoyao fell flat on his face, then closed the diary. Compared to this diary, the pseudo-world aura interested him more. Pseudo-world aura, an imitation created by an ancient powerful being who was in a very embarrassing situation and imitated the world aura, using the power of heaven and earth. The effect was to slightly increase the power of the spiritual treasure. It has been processed and no residue remains. Chapter 112, My cousin knows how to act like a spoiled child? A little bit more. Suan casually integrated the aura of this pseudo-world into the Vidra cutting machine. After a moment, no feeling, maybe the diamond cutter is too strong, or maybe it is so slight that I can't even feel it after it is integrated into my body. Forget it, give me 2 shots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul experience pill. Yuanshan experience pill. It allows you to briefly experience the cultivation of the Yuanshan for 30 seconds. If you gain some understanding, it will also help you with future breakthroughs in cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pieces of spiritual weapon. Black silk. Spiritual weapon. Black silk can be torn into pieces at will, and after being torn into pieces, it will absorb spiritual energy and recover on its own. Long-term wearing has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Useless. I was impulsive and forgot to try my luck before the draw. Suan left the 2 rewards in the system space in annoyance. At the same time, Xiaoyao, who was far away in the north, walked confidently onto the fighting stage of the Demon Suppression Academy. The high-spirited appearance of the young man attracted the attention of many students. He looked down upon his opponent, a sturdy man who had just entered the spiritual realm after Master Yan's training and the help of elixirs. He had long since recovered his spiritual realm cultivation. Now he has reached the peak of spiritual realm, and his strength is comparable to that of a fetal breath. This kind of opponent is no longer worthy of his attention. The competition begins. As the referee announced, Xiaoyao took the lead and rushed towards the opponent. Spray palm. The sturdy man was much bigger than Xiaoyao, and every punch and kick of his was accompanied by a whistling sound. However, he had no power to resist and was knocked to the ground by Xiaoyao. His butt was stuck out in a flying wild goose-like posture, which looked extremely unsightly. Seeing the enemy fall, Xiaoyao did not show any arrogance. He looked at the opponent who was knocked down in front of him and said, "Thank you." Bang, his feet suddenly slipped, and his magic power became disordered. His body stiffened and fell downwards. Eyes widened. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but his face hit the raised part directly. The mouth is pointed at the place where grains are reincarnated. The sturdy man had a bulging mouth and bulging eyeballs, but he was not fasting and still loved to eat. The foul smell instantly blocked Xiaoyao's mouth and nose. The entire competition venue suddenly paused for a few seconds, and then suppressed laughter came sparsely and became louder and louder. This is a dog eating shit. I can't hold it in anymore. Everyone stop laughing, we're all classmates from now on. Ugh, ha, I can't help it. Ha, I didn't mean to make fun of this new student. The female classmates who had some feelings for Xiaoyao before covered their mouths one after another. Forget it, when they thought about that mouth that had touched a butt, it was so scary. After dealing with Lin Su, Suan did not stay any longer and accompanied Gong Xianqing back to Shenzhou. For the identity of a certain old wall lamp, he already knew it after reconnecting with the Higan Bana organization. I heard that the Queen Mother also went to Shenzhou. It was a good opportunity to deal with that old guy so that he wouldn't be doing tricks behind my back all day long. The immortal boat stopped at the Gong family. Gong Yueru, who Miss Suan, came to greet him in person. As soon as she saw Suan get off the ferry boat, she held his hand. "You kid, you did something so dangerous before without informing your mother, and you made her so worried." She slapped the back of Suan's hand hard, blaming him. "Mother, I don't want to make you worry. I'm sure I can do it." Suan took the Queen Mother's arm and shook it gently, revealing an innocent smile. Trying to get away with it, the Queen Mother really fell for it. She tapped Suan's forehead with her fingertips and said, "You don't do this again next time." Gong Xianqing was stunned that bad, casual and evil cousin can actually act like a spoiled child, and that majestic aunt, the queen mother, actually acted like an ordinary mother when she was with my cousin Gong Tianzhang, who was watching this scene behind him, began to think about the relationship between the two again. Xianqing, how are you doing in Tianshui Holy Land? Are you happy? Very good. Gong Xianqing smiled sincerely. I feel that the senior sisters in Tianshui Holy Land are all good people, and Master has also taught me a lot. Compared to her family, she still felt that Tianshui Holy Land was more suitable for her. Well, you have to build a good relationship with Master Mu. This is also a way for my Gong family to enhance its reputation. Gong Tianjing taught Gong Xianqing could only nod helplessly in response, as his father always talked about interests and family reputation. Some time has passed since the siege of Tiandao sect. There was no movement from either side for the time being. The court is not in a hurry and has the advantage, so it can take the opportunity to set up the formation. The Taoist didn't dare. Although he had a magic treasure in his hand, he was seriously injured and could not last long. The situation came to a temporary stalemate. Emperor Chengzu, what happened? Suan accompanied Gong Yueru to the garrison outside the Tiandao sect. In addition to Suan and Gong Yueru, there are two gods sent by the imperial court. The anti-law formation has been set up, and we can start the attack. The purple-robed old man called Chengzu stroked his beard and smiled. He is not only the royal soul master, but also a formation master. This anti-law formation is his masterpiece, which is specially designed to break the mountain protection formations of those sections. In this way, the destruction of Tiandao sect is just a matter of turning my hand. Suanio Division Commander Chengdu was holding a spear and was already itching to do it. Let me take the lead first. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow of a spear as big as Mount Sumeru fell fiercely towards the Tiandao sect. Chengdu's figure appeared outside the Tiandao sect, with such mighty power that he seemed like a general from heaven descending to earth. The overwhelming momentum caused the surrounding space to explode. Boom! The spear hit the Tiandao sect's protective formation, as if it had hit a fairy bell, causing ripples. The release of energy shattered the clouds in the sky. Upon seeing this, Chengzu made a seal with his hands and slapped the ground. Outside the Tiandao sect, many lights connected into one. And an array with a wider range than the mountain protection array enveloped it. The only difference from the mountain protection formation is that this formation is internal Daedation connected to the Tiandao sect's mountain protection formation from the Nifa formation. The mixed magic power began to disrupt the operation of the formation and spread towards the center of the formation, like a virus, trying to destroy the computer system. Many Tiandao sect disciples were frightened upon seeing this, wondering if the mountain gate would be breached today. That if they were not forced to do so, how would they dare to fight against the Shang dynasty? Snort. A cold snort came from deep within the Tiandao sect, and the Tiandao sect's mountain protection formation suddenly changed. The vast heavens have descended to the mortal world. Boundless divine power descended upon the formation, making it seem as if it had turned into the misty sky at this moment, vast and inclusive, encompassing all things. Most of the divine chains in the two formations collapsed in an instant, and the mountain protection formation was also stabilized at this moment. The Tiandao sect's Yuanshan has taken action. Chengzu laughed when he saw this, and was not angry about the failure of the anti-law formation. Chapter 113 The Heaven is Dead Heaven? Then I will use this great formation to destroy the heaven. A 1,000-foot-tall phantom appeared above the anti-law array. It was the phantom of an old immortal. There were formations around it that were evolved on the basis of the anti-law array, some for killing, some for destruction, and some for creation. The formations combined together to form a world, and this world turned into a world of panic. It seemed as if it wanted to replace the heaven and take control of the power of this world. Suan looked up and saw that the old immortal had the same features as Chengzu, which was the spiritual image of Chengzu. The blue sky is dead, and the yellow sky should be established. He murmured. What a good name! Then this move will be called The Blue Sky is Dead, and the Yellow Sky should be established. Let the sky of my great Shang replace the sky of this world. Chengzu laughed loudly, and the two formations collided with each other. The sound of shattering continued to be heard, and the space was reorganized and shattered again after being shattered. To the disciples of Tiandao sect, it was as if the sky had shattered into pieces, and their faces turned pale. Gulong, it's over. We can't hold the mountain defense formation anymore. Bullshit, another disciple shouted, as if to boost his own confidence. My Tiandao sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The mountain protection formation has been optimized by our ancestors for generations. It is so powerful, how could it be broken? But there was a lack of confidence in this voice. The next moment, the Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood, and the mountain protection formation collapsed in an instant. The released energy destroyed the surrounding mountains and jungles, and also blew away the boastful disciples. Many buildings outside the Tiandao sect were turned into ruins in an instant. You old thief, come forward and die. Seeing that the formation was broken, Chengdu picked up his spear, stepped on the divine rainbow and rushed straight to the Taoist's hiding place. He was too disdainful to kill the other disciples of Tiandao sect. If they could survive, he would deal with the monks of Suanio division who surrounded the place. Oh, does it have to come to this? The Taoist sighed, stood in front of the huge gate, and swung the dust in his hand. The silk threads turned into rivers in the sky and collided with Chengdu's spear. The terrifying legal principles and magical powers are intertwined. With every collision, countless runes and magical powers are created and destroyed. Commander Chen, I am here to lend you a helping hand. Qingzu also became interested. After achieving the Yuanshan, he seldom fought. Now it was rare to meet an opponent who could fight with all his strength. The Queen Mother was filled with fighting spirit and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Suan. Mother Suan blinked and said, "Mother, let them fight first." Although Chengdu and the other man currently have the upper hand, he always feels that old Bidden has a backup plan. If he really only has this much strength, how dare he covet Dishan? Even if the Queen Mother wanted to take action, she had to wait for Qingzu and others to come up with a backup plan before taking any action. Okay. Looking at the concern in Suan's eyes, Gong Yueru's fighting spirit gradually faded. It's not a bad idea to stay here and protect her. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice came from not far away. Let me go, I'm just a guest of Tiandao sect. An elder of the Tiandao sect who had been a guest of the Tiandao sect for thousands of years fled in a panic, followed by a monk from the Suanio division who was chasing him. Suddenly he saw Suan and Gong Yueru in the garrison, a woman and a young man, both of whom looked to be of extraordinary status. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. Today's situation was probably not good. If he had these two people as hostages, he would have a chance to escape this disaster. In the future, hiding one's identity or going to the north to establish a family and become a patriarch is also a way out. So he changed direction and rushed towards Suan, bearing the attack from behind. The two Chenyang monks guarding around the tent were about to take action when they saw Gong Yueru pointing a finger. The ruthlessness in the elder's eyes didn't even disappear before his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Gong Yueru withdrew her hand nonchalantly. There are really some blind people who have set their eyes on her. It seems that we can't leave anymore. Although Chenyang is here to protect us, what if they fail to protect us well and accidentally get in a hurt? Suddenly, the battle situation ahead changed. The Taoist who was originally being beaten by the two men vomited blood again, and his origin had been damaged. He glanced at the huge gate that he was protecting behind him and laughed miserably. Gate of Wonders, Gate of Wonders. My Tiandao sect has supported you for many years. This time it's time for you to play a role. Repairing the Gate of All Wonders was his obsession, but at this moment he had to use the unfinished Gate of All Wonders, even if it might cause damage to it. The Taoist slapped the giant gate with his palm, and the giant gate instantly emitted endless fairy light. The sound of the heavens chanting the Tao resounded beside the door, as if all living beings in heaven and earth were telling the Tao, and the Taoist's breath was restored in an instant. The mysterious fairy light burst out towards Chengzu and Chengdu. This immortal light seemed to anchor cause and effect. Fate was destined and there was no way to avoid it. Whether it was the formation or the magic weapon, they were all ignored by the fairy light. Hit by these two beams of immortal light, the two men looked grim and quickly retreated backwards. Their aura suddenly dropped, barely maintaining the initial stage of the Yuanshan state. What kind of magic weapon is this? It can actually suppress my strength. Chengzu was shocked and puzzled. The power of this magic weapon was so strong that it could suppress the strength of the Yuanshan realm. In his impression, only the Suanio seal, the treasure of the Shang dynasty, could do this. If you two are willing to sign a contract with me and not to invade each other for 1,000 years, I will let you two leave. The Taoist stood beside the Gate of All Wonders and bowed to the two of them, looking indifferent and non-competitive. Although the strength of these two people was suppressed, they were still at the Yuanshan realm, and the Gate of All Wonders was not fully nurtured after all. If they continued to use it, it would very likely damage its origin. Moreover, although he seems to have recovered to his peak now, in fact, he is only relying on the spiritual power from the Gate of All Wonders, which is difficult to sustain. Chengdu and Cheng Zhu looked at each other. Impossible. Cheng Zhu said in a decisive tone, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. Although the dazzling golden light is not as bright as the fairy light of the Gate of All Wonders, it is also extremely extraordinary. This is the sword held by Emperor Taizu of Shang Dynasty, named Taiyuan. It is the sword of the Imperial Way, a spiritual treasure second only to the Black Bird seal. It is blessed by the luck of the Shang Dynasty. The dragon ancestor Sanglong once died under this sword. This was also brought by Emperor Qingzu specifically to prevent accidents. The royal family is indeed very powerful. Seeing the Taiyuan sword, the Taoist felt a little depressed. It seems that you guys don't want to end this peacefully. The fairy light of the Gate of All Wonders became brighter and brighter, and it looked like war would break out again if there was no agreement. When the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a not so harmonious voice was heard. "Good baby, let me take a look." Immediately afterwards, the Gate of All Wonders actually broke free from the earth's veins, let out a mournful wail, rose from the ground, and flew away into the distance. The spiritual light on the Taoist's body also dissipated, and his injuries broke out again, but at this moment, he didn't care about his own body. He stared at the flying Gate of Wonders with bloodshot eyes. "My spiritual treasure." Chapter 114. Mother, he is so ugly. He wanted to chase after him, but was blocked by the smiling Cheng Zhu. "It seems your magic treasure is not very effective." Although surprised, Suan is one of us. The Taoist could only watch as the door of all wonders fell next to a young man. It's the person who defies destiny. The Taoist would never forget this face even if 10,000 years passed. It was this man who caused him to fall into this situation. Seeing that it was this man who was causing trouble again, the Taoist's face suddenly became ferocious like a demon, and his eyes were red as if they were about to burst into flames. "This person deserves to die. Mother, he is mean to me. He's so ugly." Suan quickly slipped behind the Queen Mother, grabbed her sleeve, and showed a timid expression. This made the Queen Mother, who was originally surprised by Anir's performance, smile. "Okay, you were showing off again, your mother will protect you." The Taoist's anger towards Suan almost turned into reality. Looking at the empty space behind him, his heart also became empty, and a sense of madness grew. "Then let's die together." The Taoist no longer had any scruples. A puppet broke out from the ground and stood in front of Qingzu and the other man. Without saying a word, it exploded. "Oh no, it's a puppet in the Yuanshan realm!" Qingzu exclaimed, and the golden light of the Taiyuan sword enveloped him and Chengdu. Now that their strength was suppressed, they dared not resist. "Ha!" The Taoist turned and looked at Suan. That puppet was made from the corpse of his master, using the puppetry technique taught by heaven. It was also nurtured in the earth veins. Although it had not yet taken shape and was born prematurely, it could only exert the power of its primordial spirit for a short time, but its self-detonation was enough to hold back the two men. Then he set about moving the earth veins of the Tiandao sect. The place where the Tiandao sect was located was the top spiritual place in Xianzhou, and its earth veins were naturally extraordinary, otherwise it would not be able to support the Gate of All Wonders. Although the Gate of All Wonders has been taken away from the earth veins now, the effect of the secret technique that Master had set up to gather the earth veins is still there. What he needs to do is to try to completely detonate the energy of the earth veins. "Be buried with me, Tiandao sect." He madly absorbed the energy of the earth veins. This violent energy originally repelled his body, but an inexplicably powerful force suddenly poured in from nowhere, making the Taoist's originally difficult delusion become reality. He turned into a barrel of explosives and headed straight for Suan. The surrounding space became chaotic under the terrifying energy, and what exploded was not only the earth veins, but also the Taoist who was the carrier. The Queen Mother's pupils suddenly contracted, and she was about to push Suan away, but Suan's hands did not move at all at this moment. "Oh, it's difficult." His aura suddenly rose to the level of Yuanshan, and then his pure yang body was activated. A mark appeared above his head, and the dazzling divine power enveloped him like a scorching sun, and his aura became even stronger. Yuanshan experience pill. The sky is changing. Then another treasure mirror covered in black and white appeared in his hand. "Please wait a moment, Mother. I will be back soon." Anur. The Queen Mother had a bad feeling in her heart. Next, boom, two explosions sounded almost simultaneously. The yin-yang mirror exploded first. The powerful energy made the Taoist unable to restrain himself, and his body exploded in an instant. The terrifying force compressed to the extreme exploded, and the entire world seemed to be cleared up. The laws of nature are in disorder and the spiritual energy is in turmoil. It enveloped the entire Tian Dao sect. Even though most of the power was cancelled out, the violet energy scattered on the edge alone was enough to pacify the Tian Dao sect's mountain gate, and all the disciples still in the Tian Dao sect were killed. Most of the Suanio division is on the periphery, so the situation is slightly better. My inner. Without waiting for the turbulent energy to subside, Gong Yueru rushed towards the center of the explosion like crazy. His mind swept around, frantically searching for that figure. It hasn't even triggered the clay figurine yet. Bad review. Suan felt his broken body and muttered something silently. Then he found himself falling into a familiar embrace. His eyes went dark and he fainted. Looking at the ragged young man in her arms and realizing that he was still alive, Gong Yueru breathed a sigh of relief and hugged him tightly in her arms. It's mother's fault. It's mother's fault for not protecting you well, she said with full of self-blame. Holding Suan, she thought for a while and put away the door-shaped magic treasure that Suan had taken before, then broke through the space and quickly headed towards the direction of the imperial capital. She remembered that there was a golden elixir of good fortune in the royal treasury. Mother, you are… Su Ruwashi opened her beautiful mouth slightly and looked at Gong Yueru, who suddenly broke into her bedroom. And then noticed the young man who had fainted in her arms. This is… Xiaoanzi, what happened to him? Seeing this, Qingling and Hongxiao, who were standing by, no longer cared about etiquette and went straight to the Empress Dowager. Go and get the golden elixir of fortune quickly. Gong Yueru didn't waste any words, but carefully placed Suan on Su Ruwashi's phoenix couch. Good. The golden pill of creation is the world's top-level healing elixir. Even a master of alchemy would find it difficult to refine one. Not only is it extremely difficult to refine, but more importantly, the materials are hard to find. It can instantly repair all injuries in the Yuanshan realm and is a rare treasure for Yuanshan masters. There are quite a few similar elixirs in the treasure house, but the medicinal power of most of them is not as mild as that of the golden elixir of creation. With Su Ruwashi's identity, it would naturally not be a problem for her to obtain a golden elixir of good fortune. After feeding the golden pill of creation to Suan, his injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, and his body even emitted a bright white light under the power of the medicine. Qingling had already taken off the rags on Suan's body. So at this moment, looking at this almost perfect body, Qingling's little heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Woo woo. The cold and aloof sword fairy sister secretly watched the body of the scheming little brother, and in her heart she rubbed and ravaged him 100 times. No, I can't think any further. The others didn't pay attention to Qingling's little thoughts, but stared at Suan closely, fearing that something might happen. A little bit. The tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Wake up, wake up. Hongxiao said happily. The Queen Mother and the Empress were relieved. Xiaoanzi, this time I'm letting you down. I'm letting you sleep on my bed. The Empress pinched Suan's cheeks and kneaded them hard. Something must be done to recoup the investment. Sister? Suan looked at the woman in front of him with clear eyes, and twisted his head uncomfortably. Gong Yueru quickly slapped the Empress's hand away. Don't you see that Inur is in pain? Empress, sister, well, sister, hold me. Suan suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at the Empress with a smile. This childish tone, this innocent expression, is full of clear stupidity. Hiss. What's wrong with Xiaoanzi? Su Ruwashi asked in surprise. Chapter 115. Sister, black silk. Wearing Gong Yueru stretched out her hand with a solemn expression and placed it on Suan's head. After checking it out, she shook her head with doubt in her eyes. I checked it out with my soul, and Inur's body and soul are intact now. Perhaps the previous shock caused part of the soul's memory to be silent, and the mind temporarily returned to childhood. Now that the soul has recovered, this situation should improve soon. She guessed, although there is no precedent for this situation, the soul is mysterious after all, so it is not surprising that any situation will occur after being impacted. Is that so? Su Ruwashi's eyes lit up. Hey, Xiaoanzi, come and give your sister a hug. She picked up Suan, in the posture of holding a baby. Looking at Suan's clear eyes, the evil thoughts in her heart quietly grew. However, when she saw the Queen Mother next to her, she temporarily suppressed her thoughts. As soon as the Queen Mother leaves, he can bully this stupid brother as he pleases. Let's see how he can go to the Queen Mother to complain this time. Sister, drink milk. Suan's hand suddenly moved, and the hall instantly became quiet. Seeing the strange looks from the others, Tsuruwashi hurriedly threw Suin back onto the bed and said nonchalantly, "This little one is really something. He still won't behave himself even after all this." He. Gom Yuaru sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed Suin's head lovingly. "In the next few days, until Anu recovers her mind, let her live in my Sinang palace. This is too much of a bother to my mother. Why don't you let Xiao Anzi follow me? I mean, it will be a good opportunity for us to deepen our relationship as king, subject, sister and brother." Tsuruwashi said in as calm a tone as possible. "Real?" Gom Yuaru was pushed out by the empress, half believing and half doubting. Then the empress found a reason to send Hongxiao and Qingling away. Before leaving, Qingling looked at Suin 3, 4 or 5 times reluctantly. When Tsuruwashi was the only one left in Taiyuan Hall, she finally revealed her long-suppressed nature. "Hey, Xiao Anzi, I told you to tell tales every day. You can use my mother to threaten me. See how I punish you today." Then she stretched out her sinful hands and began to knead. "It's like getting back to the feeling of childhood. That feeling of pleasure went straight to the top of my head. Woo, my sister is bullying me." After a long time, looking at Suin with a red and swollen face and tearful eyes, the empress finally realized that she seemed to have gone too far, and she felt a little panicked. "Xiao Anzi, stop crying. Sister was just playing with you." Wow. Suin cried even louder. Don't cry. Tsuruwashi was at a loss as to what to do to comfort him. How come little Anzi cries even more easily than when he was a child? She thought about how she had comforted Xiao Anzi in the past, and tentatively said, "How about? Sister agrees to one of your requests." Suin actually stopped crying, blinked her big eyes at the empress, and tried to hold back her tears. Then he took out a pair of black stockings from somewhere, looked at the black stockings, then looked at Tsuruwashi and handed them over. "Sister, wear them." "What?" Tsuruwashi took the 2 pieces of black stockings and looked at them. "They seem to be socks. It's just that the style of these socks is a bit weird. Some of them look like stockings, but are much thinner, and this is actually a spiritual weapon, but it's too embarrassing to wear socks in front of my brother." Seeing Tsuruwashi pick it up and put it down again, tears welled up in Suin's eyes again. "Sister, okay, wear it. He's just my younger brother, what's the big deal?" She sat down on the edge of the bed, holding a pair of thin black stockings in her hands. She walked barefoot on the ground with her toes slightly raised. She pinched the 2 ends of the stockings with her beautiful hands and slowly put them through her slender ankles and onto her long and round legs. "Okay, get dressed." Looking up at Suin, who was staring at her eager eyes, the empress' heart skipped a beat. This guy couldn't be pretending and was deliberately making fun of her. Her expression gradually became serious, and she moved closer to meet Suin's eyes. There was a dangerous light flashing in a pair of phoenix eyes. "Xiao Anzi, have you ever heard of the crime of deceiving the emperor?" Looking at Suin's big eyes that were pure but full of doubt, Tsuruwashi gradually let go of this idea. If he was really pretending, how could he let her knead him for so long without resisting? That's impossible. "Sister, it looks good. You can only wear it for me." Suin naively hugged the empress's legs, buried his face in them and laughed. "You bastard." Looking at this silly brother, Tsuruwashi felt angry and amused. Even though his IQ is offline, his possessiveness is still online. In the Sinang Palace, the Queen Mother glanced in the direction of the Taiyuan Palace and smiled kindly. This child is still lying to Ruwashi. Ruwashi is also enjoying it. If there really was something wrong with the soul, it would be impossible to hide it from the detection of the primordial spirit. It's just that it hasn't been exposed. By the way, does this child have anything left at the Gong family? In a side hall somewhere in the Gong family, a free-range little white dragon looked at the pill bottle with only 1 pill left in its hand, hesitated for a long time, picked it up and put it down again. She has been staring at this pill for a long time and finally, he couldn't resist the temptation of the gluttony in his stomach and threw the pill into his mouth. Delicious. She savored it carefully, not wanting to miss any aroma. After enjoying it, he looked at the empty pill bottle with a sad expression. "You stinky man, I clearly said that food and lodging are provided. You actually left me here and ignored me. Despicable human." She punched the pillow, as if she mistook it for Suin, and then stepped on it. "Human, kneel down and lick my feet." "What? No licking. Look, I'm going to spank you. I'll hit you." Bang bang bang, she waved her little hands at the pillow for a while, venting her anger, and finally lay back on the bed with satisfaction. Hee, human, now you know how powerful I am. The impact of the destruction of Tian Dao sect is still fermenting. The scattered disciples of the Tian Dao sect were also hunted out and arrested. In addition, it also severely shocked the other holy places and families. Even the demon tribe and the demon court far away in the south have heard of it. After all, to the demon race, a holy land is not necessarily much weaker than them. I remember that Gong Yueru was supposed to be seriously injured and Suan was slightly injured. Why is it different this time? Is it because of me that the future has changed? Di Mengyao pondered the news from Dishang. Or, am I really back from the future? If you think about it carefully, reversing the time of a huge world and countless living beings is something that even the legendary Dao fruit realm cannot accomplish, let alone the primordial spirit. Bury the useless worries deep in your heart for the time being. Although the demon court is located in a remote corner, there are still spies planted in Dishang. According to the intelligence of the spies, the Queen Mother Gong Yueru of Dishang did not seem to be in any trouble. Someone saw her breaking through the space and leaving Tian Dao sect, but if Gong Yueru is fine, what about Suan? Could it be that? Chapter 116, Waking Up and Becoming the Leader of a Demonic Cult, 4000. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little panicked, then she took another deep breath. He practiced his skills to calm his mind. What did Suan do to him? Why should he care about him? Di Mengyao shook her head. She just didn't want him to die easily. She hadn't yet achieved her goal of locking Suan in a secret room. Boom boom, the door opened. Mengyao. A tall and beautiful woman in palace dress walked into the room. Aunt. Di Mengyao stood up quickly. Mengyao, there's no need to be so polite. I want to see your progress in cultivation and see if you've encountered any obstacles. The woman in palace dress pulled Di Mengyao to the chair like an older sister. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always ask me for advice. Thank you, Aunt. Di Mengyao looked at the woman in front of her who looked somewhat similar to herself, and spoke with respect. This person is the current demon emperor of the demon court, also known as the Green Emperor, Emperor Qingxian. In addition to the word Qing in her name, she also controls the 6th-ranked heavenly fire on the heavenly fire list, with spirit fire, which can accelerate the growth of all vegetation and trees. Even many powerful plants and trees that have become demons were personally enlightened by this demon emperor. It can be said that having such a powerful soul willing to guide one's practice is a wonderful thing that many people dream of but cannot obtain, but Di Mengyao really doesn't need it. In her previous life, she cultivated to the realm of pure yang. I did not hesitate to ask questions about any problems I encountered during my practice. This time I took the old path, so at least I have no doubts for now. However, she still raised a few common questions about spiritual practice, as she didn't want to dampen her aunt's enthusiasm. After answering these questions one by one in detail, Emperor Qingxian talked about business. Mengyao, the secret realm of Yanggu is about to open, you must be prepared. If you can attract the spirit of Fusong and awaken the golden flame of the sun, you will be the princess of my demon court. The Great Sun Golden Flame is the 4th-ranked heavenly fire and is different from other heavenly fires. This fire is the Golden Crow clan's Golden Crow Yang fire, which is sublimated to the extreme state with the help of the power of the Fusong tree. Those who possess this fire are born to be the emperor among the Golden Crows, but currently no one in the Jinwu clan possesses this fire. The last person to awaken the Great Sun Golden Flame was Di Mengyao's father, Di Qingxian's brother. Aunt, I understand. Di Mengyao nodded. The Yanggu secret realm is the inherited secret realm of the Jinwu clan. It opens once every 100 years. In her previous life, she came late and missed the opening of the secret realm. Although she was still named the Emperor's daughter, she did not obtain the Great Sun Golden Flame. After all this time, she is determined to win. Wake up! Wake up! In the bestiality of the Li family in the imperial capital, following waves of calls, the young man dressed as a servant gradually opened his eyes from a pile of spirit beast feces. Where is this? The strong smell of feces irritated the young man and his face changed. Li Si, did you become stupid from sleeping? The woman dressed as a maid looked at Li Si with disdain. Hurry up and clean up the excrement, otherwise when the master comes, you will see what you will do. Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Anger rose on the young man's face. He is the leader of the Blood River sect, the chief of the dark side of the Shang dynasty, and a mighty pure yang. Yet this man dares to ask him to clean up excrement. Maybe you are tired of living. Bang. Li Si, I think you are really confused after sleeping, and you are still the leader. The maid slapped him in the face, then wiped her hands with a handkerchief in disgust. You are a useless person with missing tendons and veins. What kind of daydreaming are you having? The Blood River cult leader covered his cheek and was stunned. Did this guy just slap him? Bold. He raised his hand and was about to teach the maid a bloody lesson, but although his hand was stretched out, there was no movement. There was only a thin amount of true energy in his body that was difficult to gather into shape. Just as the maid said, his tendons and veins were defective, and now he finally realized his problem. Where is his magic power? Where is his blood sea divine body? Even his perfect yang god, which he had just achieved after countless trials and tribulations, had disappeared. This is not my own body, and great fear arises in my heart. How could he have been replaced without any sound? He occupies someone else's body. But what about his own body? Why, Li Si, do you still want to attack me? The maid looked at the Blood River cult leader's actions and almost laughed in anger. Don't forget what your father paid for you to stay in the Li mansion. I'm sorry, I was just sleepy. The Blood River cult leader quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened. Then go quickly, the maid shouted. You're so rough, have you forgotten how to shovel manure? After the maid left, the Blood River cult leader stopped what he was doing, swept the feces aside with disgust, and looked around. Who is joking with me, senior? No one responded. Senior, I am Zhu Wuji, the leader of the Blood River sect. My best friend is the Northland Formless Demon Lord, who is also a primordial spirit lord. I hope you won't joke with me like this. He even brought up the name of a senior magician whom he was not familiar with, but no matter what he said, no one responded. A trace of despair surged in Zhu Wuji's heart. The qualifications of this body were extremely poor. Its tendons and veins were damaged, and it was even unable to break through to the spiritual realm. Although he had the magical skills of the Blood River sect in his mind, including many quick-to-learn magic skills, most of them required a certain level of cultivation as a prerequisite. Even magic cultivators would not accept useless people. How could there be a way to reshape the tendons and veins when one has just entered the realm of Taoism? Lingzhou Qingyun sect is, on the surface, a relatively secluded second-rate sect. They rarely communicate with the outside world and emphasize seclusion in practice. The sect leader only has the life pill cultivation level. In fact, this is the headquarters of the Blood River cult. It is also the place where the leader of the Blood River sect, Zhu Wuji, lives. The main peak of Qingyun sect, the temple and the spiritual pavilion, are surrounded by auspicious clouds and flying cranes. It is a scene of a fairy palace. No one would have thought that an old demon actually lives here, and in a tightly closed training room, Zhu Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no, I haven't finished cleaning up today's feces yet. Sister Biha will definitely scold me again. He hurriedly got up and prepared to get the tools, but then the person froze in place. Here it is. The fresh air seemed to be filled with some kind of incense, which made people feel peaceful and calm, without even the slightest smell of feces. The walls around it were made of unknown material, but they looked extremely extraordinary. The rich spiritual energy in the room was something he had never seen before. Suddenly, a message came to my mind. A dark wheel with 6 holes like black holes was suspended in the sea of consciousness. It seemed to have existed there since time immemorial, exuding the breath of the passage of time. I became the leader of the Blood River cult? He looked at his palms. Unlike his previous rough palms caused by work, they were now perfect, slender, and full of powerful strength. He touched his body again. He was wearing a blood-red gown. The clothes seemed to be natural, and there was not a single flaw to the touch. His face is angular and his nose is high. There was no longer a trace of weakness. His tendons and veins were unobstructed like a rushing river, and the magic power in his body was as vast as the ocean, as if he could destroy mountains and cities with a casual strike. This feeling was unprecedented, and his previous body was nothing compared to this. Disc of Samsara, is this my chance? He was ecstatic. I'm Li Si. No, I'm now the leader of the Blood River cult, Zhu Wuji. I am Zhu Wuji. I am Zhu Wuji. He repeated this several times, his back straight. From then on, he was no longer the hard-working dung collector who was often looked down upon, nor was he the loser who could not even break through the spiritual realm. He was now the leader of the Blood River sect, a powerful being who controlled the life and death of countless cultivators. After the joy, worry came to my mind again. Although he occupied the body of the Blood River sect leader and inherited all his magical powers and soul, he did not have any memory of it. Not to mention magical powers and spells, he didn't even know the basic spells and martial arts. I'm afraid he can't even display half of his strength. Moreover, the Blood River sect is a demon sect, and the demon practitioners are all murderous. If they find anything unusual about me, thinking of this, Li Si's scalp began to tingle again. Moreover, practicing magic is wanted by the Shang dynasty, although he was just a low-level dung collector before and didn't know much about the affairs between the various forces. He also knew that he would never be able to compete with the Shang dynasty. He had to hide his identity as a demon cultivator in front of outsiders, and pretend to be an old demon in front of his subordinates. This body doesn't look that easy to handle. Wheel of Reincarnation, why don't you give me a cleaner identity, or at least give me his memories? He couldn't help but complain to the roulette wheel in his mind. The Wheel of Reincarnation did not react at all, as silent in his sea of consciousness, motionless. Lic was just complaining. After all, it was better than before. He just had to think carefully about what to do next, how to play the role of a ruthless old devil without revealing any flaws in front of his subordinates. Why am I lying on the ground? In the Taiyuan hall in the early morning, Suan shook his head and woke up. The empress, who was about to give a morning rub, withdrew her hand calmly. Shaoanzi, are you awake? Your Majesty. Suan looked around and said, why am I in your Majesty's bedroom? I remember that I seemed to have fainted before. He raised his head suddenly. Oh, by the way, Mother. Is she okay? Mother is fine. Su Ruwashi carefully looked at Suan's appearance, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she asked with a bit of inquiry, don't you remember what happened in the past few days? Ah, what happened in the past few days? Suan looked confused and nothing. The Empress looked at Suan with disdain. You have been unconscious these past few days. After taking the healing elixir, you lay motionless in my Taiyuan palace. If I didn't feel sorry for you, I would have punished you for disrespect. Suan was shocked. This is actually happening. He stared at the Empress with his eyes gradually turning red. Your Majesty has been very kind to me, and I have no way to repay you. I can only. He moved the Empress's jade feet off the bed and skillfully placed them in his arms. I can only use my strengths and do my humble part to relieve your Majesty's fatigue. As he spoke, he began to push, press and knead the Empress's jade feet. His skills became more and more proficient as he gained more experience. The Empress felt relieved. As she thought that little Anzi was going to say something extremely treasonous, she glanced at the dark spot at the head of the bed from the corner of her eye and secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, I took off the black silk in advance, otherwise Shaoanzi would have discovered the clue. By the way, I have locked up that Buddhist girl in the Suwanio Division prison. You can handle her accordingly. After the black-robed soul escaped, she was so angry that she captured the Buddhist girl who had spoken to Suan before. Ah. Yes. After sending Suan away, the Empress sighed, feeling a little regretful. Why don't you just stay stupid for a few more days? In a single cell somewhere with a fairly good environment, a Buddhist girl sat cross-legged on a cushion with her eyes closed in meditation. She has been imprisoned for several months because she is suspected of colluding with the Tian Dao sect. After he was locked up, he never asked any more questions, as if he didn't even know this person existed. But she didn't care about all this and didn't even let the monks accompanying her inform the Buddhist sect there is a place for spiritual practice. In this prison, witnessing so many evil deeds and regrets, she actually had a different kind of understanding. Most of those who are imprisoned in Suwaniausi prison are people who have committed serious crimes. The living beings here are mostly evil and have few good. Evil deeds will bring evil consequences, and evil karma will bring evil retribution, so they cannot be enlightened like the evil ghost struggling in hell, seeking liberation but unable to obtain it. If you do evil, you will get bad consequences, which is karma. But if everyone can be good, prisons will be empty. Then, click, the cell door opened. Suan walked in, saw the Buddhist girl in a thoughtful state, and chuckled. It seems that I am the one who disturbed the Buddhist nun's meditation. Are you here to release me, the benefactor? The Buddhist girl asked, looking up. It depends on my mood. Suan sat down opposite the Buddhist girl with interest, not caring about the cold and hard floor. I am innocent, and the donor should know that. The Buddhist girl's eyes were pure, as if she could see through people's skin and soul, but this trick is useless against Suan. Whether he is guilty or not, it is not up to you to decide. Only what I say counts. He shook his head and emphasized, this evil face is in perfect harmony with this prison. The Buddhist girl was speechless. Could it be that the few good people in this prison were brought in by people like this? What will it take for the benefactor to let me go? She asked. Suan thought about it seriously and said, why not let the Buddha girl give me her body? Once I feel better, I might let her go. Donor, please don't make such jokes. The Buddhist woman's calm tone inevitably had a hint of fluctuation. TSK, forget it. Suan shifted his gaze away from the Buddhist girl, looked at the robes and ritual implements placed on the bed next to him, and walked over. Donor, what are you doing with my robes? Oh, let me see if it's worth the money. That poor monk's magic weapon. You don't understand this is called bail, he explained casually. Finally, Suan picked up a bright pearl, which looked like a magic weapon but was not a magic weapon. It had quite extraordinary meaning and there was a faint Buddha light on it. When he held it in his hand, he felt that all the worries in his mind disappeared and his soul was clear. This bead is nice. Okay, you can go now. Do you really want to take away my Mani pearl? A strange look flashed in the Buddhist girl's eyes. That can't be fake. Suan himself had no intention of keeping them locked up forever. The Buddhist sect in the western regions was relatively law-abiding and there was no need to suppress them for the time being. The Buddhist woman left with a group of monks, but before leaving she stared at the beads in Suan's hand for a few more seconds. Chapter 117. Lord Su was upright and aboveboard, 3000. When Suan returned to the Marquis mansion, he was shocked. Tu Shengnan was kneeling in front of his door in thin clothes, with a long stick with barbs on his back. It was a magical weapon used in Suanio prison to punish prisoners. Shengnan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. He wanted to help Tu Shengnan up, but Tu Shengnan's body was as hard as iron and she refused to get up. Even Suan couldn't pull her up by force. Sir, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. She took off the long stick on her back, held it in both hands and placed it in front of Suan, and said sincerely, please punish me, sir. Suan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shengnan was here to ask for forgiveness, not to mention that he had intended this as bait. Even if it wasn't, Shengnan wouldn't be able to react to the sneak attack from a powerful Yuanshan master. What crime has Shengnan committed? He grabbed the long stick and threw it aside. Seeing that he couldn't pull it up, he simply sat next to Shengnan. I didn't say this in advance. Suan talked for a long time, but Shengnan just wouldn't get up. But sir, you are injured. In her opinion, it was her dereliction of duty to let Suan get hurt. Suan leaned against Shengnan's body, raised his hand high and patted her shoulder. I've already said it's not your fault. If you want to atone for your sins, then break through to the Yuanshan realm as soon as possible. Then I will have a Yuanshan realm guard for your son. Yes, sir, I understand. I will definitely work hard. There was a bright light in her eyes, like the sun. The imperial capital has been quite peaceful these days. Apart from a servant of the Li family who went crazy and fantasized about being some powerful religious leader, there has been nothing else interesting. Let's talk about the Blood River sect. Lic, who was mentally prepared, walked out of the room, strode with his head held high, and felt heroic. This was the first time he truly raised his head and behaved like a human being. Hey, master, are you done with your retreat? As soon as he came out, he saw a beautiful woman coming up to him, with a look of joy on her face. The leader has finally come out of seclusion. Oh, ahem, yes, this leader has been quiet for a long time and wants to move around, so he came out for a walk. Li Si didn't recognize the woman in front of him, so he could only bite the bullet and respond casually. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Your miraculous power has been fully realized. The woman smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and started to praise. Lic's heart trembled when he saw the slender waist. As a slave, he had no right to have contact with such a fairy-like woman. She had a willow-like waist and skin as white as jade, but her face was vaguely discordant. In Li Si's heart, only Miss Zixuang, who could only be admired from afar and not be desecrated, could surpass her. This woman is so beautiful and she appears here waiting for the Blood River leader to come out of seclusion. Could she be the Blood River leader's concubine or lover? Before he could figure it out, the woman smiled flatteringly and said, Master, I came here this time to ask for a top-grade beauty pill. As he said this, he moved closer to Li Si. The looming spring light made Li Si's heart burn with excitement, but when he thought that this person was the concubine of the Blood River sect leader and must know the Blood River sect leader very well, he immediately suppressed his strange feeling and turned cold. Get lost. This leader has recently been practicing a new magic skill and cannot get close to women. Seeing that the Blood River cult master was angry, the woman's eyes flashed with panic. It is this slave who has offended the cult master. I hope the cult master will forgive me. I will get out of here right now. After sending the woman away, Lisi finally relaxed and thought carefully about his previous performance. He felt that it was okay and he should not have been exposed. It's a pity for that concubine. He has never had sex with such a beautiful woman. The panic in the eyes of the beautiful woman who left the main peak disappeared, and she put her hand lightly on her face, touching the human skin mask. Alas, I have made the leader angry again. Without the top-grade beauty pill, it seems I can only find another person's skin. As he said these creepy words, a look of regret suddenly appeared in his eyes. I thought the leader had come to his senses today and realized how good I am, but I didn't expect he was still a blockhead. If I hadn't let that Yuan Yang holy body escape, I would have already become a celestial being and established my own sect as pure Yang. I wouldn't have to endure this bullshit. With a sigh, he began to look for his next prey. In the following days, some subordinates also came to look for Li Si, but he fooled them all. He also used this opportunity to find out a lot about the Blood River cult, and discovered a list of Blood River cult members and a diary of the Blood River cult's leader in a jade slip. This old devil actually has the habit of writing a diary, that is to say, according to the records in the diary, although his strength was still not good enough, he pretended to be decent. Master, the 30 million blood slaves that the Northern Blood Demon sect promised to return to my Blood River sect are ready. Master, are you going to take them? More believers came to report. Lic remembered this man. He was a general under the Blood River sect's leader, the Blood River sect's Dharma protector, and also a life pill cultivator. This matter, Lic pondered, feeling somewhat nervous. In his diary, he saw that the Blood River sect leader had written about this, scolding the Blood Demon sect for swallowing up his 20 million blood slaves. It was obvious that the Blood Demon sect did not get along with him. Practically speaking, he didn't want to go, but if he refused again, he would most likely be suspected by these subordinates. You know, the previous leader of the Blood River sect was obsessed with accepting blood slaves. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. He pretended to be anxious, waved his hand and said, then let's set off tomorrow. Yes, master, I will arrange it right away. The protector Wu retreated. It seemed that the master was still the master, although they noticed that the leader's temperament seemed to have changed after he came out of seclusion. After all, the leader had accumulated great power in the Blood River sect, and they, his subordinates, dared not touch the leader's tiger whiskers. Master, the holy son of Hahuan is dead. Do we still have to hand over the blood slaves? An elder in the Blood Demon sect said with a hint of reluctance. If all these blood slaves were given to him, his magic skills would at least be able to improve to another level. Ignorance. The Blood Demon sect master glanced at the elder calmly, with a warning in his eyes. No matter what, the Blood River sect master is still in the pure Yang realm, and he cannot be easily bullied. Besides, the ancient demon secret realm is about to open. It will be a golden age for our demonic path and an opportunity for our Blood Demon sect. We should not cause any trouble. When talking about the ancient demon secret realm, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. The ancient demon secret realm is a legend that has been circulating in the magic world. It is said to be a relic of the ancient demon sect, and some say it originated from the demons from outer space. It is so mysterious that no one can confirm that this secret place really exists. Until recently, the demonic energy surged and the space became disordered somewhere in the north, which attracted the attention of a Yuanshan venerable in the north. He went to investigate in person and found that this was most likely the legendary ancient demon secret realm. Perhaps, the golden age that truly belongs to the magic cultivators is about to come. They will restore the glory of the ancient magic. We must not let this group of evil cultivators succeed. In the demon suppression sect, the top leaders gathered together. Each of the monks with powerful auras had serious faces and solemn expressions at this moment. Everyone, now is the time for us to do our part and suppress the demon cultivators. We must not let these demons run rampant. Why did the ancient demon secret realm appear in this era? Now is not the time to think about these things. If the demon cultivators were to obtain the inheritance, it would be a disaster for the world and all living beings. But if all the demon cultivators in the north come together, even my demon suppression sect may not be able to defeat them. You're afraid before the battle. Are you afraid of death? No, I mean we can seek help from other sections. Everyone was talking and the voices were noisy. Okay. The burly old man sitting in the first seat raised his hand, and the scene became quiet. This matter is no longer the business of our demon suppression sect alone. We should send out a message to invite other sects to jointly suppress the demon cultivators and restore justice to the human world. He looked to the left again. Saintess, has the demon suppressing heavenly lord passed down any oracle? The woman known as the saint shook her head and nodded again. The heavenly venerable did not mention the ancient demon's secret realm. But the heavenly lord said that a great demon was born in this world and caused cholera in the world, which might be related to this matter. In the ancient demon's secret realm, a great demon has emerged. Perhaps the great demon is hiding among the many demon cultivators in the north. The burly old man cleared his throat and said, "It is our duty as the demon suppression sect to exterminate the demon cultivators. However, there are many demon cultivators in the north, and those sects may not necessarily come to help. It may be difficult to wipe them out. Do you have any good plans? The magic path has been suppressed for too long, and those Holy Land families no longer take magic practitioners seriously. Even if they ask for help, I am afraid that few forces will send Yuanshan Venerable to help. Why don't we report this to the court?" a voice suggested. The imperial court? That's a solution. The old man nodded. The imperial court of the Shang dynasty would not allow the evil cultivators to become powerful. I heard that Suan, a member of the royal family of the great Shang dynasty, was favored by the empress. He was an upright man who hated evil and could not get along with the evil cultivators. He once helped the Tianshui Holy Land to kill 5 pure young demons and tens of thousands of evil cultivators. Perhaps we can send a message to him, said the saint. She learned the news from her good friend Fengluan. Fengluan said that although this marquis was a powerful man, he was approachable, upright, and always repaid evil with kindness. In short, he was a rare good man in the world. Really? Upon hearing this, the old man developed some favorable impression towards this marquis whom he had never met before. As long as he did not deal with the evil cultivators, he would be a friend of his demon suppression sect. Then let's send a message to that marquis in the name of the demon suppression sect and ask him to report to the court. Demon suppression sect, ancient demon secret realm. Looking at the letter handed over by Aunt Tang, Suan gradually fell into deep thought. Gulp, gulp. Eliar wiped her mouth, stood up, rubbed her knees, and sat next to Suan, her small breasts pressed against Suan's arms. Brother-in, you are going out again. There was an expectant look in her eyes. Well, we're going to the north this time, which is more dangerous, so I won't take you with me. Suan put the letter on the table and decided to accept the invitation from the demon suppression sect. On the one hand, he really couldn't let those evil villains get rampant, and on the other hand, Xiaoya was still waiting for him to reap the harvest in the north. I heard that he also joined the demon suppressing academy under the demon suppressing sect. What a coincidence. Ah. You're not taking me with you again. Yi Liar's eyes were full of grievance. You've only been back for a few days, and you're leaving. The tips of 2 slender jade fingers touched each other in front of her chest. The little girl lowered her head with an unhappy look on her face. Chapter 118 Repairing the Gate of Wonders, 3000, okay. Suan rubbed Yi Liar's head. I'll accompany you well this time. He stretched out his hand, picked up Yi Liar and walked towards the secret room. Did we take the wrong path? That's right, don't you want to experience the Chamber of Secrets again? Yi Liar blushed and stopped talking. Suan weighed the soft and boneless body in his arms and stepped into the secret room. There are many memories of him and Yi Liar in the secret room. The harmony of nature and milk makes the universe old. The combination of hardness and flexibility makes the truth come true. It was not until 3 days later that the door of the secret room was opened again. Suan walked out lightly, straightened his clothes and walked towards the palace. If the royal soul ancestor is to take action, Su Ruoshi still needs to give the order. When we arrived in front of Taiyuan Palace, Sister Qingling came out to greet us. However, Qingling's eyes seemed a little vague and her expression was unnatural. She didn't dare to look at Suan. Sister Qingling, what's wrong? Suan put his hand on Qingling's shoulder, causing her body to shudder. No, nothing. Qingling turned around and quickened her pace. His Majesty is waiting for you inside, go in quickly. No, now, whenever I see Shaoanzi, I think of how he looked when he was lying unconscious on the bed. Or I helped him take off his clothes, thinking of his perfectly proportioned figure, and this made her completely afraid to face Suan. What are you here for this time? Asked the Empress, different from usual. This time the Empress seemed much more serious, sitting upright and not as casual as before. Of course this had no effect on Suan. He skillfully held the pair of jade feet in his arms. The Empress struggled symbolically for a moment and then let him go. I'm really used to it. Your Majesty, I have received news that an ancient secret land of demon cultivators has appeared in the north. The remnants of the demon cultivators who have been left to survive are showing signs of revival. It is said that, be gentle, the Empress shouted. Oh, how about this force? Suan's movements became a little gentler. Okay, go on. It is said that this secret realm is the legendary ancient demon secret realm, which contains the supreme secrets of the magic way. It is extraordinary. Your Majesty must not be careless. Suan did not understand the secret realm, but he knew that it was definitely not a simple place where the protagonist appeared. So that's it. I already know about this matter, but I'm still thinking about how to deal with it. What do you think? Asked the Empress. In my opinion, it would be better to invite 2 Yuanshan ancestors to go. On the one hand, they can protect the secret realm and prevent the secret realm of our great Shang from being destroyed by the devil cultivators. On the other hand, they can also suppress and deter the devil cultivators. Furthermore, Suan said a lot, meaning that it would be better to send someone, and it should be the Yuanshan ancestor. These old ancestors have nothing better to do in the imperial capital all day, so they might as well go out and exercise more to avoid getting suffocated. The Empress also had this idea and nodded. Then I will do as you say. Your Majesty, I have something else to ask. Suan added, I want to go to the north and fight against the demons with my ancestors. What are you going to do? The Empress frowned and showed displeasure. Have you forgotten how you were injured before? Suan said solemnly, Your Majesty, I have a great sense of righteousness in my heart, and I cannot coexist with that demon cultivator. If the demon path changes and threatens our great Shang, I will personally take up my 3-foot sword and go to the front line to protect the righteousness of our great Shang. Why should I care about my 8-foot body? Speak human language. The Empress pressed down with a little force on her foot to press down his hand. Suan smiled ingratiatingly and leaned forward. Your Majesty, I want to go to that secret place and take a look. Then I order you to stay in the imperial capital and don't go anywhere else. The Empress said with a cold face. Your Majesty, in the end, the Empress still couldn't persuade Suan, and with the help of the clay figurine as a guarantee, she pinched Suan's face and agreed. The next day, without waiting long, Suan boarded the ferry boat and headed for the north. As for the 2 ancestors, one of them was Qingzu, who was previously ordered to attack the Tian Dao sect. These 2 were not with Suan standing on the ferry boat, overlooking the endless sea of clouds below. Let's make preparations first. Suan took out the huge door from the immortal palace. This magical treasure was returned to him by his mother when he went to visit her after he woke up. According to the Queen Mother, she couldn't see through this magical treasure either. Suan could feel the extraordinary nature of this spiritual treasure. It was faintly emitting immortal light and was completely natural, without any trace of artificial refining. However, this spiritual treasure gives people the feeling of a fruit that has fallen from a tree before it is ripe, and is gradually withering on the soil. Could it be an innate spiritual treasure? Suan looked at this ancient and huge door. An innate spiritual treasure with congenital deficiencies. It was obvious that the Taoist failed to bring out the true power of this magical treasure. Moreover, this spiritual treasure seemed to be unable to be refined because it had not yet been fully conceived. It had not been refined by anyone before. The Taoist before was only using it temporarily with the help of a secret method. Suan looked for a while, and suddenly 2 balls of pure white light appeared in his hands. The light is hazy and its specific shape cannot be seen clearly, but it seems to be the most original and fundamental existence of all living things and objects. World aura can be used to repair special spiritual treasures or upgrade the level of the inner world. If we talk about special spiritual treasures, this one should be counted. As for the inner world, Suan doesn't have one yet, so he won't consider it for now. If this door is really an innate spiritual treasure, it would be worth it. As Suan's mind moved, a ray of world spiritual light floated down onto the giant gate and easily merged into it. In an instant, the fairy light turned from virtual to real, the flow of spirituality stopped, and even began to reverse, and the withered fruits gradually became moist and plump. There was also a connection coming from this door. Closely connected with Suan, it seemed that the infusion of the world's spiritual light allowed this spiritual treasure to be refined by Suan on its own. It was a bit unexpected, but the aura of that world itself carried Suan's mark. So your name is the Gate of Wonders. The hazy spirituality of the Gate of All Wonders seemed to be gradually reviving, conveying an emotion of longing towards the other world's spiritual light in Suan's hand. Suan thought for a moment and then integrated the aura of another world into it. The next moment, the immortal light of the Gate of All Wonders dissipated, and was replaced by an indescribable light, exuding an aura of great perfection and freedom. Light emanated from the door and passed through the immortal boat, as if illuminating all the heavens and directions. Cracks appeared on the surface of the giant gate, as if it was about to collapse, but the momentum within it was becoming stronger and stronger. Young master. Tu Shengnan took a step forward with a vigilant look in his eyes. Suan waved his hand, signaling Shengnan to stay calm and continue staring at the Gate of Wonders. A small white door only 2 meters high gradually emerged from the crack, and the light of great perfection came from the small door. The small door broke free from the external restraints, turned into the size of a palm, and surrounded Suan, and finally fell into his hands, revealing the joy of birth. The fragments of the huge door fell to the ground and turned into a pile of dull stones. The huge door was actually just a shell. Golden clouds emerged from the horizon. The sun and the moon appeared side by side in the sky. The sun and the moon shone together, and the sound of chanting from the heavens was heard. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, as if the whole world was celebrating the birth of the gate. At this moment, countless powerful masters woke up from their retreat and saw the endless vision. In shock, some used their spiritual thoughts to sweep thousands of miles, while others closed their eyes and deduced the mysteries of heaven. This small door makes such a big noise. Looking at the mini door in Suan's hand, Tu Shengnan was secretly shocked. She had also seen several magical treasures, but none of them could make such a big noise like the small door in the young master's hand. The young master is becoming more and more unpredictable. She has to work harder. Body training, accompanied by the roaring sounds of the dragon and elephant, Shengnan began his hard practice again. Where are we now? On the immortal boat, Li Si asked his subordinates with a stiff face, not knowing how to play the old devil. He could only maintain this cold image. His subordinates were frightened by him and quickly knelt on the ground. Master, the border is ahead. We are less than 10,000 miles away from the transaction location set by the Blood Demon sect. So fast, Li Si exclaimed in his heart. It only took a few days to cross so many states. This ferry boat was truly magical. Speed up, he said lightly. Yes, master. The subordinate beside him responded, but he was complaining in his heart. They said they would go full speed when they took off, and now it is the maximum speed of this ferry boat. How can they speed up further? There weren't too many inspections when passing through the border. Deshang did not prohibit others from going to the north, and there were even disciples from some sects who made a special trip to the north for training. It only requires a simple investigation to confirm that he is not a fugitive. The Shueta sect has done a good job of covering up this matter, using the name of the Qingyun sect. Beyond the border is the north, and the Blood Demon sect is just a branch of the Northern Demon sect. Brother Shueha, seeing is believing. You are worthy of being the leader of the great Shang Demon sect. Upon seeing the Shueta sect's immortal boat, the people who were waiting for the Blood Demon sect came forward, led by the Blood Demon sect's leader. Seeing this enthusiastic devil, Li Si felt very panicked. Fortunately, I have gained experience from acting these days, so I pretended to be warm. The Blood Demon sect master's voice and appearance are still vivid in my mind. The Blood Demon sect leader was choked. He thought that the Blood River sect leader still had complaints about him withholding 20 million blood slaves, and he felt secretly annoyed. The subordinates on both sides couldn't help but become nervous, wondering if a fight was about to break out. Where are my 30 million blood slaves? Li Si asked. His question made the atmosphere even more tense. Brother Shueha is really a true character. The Blood Demon sect leader suddenly laughed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Don't worry. Our Blood Demon sect has always valued credibility. We will certainly not default on the 30 million blood slaves we promised to our leader. He took out a bag and handed it to Li Si. Brother Shueha, there are 30 million blood slaves in here. You can count them. Li Si's heart skipped a beat, as the bag contained a pile of beads. What is going on? Are they going to turn against each other? Chapter 119. I wish there was no devil in the world. 3000. Fortunately, the next moment, the blood demon sect master continued, however, these Qiankuan pearls are the spiritual treasures of our sect. They are very valuable, so I can't give them all to you, brother. The Qiankuan pearl is one of the top-notch space magic treasures that can temporarily store living things. Li Si has been cramming some cultivation knowledge these days and has finally figured it out. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that they were not having a falling out, but then he was troubled again. He hadn't really thought so much before he left, but now when he thought of the 30 million blood slaves, he felt a little helpless. How to take them back was a big problem. Even the immortal boat can't hold it all. According to the diary, the Blood River cult leader was planning to directly absorb the blood essence of these 30 million blood slaves to practice the Blood Sea magical skill, but he does not know this magical power now. As if he saw Li Si's difficulty, the blood demon sect master Jia smiled and said, Brother Shuya, it's not impossible for me to give you the Qiankuan pearl. The ancient demon's secret realm is about to open. Why don't we form an alliance and sign a contract to explore the secret realm together? These Qiankuan pearls will be my travel expenses to you, my brother. There are many demon sects in the north, and among them, the blood demon sect does not have any advantage. The leader of the Blood River sect is no simple character either. It is said that when the 5 old demons attacked the Tianshui sect, he was the only one who survived the hands of Master Mu. If he could form an alliance with the Blood River sect, his chances of obtaining its inheritance would be much greater. This, brother, you won't refuse to give me this face, will you? The blood demon sect leader sneered, with cruelty in his aura. We must form an alliance. It just so happens that I also want to go to the ancient demon's secret realm to take a look. Li Si responded readily, as if it was no problem. As for my heart, I can no longer hold it in. He clearly just wanted to try his best to imitate the Blood River sect leader and not be exposed, but now he has to form an alliance with the blood demon sect to explore some secret realm. This secret place sounds very dangerous. With his strength, he would be exposed if he made a move. Bitter, after all. His life was not as painful as the Real Blood River Master. This time, the leader of the True Blood River had lost both legs and was lying on the ground grimacing. He never thought that he would not fall into the hands of Master Mu or other righteous great men, but fell into the hands of a maid. Humph, you daring slave, how dare you secretly practice magic skills? Li Dequan's face was as gloomy as water. He raised the teacup in his hand and smashed it directly on the head of the Blood River sect leader. The scalding hot tea made the Blood River sect leader's skin turn red. Li was filled with fear. The Ji family had been exiled to a desolate state because of their collusion with the devil. He didn't want to follow in the Ji family's footsteps. The story begins 3 days ago. After shoveling manure for a few days, the Blood River cult leader finally found an opportunity. He used the savings of this body over the years to buy a few elixirs and refined a primary blood poison. He planned to use this blood poison to control Biha, and then control the eldest daughter of the Li mansion, and then slowly control the Li mansion to pave the way for his reconstruction. Unexpectedly, something went wrong in the first step. Li Zishuang caught in poisoning Bihe.So needless to say, no matter what, Li Zishuang has the cultivation level of the fetal breathing realm. After practicing dual cultivation with Suan, she has opened up the Tianhan spiritual body and is about to break through to the Purple Mansion. Although the Blood River sect leader had changed his martial arts method, he was not even at the spiritual movement realm now, and was beaten half to death in just one move. Then Li Dequan discovered that he was practicing magic. Drag him away and beat him to death with sticks, Li Dequan ordered. Master, please spare my son. An old servant suddenly rushed up, knelt in front of Li Dequan, kowtowed several times and burst into tears. He was just possessed by a devil for a moment. Humph, Li Fu, you have worked for my Li family for many years. Has my Li family ever let you down? Li Dequan looked at the old servant without any fluctuation in his expression. No. Li Fu's head was pressed tightly against the ground. His wrinkled old face was already covered with tears. If the master hadn't taken me in, I would have died on the street. Why are you harming my Li family like this? Li Dequan suddenly kicked Li Fu. Although this kick didn't use any magic power, it didn't show any mercy. Li Fu was kicked to the ground and vomited blood. However, he still managed not to faint. He turned over with difficulty and reached towards Li Dequan with his dry palms. Master, please spare my son. If you want to kill me, kill me. Please spare my son, drag him away. Li Dequan ignored the old servant. Father. At this time, Li Zixuang suddenly waved her hand to stop the servant who was approaching. Thinking of the rumor that Suan hated the demon cultivators, she said this guy is secretly practicing magic skills. He might be colluding with the demons. Why don't we send him to the Suanio division? Seeing his daughter say this, Li Dequan thought about it and agreed. Then the once powerful leader of the Blood River sect was carried to the Suanio division prison by several servants like a dead dog. The Western Desert is known as the Buddhist kingdom on earth. Although this place is not big, far smaller than Dashang, everyone here worships and believes in Buddhism, cultivates their energy and spirit, and the atmosphere of faith is strong. Buddha girl, should we go to the demon suppression sect's invitation? Inside the Nalanda monastery, several old monks clasped their hands together and respectfully asked the Buddhist girl for her opinion. Nalanda monastery is the leader of all Buddhist sects in the Western Desert and commands other Buddhist sections. But in such a place, the status of a Buddhist woman is so high. The devil is rampant and all living beings are suffering. Let us go for a visit. The Buddhist woman showed a look of compassion. Amitpa, I obey your command. At this time, Suan's ferry boat also arrived not far from the demon-suppressing sect. Looking at the unruly Tiangang Jingqi flame in his hand, Suan showed distress. Ah Tong, tell me, how come I, a righteous young man, can't refine this fire? You are the host of the Big Villain System. Command Fire Talisman, commands all fires to obey, can be used to refine various flames. Price, 300 villain points. An item appears on the panel. 300, I buy it. Suan said proudly. 300 villain points were deducted, and a red talisman paper appeared in his hand. The next moment, the talisman paper spontaneously combusted without fire, and the attitude of the Tiangang Jingqi flame suddenly changed 180 degrees. His original rebelliousness turned into obedience, and he leaned affectionately against Suan's palm. It's like a righteous girl was completely subdued by the villain. Suan just exerted a little effort, and the Tiangang Jingqi flame could not wait to cooperate with Suan in refining it. When the immortal boat stopped outside the demon suppression sect and the saint maiden of the demon suppression sect came to greet them, she happened to see Suan taking the Tiangang Jingqi flame into his body. The saintess of the demon suppression sect, Mu Qiangyi, greets Lord Su. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This man is indeed, as Feng Wuan said, with a righteous heart. The fact that he can be recognized by Tiangang Jingqi Yan shows his character. Deshang Suan has met Fairy Mu. Suan stood up, a gentle smile appeared on his jade-like face. He was wearing a white brocade suit with fine patterns, which was full of sunshine and uprightness, and he looked very good. There was only 2 Shengnan following behind him, and there was no sight of those dandy young men following in large numbers. Lord Su, and this lady, please follow me. Mu Qiangyi couldn't help but be amazed when she saw 2 Xingnan's body shape. In addition to Suan, many people also came to the demon-suppressing sect one after another, but only Suan could be personally welcomed by the saint. I have heard that the demon suppression sect has a long history. It was established before the Great Shang dynasty was founded. The purpose of the demon suppression sect's cultivators is to suppress the demon cultivators and restore peace to the world. They made great efforts in the Great Shang dynasty's crusade against the demon cultivators. Afterwards, they took the initiative to move the sect to the bitter cold land in the north to continue fighting against the demon cultivators. The sect has been passed down for more than 100,000 years, and their original intention has not changed. The ancestors of the demon suppression sect are truly admirable. These are the facts that Suan learned. It can be said that the demon-suppressing sect is guarding the northern border almost for free instead of the Shang dynasty. The admiration in Suan's words further increased Mu Qiangyi's favorability towards him. The demon cultivators are bloodthirsty by nature, and do all kinds of evil things. Only by destroying the demon cultivators can we restore justice to the world. There was a gleam of faith in her eyes. This was the belief she had established since she was a child. Indeed, all the evil cultivators are capable of all kinds of evil. They deserve to be killed, they deserve to be killed. Suan echoed from the side. Mr. Su is indeed a man of integrity. Mu Qiangyi looked at Suan with a hint of pity. If it weren't for Mr. Su's noble status, I would definitely invite him to join my demon suppression sect. It is a great loss for the demon suppressing sect that such a like-minded and righteous person cannot join it. After a few words, the relationship between the two became much closer. Suan also realized that the holy maiden of the demon-suppressing sect was a person of integrity. She was gentle to him now, but if he revealed his demonic energy, she would be ruthless. What a righteous fairy. Fairy Mu, do you have any other visions besides killing the evil cultivators? Suan asked again. Mu Chiangyi thought for a moment and said, I only wish there were no demons in the world. The Demon Suppressing Academy is the reserve force of the Demon Suppressing sect, although there is no mandatory rule for students to stay or leave, and they can leave upon graduation by simply paying the training fee. Most students still choose to join the Demon Suppressing sect in the northern border, which sect is stronger than the Demon Suppressing sect. What's more, most people in the academy hate demon cultivators. After Suan settled down in the Demon Suppression sect, he proposed to visit the Demon Suppression Academy. Mu Qiangyi naturally had no reason to refuse and even served as his guide. This time, more than a month had passed since Xiaoyao started school. He gradually adapted to the situation in the academy. It was different from the feeling he had in the family before. Many like-minded people gathered together to study and make progress together. There is no need to worry about Suan's threat here, although those female classmates were not very willing to interact with him. Xiaoyao didn't care about that. He just wants to practice hard and then take revenge, avenge the blood feud between family and teacher, rescue father. He had already learned the news of the Xiao family's demise. Under the secret escort of the Higan Bana organization, a disciple of the Xiao family who had managed to escape easily found Xiaoyao and told him everything. If Xiaoyao didn't know that he was no match for Suan, he really wanted to rush back and fight Suan to the death. Junior brother Xiao, the saint is coming to the academy to give a sermon today. Why are you still practicing in your room? There was a knock on the door. It was a senior brother who usually took good care of him. The saint is coming to preach? Xiao Yao was a little confused. Junior brother Xiao, you really don't know? The senior brother burst out laughing. It is said that a big shot from the imperial court came to the Demon Suppression sect yesterday and wanted to visit the Demon Suppression Academy. The saint accompanied him and I heard that he was also going to give a sermon. TSK, I really envy that big shot. To have someone like the saint accompany him. The senior brother patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder and said, Okay, let's go quickly. If you're late, you won't be able to grab a seat. Xiaoyao was pulled by his senior brother and walked towards the square. The square was already packed with people at this time. Except for the viewing platform at the front, it was already full of people, all sitting cross-legged. In the eyes of the disciples of the Demon Suppression Academy, Saint Mu Qiangyi is a true goddess who cannot be desecrated. They believe in the goddess in their hearts. Many disciples were even rescued from the hands of demons by Mu Qiangyi, which shows how popular she is. Brother Wu, Brother Xiao, come here quickly. A disciple in the front row waved at the two of them. There was a little fat boy lying next to him, who took up at least 3 seats, causing dissatisfaction among many people. Chapter 120. Junior brother Xiao, you are confused. 3000. Senior brother Wu brought Xiaoyao and squeezed in with the crowd. Only when the fat man saw the two people coming did he sit up and give up his seat. Hey, senior brother Wu, I've saved your seat, but don't forget the jar of peach wine you promised me. Don't worry, I can still afford your wine. Senior brother Wu rolled his eyes at the fat man and pulled Xiaoyao to sit down. After a while, a team walked straight towards the viewing stand. Leading the group was a man and a woman, followed by Elder Mingdan. The old dean of the Chunyang realm, who was usually elusive, was also standing by with a smile. It's him. Xiaoyao stared straight at the man, supporting his legs with his hands so that veins bulged and he almost clenched his palms into his flesh. Seeing this, senior brother Wu next to him couldn't help but pull Xiaoyao's arm with a worried look on his face. Such a look naturally attracted Suan's attention, and he looked puzzled. Dean, who is that? The old dean looked in the direction Suan said, and Xiaoyao just happened to hide the hatred in his eyes at the right time. Oh, you're talking about Xiaoyao. I remember this kid. In the freshman competition, well, he did pretty well. It was rare for the old dean to have such a deep impression of a freshman. Yeah. Suan withdrew his gaze, as if he didn't know Xiaoyao. Several people walked to the stage, invited Suan and Mu Qiangyi to the main seats, and then the rest sat down in turn. In addition to accompanying Suan this time, Mu Qiangyi was also preparing to give a sermon to these disciples. It is a routine that Elder Chunyang from the Demon Suppressing sect comes to the academy to preach almost every month. Mu Qiangyi has been the saint for 100 years and has reached the Pure Yang realm. When it comes to her comprehension of the Tao, many elders in the sect cannot compare to her. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone below was mesmerized. He narrated all the mysteries from the realm of spiritual movement to the realm of Purple Mansion, and every word was like a gem. Even Xiaoyao temporarily suppressed his hatred and listened carefully. It was not until 2 hours later, when the sermon was over, that everyone came to their senses and began to talk about it. Mr. Su, what do you think of our demon-suppressing academy? Mu Qiangyi asked with a smile. Different from the models of other sects, the nature of the academy under the demon-suppressing sect is more like a college, which is more open and loose. Very good. Suan glanced at the students below him, with approval on his face. Golden geniuses are competing for supremacy, and talented people are emerging in large numbers, like the rising sun. They will all be the mainstays in suppressing the demons in the future. These disciples guard the north for our great Shang, so they deserve a reward. He waved his hand, and a sea of elixirs appeared above the sky, and each elixir flew accurately to every disciple in the square. It's the Ling Yang pill, a disciple exclaimed. So many Ling Yang pills. Ling Yang pill is a top-grade elixir used by cultivators in the Taishi realm. It is definitely a rare treasure for these disciples whose cultivation base is mostly only at the Lingdong Taishi realm. This batch of pills must contain at least 100,000 pills. Even the elders of the Demon Suppression Academy were stunned by Suan's generosity. He was indeed a big shot from the imperial court, with great wealth and power. The north is in chaos, and there are few powerful clans except the demon-suppressing sect. Most of the disciples in the demon-suppressing academy don't have any background, so how could they refuse a precious pill that comes for free? The disciples took the pills and expressed their gratitude again. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the reward, sir. Many female disciples were amazed by his heroic appearance. Sure, that young man is so handsome. Senior, don't think about it. Didn't you see that the person sitting next to that young man was a saint? But, he's really handsome. Hearing the exclamations of several female disciples nearby, Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully and put away the pill. The teacher is right, the enemy's medicine would be wasted if not used. Thinking of old Yan, his heart ached again. Strength, and more strength, only with great strength can you take revenge. Suddenly a burly figure flew over from a distance. Master, there were 2 little demon cultivators who tried to sneak close to the immortal boat, and I have captured them. Tu Shengnan threw 2 sacks to the side of Suan's table, and then reported to Suan respectfully. The sack was opened, revealing 2 figures in the Lingdong realm. There was a faint demonic aura on their bodies, and they were undoubtedly demon cultivators. The elders on the stage couldn't help laughing. There is actually such an ignorant little demon cultivator who dares to set his sights on the immortal boat. Can the immortal boat be stolen? It's Xiao Feng and Xiao Han. Xiaoyao widened his eyes and stood up suddenly. These 2 people were none other than the Xiao family members who had come to the Northland not long ago to report the news to him. They were also the only remaining bloodline of the Xiao family besides Xiaoyao. Due to their lack of talent, they were unable to enter the demon suppression sect, but they could definitely not be demon cultivators. These evil cultivators have committed many evil deeds, just kill them. Suan waved his hand. Tu Shengnan took action immediately upon hearing this, and a large hand condensed from magic power grabbed the 2 of them. Stop! Xiaoyao didn't care about anything else and shouted hurriedly, but Tu Shengnan would not stop unless she received the young master's order. Puff, just like a watermelon bursting, Xiao Feng and Xiao Han immediately turned into dust in the wind. Without even being able to water a single whale, Xiaoyao stood there in a daze, his body trembling slightly. What do you think of me, little brother? Suan looked in the direction of Xiaoyao. The other disciples and elders couldn't help but look over. Disciple, please sit down quickly, the old dean shouted. Senior brother Wu nervously pulled his junior brother's sleeve and whispered, Junior brother, please sit down. They are not demon cultivators. Xiaoyao clenched his fists, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. This is probably the first time I've seen this kind of scene, little brother. Suan smiled gently, not angry at all because of the rebuttal. These demon cultivators are all evil people, raping and looting, slaughtering clans and exterminating families, doing all kinds of evil. There is no need to show mercy, little brother, you will understand in the future. Sit down quickly. Suan! Xiaoyao shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Stop pretending to be so righteous, you sanctimonious fellow. You wiped out my entire Xiao family, captured my father, and killed my master. You are worse than those evil cultivators. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar on the field. Extermination of a clan. What kind of hatred or grudge could lead to such a brutal thing? Some female disciples immediately came to his defense. Don't slander me, this young master is not that kind of person. Your name is Xiao Yao, please don't spit blood on me. How do you know that young man has not done it? Asked the male disciple next to him. Humph, the young master is handsome and generous, how could he be a bad person? The entire Xiao family? Suan thought for a moment and suddenly realized, oh, you are a descendant of the Xiao family of Qingzhou. No wonder, the Xiao family colluded with the demon cultivators, causing chaos in Qingzhou and killing so many innocent people. As an imperial envoy of the court, how can I tolerate the existence of such a scum family in Dishang? He stood up and looked down at Xiao Yao, who had an angry and stubborn look on his face. Although this little brother is a descendant of the Xiao family, since he has joined the Demon Suppression Academy, he must not be in the same party as your clansmen. Don't make the mistake. Mu Qiangyi also showed a look of understanding. How could someone who could subdue the Tiangang Jingqi flame be such a cruel person? It turned out that the Xiao family was colluding with the evil cultivators. In this case, it should indeed be destroyed. The other disciples nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Having just received benefits from Suan, she would naturally be biased towards Suan consciously or unconsciously. I just saw this guy taking some medicinal pills. Humph, he said he hated others while shamelessly taking other people's medicinal pills. Another female disciple looked at Xiao Yao with disdain. After this was said, more people echoed it. This Xiao Yao is not related to the demon cultivators, is he? I think so. Wasn't there some demonic energy on those two people just now? TSK, how can he have the nerve to blame that young master? Even senior brother Wu didn't dare to speak up for Xiao Yao at this time. The fat guy and his companions moved away, fearing that they would be scolded together with Xiao Yao. Every curse pierced Xiao Yao's heart, completely tearing away the warmth of the academy in the past. Looking at the smile on Suan's lips, which seemed like a cold mockery, mocking his powerlessness, he gritted his teeth. Enough. Suan's expression gradually turned cold. Don't be unreasonable. Since you have left the Xiao family, I will not pursue the past. If you want to avenge those clansmen who colluded with the demon cultivators. A handful of pure white flames appeared in his hand. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. It's actually the Tiangang Jingqi flame, the old dean shouted, with no more doubts in his mind. Being recognized by Tiangang Jingqi Yan, it turns out that Lord Su is a righteous man, otherwise the saint lady would not be so enthusiastic. There were also disciples in the audience who knew what he was talking about and told each other that more and more people were looking at Xiao Yao with strange eyes. Since Lord Su is a good man, then there must be something wrong with Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao opened his mouth with a look of disbelief in his eyes. With Suan's nature, how could he possibly refine the Tiangang Jingqi flame? He didn't believe it. Seeing Xiao Yao was about to say something, an elder of the academy slapped him and sent him flying hundreds of meters away, landing directly behind the crowd. He then ordered, "Take this disgraceful thing away quickly." Upon hearing this, senior brother Wu hurriedly stood up, picked up the fallen Xiao Yao, and left quickly. Then the elder gave Suan a slightly flattering smile and said, "My lord, I'm sorry. We were negligent when we were recruiting disciples and let this kind of person sneak in. This marquis is an important figure in the imperial court. If we establish a good relationship with him today, he might be useful to us in the future." No problem. Suan nodded kindly in response, with a flash of coldness in his eyes, ruining his good deeds. If Xiao Yao said a few more words, he could directly kill him in the name of being an accomplice of the evil cultivator. What a pity. We still have to maintain our image in the demon-suppressing sect. As for Xiao Yao, he can't escape since he has the purple spirit seal. This sermon did not continue due to Xiao Yao's disruption and ended abruptly. Mu Qiangyi also came to Suan to apologize, saying frankly that it was her negligence. Alas, junior brother, you were so confused. Senior brother Wu carried Xiao Yao back to his room, put him on the bed, and left a bottle of healing medicine next to him. Then he sighed and left. After what happened today, this junior fellow student will probably be expelled from school. As soon as senior brother Wu left, Xiao Yao, who had fainted on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes.